health experts. In December of 2020, the social media giant said that it would begin to label and remove misinformation about COVID and vaccines. Elon Musk has committed to free speech on Twitter, which could partially explain the change that was enacted, according to CNBC.
All right, Saturday Night Live, it's been off, but it is now back. It's back this week with guest host Keke Palmer. The show just revealed how it's going to wrap up its December. There's the list. Steve Martin and Martin Short, those legends are going to be together hosting on December 10th. The musical guest that night will be Brandi Carlile, and then the following week, Elvis star Austin Butler will host with the Yeah Yeah Yeahs performing.
I always love to see the lineup, so I know exactly which weeks I'm looking forward to, although I can't stop watching every week. So.
Yeah, and I like the way they put them on the Post-it note. Such a small thing, but it's just kind of a cool way to present, you know, what's coming up.
That's great times. All right, we want to thank you for starting your day with Early today. I'm Corey Coffin.
Yeah, thanks for being here. I'm Philip Mena. We want you all to have a great Wednesday. Most importantly, do not forget to tune in to NBC Tonight, 8 Eastern, for the lighting of the Rockefeller Center Christmas tree. This morning, severe storms, strong tornadoes, large hail, and torrential downpours, all happening for tens of millions in the dark of the night.
Raising the threat level of a coast-to-coast rail strike that could impact every American if Congress can't get it settled.
Facing decades behind bars, a jury finds 2 Oath Keepers, including the founder, guilty of seditious conspiracy. The
world's largest active volcano is erupting in spectacular fashion as residents remain at a distance and on alert in case the threat grows.
And Will Smith offers his most candid explanation of what he was thinking around the time he smacked Chris Rock at the Oscars. It is the last day of November. Early today starts right now.
Good morning on this Wednesday. I'm Corey Coffin.
And I'm Philip Mena. The tornado threat continues across the South as residents in parts of Arkansas, Louisiana, and Mississippi remain under a tornado watch for much of the night. There were reports of at least 21 tornadoes Tuesday, with 14 million under a severe weather threat today. And for many, that became a reality. Tornadoes tore through Mississippi, Louisiana, and Alabama, leaving wreckage in their wake. Louisiana officials say at least 2 were injured in Caldwell Parish due to weather, where trees and downed power lines were there, as well as some homes that were damaged. At least 2 million will remain under severe weather threats throughout today. Let's get right over to NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who has more on that threat. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. Great to see you. And as predicted and unfortunately expected, it was a dangerous overnight. Continues to be dangerous this morning. We're going to start to transition out of this severe weather threat into heavy rain, gusty winds. By later on this morning, we could see a few more tornadoes as we head throughout the morning hours, and then it's going to drop off as we go throughout the afternoon. This is what it looks like right now on radar. You could see very heavy rain falling where you see the reds, oranges, yellows. That is torrential downpours. We're also looking at a lot of lightning throughout the lower Mississippi Valley. Where you see that gray box, the gray shading on your TV screen there, that's where we're looking at a tornado watch. We do have tornado warnings as well, severe thunderstorm warnings as well this morning. So it remains rocky, and as we go throughout the morning, we're again going to start to transition out of that. Now, as we go throughout the rest of the day, we are looking at some storms in the southeast. Could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, a few isolated tornadoes as well. Could see some hail, but that is on the lower end of the risk. Rainfall-wise, we're looking at heavy rainfall throughout the northeast even. Where you see the yellows, reds, the oranges, that's where we're expecting the heaviest rainfall. Also expecting some snow. We'll talk more about that, talk more about the wind, and talk more about the cold air in just a bit.
We'll check in soon. Michelle, thank you.
Sure.
Captain America saved the day for Team USA. Christian Pulisic scored the game-winning goal at the World Cup, lifting the Americans over Iran 1-0. Now the U.S. plays the Netherlands on Saturday. Our Lindsay Reiser has more on those fans swept up in football fever.
World Cup mania in America. Team USA victorious in an all-or-nothing matchup against Iran. A tense match that began days before they stepped on the field, with political tensions between the two countries playing a central role. But the focus was on the pitch. From New York City to Reno to Kansas City. Americans taking a break from work, glued to their TVs as football fever took a hold nationwide.
Just excitement, everyone, the anxiety of it, just watching the game. Like, you don't know what the outcome could be, but it's so intense. It's amazing. I love it.
This is the best team in my life that the U.S. has had by far.
After coming into the game feeling confident following their decisive victory over Wales, Iran's World Cup dreams coming to an end. And after tying with powerhouse England in their last game, Team USA arrived with the need to win. But in the end, a beautiful goal by star Christian Pulisic, putting the U.S. ahead, his first goal ever in a World Cup.
Team looked great. A lot of confidence, a lot of pressure in the first half. Dominated for sure.
This dad, a diehard fan, attending every World Cup since 1994. This year, cheering from home alongside his family.
But we held strong. We held strong. We're going to round 2. Let's go. Round of 16. We're going to take the Netherlands. Go USA!
If the U.S. men's team beats Netherlands in their match on Saturday morning, they will advance to the quarterfinals for the first time since 2002. Back to you.
20 years. That energy is infectious. Lindsay, thank you.
It was also a win and you're in for two teams in Group A. Senegal responded to an Ecuador equalizer with a goal in the 70th minute. Senegal wins 2-1 and heads back to the round of 16 for the first time in 20 years. And a battle between United Kingdom members wasn't close. Marcus Rashford scored twice as England defeats Wales 3-0. And all of Group C still has a chance to advance. That pair of games kick off at 2 p.m. Eastern, while defending champion France advanced. Australia, Denmark, and Tunisia all fighting for their spot in the knockouts.
Now to the looming rail strike that could threaten holiday plans. President Biden pushing Congress to step in and avert a shutdown. But Alaskan Congresswoman Mary Peltola could derail those plans. Speaking with NBC's Kristen Welker, Peltola said she would vote against it unless there are protections for paid sick days. Tom Costello is following the latest for us.
A whole sector.
Rare bipartisan agreement that the lame duck Congress must intervene to head off a potentially crippling rail strike on December 9th. From the president,
it's not an easy call, but I think we have to do it. The economy's at risk.
To the Republican Senate minority leader.
I think some may be inclined to vote against it, and others are arguing that the economic price doing that is too great.
The showdown comes after 8 unions agreed to a White House brokered deal with freight rail operators, but 4 unions voted no. If one goes on strike, they all do. Congress has the authority to impose a deal, but Democrats risk alienating a core constituency.
I don't like going against the ability of unions to strike, but weighing the equities, we must avoid a strike.
The chief concern, a rail strike could cost the economy anywhere from $500 million a week to $2 billion a day, depending on who is doing the analysis. Stalling the supply chain filled with everything from food to fertilizers, clothing to appliances, car parts to Christmas gifts.
When you look around your house, the majority of items that are in your home came on rail.
Some commuter railroads and Amtrak could also be affected. The White House negotiated deal offers the unions a 24% pay hike, though many workers say it still fails to provide sufficient time off or paid sick leave.
It doesn't matter how much money you make if you can't spend time at home or you can't be homesick.
But the unions may soon have a contract that many actually voted against, with the House expected to act first thing in the morning to end a strike before it even starts. There is an irony here, and that is that 30 years ago, the country was facing a similar potential rail strike. And at the time, Senator Biden voted against Congress intervening. Now, as president, he is pushing Congress to intervene, arguing that the economy, the supply chain, is very much on the line. Back to you.
Tom, thank you.
Now to a conviction in a high-profile January 6th case. 2 members of the far-right militia group, the Oath Keepers, were found guilty of seditious conspiracy. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. Bree, good morning. This is being seen as a significant and rare win for prosecutors.
Good morning, Philip. That's right. Well, this is the first time prosecutors have won a guilty verdict on seditious conspiracy since 1995. It is a Civil War era charge involving the use of force against the government. The two members who are found guilty are founder Stuart Rhodes and his associate Kelly Meigs. Prosecutors accuse Rhodes of orchestrating a violent plot to keep Donald Trump in power, a plot they said helped cause the January 6th Capitol riot. Jurors heard him on tape saying he regretted the Capitol rioters had not brought rifles. Now he and Meigs face up to 20 years behind bars. But Rhodes' attorney says they plan to appeal. 3 other Oath Keeper members were acquitted of seditious conspiracy, but all 5 were found guilty of obstructing an official proceeding and at least 1 other charge. All 5 face significant prison time. 4 more members of the Oath Keepers are set to go on trial early next month.
All right, Bree Jackson reporting from D.C. this morning. Bree, thank you.
The largest active volcano in the world has erupted for the first time in nearly 40 years. Hawaii's Mauna Loa is currently gushing lava on Hawaii's Big Island. Authorities are asking residents to stay alert, although they stress there is currently no immediate danger to communities. Our Steve Patterson reports.
The awesome ancient power of Mother Nature on full display as Mauna Loa roars to life. After a 4 decades-long slumber, the world's largest active volcano is now spewing molten lava and raining ash near the very top of Hawaii's Big Island.
Mauna Loa is erupting.
The volcano exploding after several weeks of intensifying earthquakes.
We were way overdue for a Mauna Loa eruption.
Scientists say any eruption of this magnitude is a potential threat, but so far it's been contained to the volcano's northeast rift zone near its crater, not predicted to impact surrounding communities.
It's sending these lava flows into completely uninhabited areas, and we will have ample warning before anything encroaches into a residential area.
Still, eruptions are dynamic and unpredictable. Officials are urging vigilance, asking residents to be ready to leave at a moment's notice, opening the island's emergency center and shelters. Southwest Airlines even preemptively canceling flights out of caution.
We don't want to try and second guess the volcano. We have to let it actually show us what it's going to do, and then we inform people of what is happening ASAP.
This is Mauna Loa's first eruption since 1984, but Big Island has weathered several since. Its little sister Kilauea erupted in 2018, rampaging for weeks, destroying more than 700 homes. This time, another geological wonder as Mauna Loa performs a fire dance for the ages. Steve Patterson, NBC News.
All right, let's go back to Michelle for more on today's extreme weather. Hello again, Michelle.
Hi there, guys. And we're watching snow, we're watching heavy rain, even watching some severe weather this morning. That will transition to just plain heavy rain and also some gusty winds as we head throughout this Wednesday. So strong storms in the southeast early this morning, and then we'll see heavy rain, flooding rain, even into the northeast. Also some gusty winds once this cold front comes through. So the cold front continues to bring that stormy weather. Look at the winds. We're going to see winds gusting up to 50 miles per hour in some spots, 38 miles per hour in Burlington, 43 miles per hour in New York City. So we could see some power outages, also some tree limbs down. It's going to be a tough morning and afternoon before it clears out of here. That's going to be one of the big stories. Also looking at that cold air coming over the lakes, creating some lake effect snow. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, temperatures mild in the southeast. That's sparking the storms early this morning. So temperatures in the 80s in Florida. Big difference as we head towards the north. Temperatures in the teens, the 20s, also the 30s. All right, guys, tree lighting tonight. So we're going to look at that forecast coming up.
Cannot wait, Michelle. Thank you. All right, Boston is gearing up for a very royal visit indeed. The Duke and Duchess of Wales are flying in for a 3-day trip for the Earshot Prize Awards. The star-studded ceremony recognizes scientists and innovators who solve climate change problems. One local bakery is making them feel right at home, serving up some British treats, crumpets. The owner of Shark's Bakery says, if you're not familiar, it's like an English muffin and a pancake had a baby.
All right, an English muff cake. Got it. We are back in a minute with Will Smith's most in-depth explanation over why he slapped Chris Rock at the Oscars and what did he tell his family about it. We're back in a minute.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Oscar-winning actor Will Smith offered his most candid and in-depth explanation over the infamous Oscar slap. He told The Daily Show's Trevor Noah about his lifelong rage and trauma that led to that moment. Here's Aaron McLaughlin.
It was the slap that stunned Hollywood. Seen and heard around the world at this year's Academy Awards.
At the end of the day, I lost it, you know.
Now, 8 months later, Will Smith is speaking out.
That was a horrific night.
His first televised sit-down interview since the incident with his good friend, Daily Show host Trevor Noah.
You seemed a little dazed afterwards, I'm not gonna lie.
No, I was gone, dude. You know, that was a rage that had been bottled for a really long time.
Smith references his own childhood trauma.
It was a lot of things. It was the little boy that watched his father beat up his mother.
And shares how he had to explain what happened to his 9-year-old nephew.
He had stayed up late to see his Uncle Will, you know, and we're sitting in my kitchen and he's on my lap and he's holding the Oscar and he's just like, "Why did you hit that man, Uncle Will?"
Now banned from all Academy Awards events for the next 10 years, Smith says he's concerned about how the continued fallout from that infamous slap could impact his new film, Emancipation.
I hope their work will not be tainted based on, you know, a horrific decision on my part.
Prior to the slap, there was buzz about a possible back-to-back Oscar for this latest performance.
I will come back to you!
And it's still possible he could be nominated for another Oscar. He could even win, but he just can't publicly accept the award. No comment from Chris Rock, but Will Smith is making it clear that his main concern is that his past wrong doesn't damage other artists' chances at award season glory.
Interesting conversation. Our thanks to Aaron for that report. We've got a lot more ahead, including Adam Sandler's hilarious roast of his daughters and himself.
Plus the $200,000 a month child support and the real estate at the heart of the Kim and Ye divorce.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You were.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I don't want to spend a whole night that's supposed to be about me and my greatness listening to you two newly pubertized buffoons screaming, "Where is Timothy Chalamet?" Wish we could be at tonight's.
Adam Sandler poking fun at himself at last night's Gotham Awards. The comedy legend claimed his teenage daughters, who didn't attend, wrote his speech. Sandler accepted the Performer Tribute Award at the Gothams.
More music is being streamed than ever before, and this song is what most people are listening to.
You know, it's not the same as it was in this world. It's just us.
You've been living under a rock if you haven't heard this one. According to music tracker Illuminate, As It Was by Harry Styles is the most streamed song in America with over 500 million plays this year. And for the first time, the U.S. hit 1 trillion music streams in a single year. And that number not going the other way. I don't know anybody who does not stream music.
Exactly.
At this point.
I'm not at all surprised.
Yeah.
All right, coming up, Michelle's got your Rockefeller Christmas tree forecast next.
And Congress works to codify marriage in America. Details as early today continues on this last day of November.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training, Rich? How you doing, Lester?
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training, Rich? How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back on this Wednesday. Getting ready for a fun night in New York City. It's Christmas in Rockefeller Center. We're looking at rain this morning, rain this afternoon, but it should be out of here by the tree lighting ceremony. So Wednesday, 8 to 10, tonight, 8 to 10, we're looking at partly cloudy skies, winds gusting up to 40 miles per hour. So we'll be gusty. We're looking at chilly conditions too, 48 degrees, starting out in the 50s and then dropping to about 46 degrees. With that wind blowing, it's going to feel a little colder than it is. Speaking of temperatures, we have really cold air to the west, back behind the cold front that we've been talking about the past few days. 23 degrees today in Minneapolis. That's 10 degrees below normal, below freezing in Omaha, right at the freezing mark in Chicago. Ahead of this front, we're into the 60s, 62 in D.C. But look what happens tomorrow. Big difference. That cold front swings through, and then we're going to drop into the 40s by tomorrow. Back to you guys.
All right. It is Christmas time in the city. Thank you, Michelle. Pack your bunny suit and your Red Ryder BB gun, because a piece of movie history is going up for sale.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You were
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Kim Kardashian and Ye have settled their divorce. According to court documents, the rapper, formerly known as Kanye West, has agreed to pay his ex-wife $200,000 a month in child support. They will share joint physical and legal custody of their 4 children. And Kardashian was also given 8 homes in the settlement. One of the houses is next to one of Ye's properties in Hidden Hills, California, so the two will still be neighbors. Ye's lawyer has not responded to NBC News' request for comment. Kardashian's lawyer declined to comment.
The Senate has voted to protect same-sex marriage in a way that's never been done before. The Respect for Marriage Act passed with bipartisan support. It was an emotional moment for Senator Kyrsten Sinema.
What I'm really proud of today is that we are able to send a message across the country that this is normal. These families are normal. These marriages are normal.
It now heads to the House for a vote, and then it'll make its way to President Biden's desk.
You can own your very own piece of Christmas movie history. Our Maggie Vespa takes us inside the heartwarming house from A Christmas Story, now up for sale.
In the rarest of real estate niches, combining Hollywood nostalgia and holiday favorites,
It's a major award.
sits this more than century-old Ohio home,
You'll shoot your eye out, kid.
host to a Christmas classic.
Merry Christmas.
The impeccably preserved set of 1983's A Christmas Story is on the market in Cleveland, leg lamp and all. No set price, says Brian Jones, owner since 2004.
I try to consider myself more a steward of this place.
His goal, finding a successor who reveres Randy's snowsuit and Ralphie's rabbit costume
He looks like a deranged Easter bunny.
as much as fans do.
Everyone come on in.
More than 80,000 people a year tour the site, neighboring museum and gift shop included, licking flagpoles, tasting soap.
It says, oh fudge.
Reliving this coming-of-age tale.
I think you can relate to some of the struggles that Ralphie goes through with bullying in school.
It's just very much a way to connect to the past.
Jones hopes the next chapter is just as rich.
Why does this continue to appeal to people?
It feels like you're seeing either a movie star or your old house from when you were a kid. It's that connection.
For those who feared its hold was, in a word,
Fragile.
A Christmas Story still hits the mark. Maggie Vespa, NBC News, Cleveland.
Yes, it does. Thanks for waking up with Early today. I'm Corey Coffin.
And I'm Philip Mena. Have a great Wednesday. Don't forget to tune in to NBC tonight, 8 Eastern, for the Christmas at Rockefeller Center special. See you tomorrow. Life-threatening storms with tens of millions in their path. Tornadoes, heavy snow, large hail, and torrential downpours. Michelle is here with new information just into our weather center.
Rising political tensions in Arizona as the certification of elections took on a whole new level of anger.
Guilty of seditious conspiracy in the January 6th riots. 2 Oath Keepers, including their founder, now facing decades behind bars.
Our Janice Mackey-Frere is in Beijing with the latest on the fallout over demonstrations and the massive government crackdown.
World Cup win. Team USA advances to the round of 16 after a stunning victory in Qatar and a goal by Captain America. Early today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Corey Coffin. Millions remain under a severe weather threat today after tornadoes and heavy rain wreaked havoc in the south. Sirens could be heard in Mississippi, where a majority of those tornadoes touched down. They also tore through Louisiana and Alabama, with at least 21 total reports on Tuesday. Louisiana officials say at least 2 people were injured in Caldwell Parish due to weather, where trees are down and some homes have been damaged. And many houses in Loudon County, Mississippi, were hit by a tornado. Walls were torn down and roofs ripped off. So for more on all of this, let's bring in NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. And we're still dealing with a really dangerous situation. This started yesterday afternoon, went all throughout the night, and still seeing very strong storms at this hour. We're looking at heavy rain as well. We're looking at tornado watches, tornado warnings, the severe thunderstorm warnings. Where you see the gray on this map here, that is a tornado watch, and that will last for the next couple of hours. Also looking at torrential downpours, where you see those brighter colors, especially oranges and reds, and lots of lightning associated with this storm. So still a very dangerous situation. I do want to show you this map. This is where we're looking at tornado warnings. That's in the red, where you see that red box. The orange box is where we're seeing the severe thunderstorm warning. The red box that's in the southwestern part of Alabama is a particularly dangerous situation. We're looking at a large tornado. So if you are in that area, you want to seek shelter. Any of those areas where we're showing you those boxes, you want to seek shelter, get to your safe place. Otherwise, today we're looking at the chance for storms into the southeast, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see a few isolated storms, maybe some hail, but that chance isn't that great. Heavy rain is going to be a big one, too. Also looking at heavy rain into the northeast. Guys, we'll talk more about this. Also really gusty winds and some snow in the forecast.
All right, see you in a bit, Michelle. Thank you. Now to a conviction in a high-profile January 6th case. 2 members of the far-right militia group, the Oath Keepers, were found guilty of seditious conspiracy. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. Bree, good morning. This is a rare win for prosecutors.
Good morning. That's right, Philip. Well, this is the first time prosecutors won a guilty verdict on seditious conspiracy since 1995. It is a Civil War-era charge involving the use of force against the government. The two members who are found guilty are founder Stuart Rhodes and his associate Kelly Meggs. Prosecutors accuse Rhodes of orchestrating a violent plot to keep Donald Trump in power, a plot they said helped cause the January 6th Capitol riot. Jurors heard him on tape saying he regretted the Capitol rioters had not brought rifles. Now he and Meggs face up to 20 years behind bars. But Rhodes' attorney says they plan to appeal. 3 other Oath Keeper members were acquitted of seditious conspiracy, but all 5 were found guilty of obstructing an official proceeding and at least 1 other charge. All 5 face significant prison time, and 4 more members of the Oath Keepers are set to go on trial early next month. Philip?
All right, Bree Jackson reporting from D.C. this morning. Bree, thank you.
A rail strike is looming this morning, and President Biden's pushing Congress to step in and avert a shutdown. But Alaskan Congresswoman Mary Peltola could derail those plans. Speaking with NBC's Kristen Welker, Peltola said she would vote against it unless there are protections for paid sick days. Tom Costello is following the latest for us.
Damage to the nation.
Rare bipartisan agreement that the lame duck Congress must intervene to head off a potentially crippling rail strike on December 9th. From the president,
it's not an easy call, but I think we have to do it. The economy's at risk.
To the Republican Senate Minority Leader.
I think some may be inclined to vote against it, and others are arguing that the economic price doing that is too great.
The showdown comes after 8 unions agreed to a White House brokered deal with freight rail operators, but 4 unions voted no. If one goes on strike, they all do. Congress has the authority to impose a deal, but Democrats risk alienating a core constituency.
I don't like going against the ability of unions to strike, but weighing the equities, we must avoid a strike.
The chief concern, a rail strike could cost the economy anywhere from $500 million a week to $2 billion a day, depending on who is doing the analysis. Stalling the supply chain filled with everything from food to fertilizers, clothing to appliances, car parts to Christmas gifts.
When you look around your house, the majority of items that are in your home came on rail.
Some commuter railroads and Amtrak could also be affected. The White House negotiated deal offers the unions a 24% pay hike, though many workers say it still fails to provide sufficient time off or paid sick leave.
It doesn't matter how much money you make if you can't spend time at home or you can't be homesick.
But the unions may soon have a contract that many actually voted against, with the House expected to act first thing in the morning to end a strike before it even starts. There is an irony here, and that is that 30 years ago, the country was facing a similar potential rail strike. And at the time, Senator Biden voted against Congress intervening. Now, as president, he is pushing Congress to intervene, arguing that the economy, the supply chain, is very much on the line. Back to you.
Okay, Tom, thank you.
Just like the 2020 election, Maricopa County in Arizona is a flashpoint for accusations of voter fraud for this year's midterms. Despite there being no evidence of irregularities, several people protested at the public meeting where the election was certified. Michael Doudna with our Phoenix affiliate KPNX reports.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The motion passes.
The vote happened in a matter of seconds, but only after hours of arguments and insults.
Lies! 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 Lies!
For multiple hours, most of the public comment went after the board. The goal, stop the certification of an election.
I came here today to get an up-close and personal look at the 7 traitors to the United States Constitution.
Watching you pledge allegiance to my flag was disgusting.
Now, the claims made were not new. That the issues with printers on Election Day led to long lines and disenfranchised voters, mixed with the occasional conspiracy theory.
The election was a sham. We would like to have a re-election.
However, after the public comment, most of the people who showed up to speak left, refusing to stay and hear the county as the election directors gave answers to some of their claims and concerns.
Everything is logged, it's preserved.
Now, printer issues did impact some voter centers, but they were fixed on Election Day. And every voter had the option to leave their ballot in a box to be counted later.
Every voter had that opportunity to be able to put their ballot in that ballot box.
Of the more than 16,000 people who chose that option, all their votes were counted. And while some centers did have long lines, most didn't. And there was always a vote center nearby with a shorter wait time that voters could use.
We had 188 locations during that 5 p.m. hour that were 30 minutes or less.
In the end, after weeks of controversy and hours of debate, the board stood by each other and the results of the election.
But these are good men who are in public service for the right reasons, and I am proud to serve with every single one of them. Again, this was not a perfect election, but it was safe and secure. The votes have been counted accurately.
Our thanks to Michael for that report.
One shot from Captain America felt all over the country. Christian Pulisic's goal in the 38th minute, good to lift Team USA over Iran 1-0 and put the Americans into the knockout stage at the World Cup. Our Megan Fitzgerald is in Qatar with the drama.
It was win or go home. Team USA making a big statement. They're definitely not ready to go home. The Americans pulling off a thrilling 1-0 victory over Iran.
Exhale, America. They're on to the knockout rounds.
Great results. We're moving on.
Best part of the game?
Pulisic's goal.
But the U.S. takes the lead.
The big moment coming 38 minutes in, courtesy of superstar Christian Pulisic.
It's Captain America to the rescue for the United States.
The atmosphere electric. American fans going crazy in the stands and at watch parties back at home. The president adding his congrats.
USA, USA. That's a big game, man.
But it came with a cost. 24-year-old Pulisic colliding with Iran's goalie.
It is still down in the goal. That is a concern.
Out for the second half with an abdominal injury, taken to the hospital for scans.
All teams' collective gas tank sitting close to empty.
As the minutes ticked down, it was the definition of a nail-biter. Iran had opportunities to even the score, but missed.
And the game is over!
Sending Team USA on to the knockout round. This is what American fans came all this way for, to see Team USA pull off the win. Guys, what do you think?
It was amazing. Victory. Woo! It's amazing. We've waited 8 years for this.
It's amazing to be an American tonight.
Political tension surrounding the two teams flared in recent days. Iran even asking FIFA to kick the U.S. out of the tournament after a show of solidarity with Iranian protesters. All about the game. No visible protests, no nasty clashes between players or fans. Just soccer.
Incredible. I need to go back in my room and just enjoy it.
All right, thanks to Megan for that report.
Well, it was also win and you're in for two teams in Group A. Senegal responded to an Ecuador equalizer with a goal in the 70th minute. Senegal wins 2-1 and heads back to the round of 16 for the first time in 20 years. And a battle between United Kingdom members was not close. Marcus Rashford scored twice as England defeats Wales 3-0. All of Group C still has a chance to advance. Those pair of games that kick off at 2 p.m. Eastern, while defending champion France advanced. Australia, Denmark, and Tunisia all are still fighting for spots in the knockouts.
All right, we've got to get back to Michelle for more on today's extreme weather. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, we continue to track strong storms this morning. Also some snow, some gusty winds, and that's going to continue throughout this morning. And then we're going to transition to the gusty winds and also the rain. So tracking severe weather in portions of the Gulf Coast, the lower Tennessee Valley. We're going to see it in the southeast as we head throughout this morning, and then heavy rain throughout the northeast and mid-Atlantic into New England. Could see some snow on the backside of that over the Great Lakes. We're going to see really gusty winds too. That could knock out power in spots up to 50 miles per hour in some spots. Springfield looking at 50 mile per hour wind gusts. And we're also looking at really cold air moving over the Great Lakes. That's going to cause some snow, and we could see up to 12 inches in some spots. And that's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we are warm, we are humid in the southeast. That is aiding storms early this morning. And then look at the difference as you head north in the northern plains, the upper Midwest. Temperatures in the teens and the 20s, just 23 in Minneapolis. All right, guys, it's the Christmas season. We're going to take a look at the forecast for the Christmas tree lighting tonight.
Big day around here. Thank you, Michelle.
Sure.
We are back in 60 seconds with details on the controversial new policy of killer robots in San Francisco.
Plus, the Chinese government cracking down after widespread protests.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You were
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
New this morning, something out of RoboCop. San Francisco officials voted to allow city police to have remote-controlled robots that could use deadly force in extreme situations. Critics of the decision say it militarizes San Francisco's police, but City Supervisor Raphael Mandelman, who voted in favor of the robots, said that the killer machines would only be used if lives are at stake. He added that SFPD doesn't intend to attach firearms to the robots.
In China, the crackdown has begun. After days of anti-government protests, the country's massive security apparatus is taking few chances. Our Janice Mackey-Freyer reports from Beijing.
Chinese authorities are clamping down, out in force in major cities where some streets are now walled up. Police even searching phones for images or messaging apps that might connect people to the demonstrations. Some universities now sending students home. The remarkable scenes of protest against China's stifling zero-COVID rules, inspiring acts of defiance to knock down barriers and end lockdowns that in some places have dragged on for months. In his own way, Chung is protesting too. He's leaving China, fed up with losing freedom, income, and time to zero COVID.
I'm deeply attached to the country, but I don't recognize myself in the country anymore.
The rarity of protests here capturing the world's attention, even as they appear to grow smaller and more dispersed. There's concern, too, that wide-scale unrest, along with snap lockdowns here, pose another setback for the global economy. Supply chains already affected by months of economic pain, with youth unemployment at a record 20%. China's harsh zero-tolerance approach to COVID has failed to prevent a big jump in cases, stoking a national anger that is the boldest challenge yet to the leadership of Xi Jinping. It isn't clear if the moment for protesters will last. The security apparatus here is massive. Surveillance networks are sprawling. And the government has little tolerance for discontent. Janice Mackey-Freyer, NBC News, Beijing.
All right, check this out. A peek inside the Mushroom Kingdom. We've got the latest trailer for the Mario Brothers.
Plus, she's classy, bougie, ratchet, and now in a league all her own. Megan Thee Stallion makes Forbes history when we come back.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. NBC News, streaming free now.
Bowser is coming. Together, we are going to stop that monster.
How? Look at us. We're adorable.
Oh, I got this. No problem.
Mario, Princess Peach, and other favorites are riding down Rainbow Road in the new trailer for Super Mario Brothers. The Mushroom Kingdom movie jumps into theaters in April.
Forbes is out with its 30 under 30 list, and one stallion is among those honored. Megan Thee Stallion is making history, becoming the first black woman to grace the cover of the 30 under 30 edition. And Forbes says the 27-year-old earned $13 million this year on ticket sales, merchandise, royalties, and endorsements. Others on the 30 under 30 list include rapper Jack Harlow and singer Olivia Rodrigo. Forbes says the average age of the honorees is 28.2 years old. Nothing like the Forbes 30 under 30 list to make you feel old and unaccomplished.
Exactly. As much as I want to congratulate them, I've got some serious thinking to do. All right, Michelle's got your Rock Center Christmas tree lighting forecast next.
And it all falls down for Ye after the rapper's divorce with Kim Kardashian gets settled.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back on this Wednesday, a fun night in New York City. We are looking at Christmas in Rockefeller Center, and we have showers in the forecast this morning, also this afternoon into this evening. But the good news is we think the showers will be out of here by 8 o'clock. So partly cloudy skies. It will be windy, though. Winds gusting up to 40 miles per hour. Chilly, too, with temperatures in the 40s. You add in the winds, it's going to feel a little colder than it is. Speaking of cold, back behind this cold front we've been talking about, we're looking at temperatures in the teens to 20s to 30s, right at the freezing mark in Chicago. Warmer, though, ahead of this front. We're going to cool down, though, as we go throughout tomorrow. Back to you guys.
All right, Michelle, thank you. Still ahead, we got dad jokes, what Adam Sandler had to say about his teen daughters. Keep it here. We'll be right back.
Greatness. Listening to you two newly pubertized buffoons.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
I don't want to spend a whole night that's supposed to be about me and my greatness listening to you two newly pubertized buffoons screaming, "Where is Timothy Chalamet?" Wish we could be.
Adam Sandler poking fun at himself at last night's Gotham Awards. The comedy legend claimed that his teenage daughters, who didn't attend, wrote his speech. Sandler accepted the Performer Tribute Award at the Gothams.
In today's top stories, the Senate has voted to protect same-sex marriage in a way that it's never done before. The bill, called the Respect for Marriage Act, passed with support from both sides of the aisle. It now heads to the House for a vote. Then it will make its way to President Biden's desk.
The largest active volcano in the world has erupted for the first time in nearly 40 years. Mauna Loa is currently spewing lava on Hawaii's Big Island. While authorities stress there is currently no immediate danger to communities, they are asking residents to be ready to leave on short notice. And they've also opened the island's emergency center and shelters. Southwest Airlines has preemptively canceled a few flights out of caution.
Kim Kardashian and Ye have settled their divorce. According to court documents, the rapper, formerly known as Kanye West, has agreed to pay his ex-wife $200,000 a month in child support. They will share joint physical and legal custody of their 4 children, and Kardashian was also given 8 homes in the settlement. One of those homes is next to one of Ye's properties in Hidden Hills, California, so the two will still be neighbors. Ye's lawyer has not responded to NBC News' request for comment. Kardashian's lawyer declined to comment.
In a recent update to its website, Twitter said that as of November 23rd, it's no longer enforcing its COVID-19 misleading information policy. This is raising concern among public health experts. In December of 2020, the social media giant said that it would begin to label and remove misinformation about COVID and vaccines. Elon Musk has committed to free speech on Twitter, which could partially explain the change that was enacted, according to CNBC.
All right, Saturday Night Live, it's been off, but it is now back. It's back this week with guest host Keke Palmer. The show just revealed how it's going to wrap up its December. There's the list. Steve Martin and Martin Short, those legends are going to be together hosting on December 10th. The musical guest that night will be Brandi Carlile, and then the following week, Elvis star Austin Butler will host with the Yeah Yeah Yeahs performing.
I always love to see the lineup, so I know exactly which weeks I'm looking forward to, although I can't stop watching every week. So.
Yeah, and I like the way they put them on the Post-it note. Such a small thing, but it's just kind of a cool way to present, you know, what's coming up.
That's great times. All right, we want to thank you for starting your day with Early today. I'm Corey Coffin.
Yeah, thanks for being here. I'm Philip Mena. We want you all to have a great Wednesday. Most importantly, do not forget to tune in to NBC Tonight, 8 Eastern, for the lighting of the Rockefeller Center Christmas tree.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, a landmark vote. The Senate passes the Respect for Marriage Act, protecting the right for same-sex and interracial marriages. We'll show you what's next for the bill and the compromise made to win over more Republican votes in the Senate. Guilty, the founder of a far-right group is convicted of seditious conspiracy for his role in the January 6th Capitol riots. The other guilty verdicts members of the Oath Keepers received, and what these sentences mean for others charged in the attack on the Capitol. Wicked weather. Severe storms ripped through parts of the South overnight. In Mississippi, trees fell on homes, roofs damaged, and power lines were knocked down. And in Louisiana, a possible tornado caused damage there. We have a look at the impact the storms had as people are waking up this morning. Plus, meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking where the system is heading next. Also this morning, breakthrough. New research is providing hope for people battling Alzheimer's, a drug to possibly treat the disease by slowing cognitive decline in patients. We'll explain what this means for patients and why doctors say this drug is different. Really a major breakthrough that would mean so much to so many families.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And we should know, you might not be able to tell at home, but we are in a new studio starting this morning.
Yes,
so we are excited to welcome you into our new home.
Thanks for being with us on this Wednesday morning. We begin with the historic vote in the Senate as Congress faces a busy week in Washington.
Yeah, the Senate passed a bill that would protect same-sex marriages under federal law. Now it goes back to the House for a vote there before President Biden can make it official with his signature. Earlier yesterday, the president hosted a meeting at the White House with Democratic and GOP congressional leaders. He discussed his priorities before the start of the next Congress, and he emphasized the need for both sides to work together going forward.
We're going to work together to fund, I hope, work together to fund the government, the COVID and the war in Ukraine, all controversial and consequential issues. And we're going to find other areas of common ground, I hope, because the American people want us to work together.
Joining us now, NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee and Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles. Good morning to both of you. So, Ryan, let's begin with you there on Capitol Hill. One of these top priorities for the president was codifying same-sex marriage. The Senate yesterday passed a bill that would give federal protection to same-sex couples. The bill received bipartisan support, which is what it needed to pass. So explain to us the importance of this and what's next now for this legislation as it makes its way through Congress to the president.
Well, Joe, it's really remarkable when you think about how far the debate over same-sex marriage has come in this country, that you would get such a strong bipartisan vote in support of protecting same-sex marriage across the country like we saw here in the United States Senate yesterday. Now, this doesn't go as far as completely codifying the Supreme Court ruling that protects same-sex marriage across the country, but what it does do is it holds in place that the marriages that currently exist will be protected under the law if for some reason that Supreme Court decision is overturned. And that really was born out of the Dobbs decision, which overturned Roe v. Wade, and concerns by Democrats that could be the next step in the Supreme Court. So that's why Democrats found it to be important. Now, there are some protections in there for religious freedom, which Republicans were concerned about. Those were the concessions that were made to get it over the finish line. This bill will now go back to the House, where it's expected to swiftly pass, and then will go to President Biden to be signed into law. Joe, this could happen quickly. This could be the law of the land by as soon as the end of this week.
All right, so Carol, let's talk about another issue on the president's plate. President Biden is calling on lawmakers to step in to help avert a potential rail worker strike before the holidays. We know the House is planning to vote on ratifying a deal. What are some of the challenges in getting Congress to try and block a strike? What's at stake here?
Well, Joe, the challenges are really the same challenge that has been facing the negotiators, the reason why this is being kicked to Congress, and that is paid sick leave. So the House will vote on this and then also vote on paid sick leave, and then this shifts over to the Senate, and the challenge there is the same. There's senators, including Senator Bernie Sanders, who's saying that he wants a vote on paid sick leave, which is not included in this deal that Congress is trying to codify. And so that's going to be the issue in terms of getting something passed through Congress. But this is something that the president has said is very important, that needs to be done. And he reiterated that yesterday, that meeting with congressional leaders. Take a listen.
There's a lot to do, including resolving the train strike and what we're doing now. And Congress, I think, has to act to prevent it. It's not an easy call, but I think we have to do it. The economy's at risk.
You heard there some reluctance in the president's voice saying this is not an easy call, and that is because what the White House and the president had to do here is weigh the risk of upsetting the president's core base of unions, which is he's been a long supporter of unions, versus the risk to the economy. The estimates say the U.S. economy could drain some $2 billion a day. And so the broader impact here is what outweighed the president's loyalty to unions, and he reversed course here and said that Congress needs to act.
Lot at stake here. Ryan, I don't need to tell you, today is a big day on Capitol Hill. House Democrats are holding those leadership elections. What should we know about that, and who's going to be officially taking on new roles here?
Joe, frankly, it's going to be a historic day in Washington. For the first time, any congressional leadership party in Congress, I should say, will be led by an African-American for the first time. And that's when Hakeem Jeffries is expected to be unanimously elected as the leader of the Democratic minority in the next Congress. He'll be joined by Catherine Clark, who will be the minority whip, and Pete Aguilar, who will be the conference chair from California. This represents a generational change for Democrats in Washington. This new crop of leaders, these three new leaders, are 30 years younger than the group that they're going to replace in Nancy Pelosi, Steny Hoyer, and James Clyburn. Now, Clyburn of South Carolina is going to hang around and still be part of the leadership team, but he is going to now take the fourth position. So you have these three young, emerging Democratic leaders who are now going to be responsible for guiding the party through this next Congress. And it's going to be an important job because the margins in the House are going to be tight. Could be a difference of 4, maybe 5 seats. So it's going to be Hakeem Jeffries' job to replicate the job that Nancy Pelosi did in keeping everyone together to stand strong on the things that Democrats care about. Of course, Pelosi isn't going anywhere. She's going to hold on to her seat in Congress. She was dubbed yesterday with the ceremonial title of Speaker Emerita. So they are going to have her around to lean on her counsel. But this new crop are going to be the ones in charge, and they certainly have a big job ahead of them.
And Carol, on the other side of the aisle, you got Kevin McCarthy. He's looking to become the next Speaker of the House when the GOP takes control in the new term. As we mentioned, he was in that meeting with President Biden at the White House yesterday. So what can we expect of his relationship with the president going forward?
Well, look, Joe, it's not a warm relationship by any stretch. These are two leaders who do not see eye to eye on a number of policies, but also Kevin McCarthy is somebody who, according to the president, is part of the MAGA Republican problem that he sees as a threat to the U.S. and its democracy. So there's a lot of contentiousness here. Kevin McCarthy has said he's going to lead investigations into the Biden administration, including into the president's son, Hunter Biden. That's personal for the president, obviously. And so I think the relationship is going to be whatever it needs to be in terms of what are the must-dos that have to get done. How does the president engage with Kevin McCarthy if he does become speaker, and to get those things done? Otherwise, there isn't going to be much of a relationship there. And we've seen this before. It's not like Nancy Pelosi had a close relationship with former President Trump and that dynamic. And so they're just going to try to, from the White House's perspective, get done what needs to be done. Very low expectations here, Joe.
A lot to cover in Washington. Carol and Mike, thank you both.
And now to new fallout this morning from the January 6th attack on the Capitol. 2 members of the far-right militia group, the Oath Keepers, have been convicted of seditious conspiracy. Stuart Rhodes, the group's founder, and Kelly Meggs were both found guilty of the Civil War-era statute. 3 other members of the group who were on trial alongside them were acquitted on that specific seditious conspiracy charge. But all 5 defendants were found guilty of obstruction of an official proceeding and aiding and abetting for their actions on January 6th. For more, we're joined by NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney. And Ken, good to see you this morning. Thanks for being here. So put this into context first. I mean, this seditious conspiracy, what does that specific charge mean? And what kind of sentence does it mean they're looking at?
Good morning, Savannah. Well, this was a landmark, if partial, victory for the Department of Justice. It's the first time in 20 trials that a jury has found that what happened on January 6th was the product of an organized conspiracy, and in particular, this seditious conspiracy charge, it carries a penalty of up to 20 years in prison, as does the obstruction of an official proceeding charge. So these defendants are facing, all of them, facing a lot of years in prison. And seditious conspiracy specifically, the DOJ hasn't won a conviction on that since 1995. It's defined as plotting to use force to overthrow or thwart the will of the U.S. government. It's a Civil War-era charge that was used against Confederates, but a very, very significant finding by a jury in this case, Savannah.
Could this impact the Justice Department's other investigations that are going on? A lot obviously happening looking into January 6th, and including their investigation into former President Trump. Any crossover?
Well, it certainly vindicates their approach, and there are 2 other major trials upcoming, including of a group of Proud Boys, a separate far-right group, on seditious conspiracy charges. So it bolsters the approach that the DOJ has been taking and shows that what happened on January 6th was not a political protest or a rowdy riot. There was a product of a conspiracy, according to the jury. There were no specific links established at this trial to former President Trump, although Stuart Rhodes, the lead defendant, did try to get in touch with the former president in the months leading up to the January 6th riot, and he told the jury that he believed that his militia could be called by Trump if Trump invoked the Insurrection Act to stay in power. But, what this also does is provide a set of defendants who have an incentive to cooperate with the government, Savannah, so they may learn more information.
Also, Ken, in addition to other investigations, there are these other trials. The Department of Justice is about to try other militia group members on similar conspiracy charges. How will this impact that? Will prosecutors be changing anything, looking out for anything after this trial and these verdicts?
Well, they didn't win 100% of the charges, so of course they will look at the trial strategy and see where they fell short on some of these defendants, but overall it's a vindication of their approach. And look, there have been 900 criminal cases in this Capitol riot situation, and the DOJ is still chugging along. It remains a question of whether they will actually be able to prosecute everybody who breached the Capitol that day. But in terms of these major cases involving far-right militia groups alleged to have conspired, the DOJ is throwing a lot of resources at this problem. Savannah.
All right, Ken, as always, thanks for your reporting.
Now to the latest on the midterm elections. More than 3 weeks have passed since people cast their ballots, but votes are still being certified in parts of the country. And in one Pennsylvania county, they are deadlocked on certifying the results of the election. For more on this, let's bring in NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. Mark, good morning to you. So we are talking about Luzerne County. It was one of those areas in Pennsylvania that we were closely watching on election night. Explain what's happening there now. Why is there a deadlock?
Yeah, Joe, and Luzerne County is essentially Wilkes-Barre, and you are right. It is one of the swingiest parts of the battleground state of Pennsylvania. And what ended up occurring was that 5 members of the county elections board failed to certify the election, at least as of Monday. You had 2 Democrats voting to certify the results. You had 2 Republicans against, and 1 Democrat who ended up abstaining. And an issue was the fact that in Luzerne County, there was a paper supply shortage. And there were arguments from folks that the election wasn't conducted freely and fairly, even though polling places were extended by 2 hours to make up for that supply shortage.
So for those who are against the certification of the election in that county, I mean, what's their argument? Do they believe the results would have been different if the poll closing time wasn't pushed back because of the paper ballot issue on Election Day?
Yeah, Joe, one of the Republicans who voted against certifying the election said the contest was not conducted freely and fairly, citing that paper supply shortage. But as you ended up mentioning, when you look at the results of the election, John Fetterman won the Senate contest by 6 percentage points. Josh Shapiro, the Democrat, ended up winning by 15 points. You just look at the overall results, and it's not necessarily sure that any kind of supply shortage ended up affecting any of the results where Democrats were the big winners across the state.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's my big question. What kind of impact, if at all, will this have on the candidates who won their respective races? I mean, if they don't certify in this county, any reason to believe that those people wouldn't be able to take office?
Yeah, Joe, but the expectation is that the certification will end up occurring. I mentioned that one Democrat who voted to abstain. That Democrat has since told local media news outlets that he will vote to certify, which would end up giving a 3-2 majority for certification.
All right, Mark Murray on top of this for us. Mark, thank you so much. Now to those severe storms in the South. Right now, 2 million people are under a severe weather threat with dozens of reports of tornadoes so far.
Yeah, take a look at some of the damage in Alabama that we're seeing on our screens here. This is where trees fell on homes, roofs were damaged, and power lines were knocked down from that severe weather. We have team coverage this morning. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is in studio with us, tracking where the system is now and where it's headed next. But we're going to begin with NBC News correspondent Sam Brock live on the ground in Mississippi with more on what happened overnight. We could see he's right there with what looks like a pretty large tree that was downed. Hey, Sam, good morning.
Yeah, the visual is pretty clear. Savannah, Joe, good morning. And these storms blanketed a large chunk of the South. The majority of them were reported so far in Mississippi. We are in Steens, Mississippi, where you'll see things like this. Isolated examples of power. A tree snapped in half. You have splinters on one side jutting out. Then the rest of the tree that is sitting on top of a small boat. As I walk around this property, you'll see just mounds of debris everywhere as well. And what appears to be a power pole that punctured the interior of this house. And yet, an event that had the potential, guys, to be historically dangerous and deadly turned out not to be, as many people still were fearing for their safety.
In the middle of the night, few things could be scarier than a black funnel cloud filling the sky against the sound of sirens. This tornado in Bassfield, Mississippi, one of more than 20 sightings from Louisiana to Alabama to Mississippi. Storms bringing in massive wind gusts to the region. Lowndes County was one of the hardest hit areas. Roofs ripped right off homes and the local fire station destroyed.
We'll know more in the daylight, but from what it looks like right now, this building will have to come down and we'll have to start the rebuild process.
Power companies working through the night to clear downed lines and trees. Fortunately, no serious injuries reported. In the town of Steens, winds ripping the steeple right off this church. While in Caldwell Parish, Louisiana, the sheriff confirms 2 people were injured from a tornado that damaged several homes. These types of nocturnal tornadoes are historically 2.5 times more deadly than those that happen during the day. So far, though, no reports of any fatalities. Even as supercells flashed for hours and lightning flickered with violent frequency. Mother Nature's wrath on full display, keeping large sections of the Tennessee and Mississippi valleys on edge, but largely unharmed.
And guys, these communities here in the South and certainly in Mississippi, where I am, central Mississippi, are sparse, but they are highly populated with these kinds of homes, trailers. And it's interesting to note, you have about 6% of the U.S. housing stock made up of mobile homes, but 54% of the deaths that occur during tornadoes are tied to mobile homes. So greater elevated risks here. So far, as we mentioned, no reports of any fatalities. Let me send it back to you.
A little bit of good news there. All right, Sam Brock, thank you so much. Stay safe.
Yeah, and the severe weather threats continue for part of Mississippi this morning.
Yeah, meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here to track that for us and the rest of your Morning News Now weather. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. Yeah, and that severe weather started yesterday. The Severe Prediction Center predicted it and unfortunately did come to fruition. So we watched those storms yesterday afternoon into the evening, over 9 hours, still watching those storms. We're talking about strong to severe thunderstorms, also tornadoes, heavy rain, really large hail up to softball size, even baseball size. This is what it looks like right now. We're watching that cold front move off to the east, so we still do have the chance for seeing strong to severe storms over the next several hours. By this afternoon, we're going to see it start to transition to just plain rain, but still could see some flooding rain and some really heavy rain in spots. Still seeing that lightning. We had a lot of lightning yesterday. Still seeing it this morning. At least the sun has come up. And where we see those storms, we could see pretty strong storms. So winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, a few isolated tornadoes, a risk of hail is low, but there's still a risk. And we're looking at heavy rain that could lead to some flash flooding as well. So we're going to continue to watch this cold front move off to the east. That means we're going to see some heavy rain in the northeast, soaking rain. And we're looking at strong winds this afternoon as the front goes by. We're going to see those winds really gusting up to 50, 60 miles per hour. You could see in a lot of spots in the northeast, also looking at the chance for some power outages with downed trees, power lines, and also some airport delays as we go throughout this afternoon. And then we're looking at snowfall. So once we see that area of low pressure kind of spin those winds, those really cold winds and fast winds over the warm lake waters, we're going to see lake effect snow. Remember Watertown just last week saw a lot of snow. We're going to see that once again south of Watertown, south of Buffalo, south of Erie. We could see up to 6, 8, even 10 inches of snow in some spots. Rainfall will be heavy at times from the southeast where you see the reds, the yellows, the oranges. That's where we're anticipating some heavy rain. So portions of the Gulf Coast, the southeast into the northeast. That includes Maine, upstate New York, and the interior portions of Pennsylvania. So this is going to be a big story as we go throughout the afternoon. Soaking rains. You need the umbrella. And what does that mean for tonight? Christmas in Rockefeller Center, the big question, right? Fun night in New York City. The good news, it looks like that front's going to move quickly. So it's moving quicker than we thought. Hopefully it'll be out of here. And we're looking at partly cloudy skies by 8 o'clock. Winds gusting up to 40 miles per hour. It's going to be chilly, 48 degrees. So you factor in those winds, it's going to feel chillier than that. So here comes the cold. We've been talking about this cold front for days and days, and it's really a temperature divide. So back behind this cold front, we're looking at temperatures frigid, 23 degrees today in Minneapolis. Joe, that's 10 degrees below normal for this time of year. Freezing in Chicago, right below freezing in Omaha, 41 in St. Louis. But notice those temperatures out ahead of the front. This was the problem. Cold air clashing with that warm, humid air. So we're going to be warm today. D.C., 62 degrees. That's 8 degrees above normal for this time of year. 64 in Raleigh. That cold front moves through, and look at the difference tomorrow. You need the coat, you need the layers, because we're into the 30s in Buffalo, Detroit, also Cincinnati. 50 degrees in Raleigh, 7 degrees below normal for this time of year. And D.C., you're just going to be in the 40s as well. Then as we go throughout Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we're sort of mixed. Minneapolis kind of stands out to me because on Saturday, just 20 degrees, up to 35 on Sunday. At least that's going to feel a little bit better in the 30s in Chicago on Saturday and Sunday. Then as we look towards the Northeast, we're looking at a nice day on Saturday. It'll be breezy, but it'll be dry with temperatures in the 50s, maybe a little light showers in the morning, 48 as we go throughout Sunday. So the forecast for today, we're talking about the lake effect snow, the rain and wind throughout the Northeast into the Southeast, severe thunderstorms over the next couple of hours before it's just plain rain. And then through the middle of the country, we finally cleared it out. It's going to be cold, but it'll be dry with lots of sunshine from the northern plains, the central plains, into the southern plains, and then the Pacific Northwest. We're looking at some heavy snow, guys, there. Wow. We could see feet of snow in the Cascades and the Sierra as well.
Okay, so 40-mile-an-hour winds for the rock center trees. We're going to find out, does a spruce sway in the wind?
Right, exactly. Or the ornaments can stay.
Right,
yeah.
exactly.
Will the owl come out? Yeah, another one.
Yeah, I think we're both planning on being out there. So
are you?
Yeah.
Bundle up.
Oh, I can't wait to see the pictures.
We'll see, I guess.
Thanks,
All
Michelle.
right, Michelle. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Coming up on Morning News Now, a major development in the Jackson, Mississippi water crisis. The Justice Department is now suing the city, saying it failed to provide clean drinking water. What this means for people living there and the ongoing water issues they're facing.
Plus, taking action, football star Brett Favre is trying to get his name off a lawsuit accusing him of receiving money taken from a welfare assistance program. The latest on that legal fight next.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. We have new updates on that water crisis that forced Jackson, Mississippi residents to boil their water for weeks. The Department of Justice has filed a new complaint against local officials on behalf of the EPA, alleging the city failed to protect residents. NBC News Washington correspondent Yamisha Alcindor has the latest.
The Justice Department taking action on the water crisis in Jackson, Mississippi. In a statement, Attorney General Merrick Garland saying, in part, we will continue to prioritize cases in the communities most burdened by environmental harm. Jackson has been plagued by a series of drinking water crises and service outages in recent years, including the city's main water treatment plant failing after heavy rain. In a separate action, the department also announced it filed a proposed order that would appoint a third party to stabilize Jackson's water system. A court granted that order late today. That party would operate the system, take charge of billing customers, and make needed improvements. The DOJ says the city and the Mississippi State Health Department have both signed the order and agreed to its terms. The city has repeatedly said it intends to cooperate. Longtime Jackson resident Brooke Floyd says her family has been boiling water for years.
What do you want to see happen now that the DOJ is involved here?
I want our water to be fixed. I want my children to be able to turn on the faucet and brush their teeth.
Kristen Clark, the head of the DOJ Civil Rights Division, spoke in September about Jackson's water crisis.
We as a nation have a duty to stand up for our nation's most vulnerable. And it is not lost on us that we're talking about a community that is home to a disproportionate number of low-income Black people in Mississippi.
Our thanks to Yamiche for that report. Now, this is the latest in a string of recent DOJ investigations looking into environmental issues like failing sewage systems in Alabama and illegal dumping in Texas. And one Jackson resident told NBC that it's time for the city, state, and federal government to step up.
All right, moving on. Football icon Brett Favre is asking to be removed from the Mississippi welfare fraud lawsuit.
Yeah, lawyers for Favre said the Mississippi Department of Human Services, quote, groundlessly and irresponsibly seeks to blame Favre for its own grossly improper and unlawful handling of welfare funds.
Mississippi DHS says more than $20 million was wrongfully taken from the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families anti-poverty program. Favre received $1.1 million, but maintains he did not know where that money came from. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas joins us now here on set for more. Danny, good to have you here in our news studio. So let's talk about this. The basics. Does Brett Favre have a case to get his name removed from this lawsuit, even though he did receive some money?
First of all, I'm saying Favre. It says Favre on the paper.
Right?
I am not doing this Emperor's New Clothes nonsense anymore.
Packers fans, send your emails.
I am none of those fans, but it says Favre. Now, that being said, a motion to dismiss at this stage has a very heavy burden. As long as the four corners of the complaint make out any kind of claim, it's going to be allowed to survive. The court will assume everything in the complaint is true. But I gotta say, Favre has a pretty good argument here because the Mississippi Department of Human Services essentially says, hey, we were exclusively responsible for this $94 million, and it was mismanaged. So we're going after Brett Favre. Brett Favre says, hey, you know who you should sue? Yourself. You were responsible for this. And in your complaint, he says that you didn't even allege that I had knowledge that the funds were ill-gotten. There's no allegation that I knew that when I was being paid this money, that I knew it was being misappropriated. Favre says, go after the real bad guys, the people who have been convicted, or sue yourself.
All right, so he's actually already paid about $1 million, over $1 million back to this Temporary Assistance for Needy Families Fund. What more are they trying to go after here?
Yeah, Favre is making that argument. He's saying you can't come after me to repay money that I've already repaid. And you're not denying that I've repaid the money. Now, the complaint alleges other causes of action, but it all comes back to Favre's allegation. And remember, at this stage, all they do is look at the complaint. And if it's true that the complaint doesn't even allege that Favre had knowledge, then maybe Favre has a point. Because after all, the mere fact that he may have known some of the bad guys, that he may have been a recipient of this money, that may not be a very strong civil complaint if Favre had no idea or no reason to know that the money he was accepting was somehow ill-gotten or fraudulently obtained by somebody else.
You mentioned that they already went after other people. 6 people were arrested in connection to this case. 5 of them have already pleaded guilty to state charges. Favre wasn't one of them, so why was he not criminally charged?
Because, for whatever reason, the state didn't believe they had it. They had enough evidence to go after the other people who were actually, some of them were in government, and they must have had evidence that that satisfied the proof beyond a reasonable doubt standard. It's very telling that they didn't charge Favre with the same crimes. Now, that doesn't mean, given our burdens of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, the civil standard of preponderance of evidence is much, much lower. So just because someone is acquitted doesn't mean they can't be sued. Classic example, O.J. Simpson, acquitted of murder, sued and found liable civilly for the deaths of his victims. So that's a good illustration of the difference between the burden. Just because someone isn't charged doesn't mean you can't sue them.
All right, Danny Zavalos, thanks for breaking it down. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Danny. And now let's get you some international headlines. China is cracking down on those massive protests across the country over the government's strict COVID rules.
NBC foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with this and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, following the largest anti-government demonstrations seen in decades in China, the ruling Communist Party has issued a statement in which it vows to crack down on what they call the infiltration and sabotage activities by hostile forces. Hundreds of people in several Chinese cities took to the streets in recent days to demonstrate against the strict COVID-19 restrictions. The protests were met by a massive show of force by security services. Let's move to Pakistan, where a suicide bomber blew himself up near a truck carrying police officers, killing one officer, 2 civilians, and wounding dozens of other people. The truck was taking the police officers to a vaccination center against polio near the city of Quetta. A senior police officer said the blast was so powerful it toppled the truck into a ravine. And let's go to Egypt, where thousands of people have signed the petition for the return of the Rosetta Stone, one of the most visited and precious pieces held in the British Museum in London. The granite slab was taken from Egypt by or during the British Empire in 1801, and its hieroglyphics were deciphered 20 years later. Now, more than 4,000 Egyptians are demanding its return, saying the stone was seized illegally and constitutes a spoil of war, guys.
All right, interesting. Claudio, thank you so much.
Thank you. Coming up, holiday get-togethers are in full swing, and for some, that can be tough.
Up next, the impact those parties can have on people struggling with alcohol and how you can make them feel more comfortable when there are drinks around.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Time now for your weekly checkup, including a closer look at cannabis use among pregnant women.
Plus, how obesity among children might be causing permanent damage to their brains. NBC News medical contributor and our friend Dr. Kavita Patel joins us now for more on these headlines. Doctor, always great to have you with us. So actually, before we get into this regular roundup, we want to talk about something pretty big here, a potential breakthrough in tackling the most common form of dementia. It's a new drug being praised for its ability to slow the effects of Alzheimer's on the brain. Tell us more about this.
Yeah, Joe and Savannah, this is breaking news published in the New England Journal of Medicine, and it signals that we're getting ever closer, but probably not close enough for patients' comfort. This is a new medication that showed a significant decrease in dementia. It did have some side effects, but it was something that had positive results in the trial to be significant enough, not just for Alzheimer's dementia, possibly for other dementias. There is some important kind of developments in anatomy that we see in patients with dementia, and a plaque that can develop around the nervous system that shows that people might be more at risk or have significant dementia. And this particular drug was developed, lecanemab, and it was a partnership between the company Biogen and Eisai Pharmaceuticals. So this was a kind of a partnership of two very well-known CNS drug manufacturers. Here's the short kind of version, though. Savannah and Joe, we're not going to necessarily see this result right away for dementia patients today, but hopefully we'll have signals for the future and some solutions in the end.
We'll take all the promising news we can get on that front.
Yeah, we can.
Dr. Patel, let's turn to a Kaiser Permanente study which found prenatal cannabis use was the highest in areas where cannabis was on sale in retail stores. It's probably not super surprising, but what else did it find, and what do you recommend?
Right. Yeah. So look, I have a lot of patients that are thinking about getting pregnant or in the early stages of their pregnancy that during the pandemic, Joe, they were anxious. There was a lot of nausea symptoms that some people had pointed to medical cannabis, alcohol, to be a kind of a relief. So there are many patients that had not necessarily told their doctors because if it's legal, they didn't really think it was something to talk about. Well, this is one of the first studies that shows in a state like California, where cannabis was legal both before the pandemic and through the pandemic, that they saw increases in the use of cannabis, no surprise, during the pandemic, from about 6.8% to 8.2% of pregnant women using medical cannabis. However, what they saw is that if you lived within 10 minutes of a retail storefront that sold cannabis, that you had a much higher likelihood of using cannabis, that there were absolute increases in your use of cannabis. This is concerning, not only because we don't have enough to understand the effects of prenatal cannabis on not just the pregnancy, but early signs indicate that even mild use could signal longer-term effects in the fetus and in the baby. So this is something that really just points to the doctor's orders that I have. Legal does not necessarily mean safer, and that's just something to think about when planning to conceive or pregnant. Number two, do not be scared to tell your doctor. There can still be some shame around what women are using when they're pregnant, when they're dealing with symptoms. Disclose everything as early as possible or when you're thinking about getting pregnant. And then here's the bottom line. The right amount is 0 in pregnancy. Until we know more and understand, the safest thing to do is to avoid using cannabis during pregnancy.
All right, some really important reminders there. All right, let's get to that other one that we just mentioned a second ago. Previous research has shown children with obesity tend to do worse at school, but a new study is shining light on why exactly that might happen. What was the biggest takeaway here?
Yeah, so over 5,000 children as part of a longer-term study where they were doing brain scans to look for a number of things. But over 5,000 children that were screened between the ages of 9 and 10 had more changes in their brain imaging. This is changes in the part of your brain that connects the left and right side of your brain, changes in kind of how thick or thin the outer part of your brain is when you're looking at it on imaging, all things that are correlated with actually how you function, your longer-term health, how as a child you have emotional reactivity, ability to process information, all related to increased weight. So we've always known that younger children, 1 in 5, in fact, are deemed as obese and overweight, and more than 1 in 5 are overweight. But we have not really had this kind of proof about the effects. And here's what's disturbing, Savannah. We don't know, and we think that this could probably last even beyond, let's say they lose the weight in adolescence or young adulthood. It's not clear if those changes are lasting, and that's troubling. So the doctor's orders here, they're very basic. Move more as a family, limit your screen time, have a healthy eating plan as a family, and don't forget your sleep. sleep can affect obesity.
We very quickly want to get through one more headline. We know whole grains are important for a healthy diet, but most Americans aren't getting the right amount. There's a debate over what counts as a whole grain. Real quick, what can you explain that we need to know here?
In a study looking at 5 different ways of counting what a whole grain is. It can vary from people being incredibly healthy and on getting their whole grains in, or not so healthy. Bottom line, Americans over the last 2 decades have been eating more whole grains. So here's the truth. Get your whole grains in. What is a whole grain? A lot of things constitute whole grains. It takes to be a whole grain. Things like quinoa, millet, oats, brands are all whole grains. So here's the other bottom line. Don't overthink your grains, Joe. Get them in, and we are as Americans.
I overthink nothing, so that's okay. All right.
I do.
I overthink everything except maybe my grains.
There you go.
All right, Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you so much. All right, for a lot of us, the holidays are a time of joy and celebration, but this time of year can be tough for people struggling with alcohol or substance abuse.
From family gatherings to parties with friends, even work parties, it might be hard to turn down a drink. And even talking about being sober at parties can be uncomfortable. So what can loved ones do to help? Maeve O'Neill is here to explain how. She is the Executive Vice President of Addiction and Recovery at the All Sober Wellness Company. Thank you so much for joining us. I mean, many of us who know someone who's trying to get sober or is sober, but some may not even know that a loved one is struggling with that. So what are some of the signs to look out for? What should we do if we're concerned?
Well, yeah, unfortunately, there's still a lot of stigma around substance use and addiction, like there is with mental health issues. So the best thing to do is sort of just normalize it. If someone in our lives is choosing to be sober this holiday season, maybe just talk about that. And if you are, we're proud of you. We think it's a wonderful thing to be in recovery and seeking sobriety. It's not something to be ashamed of. It might be a challenge to attend events where there's substance use going on. So being prepared to say no or ask for something different or have other options for drinks available.
So how can we show support for a loved one who's trying to cut back on drinking? Having other options sounds like a good one, but what should we know about, making somebody comfortable in that environment?
Well, the most important thing to do is to make it okay. If you know someone's struggling or is choosing sobriety, maybe say, hey, we support you. We think this is a really good choice you're making. There's no shame. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. We're going to be here for you. You may not want to question why they're drinking. Why are you making this choice? We certainly don't want to make fun of them or make jokes or make them feel uncomfortable. Let them know that, we have all these alcohol drinks. We have non-alcohol drinks as well, and they're just as good and just as yummy. They've been really made creatively and fun to drink as well. And I think it's also important to just make it normal, make it no big deal. And if they want to share with people that they're being sober, that's great. And if they don't, they want to keep it quiet, that's okay too.
Non-alcoholic beers have really come a long way and have really grown in popularity.
Oh my gosh, huge industry.
The last few
Even
years.
just the cocktails in a can too that are non-alcoholic.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I also want to ask you, what are some things that you can do if you're the one who's trying to remain sober?
Well, at allsober.com, our online platform and our app, we have some great resources of what to do, how to recognize if your drinking or drug use could be an issue, what to do, how to recognize those problems, have a plan ahead of time. What am I going to do if there is alcohol or if I feel tempted to have some substance over the holidays? Maybe have a sober friend with you or someone you can call or text or kind of get in touch with. Make sure you have those resources available. Reach out for help. There's many pathways to recovery. Some people go to support group meetings, some people go to therapy or residential or inpatient treatment. So having those resources available is a really good option as well.
Maeve, thanks so much for joining us this morning. Important topic, and happy holidays to you.
Absolutely. Yes, happy holidays. All right, coming up, an interesting one. A Florida woman claims her instant mac and cheese is not so instant.
So now she's taking its maker, Kraft, to court. We're going to show you the message on the packaging that she says is misleading customers. We got that one next.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
We're back with a controversial lawsuit over one of those popular easy meals in a cup. A Florida woman is accusing Kraft of falsely advertising the cook time on Velveeta shells and cheese cups.
Yeah, the case might have some people scratching their heads, but some lawyers warn she may have a case. NBC News correspondent Zincle Esamoah takes a closer look at the lawsuit.
This microwavable pasta is at the center of a new lawsuit. Amanda Ramirez from Florida is suing food giant Kraft Heinz, alleging the company misleads customers about just how long it takes to prepare Velveeta's shells and cheese cups. Velveeta shells and cheese packaging says ready in 3.5 minutes, but Ramirez says the claim is false, since microwaving for 3.5 minutes is one of several steps needed. The suit alleges the company is misleading customers, allowing the company to sell more of the product at a higher price. In a statement, representatives for the plaintiffs said in part, "I've gotten a lot of flack about this case, but deceptive advertising is deceptive advertising, and we want corporate America to be straightforward and truthful." In a statement, Kraft Heinz tells NBC they're aware of the, quote, frivolous lawsuit and will strongly defend against the allegations in the complaint.
At first glance, this lawsuit may look ridiculous, but when you look at it more closely, it may be that the defendant here made a misstatement of fact about how long it takes to prepare this product.
One of the attorneys on this suit is Spencer Sheehan, nicknamed the Vanilla Lawyer. He's filed over 400 class action lawsuits against food and beverage companies, over 100 just on vanilla flavoring. This includes household favorites like strawberry Pop-Tarts, Betty Crocker fudge brownie mix, A&W root beer, and even Tostitos hint of lime. The cases are either pending, dismissed, or settled out of court.
This is just a prime example of what we call lawsuit abuse.
Sherman Joyce is president of the American Tort Reform Association.
The evidence is very clear that in these types of consumer class actions, that the consumer gets little, if anything, but that the lawyers do quite well.
Other experts say the law looks out for consumers.
State statutes that punish deceptive trade practices are David and Goliath type statutes. They're designed to look out for the little guy who is harmed by these fraudulent or deceptive trade practices by gigantic companies.
As for Velveeta's mac and cheese, time will tell.
Our thanks to Zincle Esamoah for that report. By the way, in an interview with NPR last year, Spencer Sheehan, that's who she just referred to there as that Vanilla Lawyer, his nickname, was asked about why he's filed so many lawsuits against those big companies.
Well, he said he, quote, never liked it when companies cheated people for small amounts. It would be difficult to recoup. All right, coming up on Morning News Now, Team USA's big win over Iran.
We'll take a look at what's next for Team USA as they try to keep their World Cup heroes alive.
podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're back with some hauntingly good news for fans of a Broadway classic. The Phantom of the Opera just announced an 8-week extension of the show's run. Phantom is already the longest-running musical on Broadway. Back in September, the show announced it would close after its 35th anniversary in February. Ticket sales spiked immediately after that announcement, but it wasn't until this past week that the show actually had its highest-grossing week ever, reaching $2.2 million. Obviously, the show's producers decided it wasn't time to end the music of the night just yet. I can attest to that. We decided we needed to see it before it closed. Tickets are hard to get and very, very expensive, and now they're extending it. So,
well, there you go.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Now you'll see it.
Exactly. No kidding. Team USA has made it through to the last 16 knockout round of the World Cup with that nail-biting 1-0 victory over Iran.
Yeah, USA had to win in order to progress, setting up a tense finish to the game with a tie having been enough to send Iran through instead. The result means USA advances alongside group winners England. Here's President Biden breaking the news on stage in Michigan yesterday.
U.S. 1, Iran 0, game over. USA, USA. That's a big game, man. When I spoke to the coach and the players, I said, you can do this. They went, they did it. God love them.
NBC News Foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from Doha. Megan, good to see you. Obviously, an exciting time for Team USA. I mean, the pressure was really on here. They ended up delivering in the end. Talk us through some of the big moments of the match. How did the team manage to win?
Guys, this was a stressful game. So within the first half, we saw star player Christian Pulisic score that goal. But then after that, he collided with the Iranian goalie. He's taken off the field, had to go to the hospital for some scans. We'll get into that, of course, later down the line. But now they're playing without their star player. What made it stressful is that the team, in the end, was eventually able to hold the Iranians all the way to the end to get the win. But all it took was for Iran to score one goal to tie the game, and then Iran would be advancing. But that, of course, is not how it went down. Team USA advancing to the next round on Saturday when they will play the Netherlands. Guys.
So you mentioned Christian Pulisic's injury. Everyone is asking right now, what are the chances he's going to be fit for the next game against the Netherlands? How big of a loss would it be for the team if he isn't able to play?
I know, Joe, that's the big question. It would be a major loss for the team. I mean, obviously, he's the one who scored the only goal that allowed Team USA to advance. So this is a big deal. And so they are doing everything they can to get him healthy and up to speed. Like I said, he went to the hospital yesterday for these scans. The official diagnosis is this pelvic contusion. Team USA says they are taking it day by day, trying to work with him to see if they can get him up to 100% on Saturday. All eyes are going to be on this game to see if he takes the field.
Megan, the final round of group stage matches continues today. What games should we be watching out for?
Yeah, exactly. So we've got a lot of things to look out for. First of all, France, favored to win this tournament, is going to be taking on Tunisia. One of the big games to look out for, I would say, is Argentina versus Poland. Of course, this is Lionel Messi's team, Argentina. Argentina also one of the powerhouses in soccer, but lost to Saudi Arabia in the beginning of this tournament. And we are going to be looking at Lionel Messi as he tries to get his first World Cup title. This is a player who's the best in the world, but doesn't have a World Cup title. So this should be an easy game for Argentina. But like I said, we've seen them lose to Saudi Arabia, one of the biggest upsets in World Cup history. So these should be some interesting games to watch tonight, guys.
All right, exciting stuff. Go Team USA. Megan, thank you so much.
Nothing seems to be easy at the World Cup right now. All right, 'tis the season for inflation. Millions of Americans are getting their homes and their pockets ready for the holidays this year. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff has more on the rising cost of your Christmas trees.
You do not know how good it smells out here right now, but it might smell good. The price doesn't look so good for a lot of Americans. There's 25 to 30 million Christmas trees that are sold across the country, I guess every single year. There are experts in this stuff. I am not one of them, but I've learned a lot overnight as I have scoured the streets of New York City for the best deals on Christmas trees. Farmers are hurting, consumers are hurting. Here's what you need to know.
With the holidays officially underway, many Americans will be getting into the spirit with the symbol of the season, a Christmas tree. Selecting a tree together, part of a family tradition for many.
There it is.
I kept checking, when can we go? When can we go? Yes, I'm excited.
At the Pine Valley Tree Farm in Maryland, the Underwood family has been planting and selling trees for over 7 decades.
This is the best time of the year for me because I get to see customers who have been coming here for 40, 50 years.
But like so many other things this year, inflation is impacting their pricing, and they have to pass it on to customers.
Fertilizer has doubled and tripled and quadrupled. Obviously, fuel costs have gone up tremendously, so that all affects your bottom line, as well as labor costs.
The Real Christmas Tree Board estimates prices are up between 5 and 15% this holiday season.
The retail price of a Christmas tree is going to vary widely by geographic location and, most importantly, how far you are from a major Christmas tree production area.
To get the best deal when selecting a tree, keep species in mind. Douglas firs and pine varieties are usually more affordable. Shop early in the season for the best selection. Compare prices and consider Cyber Week sales on an artificial tree to reuse year after year. Perhaps the #1 tip to save: don't buy too much tree.
Save room for several inches for the Christmas tree stand, and you can buy the tree that's the right size.
For everyone who celebrates the season, it's the Christmas spirit that brings people together.
And see how excited they are to be picking out their Christmas tree and how excited they are when they find that perfect tree for themselves.
And if you want to get crafty, I'm gonna get a little crafty out here. There's a couple things that you can do. You can make a wood tree. You can make a metal tree. Tabletop fabric is another option. There are people who are very good at this. You do not want to ask me to do this. You could also rent a potted tree, supposedly. $150 for a 5 to 6 foot one. You can take that into consideration as well. Happy tree hunting, everybody.
All right, Jacob, thank you so much. You got yours?
Oh, yeah.
And
big one too. 10 feet. It's
10 feet.
Yeah, yeah. I'm all about my Christmas
You live in a
tree,
palace.
you know. We have high ceilings for a New York City apartment for sure.
How do you decorate it that high? Lots of
a ladder.
ladders? Okay.
Yeah, and I actually don't have a star yet, so you know it's just kind of like sticking up at the top. It would be a very nice tree.
That high up, you might need a real star.
Yeah,
like all right.
I know. We actually didn't ask for that. We got it delivered because in New York, and they were like, instead of 8 or 9, it's 10 feet.
All
right.
right.
Like, well, good thing we do luckily have high ceilings. One thing we do have.
For you, happy Christmas in your place.
Thank you.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, washed out. Breaking overnight, severe weather is slamming the south with strong winds, heavy rain, and hail. We have the latest on the ground as tornado watches are issued in several states, plus where the storms could be headed next. Inside the controversy, we're learning new information this morning about that controversial dinner that former President Trump had with Kanye West and white nationalist Nick Fuentes. We're going to break down how the meeting happened and what it could all mean for Trump's presidential campaign. Alarming spread. Cases of the flu are already surging across the U.S. The CDC says we've seen more than 6 million confirmed cases so far. My doctors say this year could be worse than expected, and what you can do to keep your family safe. And winners at last. 2 ties nearly ended Team USA's World Cup dreams, but yesterday's thrilling victory over Iran has put the men's soccer team through to the next round. We're going to dig into how they came away with that win and what's next for Team USA in the knockout round of the World Cup. We've all become soccer fans.
I know, right? Yeah, exactly. Never seen soccer before. All of a sudden, I'm like, Team USA.
Exactly. We're going to dig deeper into it and relive the victory and all those positive feelings coming up in a little bit. We do want to begin with that dangerous weather in the south. This morning, 2 million people are waking up under a severe weather threat.
Yeah, so far more than 24 tornadoes have been reported in states like Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. And power companies work through the night to clear down lines and trees. We've got full team coverage of this severe system, and we'll let you know where it's headed next with meteorologist Michelle Grossman, of course. But we're going to begin on the ground with NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander. She's in Caledonia, Mississippi. Blaine, good morning to you. What are you seeing out there this morning?
Well, Savannah, good morning to you. You know, we just got here to Caledonia. This threat was so widespread. It was spanning a number of states across the area. But this town here, just close to the Alabama border, really kind of what last night's storms had to offer. I'm going to show you one of the things that we've seen. This is a fire station in Lowndes County Fire Department number 2. I just spoke with the emergency management director of this county, of Lowndes County, and he tells me that by and large, this is not as that is what they were expecting. But there were still some buildings like this one that did sustain a lot of damage. This was a fire station. He told me that there was actually a fire truck right here in this area that had to be cut out. All of the metal kind of collapsed around it and is probably going to have to undergo some repairs in order to get back in service. You see that the roof has been blown off. Savannah, I can tell you from growing up in Oklahoma, you know, you get very used to the telltale signs of when severe weather has blown through. And as I came into Caledonia this morning, I could certainly see that. You see debris, you see different things like this debris around the ground. I understand, according to the emergency management director, that there are about 15 or 20 so buildings that were involved, some of them homes. You know, a church nearby had the steeple blown off. But again, we can't say this enough. As for the threat that we were expecting across states, this certainly is not as bad as it could have been. And that's very fortunate for so many people, Savannah.
Oh, absolutely. Very good news. And the fact that there have been no reports of casualties at this point, which we'll talk about in just a minute, is also great news and a testament to what you're saying there. Obviously, also, Blaine's signal with us has taken a little bit of hits because of the difficult area she's in. But we can still hear you, Blaine. Now, the National Weather Service did describe this as a particularly dangerous weather system. I mean, but this region's no stranger to extreme weather, and it wasn't quite as bad, which is all good news. So how are people, especially who are waking up at daylight now, handling what they're seeing from this storm?
Well, I think for people here, they're really kind of trying to get their bearings, right? If there is damage around. So far, we know that we're going to continue to see the full extent of this damage as the sun continues to rise. There were about 22 or so reported sightings of tornadoes across this entire storm system. So what we're going to see today are people from the National Weather Service really kind of going out and surveying, just trying to see whether tornadoes did touch down, what that looks like, how extreme they were, and really kind of get the full scope of what this picture looked like. Now, as for here in Caledonia, Mississippi, I talked with the director, and he told me that, yeah, he's going around talking to people, trying to, of course, help the people who were displaced. He said that there were several homes that were just completely leveled, of course, trying to get them the resources that they need as they work to kind of rebuild and survey everything today, Savannah.
Blaine, also, you know, we know these nocturnal tornadoes are historically 2.5 times actually more deadly than those that happen during the day. But as I mentioned, no reports of casualties. What are officials saying about the storm and exactly how bad it was, and that fact that, you know, luckily nobody seems to have been killed?
And I think that really is the most amazing thing in all of this. We all went to bed last night knowing that 17 million people were in the paths of these storms, that they were largely expected to come after sundown. So typically, of course, that means that they're harder to see. You can't see as much at night. If power is knocked out, you're talking about situations where you're in complete blackness, and the alarms sometimes only give a few minutes warning. So this really could be a terrifying situation for so many people. So, Savannah, the fact that we've seen no reports of serious injuries, no reports of deaths, it certainly is good news today, and that's what a lot of officials are saying as well.
Absolutely. Blaine Alexander, thank you so much, and stay safe.
Let's get more on that southern storm and all your morning news now, weather.
Yeah, that means it's time to head to Michelle Grossman so she can let us know where it's headed. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. And it's headed towards the southeast. So we're still looking at strong storms this morning. We're starting to transition out of that severe weather to plain heavy rain. But we still do have the threat for severe storms as we go throughout the next few hours. That is in the southeast. We're looking at rain and wind in the northeast, New England, mid-Atlantic, into the Carolinas. Looking really good in the middle of the country. Nice and dry. It's chilly, though, in the northern plains. Temperatures in the teens, 20s, below freezing in many spots. And we're cool down to portions of Texas, also Oklahoma and Kansas. Rain and mountain snow into the Pacific Northwest. This isn't another system. So remember, 3 days ago, this was the system that came all the way across to the east. So we're going to have another cross-country system that we're going to be watching. And we're looking at the chance for mountain snow up to 2 feet in some spots. This is what it looks like on radar right now. You can still see lots of lightning, although it's getting less. We're getting less the atmosphere is getting less conducive for really strong storms. But we still still could see some storms with winds gusting to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail, could even see the chance of a few more tornadoes. We do have a tornado watch in some spots for the next couple of hours. Also really heavy rain, so you can't discount that because we're looking at flash flooding in spots. We had roads closed in Atlanta, and that will be the case as we go throughout the next couple of hours, even into the afternoon, evening hours before it completely clears the coast. So in terms of any severe weather as we go throughout the next couple of hours, winds could gust near 60 miles per hour, especially where you see this yellow here. That includes Tallahassee. Also a few isolated tornadoes, if not strong thunderstorms, and the risk of hail, but that is low. Really, we're going to see damaging winds as the greatest risk, and also really heavy rain. There's that cold front that moves off to the east. We're looking at soaking rainfall in the northeast this morning, strong winds this afternoon as the front goes by. You're going to feel that. And then back behind this cold front with those really strong winds, it's going to get colder. It's frigid back to portions of the northern plains, the Intermountain West, with temperatures in the teens and 20s. And you're going to feel the difference tomorrow, even in portions of the northeast and also the mid-Atlantic. So here's your rainfall forecast, because that's going to be the big story as we go throughout the afternoon hours. We're looking at pockets of heavy rain where you see those brighter colors, especially the Gulf Coast states, the southeast, into portions of Maine, upstate New York, interior portions of Pennsylvania. You could see pockets of heavy rain. We saw 1 to 2 inches in some spots. We could add an inch or two. Then as the rain starts this morning in portions of the northeast, we're going to see some heavy rain as well. The winds will be a big story as well. 34 million people impacted by either a wind advisory or a high wind warning. The high wind warning is in purple, so Watertown, along with some snow. I'll show you that in just a minute. And parts of Maine, we could see some power outages with trees down. And that's because we're going to see winds gusting up to 50 miles per hour, even 60 miles per hour in some spots. Notice Portland, Springfield, Rochester, even into the 40s in Scranton, also New York City. So we're watching for those trees to come down on the limbs, and also isolated power outages. We still have some leaves on the trees, and that helps to bring those limbs down a little bit faster. Those cold winds are going to blow over the warm lake waters. That's going to enhance some lake effect snow. So where you see the pinks and purples south of Watertown, they get all that snow just 2 weeks or a week and a half ago. We're looking up to 8 inches in some spots. That includes portions of Lake Ontario, downwind of Lake Erie. So that's a big story. But here's the good news. We're looking at Christmas in Rockefeller Center tonight. So exciting. And we want the weather to cooperate. It looks like the cold front is moving faster than expected yesterday. So we do expect it to be dry at least by 8 to 10 p.m. Partly cloudy skies, but it's going to be a little blustery. Temperatures in the 40s, starting out in the 50s, into the low 40s by the end of the event. Winds gusting to 40 miles per hour. It's going to feel closer to 30s in some spots. You might want to layer up if you're lucky enough to go. Now, as we head towards the Pacific Northwest, here's another West Coast storm. This is going to be our next cross-country storm, bringing heavy rain, wind, mountain snow into California. Feet of snow for the Cascades and also the Sierra Mountains. Where you see the blue, that is the snow. The darker colors, again, the yellows, reds, oranges, that's the heaviest rain. So even into portions of Southern California, we're looking at much needed rain from San Francisco to Los Angeles, and it looks like they're going to get that as we head throughout today. Winter alerts stretch from the Pacific Northwest into Northern California, Central California, Intermountain West, and also portions of the Rockies. 5 million people impacted. We have winter weather advisories in white. Winter storm warnings are in your blue, and winter storm watches, that's in the blue. Winter storm warnings are in pink. So, guys, we're going to see the heaviest along the coast of California, and again, could see feet of snow, but that's good news for the skiers. They want that out west.
They will take it. It's that time of year.
Yep. Oh, my gosh. I'm tired after listening to these forecasts these past few days.
Oh.
Yes, busy.
But you know what? Last week was quiet. I sort of feel like the holiday week was quiet.
Yeah.
This is sort of what we're paying for.
Exactly. Yes, we're grateful for that. All right, thanks, Michelle. Now we're just a week away from that crucial Senate runoff race in Georgia that will determine the extent of Democrats' majority in the Senate. Many voters have already cast their ballots with record-breaking early voting, actually. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard has the latest from the campaign trail.
With 1 week until Georgia's critical Senate runoff, there's already a massive turnout of early voters. More than 300,000 on Monday alone, a record.
Let's get this thing done.
Democratic incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock trying to hold on to his U.S. Senate seat and fend off Republican challenger Herschel Walker.
I am heartened by the robust turnout that we are seeing, but I don't want us to get too comfortable. These elections tend to be very close. Every vote counts.
Walker speaking on Newsmax Monday, saying he expects to win big.
Being in a runoff is something I think I was built for. I think Raphael went out a little bit surprised after spending the amount of money that he spent.
In the general election, Walker got public support from former President Trump. This time, he's getting help from recently re-elected Republican Governor Brian Kemp. Kemp got 200,000 more votes than Walker earlier this month. Walker will need some of those votes this time around, something even Walker's supporters are skeptical of.
Mr. Warnock is a wonderful individual, and I fully expect that he will win.
And as somebody who's voting for Herschel Walker, why do you say that?
Realism.
Why is Georgia going to vote for Raphael Warnock?
Mainly Mr. Trump. It astounds me how much we have let the Republican Party be influenced by Mr. Trump. There are a lot of Republicans who wish Mr. Trump well, and may he truly stay away from us.
Now, Trump has no plans to campaign with Walker this last week. Democrats will already maintain control of the U.S. Senate next year, but a Warnock win would give them cushion.
I voted for Raphael Warnock because I seen the change that he been making, helping people with the medicine stuff like that, elder people and stuff, because it costs so much for them to get their insulin stuff, and those people really need it. So it was important to come out and vote.
That's exactly what Warnock needs. On Monday, Dave Matthews performed in a campaign concert in Atlanta, and on Thursday, Warnock hosts former President Obama for the second time.
Our thanks to Von Hilliard for that report. Now, according to new data from Ad Impact, Democrats have outspent Republicans 2-to-1 in TV, radio, and digital ad spending, with more than $36 million since Election Day.
Today, the University of Idaho will hold a campus-wide vigil to honor the memory of the 4 students who were murdered there. This as police continue to search for a suspect. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Moscow, Idaho, with the latest. Morgan, good morning.
Yeah, Joe, good morning. And there is rising concern and in some cases outright fear over the lack of information that this ongoing investigation has produced. So far, no murder suspect named, no murder weapon recovered. And now, as the memorial for those 4 slain students grows, there are students all across this state planning to pay tribute as this investigation deepens. Outside the home that's now a crime scene, police towing away 5 snow-covered vehicles that haven't been driven in weeks. Police say the cars are being moved to a secure location to continue processing evidence. While on campus, students say the unsolved murders are weighing heavy on their minds.
I have an evening class that I go walk to in the dark and come home from in the dark, and I have my roommates take me to that now.
In the early morning hours of November 13th, police say Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonzalez were stabbed to death in their shared home. A mother who lives across the street says she was home but didn't hear anything suspicious.
I was actually breastfeeding, but it was quiet, and I was exhausted, so I could have very easily missed something.
This evening, the victims' lives are being remembered with a candlelight vigil on campus. Colleges and universities across the state are also coming together at the same time to support the victims and their loved ones, including the College of Eastern Idaho.
It's just so hard to see the struggle that they're going through and the pain that they have.
The shocking crime even rattling students at other schools.
The main thing that I'm hearing from students is they're remembering to lock their doors. They're remembering to watch over their friends when they're traveling to and from campus.
Police have not made an arrest nor found the murder weapon. A frustrating dearth of information for the devastated families.
They're kind of just telling me that they can't tell me much, which is frustrating.
Investigators say they've conducted 150 interviews and processed more than 100 pieces of evidence, received more than 1,000 tips, including rumors Kaylee might have had a stalker.
This is a criminal investigation, and so we can't throw all of our cards on the table and tell everybody everything that we have.
A community in fear coming together to grieve the loss of 4 young lives. Now, investigators have stressed that as this investigation goes on, they will not be releasing tips or any details as they learn them, but they have shared some of the people they have ruled out of being involved in this crime so far, mentioning that there were 2 roommates inside the home when this crime took place, that they are not considered suspects, nor is the male individual that 2 of the students called in the early morning hours of November 13th. As they search for suspects, they say, please be patient. But as you can imagine, Joe, with so many unanswered questions, this community only becoming more on edge as this goes on.
All right, Morgan Chesky in Idaho. Morgan, thank you.
And now let's head to Washington and get the latest on that threat of a possible rail strike. The House is expected to act quickly to try to end it after President Biden called on Congress to intervene. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has more on what could happen now.
Rare bipartisan agreement that the lame duck Congress must intervene to head off a potentially crippling rail strike on December 9th. From the president,
it's not an easy call, but I think we have to do it. The economy's at risk.
To the Republican Senate Minority Leader.
I think some may be inclined to vote against it, and others are arguing that the economic price doing that is too great.
The showdown comes after 8 unions agreed to a White House brokered deal with freight rail operators, but 4 unions voted no. If one goes on strike, they all do. Congress has the authority to impose a deal, but Democrats risk alienating a core constituency.
I don't like going against the ability of unions to strike, but weighing the equities, we must avoid a strike.
The chief concern, a rail strike could cost the economy anywhere from $500 million a week to $2 billion a day, depending on who is doing the analysis. Stalling the supply chain filled with everything from food to fertilizers, clothing to appliances, car parts to Christmas gifts.
When you look around your house, the majority of items that are in your home came on rail.
Some commuter railroads and Amtrak could also be affected. The White House negotiated deal offers the unions a 24% pay hike, though many workers say it still fails to provide sufficient time off or paid sick leave.
It doesn't matter how much money you make if you can't spend time at home or you can't be homesick.
But the unions may soon have a contract that many actually voted against, with the House expected to act first thing in the morning to end a strike before it even starts. There is an irony here, and that is that 30 years ago, the country was facing a similar potential rail strike. And at the time, Senator Biden voted against Congress intervening. Now, as president, he is pushing Congress to intervene, arguing that the economy, the supply chain, is very much on the line. Back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you.
To the World Cup now, where Team USA is moving on to the knockout round after beating Iran. The score, 1-0.
Yeah, the win sees USA advance alongside group winners England, who beat Wales in the other match by 3-0. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from Doha. Megan, great to have you again. So a big win here for Team USA. How'd they do it, and how significant is this moment for U.S. soccer?
Yeah, guys, this is a huge moment. All of the U.S. and especially these players have been waiting nearly a decade for this. We've not seen the men's team take the field in a World Cup tournament for 8 years. And so what we saw yesterday was really an amazing game. Stressful for sure. I mean, in the first half, we saw star player Christian Pulisic score that first goal and then colliding with the Iranian goalie. He then had to be taken off the field. He went to the hospital to get some scans. But then what made it stressful is that we saw Team USA holding off the Iranians throughout the entire second half. But all it would take is the Iranians to score 1 goal to tie the game, and then this would be a different direction. We would see the Iranians advancing to the next round. But that's not what happened. Of course, we know Team USA is going to be taking on the Netherlands on Saturday, guys.
Let's be clear. American fans are there in person where you are. I know you've been speaking with them. I've got to imagine they're in a pretty good mood.
Oh, gosh, guys, they are so excited. We were there as they were walking out of the stadium yesterday. It was just an electric environment. This is what they came all the way out here for, thousands of miles away, to see Team USA pull off the win. I wanted to hear what they had to say. It's amazing. We've waited 8 years for this, to be back in a World Cup. How did it feel for you? Great.
Fantastic. Great results. We're moving on.
Guys, how far is Team USA going?
Oh, I think we're going to beat Holland, and we'll see what happens in the quarters.
Freedom always wins.
So, listen, what did it feel like when they scored that goal?
I felt amazing. I haven't felt that feeling in quite a long time. It was fantastic. I'm glad Pulisic is okay, and I'm excited to beat the Netherlands in a round of 16. Here we go, USA, baby, undefeated.
Exactly. All eyes on Saturday's game when Team USA squares off against the Netherlands, guys.
Here we go, USA, baby.
I mean, Captain America is there.
Yeah,
I mean, his shield is getting smaller. That must be the travel size shield. But, yeah.
All right. Yes, that allowed. This one that's allowed in the stadium.
Yeah, right.
Megan, thanks so much.
Coming up on Morning News Now, it's a royal return to the U.S. for Prince William and Duchess Kate.
We'll have the latest on where the couple's headed during their trip to the U.S. when we come back.
The storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Folks in Boston might be practicing their curtsies. I'm not going to do that for you right now because they are getting some special royal visitors today. Prince William and Kate are going to be there announcing the winners of some environmental awards. And NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now from Boston Harbor with more. Keir, good morning to you. I think Keir can't hear us right now. Let's go to our package with Keir.
8 years since they took New York by storm, William and Kate returning to the US today for their first overseas trip as Prince and Princess of Wales. Walking in the footsteps of his mother, the late Diana, Princess of Wales, whose trips to America were a sensation, famously dancing with John Travolta.
I think they're very excited.
Their visit all the more symbolic, just months after the death of Queen Elizabeth, the British ambassador tells us this morning.
You know, we saw these amazing outpourings of affection and warmth and respect from Americans all over the country when the Queen died. And if you like, here are the Queen's grandson and his wife come to renew and carry on the friendship and admiration for America that the Queen instilled and embodied.
The focal point on Friday, Williams Earthshot Awards, a star-studded event celebrating work to tackle climate change, while Catherine will focus on her passion, early child development. Their first trip to the US as a newly married couple in 2011 was to California, now home to Harry and Meghan, Duke and Duchess of Sussex. There are no plans for the two couples to meet as they did in the wake of the Queen's death, but the very fact that the brothers won't see each other will inevitably raise fresh doubts about their strained relationship.
And Joe, I think you lost me there at the beginning. We're here in Boston Harbor, home of the Boston Tea Party. I guess the ghosts from a few hundred years ago are sabotaging this British guy. Listen, the royal couple will not want to turn this into a kind of beauty contest between them and Harry and Meghan. They will want to focus on their causes. I think, though, too, they will have a little bit of fun. You might expect them to see them at a basketball game at some point in the next 3 days.
All right, that'd be fun.
There you go.
All right. No ghosts there. All right.
Yeah,
Keir
exactly.
Simmons.
All right.
Thank
Keir
you so much.
Simmons, we love this British guy. Thanks, Keir. Now to more international news. China's former president, who guided the country's rise on the global stage, has passed away at the age of 96.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joined us from Rome with that and other international headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, according to China's official news agency, the former president Jiang Zemin died aged 93 in Shanghai today due to leukemia and multiple organ failure. Now, he ruled over China for 13 years through a time of enormous changes. He led the country out of isolation after the Tiananmen Square pro-democracy protest in 1989. He oversaw China's rise to economic power and the return of Hong Kong from British rule in 1997. But while his government helped modernize China, it also stamped out dissidents and jailed human rights and pro-democracy activists. Now let's go to Ukraine, where as temperatures are plummeting and many are still without electricity after Russia repeatedly bombed the country's energy infrastructure, the U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken announced $53 million in assistance to help restore Ukraine's power grid. NATO's Secretary General recently accused Vladimir Putin of weaponizing winter by leaving millions of Ukrainians in the dark at a time when temperatures are expected to go below freezing. And let's move to El Salvador, where following concerns that the country could default on its own debt, on Tuesday the government announced a second buyback of its sovereign debt bonds. El Salvador last year became the first country to make Bitcoin a legal tender, but since then the value of the cryptocurrency has plummeted. Joe, Savannah?
All right, awesome, Claudia. Thank you so much. Now, flu season is just starting up, but cases are already exploding across the country.
We're going to tell you why it's spreading so early and how you can stay safe this winter when we come back.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Welcome back. One of social media's top models is opening up about her health battles. Hailey Bieber is sharing to her millions of followers that she's currently dealing with an ovarian cyst. It's shining a spotlight on a health issue that impacts at least 10% of women. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson brings us that story.
Cover girl, entrepreneur, red carpet staple. 26-year-old Hailey Baldwin Bieber and her superstar husband Justin generate intense interest. This morning, she is sharing some health news with her 49.3 million followers on Instagram. Bieber posting she has a large ovarian cyst that she says is the size of an apple. She writes, "I don't have endometriosis or PCOS, polycystic ovary syndrome, but I have gotten an ovarian cyst a few times, and it's never fun." Bieber says the cyst makes her achy and feel nauseous and bloated and crampy and emotional. And to those who might speculate it's something else, she writes, "Not a baby." Bieber's news doctors say will help others.
I think it's great to talk about it because I think many patients don't talk about it. So many people don't even know that ovarian cysts can happen every month.
Ovarian cysts are common in women of reproductive age and most of the time go away without treatment. Health officials say it's time to see the doctor when there is sudden severe abdominal or pelvic pain, pain with fever or vomiting, or signs of shock such as cold, clammy skin, rapid breathing, lightheadedness, or weakness.
She's okay. She's good. She's strong.
Justin Bieber speaking out about his wife after she had a mini stroke earlier this year. The TIA, as it's called, was caused by a small hole in her heart that required surgery.
It went very smoothly. I'm recovering really well, really fast. I feel great.
Then in June, Justin was diagnosed with Ramsay-Hunt syndrome, which can cause facial paralysis.
As you can see, this eye is not blinking. I can't smile on this side of my face.
The pop star ultimately postponed his Justice World Tour, saying he needed to make his health a priority.
Our thanks to Ann Thompson for that report. Hailey Bieber did not share what, if any, treatment she will undergo. Other health news now. CDC figures show that more than 6 million Americans have already caught the flu since the start of the season, with nearly 3,000 deaths.
Yeah, according to the agency, the flu arrived early this year and it is expected to be worse than in years past. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sal joins us on set now with more. Dr. Sal, always great to have you with us. So why is this flu season worse?
Good morning, guys. Yeah, so the short answer is we don't know. But the long answer and the fun answer is there's a little, theories about what might be going on. And, it's something called population immunity. Because of COVID, because we were masking and social distancing and staying away from grandma, doing all those things, our level of immunity against the flu may have dropped, and that may be one reason that it's hitting us harder. Now, it is hitting us about 4 to 6 weeks earlier, and the reason we're concerned about that is a lot of people wait to get their flu shots, and if you wait and the flu season hits earlier, you can see why that can be a little problematic.
Yeah.
We know hospitals have been overwhelmed with cases of COVID, of flu, of RSV, what we've called the triple-demic. I mean, where do things stand with that right now?
So there's good news and bad news. The good news is Dr. Ashish Jha, the White House COVID-19 response coordinator, thinks that RSV may have peaked a little bit, that we may be going to see RSV cases decline. The bad news is we are starting to see some upticks in COVID cases, and we worry about another winter surge. And it doesn't look like the flu is going anywhere anytime soon either. Now, there is something, a little fun term, if you want to impress somebody at a holiday party, called viral interference. And all that means is that, one virus may take center stage while the others kind of take a back seat. And that's one thing we're going to be watching for. Do all three of them hit hard, or does one kind of dominate at a time?
Yeah, a little doctor humor there. Impress somebody with viral interference. I love it. All right, what can we do to try to protect ourselves? How can we stay safe?
It's going to sound like a broken record. It's the vaccine, especially for the flu and for COVID-19. You really want to make sure that if you are somebody who's high risk, you are getting vaccinated. But other things we always talk about, wash your hands, stay home if you're sick. And, it's okay to bring that mask back. I know nobody really wears them anymore. But if you are somebody who's concerned about getting sick, bring back that mask, especially the ones like the N95, on your commute to work or whatever it is.
Still see a decent amount of people wearing them on the New York subway.
On the subway,
including
definitely.
us. So,
all right. Dr. Sal, thank you so much. Great to have you here.
Coming up on Morning News Now, all those food recipes you see on TikTok might not be so good for you.
We'll explain how the social media app is creating a negative diet culture for young adults. That's next.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Now to the latest on that controversial dinner former President Trump had last week with rapper Ye and white nationalist Nick Fuentes.
New reporting from NBC News is shedding a light on the inside story of what happened during that meeting at Trump's Mar-a-Lago club. For more on this, let's bring in NBC News senior national political reporter Mark Caputo. Mark, good morning to you. So, first of all, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell was asked about the meeting. Here's what he said, and then we'll talk about it on the other side.
First, let me just say that there is no room in the Republican Party for anti-Semitism or white supremacy. And anyone meeting with people advocating that point of view, in my judgment, are highly unlikely to ever be elected President of the United States.
All right, so Mark, let's start in the beginning. Explain to us why Ye was at Mar-a-Lago to begin with, how the encounter take place, and how does Nick Fuentes then come into the picture?
A long story. Basically, as Ye was getting canceled for his virulently anti-Semitic remarks, he and Donald Trump were in greater contact. They had been friends. And at a certain point, they agreed to have a dinner. It wound up being the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. Now, Ye, sort of unbeknownst to Trump, who apparently wasn't paying attention, according to sources that we've spoken to, was planning to run for president, and Trump didn't know it. And according to people who are associated with Ye, they had decided to come there and sort of confront Trump and say, hey, you've kind of lost your way in the Republican Party. You're not standing up for the January Sixers, who are, incarcerated and who stand trial. You need to give them more money. You're not the same insurgent candidate you were in 2016. You're an establishment bore. And then Ye also dropped the bomb on Donald Trump saying, I'm going to run for president. Why don't you be my running mate? Which apparently angered Donald Trump. And the dinner eventually ended. Now, according to both sides, Trump didn't know who Nick Fuentes was when he met Ye and 3 others, including Fuentes, the white nationalist in this case. Nevertheless, the former president invited everyone to have dinner with him out on the patio. This was widely seen. It soon leaked, and now Donald Trump's campaign is in total damage control mode.
So, Mark, in your reporting, you talk about how Trump was, the quote here is, essentially tricked by the rapper and his guests. There were a couple other people who also ended up at the table, one whose role was sort of to give them a ride there and then ended up staying for dinner. Talk to us about the role that this particular political advisor to Ye says he played in having this particular group get to meet with Trump and then kind of hope that they sat down at the dinner table.
Well, Milo Yiannopoulos is the kind of the de facto campaign manager for the non-existing campaign. And he was the one who said he sort of helped put it together, bring Nick Fuentes along with Trump or send him along with Trump, and also have Karen Giorno, a former Trump advisor, pick Ye up from the airport, drive them there, and eventually kind of get them through the gates at Mar-a-Lago. You see, Nick Fuentes wasn't apparently on a list to be able to get in. It's a private members-only club. There's not only private security, there's also sort of Secret Service lying around or standing around, and they're doing their job. Nevertheless, security and access is controlled by the private club's private security. So Karen Giorno, the Trump advisor, was able to sort of talk her way in and bring along Nick Fuentes. Now, it probably helped that she had a rap superstar and a very well-known character in culture to sort of help her get through the gates with him. But that's sort of how they all wound up there together. And then, again, they had planned Milo Yiannopoulos, according to him, Nick Fuentes, according to him, and Ye to sort of spring this trap on Trump. Karen Giorno said she didn't know much about that. She was just sort of an accidental guest who wound up being a chauffeur that wound up at dinner.
You mentioned the Secret Service quickly here. I mean, they're distancing themselves from what happened last week. Why is that?
Well, it doesn't look very good if, a white nationalist. I mean, this guy, Nick Fuentes, has said pretty terrible things about Holocaust and race. There's a reason he's been deplatformed from a variety of social media channels. And they're saying, look, this is a private club. They're in charge of it. You can't blame us for this. The club is not commenting.
All right, Mark, thank you so much for your reporting. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now to financial news. AMC Networks is planning significant layoffs in the coming days.
NBC's Silvana Henao joins us for that and other financial headlines. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah, Joe, good morning to you. Well, AMC Networks is planning significant layoffs. That's according to a memo sent to employees Tuesday. The memo came shortly after the company announced that CEO Christina Spade would be stepping down from her role less than 3 months after being promoted to the position. The layoffs are expected to impact about 20% of AMC Networks' U.S. staff. AMC has been home to many popular TV shows, including Mad Men, The Walking Dead, and Breaking Bad. But the layoffs and the CEO departure come as the company faces losses from cord cutting and a toughening ad market. Twitter is rolling back its COVID misinformation policy. A recent update posted to the social network's blog said that effective November 23rd, the company would no longer enforce the removal or tagging of misleading health information related to COVID-19. The rollback comes amid concerns of Twitter's ability to fight misinformation after new owner Elon Musk vastly downsized staff, including those involved in content moderation. And the battle over grocery giants Kroger and Albertsons' proposed merger is heating up. On Tuesday, lawmakers questioned leaders from both companies over concerns about whether the deal would decrease competition and potentially increase already high food prices for consumers. Kroger CEO Rodney McMullen defended the deal, arguing that even as a combined company, Kroger and Albertsons would still be small compared to Walmart, Costco, and Amazon. Kroger announced plans back in October to acquire Albertsons in a nearly $25 billion deal. McMullen told lawmakers the grocers plan to invest $500 million to lower prices as part of the merger, guys.
All right. Thank you so much, Silvana.
Got it. Be some good news. Lower prices there.
There you go. This morning, we are taking a closer look at the impact TikTok is having on young people, specifically how teens and young adults look at food.
Yeah, researchers at the University of Vermont found that the most popular food content on TikTok, quote, perpetuates a toxic diet culture among teens and young adults, and that much of what's being shown has not been vetted by experts.
Joining us now to discuss this is Associate Professor for the University of Vermont, Lizzie Pope. Dr. Pope, good to have you with us. You were a senior researcher for this study. Walk us through what you found about how TikTok you think is influencing young people's views of food and their eating habits.
Yeah, thanks for having me. What we found was that of the 1,000 videos that we watched from TikTok, many of them glorified weight loss. They used food as a means to achieving health and wellness, not just for the joy that eating can bring. And they really did not portray expert voices in the field. By and large, the creators of the videos were young, female, white women. And so that to us seemed of note because TikTok is used by so many young people, and eating disorders we know have been on the rise during the pandemic and are a big concern in the TikTok user demographic.
So, Dr. Pope, we know it's not just TikTok that's been criticized for promoting negative body image. There was, of course, what happened last year with Instagram. They apologized for their weight loss content and some other things that sort of aimed at young women that they eventually apologized for in those leaked documents. What can these platforms do to try to fix this issue? And can teens and young adults create a more positive outlook on food and their body image?
Yeah, that's a great question. And TikTok has done some to try to combat the toxic effects of diet culture on their app. They have warnings on certain hashtags. Like we looked at the "What I Eat in a Day" hashtag, and now that hashtag carries a warning that that links teens to resources from the National Eating Disorder Association. So the apps are doing some to combat this, but really I think it's about changing our general culture around food, exercise, weight, and dismantling diet culture at every level. And teens can be part of that change. When I teach college students, I see that they are ready to reject diet culture and to look at food, nutrition, and their bodies in a different way. And that's really exciting. I think that the change on these apps will come from the users being sick of seeing diet culture.
It's good to hear some of what you're talking about there. I mean, we know the University of Vermont's Nutrition Food Sciences Department is taking a new approach to trying to address the weight-conscious mindset. Walk us through what that's about.
Yeah, we at UVM, we are teaching nutrition and dietetics through a weight-inclusive approach, which basically means that we don't see weight as a health indicator in and of itself. We see health behaviors as being more important than someone's weight and whether they're going to be healthy, and that people can choose whether to pursue health or not. So when we're teaching nutrition from this mindset, we're thinking about health at every size and how bodies of every size can be healthy. We're thinking about combating anti-fat bias and the negative health impacts that form of discrimination has on people. And we're thinking about including all foods in a dietary pattern and not moralizing foods as good or bad. So at UVM, that's how we're starting to teach nutrition and dietetics and hoping that that's going to make a big difference in future practitioners of dietetics.
Best to have you guys reaching out to the young people.
Absolutely.
All right, Professor Lizzie Pope, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Yeah, really important stuff.
Thank you for having me.
Coming up on Morning News Now, a family reunion decades in the making.
One woman who was kidnapped as a child was able to reunite with her biological family with the help of a DNA test. We're going to have that amazing story next.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. We love a space story and a scientific discovery here on Morning News Now. And this has got both. When researchers examined one of the biggest meteorites ever discovered, they found two substances that have never been seen on Earth before. 2.5 ounces of samples were sliced off the 16.5-ton, meteorite that was found back in 2020. Researchers at the University of Alberta made the discovery. And one of the newly discovered minerals has been named L-aliyite after the place in Somalia where it was found. The other has been named Elkins tantanite after one of the NASA investigators. Researchers are hoping with further testing they'll get a glimpse at how meteoroids are formed and what other uses there are for these new minerals on our planet.
Very cool.
Very
beautiful, aren't they?
Yeah, it actually was kind of cool. Just the density look of it.
The widely used anti-anxiety drug Xanax has attracted controversy, and a new Netflix documentary is raising questions about its overuse and safety.
Yeah, here's Today co-host Chanel Jones with more.
There's this huge Xanax crisis.
Now we're seeing younger and younger age groups not only being prescribed benzodiazepines, but being kept on them.
In interviews with experts and patients of all ages and backgrounds, Take Your Pills Xanax takes a hard look at one of America's favorite anxiety drugs.
3 or 4 minutes later, it was like I was normal again.
And for me, you can almost feel it kick in with a click, which was why it felt like such a magic elixir to me.
I think a huge desire for a lot of people, especially in our generation, needing a quick fix.
The Netflix documentary, executive produced by Christina Schwarzenegger and her mom, NBC special anchor Maria Shriver, is a sequel to their 2018 film, Take Your Pills, which looked at abuse of the ADHD drug Adderall.
Everybody takes Adderall. Everyone.
Now, with anxiety rates soaring, this mother-daughter duo felt the time was right to focus a lens on the risks of Xanax, prescribed to nearly 17 million people in 2020 alone.
People are scared. They're scared about the climate. They're scared about our politics. They're scared about their job. And there is Xanax, and people can buy it on social media. They can get it from their doctor. And many of the doctors were saying, people come in here and then they'll write me a terrible review if I don't give them something.
The film finds some doctors cave to the pressure and prescribe patients Xanax for years. But experts say it's only designed for short-term use. And the longer you take it, the higher the risk of getting hooked.
Knowing what I know now, I would never have taken that first prescription.
Christina says though she's never taken Xanax, this project was inspired by her own experience with anxiety.
I actually ran into a therapist recently, which was really fun. And I said, I don't know, I'm kind of having anxiety in my life right now. I've never really struggled with that. And he's like, Christina, you had debilitating anxiety.
I have 4 kids. I hear a lot about Xanax, and the easy access that young people have today to these drugs is terrifying.
The documentary features cases like 16-year-old Sammy Chapman, son of the famous relationship therapist Dr. Laura Berman. Last year, Sammy died after taking Xanax he had bought online that was laced with fentanyl. His devastated parents spoke out on Today.
I went into his room and he was on the floor and gone.
The film also looks at how our society copes with anxiety and explores alternative treatments to drugs.
Look at anxiety as not something that necessarily has to be medicated, but that's something to work with that's a common part of life.
Our thanks to Chanel Jones for that report, and that new documentary, Take Your Pills, debuts on Netflix today. Finally this hour, Together Again, a home DNA test helped to crack one of the country's oldest unsolved kidnapping cases.
And it ended one family's decades-long search for their daughter just in time for the holidays. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro has their story.
Okay, you open for the door.
A reunion 51 years in the making.
Alta Apatenko hugging her daughter Melissa for the first time in decades. The now 53-year-old was kidnapped in 1971 at her parents' home in the Dallas-Fort Worth area when she was just 21 months old. Her mother says she put an ad in the paper for a babysitter and hired a woman without ever meeting her. When she was at work, her roommate handed Melissa over to that woman, who never returned with the baby.
Do you think you'll see Melissa again?
Well, I can't give up hope. I've got to keep hoping, I guess. I want to see her. I've got to see her again. I just can't give up hope.
Throughout the years, the Highsmiths never lost hope, following lead after lead, doing countless interviews and even a podcast.
I would love to see Melissa again. It wouldn't be the same, of course. All those years missed. But if I can ever talk to her again, that would be wonderful.
Happy 53rd birthday, sis! The family holding their annual vigil just this month to celebrate Melissa's 53rd birthday.
Today is about bringing people together to honor and celebrate her and hope that we can be reunited with her one day.
But what they didn't know, that reunion was right around the corner. A DNA test helping track down Melissa, who had been living just minutes away from them for most of her life, never even knowing she had been kidnapped.
We are so happy, you guys, to have our sister home. We thought this would never happen.
Her sister Victoria says their mother had done several DNA tests before and they all came back negative. But this time, a 23andMe test was a match to one of Melissa's children.
We found it through her children. My mother and father submitted it to Ancestry and 3andMe, and 3 weeks within them submitting it, we found my sister. It was like boom, boom, boom.
Melissa and her parents sitting down with CBS Dallas as she pieced together the first few years of her life.
It is overwhelming, but at the same time, it's just the most wonderful feeling in the world.
And in this video posted to social media, Melissa meeting her biological dad, showing her photos of her 4 siblings, including some born after her disappearance that she has never met.
It's just amazing meeting her. When I met her for the first time, it was like looking into myself. She looks like me. She looks like us. She looks like all of us. And she's overjoyed to be in our life.
Our family in the last 3 or 4 days have just been so excited and filled with joy and tears and laughter.
The family making up for lost years, celebrating the holidays together for the first time ever.
My family hasn't celebrated a Christmas all together with all of us in over 20 years. This will be the first Christmas that every single member of our family will be there. It's the best Christmas gift ever.
Quite the gift. Our thanks to Valerie Castro for that story. Right now, investigators say they do not know what happened to the woman who's accused of kidnapping Melissa. In a statement to NBC News, the Fort Worth Police Department said an arrest cannot be made because the criminal statute of limitations expired 20 years after Melissa's 18th birthday, but they added investigators are still looking into the case, including conducting their own DNA test. All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, a landmark vote. The Senate passes the Respect for Marriage Act, protecting the right for same-sex and interracial marriages. We'll show you what's next for the bill and the compromise made to win over more Republican votes in the Senate. Guilty, the founder of a far-right group is convicted of seditious conspiracy for his role in the January 6th Capitol riots. The other guilty verdicts members of the Oath Keepers received, and what these sentences mean for others charged in the attack on the Capitol. Wicked weather. Severe storms ripped through parts of the South overnight. In Mississippi, trees fell on homes, roofs damaged, and power lines were knocked down. And in Louisiana, a possible tornado caused damage there. We have a look at the impact the storms had as people are waking up this morning. Plus, meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking where the system is heading next. Also this morning, breakthrough. New research is providing hope for people battling Alzheimer's, a drug to possibly treat the disease by slowing cognitive decline in patients. We'll explain what this means for patients and why doctors say this drug is different. Really a major breakthrough that would mean so much to so many families.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And we should know, you might not be able to tell at home, but we are in a new studio starting this morning.
Yes,
so we are excited to welcome you into our new home.
Thanks for being with us on this Wednesday morning. We begin with a historic vote in the Senate as Congress faces a busy week in Washington.
Yeah, the Senate passed a bill that would protect same-sex marriages under federal law. Now it goes back to the House for a vote there before President Biden can make it official with his signature. Earlier yesterday, the president hosted a meeting at the White House with Democratic and GOP congressional leaders. He discussed his priorities before the start of the next Congress, and he emphasized the need for both sides to work together going forward.
We're going to work together to fund, I hope, work together to fund the government, COVID, and the war in Ukraine, all controversial and consequential issues. And we're going to find other areas of common ground, I hope, because the American people want us to work together.
Joining us now, NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee and Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles. Good morning to both of you. So, Ryan, let's begin with you there on Capitol Hill. One of these top priorities for the president was codifying same-sex marriage. The Senate yesterday passed a bill that would give federal protection to same-sex couples. The bill received bipartisan support, which is what it needed to pass. So explain to us the importance of this and what's next now for this legislation as it makes its way through Congress to the president.
Well, Joe, it's really remarkable when you think about how far the debate over same-sex marriage has come in this country, that you would get such a strong bipartisan vote in support of protecting same-sex marriage across the country like we saw here in the United States Senate yesterday. Now, this doesn't go as far as completely codifying the Supreme Court ruling that protects same-sex marriage across the country, but what it does do is it holds in place that the marriages that currently exist will be protected under the law if for some reason that Supreme Court decision is overturned. And that really was born out of the Dobbs decision, which overturned Roe v. Wade, and concerns by Democrats that could be the next step in the Supreme Court. So that's why Democrats found it to be important. Now, there are some protections in there for religious freedom, which Republicans were concerned about. Those were the concessions that were made to get it over the finish line. This bill will now go back to the House, where it's expected to swiftly pass, and then will go to President Biden to be signed into law. Joe, this could happen quickly. This could be the law of the land by as soon as the end of this week.
All right, so Carol, let's talk about another issue on the president's plate. President Biden is calling on lawmakers to step in to help avert a potential rail worker strike before the holidays. We know the House is planning to vote on ratifying a deal. What are some of the challenges in getting Congress to try and block a strike? What's at stake here?
Well, Joe, the challenges are really the same challenge that has been facing the negotiators. The reason why this is being kicked to Congress, and that is paid sick leave. So the House will vote on this and then also vote on paid sick leave, and then this shifts over to the Senate, and the challenge there is the same. There's senators, including Senator Bernie Sanders, who's saying that he wants a vote on paid sick leave, which is not included in this deal that Congress is trying to codify. And so that's going to be the issue in terms of getting something passed through Congress. But this is something that the president has said is very important, that needs to be done. And he reiterated that yesterday at that meeting with congressional leaders. Take a listen.
There's a lot to do, including resolving the train strike, what we're doing now, and Congress, I think, has to act to prevent it. It's not an easy call, but I think we have to do it. The economy's at risk.
You heard there some reluctance in the president's voice saying this is not an easy call, and that is because what the White House and the president had to do here is weigh the risk of upsetting the president's core base of unions, which is he's been a long supporter of unions, versus the risk to the economy. This estimates say the U.S. economy could drain some $2 billion a day. And so the broader impact here is what outweighed the president's loyalty to unions, and he reversed course here and said that Congress needs to act.
Lot at stake here. Ryan, I don't need to tell you, today is a big day on Capitol Hill. House Democrats are holding those leadership elections. What should we know about that, and who's going to be officially taking on new roles here?
Joe, frankly, it's going to be a historic day in Washington. For the first time, any congressional leadership party in Congress, I should say, will be led by an African-American for the first time. And that's when Hakeem Jeffries is expected to be unanimously elected as the leader of the Democratic minority in the next Congress. He'll be joined by Catherine Clark, who will be the minority whip, and Pete Aguilar, who will be the conference chair from California. This represents a generational change for Democrats in Washington. This new crop of leaders, these three new leaders, are 30 years younger than the group that they're going to replace in Nancy Pelosi, Steny Hoyer, and James Clyburn. Now, Clyburn of South Carolina is going to hang around and still be part of the leadership team, but he is going to now take the fourth position. So you have these three young, emerging Democratic leaders who are now going to be responsible for guiding the party through this next Congress. And it's going to be an important job because the margins in the House are going to be tight. Could be a difference of 4, maybe 5 seats. So it's going to be Hakeem Jeffries' job to replicate the job that Nancy Pelosi did in keeping everyone together to stand strong on the things that Democrats care about. Of course, Pelosi isn't going anywhere. She's going to hold on to her seat in Congress. She was dubbed yesterday with the ceremonial title of Speaker Emerita. So they are going to have her around to lean on her counsel. But this new crop are going to be the ones in charge, and they certainly have a big job ahead of them.
And Carol, on the other side of the aisle, you got Kevin McCarthy. He's looking to become the next Speaker of the House when the GOP takes control in the new term. As we mentioned, he was in that meeting with President Biden at the White House yesterday. So what can we expect of his relationship with the president going forward?
Well, look, Joe, it's not a warm relationship by any stretch. These are two leaders who do not see eye to eye on a number of policies, but also Kevin McCarthy is somebody who, according to the president, is part of the MAGA Republican problem that is he sees as a threat to the U.S. and its democracy. So there's a lot of contentiousness here. Kevin McCarthy has said he's going to lead investigations into the Biden administration, including into the president's son, Hunter Biden. That's personal for the president, obviously. And so I think the relationship is going to be whatever it needs to be in terms of what are the must-dos that have to get done. How does the president engage with Kevin McCarthy if he does become speaker, and to get those things done. Otherwise, there isn't going to be much of a relationship there. And we've seen this before. It's not like Nancy Pelosi had a close relationship with former President Trump and that dynamic. And so they're just going to try to, from the White House's perspective, get done what needs to be done. Very low expectations here, Joe.
A lot to cover in Washington. Carol and Ryan, thank you both.
And now to new fallout this morning from the January 6th attack on the Capitol. 2 members of the far-right militia group, the Oath Keepers, have been convicted of seditious conspiracy. Stuart Rhodes, the group's founder, and Kelly Meggs were both found guilty of the Civil War-era statute. 3 other members of the group who were on trial alongside them were acquitted on that specific seditious conspiracy charge. But all 5 defendants were found guilty of obstruction of an official proceeding and aiding and abetting for their actions on January 6th. For more, we're joined by NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney. And Ken, good to see you this morning. Thanks for being here. So put this into context first. I mean, this seditious conspiracy, what does that specific charge mean? And what kind of sentence does it mean they're looking at?
Good morning, Savannah. Well, this was a landmark, if partial, victory for the Department of Justice. It's the first time in 20 trials that a jury has found that what happened on January 6th was the product of an organized conspiracy, and in particular, this seditious conspiracy charge, it carries a penalty of up to 20 years in prison, as does the obstruction of an official proceeding charge. So these defendants are facing, all of them, facing a lot of years in prison. And seditious conspiracy specifically, the DOJ hasn't won a conviction on that since 1995. It's defined as plotting to use force to overthrow or thwart the will of the U.S. government. It's a Civil War-era charge that was used against Confederates, but a very, very significant finding by a jury in this case, Savannah.
Could this impact the Justice Department's other investigations that are going on? A lot obviously happening looking into January 6th, and including their investigation into former President Trump. Any crossover?
Well, it certainly vindicates their approach, and there are 2 other major trials upcoming, including of a group of Proud Boys, a separate far-right group, on seditious conspiracy charges. So it bolsters the approach that the DOJ has been taking and shows that what happened on January 6th was not a political protest or a rowdy riot. There was a product of a conspiracy, according to the jury. There were no specific links established at this trial to former President Trump, although Stuart Rhodes, the lead defendant, did try to get in touch with the former president in the months leading up to the January 6th riot, and he told the jury that he believed that his militia could be called by Trump if Trump invoked the Insurrection Act to stay in power. But, you know, what this also does is provide a set of defendants who have an incentive to cooperate with the government, Savannah, so they may learn more information.
Also, Ken, in addition to other investigations, there are these other trials. The Department of Justice is about to try other militia group members on similar conspiracy charges. How will this impact that? Will prosecutors be changing anything, looking out for anything after this trial and these verdicts?
Well, they didn't win 100% of the charges, so of course they will look at the trial strategy and see where they fell short on some of these defendants. But overall, it's a vindication of their approach. And look, there have been 900 criminal cases in this Capitol riot situation, and you know the DOJ is still chugging along. It remains a question of whether they will actually be able to prosecute everybody who breached the Capitol that day. But in terms of these major cases involving far-right militia groups alleged to have conspired, the DOJ is throwing a lot of resources at this problem, Savannah.
All right, Ken, as always, thanks for your reporting.
Now to the latest on the midterm elections. More than 3 weeks have passed since people cast their ballots, but votes are still being certified in parts of the country. And in one Pennsylvania county, they are deadlocked on certifying the results of the election. For more on this, let's bring in NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. Mark, good morning to you. So we are talking about Luzerne County. It was one of those areas in Pennsylvania that we were closely watching on election night. Explain what's happening there now. Why is there a deadlock?
Yeah, Joe, and Luzerne County is essentially Wilkes-Barre, and you are right. It is one of the swingiest parts of the battleground state of Pennsylvania. And what ended up occurring was that 5 members of the county elections board failed to certify the election, at least as of Monday. You had 2 Democrats voting to certify the results. You had 2 Republicans against, and 1 Democrat who ended up abstaining. And an issue was the fact that in Luzerne County, there was a paper supply shortage. And there were arguments from folks that the election wasn't conducted freely and fairly, even though polling places were extended by 2 hours to make up for that supply shortage.
So for those who are against the certification of the election in that county, I mean, what's their argument? Do they believe the results would have been different if the poll closing time wasn't pushed back because of the paper ballot issue on Election Day?
Yeah, Joe, one of the Republicans who voted against certifying the election said the contest was not conducted freely and fairly, citing that paper supply shortage. But as you ended up mentioning, when you look at the results of the election, John Fetterman won the Senate contest by 6 percentage points. Josh Shapiro, the Democrat, ended up winning by 15 points. You just look at the overall results, and it's not necessarily sure that any kind of supply shortage ended up affecting any of the results where Democrats were the big winners across the state.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's my big question. What kind of impact, if at all, will this have on the candidates who won their respective races? I mean, if they don't certify in this county, any reason to believe that those people wouldn't be able to take office?
Yeah, Joe, but the expectation is that the certification will end up occurring. I mentioned that one Democrat who voted to abstain. That Democrat has since told local media news outlets that he will vote to certify, which would end up giving a 3-2 majority for certification.
All right, Mark Murray on top of this for us. Mark, thank you so much. Now to those severe storms in the South. Right now, 2 million people are under a severe weather threat with dozens of reports of tornadoes so far.
Yeah, take a look at some of the damage in Alabama that we're seeing on our screens here. This is where trees fell on homes, roofs were damaged, and power lines were knocked down from that severe weather. We have team coverage this morning. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is in studio with us, tracking where the system is now and where it's headed next. But we're going to begin with NBC News correspondent Sam Brock live on the ground in Mississippi with more on what happened overnight. We could see he's right there with what looks like a pretty large tree that was downed. Hey, Sam, good morning.
Yeah, the visual is pretty clear. Savannah, Joe, good morning. And these storms blanketed a large chunk of the South. The majority of them were reported so far in Mississippi. We are in Steens, Mississippi, where you'll see things like this. Isolated examples of power. A tree snapped in half. You have splinters on one side jutting out. Then the rest of the tree that is sitting on top of a small boat. As I walk around this property, you'll see just mounds of debris everywhere as well. And what appears to be a power pole that punctured the interior of this house. And yet, an event that had the potential, guys, to be historically dangerous and deadly turned out not to be, as many people still were fearing for their safety.
In the middle of the night, few things could be scarier than a black funnel cloud filling the sky against the sound of sirens. This tornado in Bassfield, Mississippi, one of more than 20 sightings from Louisiana to Alabama to Mississippi. Storms bringing in massive wind gusts to the region. Lowndes County was one of the hardest hit areas. Roofs ripped right off homes and the local fire station destroyed.
We'll know more in the daylight, but from what it looks like right now, this building will have to come down and we'll have to start the rebuild process.
Power companies working through the night to clear downed lines and trees. Fortunately, no serious injuries reported. In the town of Steens, winds ripping the steeple right off this church. While in Caldwell Parish, Louisiana, the sheriff confirms 2 people were injured from a tornado that damaged several homes. These types of nocturnal tornadoes are historically 2.5 times more deadly than those that happen during the day. So far, though, no reports of any fatalities. Even as supercells flashed for hours and lightning flickered with violent frequency. Mother Nature's wrath on full display, keeping large sections of the Tennessee and Mississippi valleys on edge, but largely unharmed.
And guys, these communities here in the South and certainly in Mississippi, where I am, central Mississippi, are sparse, but they are highly populated with these kinds of homes, trailers. And it's interesting to note, you have about 6% of the U.S. housing stock made up of mobile homes, but 54% of the deaths that occur during tornadoes are tied to mobile homes. So greater elevated risks here. So far, as we mentioned, no reports of any fatalities. Let me send it back to you.
A little bit of good news there. All right, Sam Brock, thank you so much. Stay safe.
Yeah, and the severe weather threats continue for part of Mississippi this morning.
Yeah, meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here to track that for us and the rest of your morning News Now weather. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. Yeah, and that severe weather started yesterday. The Severe Prediction Center predicted it and unfortunately did come to fruition. So we watched those storms yesterday afternoon into the evening, overnight hours, still watching those storms. We're talking about strong to severe thunderstorms, also tornadoes, heavy rain, really large hail up to softball size, even baseball size. This is what it looks like right now. We're watching that cold front move off to the east, so we still do have the chance for seeing strong to severe storms over the next several hours. By this afternoon, we're going to see it start to transition to just plain rain, but still could see some flooding rain and some really heavy rain in spots. Still seeing that lightning. We had a lot of lightning yesterday. Still seeing it this morning. At least the sun has come up. And where we see those storms, we could see pretty strong storms. So winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, a few isolated tornadoes, a risk of hail is low, but there's still a risk. And we're looking at heavy rain that could lead to some flash flooding as well. So we're going to continue to watch this cold front move off to the east. That means we're going to see some heavy rain in the northeast, soaking rain. And we're looking at strong winds this afternoon as the front goes by. We're going to see those winds really gusting up to 50, 60 miles per hour. You could see in a lot of spots in the northeast. Also looking at the chance for some power outages with downed trees, power lines, and also some airport delays as we go throughout this afternoon. And then we're looking at snowfall. So once we see that area of low pressure kind of spin those winds, those really cold winds and fast winds over the warm lake waters, we're going to see lake effect snow. Remember Watertown just last week saw a lot of snow. We're going to see that once again south of Watertown, south of Buffalo, south of Erie. We could see up to 6, 8, even 10 inches of snow in some spots. Rainfall will be heavy at times from the southeast where you see the reds, the yellows, the oranges. That's where we're anticipating some heavy rain. So portions of the Gulf Coast, the southeast into the northeast. That includes Maine, upstate New York, and the interior portions of Pennsylvania. So this is going to be a big story as we go throughout the afternoon. Soaking rains. You need the umbrella. And what does that mean for tonight? Christmas in Rockefeller Center. The big question, right? Fun night in New York City. The good news, it looks like that front's going to move quickly. So it's moving quicker than we thought. Hopefully it'll be out of here. And we're looking at partly cloudy skies by 8 o'clock. Winds gusting up to 40 miles per hour. It's going to be chilly, 48 degrees. So you factor in those winds, it's going to feel chillier than that. So here comes a cold. We've been talking about this cold front for days and days, and it's really a temperature divide. So back behind this cold front, we're looking at temperatures frigid, 23 degrees today in Minneapolis. Joe, that's 10 degrees below normal for this time of year. Freezing in Chicago, right below freezing in Omaha, 41 in St. Louis. But notice those temperatures out ahead of the front. This was the problem. Cold air clashing with that warm, humid air. So we're going to be warm today. D.C., 62 degrees. That's 8 degrees above normal for this time of year. 64 in Raleigh. That cold front moves through, and look at the difference tomorrow. You need the coat, you need the layers, because we're into the 30s in Buffalo, Detroit, also Cincinnati. 50 degrees in Raleigh, 7 degrees below normal for this time of year. And D.C., you're just going to be in the 40s as well. Then as we go throughout Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we're sort of mixed. Minneapolis kind of stands out to me because on Saturday, just 20 degrees, up to 35 on Sunday. At least that's going to feel a little bit better in the 30s in Chicago on Saturday and Sunday. Then as we look towards the Northeast, we're looking at a nice day on Saturday. It'll be breezy, but it'll be dry with temperatures in the 50s, maybe a little light showers in the morning, 48 as we go throughout Sunday. So the forecast for today, we're talking about the lake effect snow, the rain and wind throughout the Northeast into the Southeast, severe storms over the next couple of hours before it's just plain rain. And then through the middle of the country, we finally cleared it out. It's going to be cold, but it'll be dry with lots of sunshine from the northern plains, the central plains, into the southern plains, and then the Pacific Northwest. We're looking at some heavy snow, guys, there. We could see feet of snow in the Cascades and the Sierra as well.
Okay, so 40-mile-an-hour winds for the rock center trees. We're going to find out, does a spruce sway in the wind?
Right, exactly. Or the ornaments can stay.
Right,
yeah.
exactly.
Will the owl come out? Yeah, that's another one.
Yeah, I think we're both planning on being out there. So
are you?
Yeah.
Bundle up.
Oh, I can't wait to see the pictures.
We'll see, I guess.
Thanks,
All
Michelle.
right, Michelle. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Coming up on Morning News Now, a major development in the Jackson, Mississippi water crisis. The Justice Department is now suing the city, saying it failed to provide clean drinking water. What this means for people living there and the ongoing water issues they're facing.
Plus, taking action, football star Brett Favre is trying to get his name off a lawsuit accusing him of receiving money taken from a welfare assistance program. The latest on that legal fight next.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. back. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not D.C. as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We have new updates on that water crisis that forced Jackson, Mississippi residents to boil their water for weeks. The Department of Justice has filed a new complaint against local officials on behalf of the EPA, alleging the city failed to protect residents. NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor has the latest.
The Justice Department taking action on the water crisis in Jackson, Mississippi. In a statement, Attorney General Merrick Garland saying, in part, we will continue to prioritize cases in the communities most burdened by environmental harm. Jackson has been plagued by a series of drinking water crises and service outages in recent years, including the city's main water treatment plant failing after heavy rain. In a separate action, the department also announced it filed a proposed order that would appoint a third party to stabilize Jackson's water system. A court granted that order late today. That party would operate the system, take charge of billing customers, and make needed improvements. The DOJ says the city and the Mississippi State Health Department have both signed the order and agreed to its terms. The city has repeatedly said it intends to cooperate. Longtime Jackson resident Brooke Floyd says her family has been boiling water for years.
What do you want to see happen now that the DOJ is involved here?
I want our water to be fixed. I want my children to be able to turn on the faucet and brush their teeth.
Kristen Clark, the head of the DOJ Civil Rights Division, spoke in September about Jackson's water crisis.
We as a nation have a duty to stand up for our nation's most vulnerable. And it is not lost on us that we're talking about a community that is home to a disproportionate number of low-income Black people in Mississippi.
Our thanks to Yamiche for that report. Now, this is the latest in a string of recent DOJ investigations looking into environmental issues like failing sewage systems in Alabama and illegal dumping in Texas. And one Jackson resident told NBC that it's time for the city, state, and federal government to step up.
All right, moving on. Football icon Brett Favre is asking to be removed from the Mississippi welfare fraud lawsuit.
Yeah, lawyers for Favre said the Mississippi Department of Human Services, quote, groundlessly and irresponsibly seeks to blame Favre for its own grossly improper and unlawful handling of welfare funds.
Mississippi DHS says more than $20 million was wrongfully taken from the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families anti-poverty program. Favre received $1.1 million, but maintains he did not know where that money came from. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas joins us now here on set for more. Danny, good to have you here in our news studio. So let's talk about this. The basics. Does Brett Favre have a case to get his name removed from this lawsuit, even though he did receive some money?
First of all, I'm saying Favre. It says Favre on the paper.
Right?
I am not doing this Emperor's New Clothes nonsense anymore.
Packers fans, send your emails.
I am none of those fans, but it says Favre. Now, that being said, a motion to dismiss at this stage has a very heavy burden. As long as the four corners of the complaint make out any kind of claim, it's going to be allowed to survive. The court will assume everything in the complaint is true. But I gotta say, Favre has a pretty good argument here because the Mississippi Department of Human Services essentially says, hey, we were exclusively responsible for this $94 million, and it was mismanaged. So we're going after Brett Favre. Brett Favre says, hey, you know who you should sue? Yourself. You were responsible for this. And in your complaint, he says that you didn't even allege that I had knowledge that the funds were ill-gotten. There's no allegation that I knew that when I was being paid this money, that I knew it was being misappropriated. Favre says, go after the real bad guys, the people who have been convicted, or sue yourself.
All right, so he's actually already paid about $1 million, over $1 million back to this Temporary Assistance for Needy Families Fund. What more are they trying to go after here?
Yeah, Favre is making that argument. He's saying you can't come after me to repay money that I've already repaid. And you're not denying that I've repaid the money. Now, the complaint alleges other causes of action, but it all comes back to Favre's allegation. And remember, at this stage, all they do is look at the complaint. And if it's true that the complaint doesn't even allege that Favre had knowledge, then maybe Favre has a point, because after all, the mere fact that he may have known some of the bad guys, that he may have been a recipient of this money, that may not be a very strong civil complaint if Favre had no idea or no reason to know that the money he was accepting was somehow ill-gotten or fraudulently obtained by somebody else.
You mentioned that they already went after other people. 6 people were arrested in connection to this case. 5 of them have already pleaded guilty to state charges. Favre wasn't one of them, so why was he not criminally charged?
Because, for whatever reason, the state didn't believe they had it. They had enough evidence to go after the other people who were actually, some of them were in government, and they must have had evidence that that satisfied the proof beyond a reasonable doubt standard. It's very telling that they didn't charge Favre with the same crimes. Now, that doesn't mean, given our burdens of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, the civil standard of preponderance of evidence is much, much lower. So just because someone is acquitted doesn't mean they can't be sued. Classic example, O.J. Simpson, acquitted of murder, sued and found liable civilly for the deaths of his victims. So that's a good illustration of the difference between the burden. Just because someone isn't charged doesn't mean you can't sue them.
All right, Danny Zavalos, thanks for breaking it down. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Danny. And now let's get you some international headlines. China is cracking down on those massive protests across the country over the government's strict COVID rules.
NBC foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with this and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, following the largest anti-government demonstrations seen in decades in China, the ruling Communist Party has issued a statement in which it vows to crack down on what they call the infiltration and sabotage activities by hostile forces. Hundreds of people in several Chinese cities took to the streets in recent days to demonstrate against the strict COVID-19 restrictions. The protests were met by a massive show of force by security services. Let's move to Pakistan, where a suicide bomber blew himself up near a truck carrying police officers, killing 1 officer, 2 civilians, and wounding dozens of other people. The truck was taking the police officers to a vaccination center against polio near the city of Quetta. A senior police officer said the blast was so powerful it toppled the truck into a ravine. And let's go to Egypt, where thousands of people have signed the petition for the return of the Rosetta Stone, one of the most visited and precious pieces held in the British Museum in London. The granite slab was taken from Egypt by or during the British Empire in 1801, and its hieroglyphics were deciphered 20 years later. Now, more than 4,000 Egyptians are demanding its return, saying the stone was seized illegally and constitutes a spoil of war, guys.
All right, interesting. Claudio, thank you so much.
Thank you. Coming up, holiday get-togethers are in full swing, and for some, that can be tough.
Up next, the impact those parties can have on people struggling with alcohol and how you can make them feel more comfortable when there are drinks around.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You were
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are. It's here now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Time now for your weekly checkup, including a closer look at cannabis use among pregnant women.
Plus, how obesity among children might be causing permanent damage to their brains. NBC News medical contributor and our friend Dr. Kavita Patel joins us now for more on these headlines. Doctor, always great to have you with us. So actually, before we get into this regular roundup, we want to talk about something pretty big here, a potential breakthrough in tackling the most common form of dementia. It's a new drug being praised for its ability to slow the effects of Alzheimer's on the brain. Tell us more about this.
Yeah, Joe and Savannah, this is breaking news published in the New England Journal of Medicine, and it signals that we're getting ever closer, but probably not close enough for patients' comfort. This is a new medication that showed a significant decrease in dementia. It did have some side effects, but it was something that had positive results in the trial to be significant enough, not just for Alzheimer's dementia, possibly for other dementias. There is some important kind of developments in anatomy that we see in patients with dementia, and a plaque that can develop around the nervous system that shows that people might be more at risk or have significant dementia. And this particular drug was developed, lecanemab, and it was a partnership between the company Biogen and Eisai Pharmaceuticals. So this was a kind of a partnership of two very well-known CNS drug manufacturers. Here's the short kind of version, though. Savannah and Joe, we're not going to necessarily see this result right away for dementia patients today, but hopefully we'll have signals for the future and some solutions in the end.
We'll take all the promising news we can get on that front.
Yeah, we can.
Dr. Patel, let's turn to a Kaiser Permanente study which found prenatal cannabis use was the highest in areas where cannabis was on sale in retail stores. It's probably not super surprising, but what else did it find, and what do you recommend?
Right. Yeah. So look, I have a lot of patients that are thinking about getting pregnant or in the early stages of their pregnancy that during the pandemic, Joe, they were anxious. There was a lot of nausea symptoms that some people had pointed to medical cannabis, alcohol, to be a kind of a relief. So there are many patients that had not necessarily told their doctors because if it's legal, they didn't really think it was something to talk about. Well, this is one of the first studies that shows in a state like California, where cannabis was legal both before the pandemic and through the pandemic, that they saw increases in the use of cannabis, no surprise, during the pandemic, from about 6.8% to 8.2% of pregnant women using medical cannabis. However, what they saw is that if you lived within 10 minutes of a retail storefront that sold cannabis, that you had a much higher likelihood of using cannabis, that there were absolute increases in your use of cannabis. This is concerning, not only because we don't have enough to understand the effects of prenatal cannabis on not just the pregnancy, but early signs indicate that even mild use could signal longer-term effects in the fetus and in the baby. So this is something that really just points to the doctor's orders that I have. Legal does not necessarily mean safer, and that's just something to think about when planning to conceive or pregnant. Number two, do not be scared to tell your doctor. There can still be some shame around what women are using when they're pregnant, when they're dealing with symptoms. Disclose everything as early as possible or when you're thinking about getting pregnant. And then here's the bottom line. The right amount is 0 in pregnancy. Until we know more and understand, the safest thing to do is to avoid using cannabis during pregnancy.
All right, some really important reminders there. All right, let's get to that other one that we just mentioned a second ago. Previous research has shown children with obesity tend to do worse at school, but a new study is shining light on why exactly that might happen. What was the biggest takeaway here?
Yeah, so over 5,000 children as part of a longer-term study where they were doing brain scans to look for a number of things. But over 5,000 children that were screened between the ages of 9 and 10 had more changes in their brain imaging. This is changes in the part of your brain that connects the left and right side of your brain, changes in kind of how thick or thin the outer part of your brain is when you're looking at it on imaging, all things that are correlated with actually how you function, your longer-term health, how as a child you have emotional reactivity, ability to process information, all related to increased weight. So we've always known that younger children, 1 in 5, in fact, are deemed as obese and overweight, and more than 1 in 5 are overweight. But we have not really had this kind of proof about the effects. And here's what's disturbing, Savannah. We don't know, and we think that this could probably last even beyond, let's say they lose the weight in adolescence or young adulthood. It's not clear if those changes are lasting, and that's troubling. So the doctor's orders here, they're very basic. Move more as a family, limit your screen time, have a healthy eating plan as a family, and don't forget your sleep. Sleep can affect obesity.
We very quickly want to get through one more headline. We know whole grains are important for a healthy diet, but most Americans aren't getting the right amount. There's a debate over what counts as a whole grain. Real quick, what can you explain that we need to know here?
In a study looking at 5 different ways of counting what a whole grain is. It can vary from people being incredibly healthy and on getting their whole grains in, or not so healthy. Bottom line, Americans over the last 2 decades have been eating more whole grains. So here's the truth. Get your whole grains in. What is a whole grain? A lot of things constitute whole grains. It takes to be a whole grain. Things like quinoa, millet, oats, brands are all whole grains. So here's the other bottom line. Don't overthink your grains, Joe. Get them in, and we are as Americans.
I overthink nothing, so that's okay. All right.
I do.
I overthink everything except maybe my grains.
There you go.
All right, Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you so much. All right, for a lot of us, the holidays are a time of joy and celebration, but this time of year can be tough for people struggling with alcohol or substance abuse.
From family gatherings to parties with friends, even work parties, it might be hard to turn down a drink. And even talking about being sober at parties can be uncomfortable. So what can loved ones do to help? Maeve O'Neill is here to explain how. She is the Executive Vice President of Addiction and Recovery at the All Sober Wellness Company. Thank you so much for joining us. I mean, many of us who know someone who's trying to get sober or is sober, but some may not even know that a loved one is struggling with that. So what are some of the signs to look out for? What should we do if we're concerned?
Well, yeah, unfortunately, there's still a lot of stigma around substance use and addiction, like there is with mental health issues. So the best thing to do is sort of just normalize it. If someone in our lives is choosing to be sober this holiday season, maybe just talk about that. And if you are, we're proud of you. We think it's a wonderful thing to be in recovery and seeking sobriety. It's not something to be ashamed of. It might be a challenge to attend events where there's substance use going on. So being prepared to say no or ask for something different or have other options for drinks available.
So how can we show support for a loved one who's trying to cut back on drinking? Having other options sounds like a good one, but what should we know about, making somebody comfortable in that environment?
Well, the most important thing to do is to make it okay. If you know someone's struggling or is choosing sobriety, maybe say, hey, we support you. We think this is a really good choice you're making. There's no shame. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. We're going to be here for you. You may not want to question why they're drinking. Why are you making this choice? We certainly don't want to make fun of them or make jokes or make them feel uncomfortable. Let them know that, we have all these alcohol drinks. We have non-alcohol drinks as well, and they're just as good and just as yummy. They've been really made creatively and fun to drink as well. And I think it's also important to just make it normal, make it no big deal. And if they want to share with people that they're being sober, that's great. And if they don't, they want to keep it quiet, that's okay too.
Non-alcoholic beers have really come a long way and have really grown in popularity.
Oh my gosh, huge
over just
industry.
The last few
Even
years.
just the cocktails in a can too that are non-alcoholic.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I also want to ask you, what are some things that you can do if you're the one who's trying to remain sober?
Well, at allsober.com, our online platform and our app, we have some great resources of what to do, how to recognize if your drinking or drug use could be an issue, what to do, how to recognize those problems. Have a plan ahead of time. What am I going to do if there is alcohol or if I feel tempted to have some substance over the holidays? Maybe have a sober friend with you or someone you can call or text or kind of get in touch with. Make sure you have those resources available. Reach out for help. There's many pathways to recovery. Some people go to support group meetings, some people go to therapy or residential or inpatient treatment. So having those resources available is a really good option as well.
Maeve, thanks so much for joining us this morning. Important topic, and happy holidays to you.
Absolutely. Yes, happy holidays. All right, coming up, an interesting one. A Florida woman claims her instant mac and cheese is not so instant.
So now she's taking its maker, Kraft, to court. We're going to show you the message on the packaging that she says is misleading customers. We got that one next.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training, Regiment? How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're back with a controversial lawsuit over one of those popular easy meals in a cup. A Florida woman is accusing Kraft of falsely advertising the cook time on Velveeta shells and cheese cups.
Yeah, the case might have some people scratching their heads, but some lawyers warn she may have a case. NBC News correspondent Zincle Esamoah takes a closer look at the lawsuit.
This microwavable pasta is at the center of a new lawsuit.
Amanda Ramirez from Florida is suing food giant Kraft Heinz, alleging the company misleads customers about just how long it takes to prepare Velveeta's shells and cheese cups. Velveeta shells and cheese packaging says ready in 3.5 minutes, but Ramirez says the claim is false, since microwaving for 3.5 minutes is one of several steps needed. The suit alleges the company is misleading customers, allowing the company to sell more of the product at a higher price. In a statement, representatives for the plaintiffs said in part, "I've gotten a lot of flack about this case, but deceptive advertising is deceptive advertising, and we want corporate America to be straightforward and truthful." In a statement, Kraft Heinz tells NBC they're aware of the, quote, frivolous lawsuit and will strongly defend against the allegations in the complaint.
At first glance, this lawsuit may look ridiculous, but when you look at it more closely, it may be that the defendant here made a misstatement of fact about how long it takes to prepare this product.
One of the attorneys on this suit is Spencer Sheehan, nicknamed the Vanilla Lawyer. He's filed over 400 class action lawsuits against food and beverage companies, over 100 just on vanilla flavoring.
This includes household favorites like strawberry Pop-Tarts, Betty Crocker fudge brownie mix, A&W root beer, and even Tostitos hint of lime.
The cases are either pending, dismissed, or settled out of court.
This is just a prime example of what we call lawsuit abuse.
Sherman Joyce is president of the American Tort Reform Association.
The evidence is very clear that in these types of consumer class actions, that the consumer gets little, if anything, but that the lawyers do quite well.
Other experts say the law looks out for consumers.
State statutes that punish deceptive trade practices are David and Goliath type statutes. They're designed to look out for the little guy who is harmed by these fraudulent or deceptive trade practices by gigantic companies.
As for Velveeta's mac and cheese, time will tell.
Our thanks to Zincle Esama for that report. By the way, in an interview with NPR last year, Spencer Sheehan, that's who she just referred to there as that vanilla lawyer, his nickname, was asked about why he's filed so many lawsuits against those big companies.
Well, he said he, quote, never liked it when companies cheated people for small amounts. It would be difficult to recoup. All right, coming up on Morning News Now, Team USA's big win over Iran.
We'll take a look at what's next for Team USA as they try to keep their World Cup hopes alive.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city turned crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news, NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city turned crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're back with some hauntingly good news for fans of a Broadway classic. The Phantom of the Opera just announced an 8-week extension of the show's run. Phantom is already the longest-running musical on Broadway. Back in September, the show announced it would close after its 35th anniversary in February. Ticket sales spiked immediately after that announcement, but it wasn't until this past week that the show actually had its highest-grossing week ever, reaching $2.2 million. Obviously, the show's producers decided it wasn't time to end the music of the night just yet. I can attest to that. We decided we needed to see it before it closed. Tickets are hard to get and very, very expensive, and now they're extending it. So,
oh, there you go.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Now you'll see it.
Exactly. No kidding. Team USA has made it through to the last 16 knockout round of the World Cup with that nail-biting 1-0 victory over Iran.
Yeah, USA had to win in order to progress, setting up a tense finish to the game with a tie having been enough to send Iran through instead. The result means USA advances alongside group winners England. Here's President Biden breaking the news on stage in Michigan yesterday.
U.S. 1, Iran 0, game over. USA. That's a big game, man. When I spoke to the coach and the players, I said, you can do this. They went, they did it. God love them.
NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from Doha. Megan, good to see you. Obviously, an exciting time for Team USA. I mean, the pressure was really on here. They ended up delivering in the end. Talk us through some of the big moments of the match. How did the team manage to win?
Guys, this was a stressful game. So within the first half, we saw star player Christian Pulisic score that goal. But then after that, he collided with the Iranian goalie. He's taken off the field, had to go to the hospital for some scans. We'll get into that, of course, later down the line. But now they're playing without their star player. What made it stressful is that the team, in the end, was eventually able to hold the Iranians all the way to the end to get the win. But all it took was for Iran to score one goal to tie the game, and then Iran would be advancing. But that, of course, is not how it went down. Team USA advancing to the next round on Saturday when they will play the Netherlands, guys.
So you mentioned Christian Pulisic's injury. Everyone is asking right now, what are the chances he's going to be fit for the next game against the Netherlands? How big of a loss would it be for the team if he isn't able to play?
I know, Joe, that's the big question. It would be a major loss for the team. Obviously, he's the one who scored the only goal that allowed Team USA to advance. So this is a big deal. And so they are doing everything they can to get him healthy and up to speed. Like I said, he went to the hospital yesterday for these scans. The official diagnosis is this pelvic contusion. Team USA says they are taking it day by day, trying to work with him to see if they can get him up to 100% on Saturday. All eyes are going to be on this game to see if he takes the field.
Megan, the final round of group stage matches continues today. What games should we be watching out for?
Yeah, exactly. So we've got a lot of things to look out for. First of all, France, favored to win this tournament, is going to be taking on Tunisia. One of the big games to look out for, I would say, is Argentina versus Poland. Of course, this is Lionel Messi's team, Argentina. Argentina also one of the powerhouses in soccer, but lost to Saudi Arabia in the beginning of this tournament. And we are going to be looking at Lionel Messi as he tries to get his first World Cup title. This is a player who's the best in the world, but doesn't have a World Cup title. So this should be an easy game for Argentina. But like I said, we've seen them lose to Saudi Arabia, one of the biggest upsets in World Cup history. So these should be some interesting games to watch tonight, guys.
All right, exciting stuff. Go Team USA. Megan, thank you so much.
Nothing seems to be easy at the World Cup right now. All right, 'tis the season for inflation. Millions of Americans are getting their homes and their pockets ready for the holidays this year. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff has more on the rising cost of your Christmas trees.
You do not know how good it smells out here right now, but it might smell good. The price doesn't look so good for a lot of Americans. There's 25 to 30 million Christmas trees that are sold across the country, I guess, every single year. There are experts in this stuff. I am not one of them, but I've learned a lot overnight as I have scoured the streets of New York City for the best deals on Christmas trees. Farmers are hurting, consumers are hurting. Here's what you need to know.
With the holidays officially underway, many Americans will be getting into the spirit with the symbol of the season, a Christmas tree. Selecting a tree together, part of a family tradition for many.
There it is.
I kept checking, when can we go? When can we go? Yes, I'm excited.
At the Pine Valley Tree Farm in Maryland, the Underwood family has been planting and selling trees for over 7 decades.
This is the best time of the year for me because I get to see customers who have been coming here for 40, 50 years.
But like so many other things this year, inflation is impacting their pricing, and they have to pass it on to customers.
Fertilizer has doubled and tripled and quadrupled. Obviously, fuel costs have gone up tremendously, so that all affects your bottom line, as well as labor costs.
The Real Christmas Tree Board estimates prices are up between 5 and 15% this holiday season.
The retail price of a Christmas tree is going to vary widely by geographic location and, most importantly, how far you are from a major Christmas tree production area.
To get the best deal when selecting a tree, keep species in mind. Douglas firs and pine varieties are usually more affordable. Shop early in the season for the best selection. Compare prices and consider Cyber Week sales on an artificial tree to reuse year after year. Perhaps the #1 tip to save: don't buy too much tree.
Save room for several inches for the Christmas tree stand, and you can buy the tree that's the right size.
For everyone who celebrates the season, it's the Christmas spirit that brings people together.
And see how excited they are to be picking out their Christmas tree and how excited they are when they find that perfect tree for themselves.
And if you want to get crafty, I'm going to get a little crafty out here. There's a couple things that you can do. You can make a wood tree. You can make a metal tree. Tabletop fabric is another option. There are people who are very good at this. You do not want to ask me to do this. You could also rent a potted tree, supposedly. $150 for a 5 to 6 foot one. You can take that into consideration as well. Happy tree hunting, everybody.
All right, Jacob, thank you so much. You got yours?
Oh, yeah.
And
Big one, too. 10 feet. It's
10 feet?
Yeah. I'm all about my Christmas
You live in a
tree,
palace.
You know. We have high ceilings for a New York City apartment, for sure.
How do you decorate it that high? Lots of
A ladder.
ladders? Okay.
Yeah, and I actually don't have a star yet, so, you know, it's just kind of like sticking up at the top. It would be a very nice tree.
That high up, you might need a
top
real star.
Yeah,
like
I know.
All right.
I know. We actually didn't ask for that. We got it delivered because in New York, and they were like, instead of, you know, 8 or 9, it's 10 feet.
All
We're
right.
like, well, good thing we do luckily have high ceilings. One thing we do have.
Good for you. Happy Christmas in your place.
Thank you.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, washed out. Breaking overnight, severe weather is slamming the south with strong winds, heavy rain, and hail. We have the latest on the ground as tornado watches are issued in several states, plus where the storms could be headed next. Inside the controversy, we're learning new information this morning about that controversial dinner that former President Trump had with Ye, Kanye West, and white nationalist Nick Fuentes. We're going to break down how the meeting happened and what it could all mean for Trump's presidential campaign. Alarming spread. Cases of the flu are already surging across the U.S. The CDC says we've seen more than 6 million confirmed cases so far. My doctors say this year could be worse than expected, and what you can do to keep your family safe. And winners at last. 2 ties nearly ended Team USA's World Cup dreams, but yesterday's thrilling victory over Iran has put the men's soccer team through to the next round. We're going to dig into how they came away with that win and what's next for Team USA in the knockout round of the World Cup. We've all become soccer fans.
I know, right? Yeah, exactly. Never seen soccer before. All of a sudden, I'm like, Team USA.
Exactly. We're going to dig deeper into it and relive the victory and all those positive feelings coming up in a little bit. We do want to begin with that dangerous weather in the south. This morning, 2 million people are waking up under a severe weather threat.
Yeah, so far more than 24 tornadoes have been reported in states like Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. And power companies work through the night to clear down lines and trees. We've got full team coverage of this severe system, and we'll let you know where it's headed next with meteorologist Michelle Grossman, of course. But we're going to begin on the ground with NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander. She's in Caledonia, Mississippi. Blaine, good morning to you. What are you seeing out there this morning?
Well, Savannah, good morning to you. You know, we just got here to Caledonia. This threat was so widespread. It was spanning a number of states across the area. But this town here, just close to the Alabama border, really kind of what last night's storms had to offer. I'm going to show you one of the things that we've seen. This is a fire station in Lowndes County Fire Department number 2. I just spoke with the emergency management director of this county, of Lowndes County, and he tells me that by and large, this is not as that is what they were expecting, but there were still some buildings like this one that did sustain a lot of damage. This was a fire station. He told me that there was actually a fire truck right here in this area that had to be cut out. All of the metal kind of collapsed around it and is probably going to have to undergo some repairs in order to get back in service. You see that the roof has been blown off. Savannah, I can tell you from growing up in Oklahoma, you know, you get very used to the telltale signs of when severe weather has blown through. And as I came into Caledonia this morning, I could certainly see that. You see debris, you see different things like this debris around the ground. I understand, according to the emergency management director, that there are about 15 or 20 so buildings that were involved, some of them homes. You know, a church nearby had the steeple blown off. But again, we can't say this enough. As for the threat that we were expecting across states, this certainly is not as bad as it could have been. And that's very fortunate for so many people, Savannah.
Oh, absolutely. Very good news. And the fact that there have been no reports of casualties at this point, which we'll talk about in just a minute, is also great news and a testament to what you're saying there. Obviously, also, Blaine's signal with us has taken a little bit of hits because of the difficult area she's in. But we can still hear you, Blaine. Now, the National Weather Service did describe this as a particularly dangerous weather system. I mean, but this region's no stranger to extreme weather, and it wasn't quite as bad, which is all good news. So how are people, especially who are waking up at daylight now, handling what they're seeing from this storm?
Well, I think for people here, they're really kind of trying to get their bearings, right? If there is damage around. So far, we know that we're going to continue to see the full extent of this damage as the sun continues to rise. There were about 22 or so reported sightings of tornadoes across this entire storm system. So what we're going to see today are people from the National Weather Service really kind of going out and surveying, just trying to see whether tornadoes did touch down, what that looks like, how extreme they were, and really kind of get the full scope of what this picture looked like. Now, as for here in Caledonia, Mississippi, I talked with the director, and he told me that, yeah, he's going around talking to people, trying to, of course, help the people who were displaced. He said that there were several homes that were just completely leveled, of course, trying to get them the resources that they need as they work to kind of rebuild and survey everything today. Savannah.
Blaine, also, we know these nocturnal tornadoes are historically 2.5 times actually more deadly than those that happen during the day. But as I mentioned, no reports of casualties. What are officials saying about the storm and exactly how bad it was, and that fact that, luckily nobody seems to have been killed?
And I think that really is the most amazing thing in all of this. We all went to bed last night knowing that 17 million people were in the paths of these storms, that they were largely expected to come after sundown. So typically, of course, that means that they're harder to see. You can't see as much at night. If power is knocked out, you're talking about situations where you're in complete blackness, and the alarms sometimes only give a few minutes warning. So this really could be a terrifying situation for so many people. So, Savannah, the fact that we've seen no reports of serious injuries, no reports of deaths, it certainly is good news today, and that's what a lot of officials are saying as well.
Absolutely. Blaine Alexander, thank you so much, and stay safe.
Let's get more on that southern storm in all your morning news now. Weather.
Yeah, that means it's time to head to Michelle Grossman so she can let us know where it's headed. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. And it's headed towards the southeast. So we're still looking at strong storms this morning. We're starting to transition out of that severe weather to plain heavy rain. But we still do have the threat for severe storms as we go throughout the next few hours. That is in the southeast. We're looking at rain and wind in the northeast, New England, mid-Atlantic, into the Carolinas. Looking really good in the middle of the country. Nice and dry. It's chilly, though, in the northern plains. Temperatures in the teens, 20s, below freezing in many spots. And we're cool down to portions of Texas, also Oklahoma and Kansas. Rain and mountain snow into the Pacific Northwest. This isn't another system. So remember, 3 days ago, this was the system that came all the way across to the east. So we're going to have another cross-country system that we're going to be watching. And we're looking at the chance for mountain snow up to 2 feet in some spots. This is what it looks like on radar right now. You can still see lots of lightning, although it's getting less. We're getting less conducive. The atmosphere is getting less conducive for really strong storms. But we still could see some storms with winds gusting to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail. Could even see the chance of a few more tornadoes. We do have a tornado watch in some spots for the next couple of hours. Also really heavy rain. So you can't discount that because we're looking at flash flooding in spots. We had roads closed in Atlanta. And that will be the case as we go throughout the next couple of hours, even into the afternoon, evening hours before it completely clears the coast. So in terms of any severe weather as we go throughout the next couple of hours, winds could gust near 60 miles per hour, especially where you see this yellow here. That includes Tallahassee. Also a few isolated tornadoes, if not strong thunderstorms, and the risk of hail, but that is low. Really, we're going to see damaging winds as the greatest risk, and also really heavy rain. There's that cold front, and it moves off to the east. We're looking at soaking rainfall in the northeast this morning, strong winds this afternoon as the front goes by. You're going to feel that. And then back behind this cold front with those really strong winds, it's going to get colder. It's frigid back to portions of the northern plains, the Intermountain West, with temperatures in the teens and 20s. And you're going to feel the difference tomorrow, even in portions of the northeast and also the mid-Atlantic. So here's your rainfall forecast, because that's going to be the big story as we go throughout the afternoon hours. We're looking at pockets of heavy rain where you see those brighter colors, especially the Gulf Coast states, the southeast, into portions of Maine, upstate New York, interior portions of Pennsylvania. You could see pockets of heavy rain. We saw 1 to 2 inches in some spots. We could add an inch or two. Then as the rain starts this morning in portions of the northeast, we're going to see some heavy rain as well. The winds will be a big story as well. 34 million people impacted by either a wind advisory or a high wind warning. The high wind warning is in purple, so Watertown, along with some snow. I'll show you that in just a minute. And parts of Maine, we could see some power outages with trees down. And that's because we're going to see winds gusting up to 50 miles per hour, even 60 miles per hour in some spots. Notice Portland, Springfield, Rochester, even into the 40s in Scranton, also New York City. So we're watching for those trees to come down on the limbs, and also isolated power outages. We still have some leaves on the trees, and that helps to bring those limbs down a little bit faster. Those cold winds are going to blow over the warm lake waters. That's going to enhance some lake effect snow. So where you see the pinks and purples south of Watertown, they get all that snow just 2 weeks or a week and a half ago. We're looking up to 8 inches in some spots. That includes portions of Lake Ontario, downwind of Lake Erie. So that's a big story. But here's the good news. We're looking at Christmas in Rockefeller Center tonight. So exciting. And we want the weather to cooperate. It looks like the cold front is moving faster than expected yesterday. So we do expect it to be dry at least by 8 to 10 p.m. Partly cloudy skies, but it's going to be a little blustery. Temperatures in the 40s, starting out in the 50s, into the low 40s by the end of the event. Winds gusting to 40 miles per hour. It's going to feel closer to 30s in some spots. You might want to layer up if you're lucky enough to go. Now, as we head towards the Pacific Northwest, here's another West Coast storm. This is going to be our next cross-country storm, bringing heavy rain, wind, mountain snow into California. Feet of snow for the Cascades and also the Sierra Mountains. Where you see the blue, that is the snow. The darker colors, again, the yellows, reds, oranges, that's the heaviest rain. So even into portions of Southern California, we're looking at much needed rain from San Francisco to Los Angeles, and it looks like they're going to get that as we head throughout today. Winter alerts stretch from the Pacific Northwest into Northern California, Central California, Intermountain West, and also portions of the Rockies. 5 million people impacted. We have winter weather advisories in white. Winter storm warnings are in your blue, and winter storm watches, that's in the blue. Winter storm warnings are in pink. So, guys, we're going to see the heaviest along the coast of California, and again, could see feet of snow, but that's good news for the skiers. They want that out west.
They will take it. It's that time of year.
Yep. Oh, my gosh. I'm tired after listening to these forecasts these past 2 days.
Oh.
Yes, busy.
But you know what? Last week was quiet. I sort of feel like the holiday week was quiet.
Yeah.
This is sort of what we're paying for.
Exactly. Yes, we're grateful for that. All right, thanks, Michelle. Now we're just a week away from that crucial Senate runoff race in Georgia that will determine the extent of Democrats' majority in the Senate. Many voters have already cast their ballots with record-breaking early voting, actually. NBC News correspondent Von Hilliard has the latest from the campaign trail.
With 1 week until Georgia's critical Senate runoff, there's already a massive turnout of early voters. More than 300,000 on Monday alone, a record.
Let's get this thing done.
Democratic incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock trying to hold on to his U.S. Senate seat and fend off Republican challenger Herschel Walker.
I am heartened by the robust turnout that we are seeing, but I don't want us to get too comfortable. These elections tend to be very close. Every vote counts.
Walker speaking on Newsmax Monday, saying he expects to win big.
Being in a runoff is something I think I was built for. I think Raphael went out a little bit surprised after spending the amount of money that he spent.
In the general election, Walker got public support from former President Trump. This time, he's getting help from recently re-elected Republican Governor Brian Kemp. Kemp got 200,000 more votes than Walker earlier this month. Walker will need some of those votes this time around, something even Walker's supporters are skeptical of.
Mr. Warnock is a wonderful individual, and I fully expect that he will win.
And as somebody who's voting for Herschel Walker, why do you say that?
Realism.
Why is Georgia going to vote for Raphael Warnock?
Mainly Mr. Trump. It astounds me how much we have let the Republican Party be influenced by Mr. Trump. There are a lot of Republicans who wish Mr. Trump well, and may he truly stay away from us.
Now, Trump has no plans to campaign with Walker this last week. Democrats will already maintain control of the U.S. Senate next year, but a Warnock win would give them cushion.
I voted for Raphael Warnock because I seen the change that he been making, helping people with the medicine, stuff like that, elder people and stuff, because it costs so much for them to get their insulin stuff, and those people really need it. So it was important to come out and vote.
That's exactly what Warnock needs. On Monday, Dave Matthews performed in a campaign concert in Atlanta, and on Thursday, Warnock hosts former President Obama for the second time.
Our thanks to Von Hilliard for that report. Now, according to new data from Ad Impact, Democrats have outspent Republicans 2-to-1 in TV, radio, and digital ad spending, with more than $36 million since Election Day.
Today, the University of Idaho will hold a campus-wide vigil to honor the memory of the 4 students who were murdered there. This as police continue to search for a suspect. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Moscow, Idaho, with the latest. Morgan, good morning.
Yeah, Joe, good morning. And there is rising concern and in some cases outright fear over the lack of information that this ongoing investigation has produced. So far, no murder suspect named, no murder weapon recovered. And now, as the memorial for those 4 slain students grows, there are students all across this state planning to pay tribute as this investigation deepens. Outside the home that's now a crime scene, police towing away 5 snow-covered vehicles that haven't been driven in weeks. Police say the cars are being moved to a secure location to continue processing evidence. While on campus, students say the unsolved murders are weighing heavy on their minds.
I have an evening class that I go walk to in the dark and come home from in the dark, and I have my roommates take me to that now.
In the early morning hours of November 13th, police say Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonzalez were stabbed to death in their shared home. A mother who lives across the street says she was home but didn't hear anything suspicious.
I was actually breastfeeding, but it was quiet, and I was exhausted, so I could have very easily missed something.
This evening, the victims' lives are being remembered with a candlelight vigil on campus. Colleges and universities across the state are also coming together at the same time to support the victims and their loved ones, including the College of Eastern Idaho.
It's just so hard to see the struggle that they're going through and the pain that they have.
The shocking crime even rattling students at other schools.
The main thing that I'm hearing from students is they're remembering to lock their doors. They're remembering to watch over their friends when they're traveling to and from campus.
Police have not made an arrest nor found the murder weapon. A frustrating dearth of information for the devastated families.
They're kind of just telling me that they can't tell me much, which is frustrating.
Investigators say they've conducted 150 interviews and processed more than 100 pieces of evidence, received more than 1,000 tips, including rumors Kaylee might have had a stalker.
This is a criminal investigation, and so we can't throw all of our cards on the table and tell everybody everything that we have.
A community in fear coming together to grieve the loss of 4 young lives. Now, investigators have stressed that as this investigation goes on, they will not be releasing tips or any details as they learn them, but they have shared some of the people they have ruled out of being involved in this crime so far, mentioning that there were 2 roommates inside the home when this crime took place, that they are not considered suspects, nor is the male individual that 2 of the students called in the early morning hours of November 13th. As they search for suspects, they say, please be patient. But as you can imagine, Joe, with so many unanswered questions, this community only becoming more on edge as this goes on. Joe.
All right, Morgan Chesky in Idaho. Morgan, thank you.
And now let's head to Washington and get the latest on that threat of a possible rail strike. The House is expected to act quickly to try to end it after President Biden called on Congress to intervene. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has more on what could happen now.
Rare bipartisan agreement that the lame duck Congress must intervene to head off a potentially crippling rail strike on December 9th. From the president,
it's not an easy call, but I think we have to do it. The economy's at risk.
To the Republican Senate Minority Leader.
I think some may be inclined to vote against it, and others are arguing that the economic price doing that is too great.
The showdown comes after 8 unions agreed to a White House brokered deal with freight rail operators, but 4 unions voted no. If one goes on strike, they all do. Congress has the authority to impose a deal, but Democrats risk alienating a core constituency.
I don't like going against the ability of unions to strike, but weighing the equities, we must avoid a strike.
The chief concern, a rail strike could cost the economy anywhere from $500 million a week to $2 billion a day, depending on who is doing the analysis. Stalling the supply chain filled with everything from food to fertilizers, clothing to appliances, car parts to Christmas gifts.
When you look around your house, the majority of items that are in your home came on rail.
Some commuter railroads and Amtrak could also be affected. The White House negotiated deal offers the unions a 24% pay hike, though many workers say it still fails to provide sufficient time off or paid sick leave.
It doesn't matter how much money you make if you can't spend time at home or you can't be homesick.
But the unions may soon have a contract that many actually voted against, with the House expected to act first thing in the morning to end a strike before it even starts. There is an irony here, and that is that 30 years ago, the country was facing a similar potential rail strike. And at the time, Senator Biden voted against Congress intervening. Now, as president, he is pushing Congress to intervene, arguing that the economy, the supply chain, is very much on the line. Back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you.
To the World Cup now, where Team USA is moving on to the knockout round after beating Iran. The score, 1-0.
Yeah, the win sees USA advance alongside group winners England, who beat Wales in the other match by 3-0. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from Doha. Megan, great to have you again. So a big win here for Team USA. How'd they do it, and how significant is this moment for U.S. soccer?
Yeah, guys, this is a huge moment. All of the U.S. and especially these players have been waiting nearly a decade for this. We've not seen the men's team take the field in a World Cup tournament for 8 years. And so what we saw yesterday was really an amazing game. Stressful for sure. I mean, in the first half, we saw star player Christian Pulisic score that first goal and then colliding with the Iranian goalie. He then had to be taken off the field. He went to the hospital to get some scans. But then what made it stressful is that we saw Team USA holding off the Iranians throughout the entire second half. But all it would take is the Iranians to score one goal to tie the game, and then this would be a different direction. We would see the Iranians advancing to the next round. But that's not what happened. Of course, we know Team USA is going to be taking on the Netherlands on Saturday, guys.
Let's be clear. American fans are there in person where you are. I know you've been speaking with them. I've got to imagine they're in a pretty good mood.
Oh, gosh, guys, they are so excited. We were there as they were walking out of the stadium yesterday. It was just an electric environment. This is what they came all the way out here for, thousands of miles away, to see Team USA pull off the win. I wanted to hear what they had to say. It's amazing. We've waited 8 years for this, to be back in a World Cup. How did it feel for you? Great.
Fantastic. Great results. We're moving on.
Guys, how far is Team USA going?
Oh, I think we're going to beat Holland, and we'll see what happens in the quarters.
Freedom always wins.
So, listen, what did it feel like when they scored that goal?
I felt amazing. I haven't felt that feeling in quite a long time. It was fantastic. I'm glad Pulisic is okay, and I'm excited to beat the Netherlands in a round of 16. Here we go, USA, baby, undefeated.
Exactly. All eyes on Saturday's game when Team USA squares off against the Netherlands, guys.
Here we go, USA, baby.
I mean, Captain America's there.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
his shield is getting smaller. That must be the travel size shield. But, yeah.
All right. Yes, that allowed. This one that's allowed in the stadium.
Yeah, right.
Megan, thanks so much.
Coming up on Morning News Now, it's a royal return to the U.S. for Prince William and Duchess Kate.
We'll have the latest on where the couple's headed during their trip to the U.S. when we come back.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November. How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Folks in Boston might be practicing their curtsies because they're getting some special royal visitors today. Prince William and Kate will be there announcing the winners of some environmental awards. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons has more from Boston.
8 years since they took New York by storm, William and Kate returning to the US today for their first overseas trip as Prince and Princess of Wales. Walking in the footsteps of his mother, the late Diana, Princess of Wales, whose trips to America were a sensation, famously dancing with John Travolta.
I think they're very excited.
Their visit all the more symbolic, just months after the death of Queen Elizabeth, the British ambassador tells us this morning.
You know, we saw these amazing outpourings of affection and warmth and respect from Americans all over the country when the Queen died. And if you like, here are the Queen's grandson and his wife, come to renew and carry on the friendship and admiration for America that the Queen instilled and embodied.
The focal point on Friday, William's Earthshot Awards, a star-studded event celebrating work to tackle climate change, while Catherine will focus on her passion, early child development. Their first trip to the US as a newly married couple in 2011 was to California, now home to Harry and Meghan, Duke and Duchess of Sussex. There are no plans for the two couples to meet as they did in the wake of the Queen's death, but the very fact that the brothers won't see each other will inevitably raise fresh doubts about their strained relationship.
The royal couple will not want to turn this into a kind of beauty contest between them and Harry and Meghan. They will want to focus on their causes. I think, though, too, they will have a little bit of fun. You might expect them to see them at a basketball game at some point in the next 3 days.
All right,
Oh.
that'd be fun.
There you go.
All right. No
Cool.
ghosts there. All right.
Yeah,
Keir
exactly.
Simmons.
All right.
Thank
Keir
you so much.
Simmons, we
Appreciate
love
it.
this British guy. Thanks, Keir. Now to more international news. China's former president, who guided the country's rise on the global stage, has passed away at the age of 96.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joined us from Rome with that and other international headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, according to China's official news agency, the former president Jiang Zemin died aged 93 in Shanghai today due to leukemia and multiple organ failure. Now, he ruled over China for 13 years through a time of enormous changes. He led the country out of isolation after the Tiananmen Square pro-democracy protest in 1989. He oversaw China's rise to economic power and the return of Hong Kong from British rule in 1997. But while his government helped modernize China, it also stamped out dissidents and jailed human rights and pro-democracy activists. Now let's go to Ukraine, where as temperatures are plummeting and many are still without electricity after Russia repeatedly bombed the country's energy infrastructure, the U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken announced $53 million in assistance to help restore Ukraine's power grid. NATO's Secretary General recently accused Vladimir Putin of weaponizing winter by leaving millions of Ukrainians in the dark at a time when temperatures are expected to go below freezing. And let's move to El Salvador, where following concerns that the country could default on its own debt, on Tuesday the government announced a second buyback of its sovereign debt bonds. El Salvador last year became the first country to make Bitcoin a legal tender, but since then the value of the cryptocurrency has plummeted. Joe, Savannah?
All right, awesome. Claudia, thank you so much. Now, flu season is just starting up, but cases are already exploding across the country.
We're going to tell you why it's spreading so early and how you can stay safe this winter when we come back.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Welcome back. One of social media's top models is opening up about her health battles. Hailey Bieber is sharing to her millions of followers that she's currently dealing with an ovarian cyst. It's shining a spotlight on a health issue that impacts at least 10% of women. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson brings us that story.
Cover girl, entrepreneur, red carpet staple. 26-year-old Hailey Baldwin Bieber and her superstar husband Justin generate intense interest. This morning, she is sharing some health news with her 49.3 million followers on Instagram. Bieber posting she has a large ovarian cyst that she says is the size of an apple. She writes, I don't have endometriosis or PCOS, polycystic ovary syndrome. But I have gotten an ovarian cyst a few times, and it's never fun. Bieber says the cyst makes her achy and feel nauseous and bloated and crampy and emotional. And to those who might speculate it's something else, she writes, not a baby. Bieber's news doctors say will help others.
I think it's great to talk about it because I think many patients don't talk about it. So many people don't even know that ovarian cysts can happen every month.
Ovarian cysts are common in women of reproductive age and most of the time go away without treatment. Health officials say it's time to see the doctor when there is sudden severe abdominal or pelvic pain, pain with fever or vomiting, or signs of shock such as cold, clammy skin, rapid breathing, lightheadedness, or weakness.
She's okay. She's good. She's strong.
Justin Bieber speaking out about his wife after she had a mini stroke earlier this year. The TIA, as it's called, was caused by a small hole in her heart that required surgery.
It went very smoothly. I'm recovering really well, really fast. I feel great.
Then in June, Justin was diagnosed with Ramsay-Hunt syndrome, which can cause facial paralysis.
As you can see, this eye is not blinking. I can't smile on this side of my face.
The pop star ultimately postponed his Justice World Tour, saying he needed to make his health a priority.
Our thanks to Ann Thompson for that report. Hailey Bieber did not share what, if any, treatment she will undergo. Other health news now. CDC figures show that more than 6 million Americans have already caught the flu since the start of the season, with nearly 3,000 deaths.
Yeah, according to the agency, the flu arrived early this year and it is expected to be worse than in years past. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sal joins us on set now with more. Dr. Sal, always great to have you with us. So why is this flu season worse?
Good morning, guys. Yeah, so the short answer is we don't know. But the long answer and the fun answer is there's a little, theories about what might be going on. And, it's something called population immunity. Because of COVID, because we were masking and social distancing and staying away from grandma, doing all those things, our level of immunity against the flu may have dropped, and that may be one reason that it's hitting us harder. Now, it is hitting us about 4 to 6 weeks earlier, and the reason we're concerned about that is a lot of people wait to get their flu shots, and if you wait and the flu season hits earlier, you can see why that can be a little problematic.
Yeah.
We know hospitals have been overwhelmed with cases of COVID, of flu, of RSV, what we've called the triple-demic. I mean, where do things stand with that right now?
So there's good news and bad news. The good news is Dr. Ashish Jha, the White House COVID-19 response coordinator, thinks that RSV may have peaked a little bit, that we may be going to see RSV cases decline. The bad news is we are starting to see some upticks in COVID cases, and we worry about another winter surge. And it doesn't look like the flu's going anywhere anytime soon either. Now, there is something, a little fun term, if you want to impress somebody at a holiday party, called viral interference. And all that means is that, one virus may take center stage while the others kind of take a back seat. And that's one thing we're going to be watching for. Do all three of them hit hard, or does one kind of dominate at a time?
Yeah, a little doctor humor there. Impress somebody with viral interference. I love it. All right, what can we do to try to protect ourselves? How can we stay safe?
It's going to sound like a broken record. It's the vaccine, especially for the flu and for COVID-19. You really want to make sure that if you are somebody who's high risk, you are getting vaccinated. But other things we always talk about, wash your hands, stay home if you're sick. And, it's okay to bring that mask back. I know nobody really wears them anymore. But if you are somebody who's concerned about getting sick, bring back that mask, especially the ones like the N95, on your commute to work or whatever it is.
Still see a decent amount of people wearing them on the New York subway.
On the subway,
including
definitely.
us. So,
yeah. All right. Dr. Sal, thank you so much. Great to have you here.
Coming up on Morning News Now, all those food recipes you see on TikTok might not be so good for you.
We'll explain how the social media app is creating a negative diet culture for young adults. That's next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast.
An insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters.
Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Now to the latest on that controversial dinner former President Trump had last week with rapper Ye and white nationalist Nick Fuentes.
New reporting from NBC News is shedding a light on the inside story of what happened during that meeting at Trump's Mar-a-Lago club. For more on this, let's bring in NBC News senior national political reporter Mark Caputo. Mark, good morning to you. So, first of all, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell was asked about the meeting. Here's what he said, and then we'll talk about it on the other side.
First, let me just say that there is no room in the Republican Party for anti-Semitism or white supremacy. And anyone meeting with people advocating that point of view, in my judgment, are highly unlikely to ever be elected President of the United States.
All right, so Mark, let's start in the beginning. Explain to us why Ye was at Mar-a-Lago to begin with, how the encounter take place, and how does Nick Fuentes then come into the picture?
A long story. Basically, as Ye was getting canceled for his virulently anti-Semitic remarks, he and Donald Trump were in greater contact. They had been friends. And at a certain point, they agreed to have a dinner. It wound up being the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. Now, Ye, sort of unbeknownst to Trump, who apparently wasn't paying attention, according to sources that we've spoken to, was planning to run for president, and Trump didn't know it. And according to people who are associated with Ye, they had decided to come there and sort of confront Trump and say, hey, you've kind of lost your way in the Republican Party. You're not standing up for the January 6ers who are, incarcerated and who stand trial. You need to get them more money. You're not the same insurgent candidate you were in 2016. You're an establishment bore. And then Ye also dropped the bomb on Donald Trump saying, I'm going to run for president. Why don't you be my running mate? Which apparently angered Donald Trump. And the dinner eventually ended. Now, according to both sides, Trump didn't know who Nick Fuentes was when he met Ye and three others, including Fuentes, the white nationalist in this case. Nevertheless, the former president invited everyone to have dinner with him out on the patio. This was widely seen. It soon leaked, and now Donald Trump's campaign is in total damage control mode.
So, Mark, in your reporting, you talk about how Trump was, the quote here is, essentially tricked by the rapper and his guests. There were a couple other people who also ended up at the table, one whose role was sort of to give them a ride there and then ended up staying for dinner. Talk to us about the role that this particular political advisor to Ye says he played in having this particular group get to meet with Trump and then kind of hope that they sat down at the dinner table.
Well, Milo Yiannopoulos is the kind of the de facto campaign manager for the non-existing campaign. And he was the one who said he sort of helped put it together, bring Nick Fuentes along with Trump or send him along with Trump, and also have Karen Giorno, a former Trump advisor, pick Ye up from the airport, drive them there, and eventually kind of get them through the gates at Mar-a-Lago. You see, Nick Fuentes wasn't apparently on a list to be able to get in. It's a private members-only club. There's not only private security, there's also sort of Secret Service lying around or standing around, and they're doing their job. Nevertheless, security and access is controlled by the private club's private security. So Karen Giorno, the Trump advisor, was able to sort of talk her way in and bring along Nick Fuentes. Now, it probably helped that she had a rap superstar and a very well-known character in culture to sort of help her get through the gates with him. But that's sort of how they all wound up there together. And then, again, they had planned Milo Yiannopoulos, according to him, Nick Fuentes, according to him, and Ye to sort of spring this trap on Trump. Karen Giorno said she didn't know much about that. She was just sort of an accidental guest who wound up being a chauffeur that wound up at dinner.
You mentioned the Secret Service quickly here. I mean, they're distancing themselves from what happened last week. Why is that?
Well, it doesn't look very good if, you know, a white nationalist. I mean, this guy, Nick Fuentes, has said pretty terrible things about Holocaust and race. There's a reason he's been deplatformed from a variety of social media channels. And they're saying, look, this is a private club. They're in charge of it. You can't blame us for this. The club is not commenting.
All right, Mark, thank you so much for your reporting. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now to financial news. AMC Networks is planning significant layoffs in the coming days.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us for that and other financial headlines. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah, Joe, good morning to you. Well, AMC Networks is planning significant layoffs. That's according to a memo sent to employees Tuesday. The memo came shortly after the company announced that CEO Christina Spade would be stepping down from her role less than 3 months after being promoted to the position. The layoffs are expected to impact about 20% of AMC Networks' U.S. staff. AMC has been home to many popular TV shows, including Mad Men, The Walking Dead, and Breaking Bad. But the layoffs and the CEO departure come as the company faces losses from cord cutting and a toughening ad market. Twitter is rolling back its COVID misinformation policy. A recent update posted to the social network's blog said that effective November 23rd, the company would no longer enforce the removal or tagging of misleading health information related to COVID-19. The rollback comes amid concerns of Twitter's ability to fight misinformation after new owner Elon Musk vastly downsized staff, including those involved in content moderation. And the battle over grocery giants Kroger and Albertsons' proposed merger is heating up. On Tuesday, lawmakers questioned leaders from both companies over concerns about whether the deal would decrease competition and potentially increase already high food prices for consumers. Kroger CEO Rodney McMullen defended the deal, arguing that even as a combined company, Kroger and Albertsons would still be small compared to Walmart, Costco, and Amazon. Kroger announced plans back in October to acquire Albertsons in a nearly $25 billion deal. McMullen told lawmakers the grocers plan to invest $500 million to lower prices as part of the merger, guys.
All right. Thank you so much, Silvana.
Got it. That'll be some good news. Lower prices there.
There you go. This morning, we are taking a closer look at the impact TikTok is having on young people, specifically how teens and young adults look at food.
Now, researchers at the University of Vermont found that the most popular food content on TikTok, quote, perpetuates a toxic diet culture among teens and young adults, and that much of what's being shown has not been vetted by experts.
Joining us now to discuss this is Associate Professor for the University of Vermont, Lizzie Pope. Dr. Pope, good to have you with us. You were a senior researcher for this study. Walk us through what you found about how TikTok you think is influencing young people's views of food and their eating habits.
Yeah, thanks for having me. What we found was that of the 1,000 videos that we watched from TikTok, many of them glorified weight loss. They used food as a means to achieving health and wellness, not just for the joy that eating can bring. And they really did not portray expert voices in the field. By and large, the creators of the videos were young, female, white women. And so that to us seemed of note because TikTok is used by so many young people, and eating disorders we know have been on the rise during the pandemic and are a big concern in the TikTok user demographic.
So, Dr. Pope, we know it's not just TikTok that's been criticized for promoting negative body image. There was, of course, what happened last year with Instagram. They apologized for their weight loss content and some other things that sort of aimed at young women that they eventually apologized for in those leaked documents. What can these platforms do to try to fix this issue? And can teens and young adults create a more positive outlook on food and their body image?
Yeah, that's a great question. And TikTok has done some to try to combat the toxic effects of diet culture on their app. They have warnings on certain hashtags. Like we looked at the "What I Eat in a Day" hashtag, and now that hashtag carries a warning that that links teens to resources from the National Eating Disorder Association. So the apps are doing some to combat this, but really I think it's about changing our general culture around food, exercise, weight, and dismantling diet culture at every level. And teens can be part of that change. When I teach college students, I see that they are ready to reject diet culture and to look at food, nutrition, and their bodies in a different way. And that's really exciting. I think that the change on these apps will come from the users being sick of seeing diet culture.
It's good to hear some of what you're talking about there. I mean, we know the University of Vermont's Nutrition Food Sciences Department is taking a new approach to trying to address the weight-conscious mindset. Walk us through what that's about.
Yeah, we at UVM, we are teaching nutrition and dietetics through a weight-inclusive approach, which basically means that we don't see weight as a health indicator in and of itself. We see health behaviors as being more important than someone's weight and whether they're going to be healthy, and that people can choose whether to pursue health or not. So when we're teaching nutrition from this mindset, we're thinking about health at every size and how bodies of every size can be healthy. We're thinking about combating anti-fat bias and the negative health impacts that form of discrimination has on people. And we're thinking about including all foods in a dietary pattern and not moralizing foods as good or bad. So at UVM, that's how we're starting to teach nutrition and dietetics and hoping that that's going to make a big difference in future practitioners of dietetics.
Best to have you guys reaching out to the young people.
Absolutely.
So, all right, Professor Lizzie Pope, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Yeah, really important stuff.
Thank you for having me.
Coming up on Morning News Now, a family reunion decades in the making.
One woman who was kidnapped as a child was able to reunite with her biological family with the help of a DNA test. We're going to have that amazing story next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back. We love a space story and a scientific discovery here on Morning News Now. And this has got both. When researchers examined one of the biggest meteorites ever discovered, they found two substances that have never been seen on Earth before. 2.5 ounces of samples were sliced off the 16.5-ton, meteorite that was found back in 2020. Researchers at the University of Alberta made the discovery. And one of the newly discovered minerals has been named L-aliyite after the place in Somalia where it was found. The other has been named Elkins tantanite after one of the NASA investigators. Researchers are hoping with further testing they'll get a glimpse at how meteoroids are formed and what other uses there are for these new minerals on our planet.
Very cool.
Very
beautiful, aren't they?
Yeah, it actually is kind of cool. Just the density look of it.
The widely used anti-anxiety drug Xanax has attracted controversy, and a new Netflix documentary is raising questions about its overuse and safety.
Yeah, here's Today co-host Chanel Jones with more.
There's this huge Xanax crisis.
Now we're seeing younger and younger age groups not only being prescribed benzodiazepines, but being kept on them.
In interviews with experts and patients of all ages and backgrounds, Take Your Pills Xanax takes a hard look at one of America's favorite anxiety drugs.
3 or 4 minutes later, it was like I was normal again.
And for me, you can almost feel it kick in with a click, which was why it felt like such a magic elixir to me.
I think a huge desire for a lot of people, especially in our generation, needing a quick fix.
The Netflix documentary, executive produced by Christina Schwarzenegger and her mom, NBC special anchor Maria Shriver, is a sequel to their 2018 film, Take Your Pills, which looked at abuse of the ADHD drug Adderall.
Everybody takes Adderall. Everyone.
Now, with anxiety rates soaring, this mother-daughter duo felt the time was right to focus a lens on the risks of Xanax, prescribed to nearly 17 million people in 2020 alone.
People are scared. They're scared about the climate. They're scared about our politics. They're scared about their job. And there is Xanax, and people can buy it on social media. They can get it from their doctor. And many of the doctors were saying, people come in here and then they'll write me a terrible review if I don't give them something.
The film finds some doctors cave to the pressure and prescribe patients Xanax for years. But experts say it's only designed for short-term use. And the longer you take it, the higher the risk of getting hooked.
Knowing what I know now, I would never have taken that first prescription.
Christina says, though she's never taken Xanax, this project was inspired by her own experience with anxiety.
I actually ran into a therapist recently, which was really fun. And I said, I don't know, I'm kind of having anxiety in my life right now. I've never really struggled with that. And he's like, Christina, you had debilitating anxiety.
I have 4 kids. I hear a lot about Xanax, and the easy access that young people have today to these drugs is terrifying.
The documentary features cases like 16-year-old Sammy Chapman, son of the famous relationship therapist Dr. Laura Berman. Last year, Sammy died after taking Xanax he had bought online that was laced with fentanyl. His devastated parents spoke out on Today.
I went into his room and he was on the floor and gone.
The film also looks at how our society copes with anxiety and explores alternative treatments to drugs.
Look at anxiety as not something that necessarily has to be medicated, but that's something to work with that's a common part of life.
Our thanks to Chanel Jones for that report, and that new documentary, Take Your Pills, debuts on Netflix today. Finally, this hour, Together Again, a home DNA test helped to crack one of the country's oldest unsolved kidnapping cases.
And it ended one family's decades-long search for their daughter just in time for the holidays. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro has their story.
Okay, you open for the
A reunion 51 years in the making. Alta Apatenko hugging her daughter Melissa for the first time in decades. The now 53-year-old was kidnapped in 1971 at her parents' home in the Dallas-Fort Worth area when she was just 21 months old. Her mother says she put an ad in the paper for a babysitter and hired a woman without ever meeting her. When she was at work, her roommate handed Melissa over to that woman, who never returned with the baby.
Do you think you'll see Melissa again?
Well, I can't give up hope. I've got to keep hoping, I guess. I want to see her. I've got to see her again. I just can't give up hope.
Throughout the years, the Highsmiths never lost hope, following lead after lead, doing countless interviews and even a podcast.
I would love to see Melissa again. It wouldn't be the same, of course, all those years missed, but if I can ever talk to her again, that would be wonderful.
Happy 53rd birthday, sis! The family holding their annual vigil just this month to celebrate Melissa's 53rd birthday.
Today is about bringing people together to honor and celebrate her and hope that we can be reunited with her one day.
But what they didn't know, that reunion was right around the corner. A DNA test helping track down Melissa, who had been living just minutes away from them for most of her life, never even knowing she had been kidnapped.
We are so happy, you guys, to have our sister home. We thought this would never happen.
Her sister Victoria says their mother had done several DNA tests before and they all came back negative. But this time, a 23andMe test was a match to one of Melissa's children.
We found it through her children. My mother and father submitted it to Ancestry and 3andMe, and 3 weeks within them submitting it, we found my sister. It was like boom, boom, boom.
Melissa and her parents sitting down with CBS Dallas as she pieced together the first few years of her life.
It is overwhelming, but at the same time, it's just the most wonderful feeling in the world.
And in this video posted to social media, Melissa meeting her biological dad, showing her photos of her 4 siblings, including some born after her disappearance that she has never met.
It's just amazing meeting her. When I met her for the first time, it was like looking into myself. She looks like me. She looks like us. She looks like all of us. And she's overjoyed to be in our life.
Our family in the last 3 or 4 days have just been so excited and filled with joy and tears and laughter.
The family making up for lost years, celebrating the holidays together for the first time ever.
My family hasn't celebrated a Christmas all together with all of us in over 20 years. This will be the first Christmas that every single member of our family will be there. It's the best Christmas gift ever.
Quite the gift. Our thanks to Valerie Castro for that story. Right now, investigators say they do not know what happened to the woman who's accused of kidnapping Melissa. In a statement to NBC News, the Fort Worth Police Department said an arrest cannot be made because the criminal statute of limitations expired 20 years after Melissa's 18th birthday, but they added investigators are still looking into the case, including conducting their own DNA test. All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, washed out. Breaking overnight, severe weather is slamming the south with strong winds, heavy rain, and hail. We have the latest on the ground as tornado watches are issued in several states, plus where the storms could be headed next. Inside the controversy, we're learning new information this morning about that controversial dinner that former President Trump had with Kanye West and white nationalist Nick Fuentes. We're going to break down how the meeting happened and what it could all mean for Trump's presidential campaign. Alarming spread. Cases of the flu are already surging across the U.S. The CDC says we've seen more than 6 million confirmed cases so far. My doctors say this year could be worse than expected, and what you can do to keep your family safe. And winners at last. 2 ties nearly ended Team USA's World Cup dreams, but yesterday's thrilling victory over Iran has put the men's soccer team through to the next round. We're going to dig into how they came away with that win and what's next for Team USA in the knockout round of the World Cup. We've all become soccer fans.
I know, right? Yeah, exactly. Never seen soccer before. All of a sudden, I'm like, Team USA.
Exactly. We're going to dig deeper into it and relive the victory and all those positive feelings coming up in a little bit. We do want to begin with that dangerous weather in the South. This morning, 2 million people are waking up under a severe weather threat.
Yeah, so far more than 24 tornadoes have been reported in states like Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. And power companies work through the night to clear down lines and trees. We've got full team coverage of this severe system, and we'll let you know where it's headed next with meteorologist Michelle Grossman, of course. But we're going to begin on the ground with NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander. She's in Caledonia, Mississippi. Blaine, good morning to you. What are you seeing out there this morning?
Well, Savannah, good morning to you. You know, we just got here to Caledonia. This threat was so widespread. It was spanning a number of states across the area. But this town here, just close to the Alabama border, really kind of what last night's storms had to offer. I'm going to show you one of the things that we've seen. This is a fire station in Lowndes County Fire Department number 2. I just spoke with the emergency management director of this county, of Lowndes County, and he tells me that by and large, this is not as that is what they were expecting, but there were still some buildings like this one that did sustain a lot of damage. This was a fire station. He told me that there was actually a fire truck right here in this area that had to be cut out. All of the metal kind of collapsed around it and is probably going to have to undergo some repairs in order to get back in service. You see that the roof has been blown off. Savannah, I can tell you from growing up in Oklahoma, you know, you get very used to the telltale signs of when severe weather has blown through. And as I came into Caledonia this morning, I could certainly see that. You see debris, you see different things like this debris around the ground. I understand, according to the emergency management director, that there are about 15 or 20 so buildings that were involved, some of them homes. You know, a church nearby had the steeple blown off. But again, we can't say this enough. As for the threat that we were expecting across states, this certainly is not as bad as it could have been, and that's very fortunate for so many people, Savannah.
Oh, absolutely. Very good news. And the fact that there have been no reports of casualties at this point, which we'll talk about in just a minute, is also great news and a testament to what you're saying there. Obviously, also, Blaine's signal with us is taking a little bit of hits because of the difficult area she's in. But we can still hear you, Blaine. Now, the National Weather Service did describe this as a particularly dangerous weather system. I mean, but this region's no stranger to extreme weather, and it wasn't quite as bad, which is all good news. So how are people, especially who are waking up at daylight now, handling what they're seeing from this storm?
Well, I think for people here, they're really kind of trying to get their bearings, right? If there is damage around. So far, we know that we're going to continue to see the full extent of this damage as the sun continues to rise. There were about 22 or so reported sightings of tornadoes across this entire storm system. So what we're going to see today are people from the National Weather Service really kind of going out and surveying, just trying to see whether tornadoes did touch down, what that looks like, how extreme they were, and really kind of get the full scope of what this picture looked like. Now, as for here in Caledonia, Mississippi, I talked with the director, and he told me that, yeah, he's going around talking to people, trying to, of course, help the people who were displaced. He said that there were several homes that were just completely leveled, of course, trying to get them the resources that they need as they work to kind of rebuild and survey everything today, Savannah.
Blaine, also, you know, we know these nocturnal tornadoes are historically 2.5 times actually more deadly than those that happen during the day. But as I mentioned, no reports of casualties. What are officials saying about the storm and exactly how bad it was, and that fact that, you know, luckily nobody seems to have been killed?
And I think that really is the most amazing thing in all of this. We all went to bed last night knowing that 17 million people were in the paths of these storms, that they were largely expected to come after sundown. So typically, of course, that means that they're harder to see. You can't see as much at night. If power is knocked out, you're talking about situations where you're in complete blackness, and the alarms sometimes only give a few minutes warning. So this really could be a terrifying situation for so many people. So, Savannah, the fact that we've seen no reports of serious injuries, no reports of deaths, it certainly is good news today, and that's what a lot of officials are saying as well.
Absolutely. Blaine Alexander, thank you so much, and stay safe.
Let's get more on that southern storm and all your morning news now, weather.
Yeah, that means it's time to head to Michelle Grossman so she can let us know where it's headed. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. And it's headed towards the southeast. So we're still looking at strong storms this morning. We're starting to transition out of that severe weather to plain heavy rain. But we still do have the threat for severe storms as we go throughout the next few hours. That is in the southeast. We're looking at rain and wind in the northeast, New England, mid-Atlantic, into the Carolinas. Looking really good in the middle of the country. Nice and dry. It's chilly, though, in the northern plains. Temperatures in the teens, 20 20s, below freezing in many spots. And we're cool down to portions of Texas, also Oklahoma and Kansas. Rain and mountain snow into the Pacific Northwest. This is another system. So remember, 3 days ago, this was the system that came all the way across to the east. So we're going to have another cross-country system that we're going to be watching. And we're looking at the chance for mountain snow up to 2 feet in some spots. This is what it looks like on radar right now. You can still see lots of lightning, although it's getting less. We're getting less conducive. The atmosphere is getting less conducive for really strong storms, but we still could see some storms with winds gusting to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail, could even see the chance of a few more tornadoes. We do have a tornado watch in some spots for the next couple of hours. Also really heavy rain, so you can't discount that because we're looking at flash flooding in spots. We had roads closed in Atlanta, and that will be the case as we go throughout the next couple of hours, even into the afternoon, evening hours before it completely clears the coast. So in terms of any severe weather as we go throughout the next couple of hours, winds could gust near 60 miles per hour, especially where you see this yellow here. That includes Tallahassee. Also a few isolated tornadoes, if not strong thunderstorms, and the risk of hail, but that is low. Really, we're going to see damaging winds as the greatest risk, and also really heavy rain. There's that cold front, and it moves off to the east. We're looking at soaking rainfall in the northeast this morning, strong winds this afternoon as the front goes by. You're going to feel that. And then back behind this cold front with those really strong winds, it's going to get colder. It's frigid back to portions of the northern plains, the Intermountain West, with temperatures in the teens and 20s. And you're going to feel the difference tomorrow, even in portions of the northeast and also the mid-Atlantic. So here's your rainfall forecast, because that's going to be the big story as we go throughout the afternoon hours. We're looking at pockets of heavy rain where you see those brighter colors, especially the Gulf Coast states, the southeast, into portions of Maine, upstate New York, interior portions of Pennsylvania. You could see pockets of heavy rain. We saw 1 to 2 inches in some spots. We could add an inch or two. Then as the rain starts this morning in portions of the northeast, we're going to see some heavy rain as well. The winds will be a big story as well. 34 million people impacted by either a wind advisory or a high wind warning. The high wind warning is in purple, so Watertown, along with some snow. I'll show you that in just a minute. And parts of Maine, we could see some power outages with trees down. And that's because we're going to see winds gusting up to 50 miles per hour, even 60 miles per hour in some spots. Notice Portland, Springfield, Rochester, even into the 40s in Scranton, also New York City. So we're watching for those trees to come down on the limbs, and also isolated power outages. We still have some leaves on the trees, and that helps to bring those limbs down a little bit faster. Those cold winds are going to blow over the warm lake waters. That's going to enhance some lake effect snow. So where you see the pinks and purples south of Watertown, they get all that snow just 2 weeks or a week and a half ago. We're looking up to 8 inches in some spots. That includes portions of Lake Ontario, downwind, and downwind of Lake Erie. So that's a big story. But here's the good news. We're looking at Christmas in Rockefeller Center tonight. So exciting. And we want the weather to cooperate. It looks like the cold front is moving faster than expected yesterday. So we do expect it to be dry at least by 8 to 10 p.m. Partly cloudy skies, but it's going to be a little blustery. Temperatures in the 40s, starting out in the 50s, into the low 40s by the end of the event. Winds gusting to 40 miles per hour. It's going to feel closer to 30s in some spots. You might want to layer up if you're lucky enough to go. Now, as we head towards the Pacific Northwest, here's another West Coast storm. This is going to be our next cross-country storm, bringing heavy rain, wind, mountain snow into California. Feet of snow for the Cascades and also the Sierra Mountains. Where you see the blue, that is the snow. The darker colors, again, the yellows, reds, oranges, that's the heaviest rain. So even into portions of Southern California, we're looking at much needed rain from San Francisco to Los Angeles, and it looks like they're going to get that as we head throughout today. Winter alerts stretch from the Pacific Northwest into Northern California, Central California, Intermountain West, and also portions of the Rockies. 5 million people impacted. We have winter weather advisories in white. Winter storm warnings are in your blue, and winter storm watches, that's in the blue. Winter storm warnings are in pink. So, guys, we're going to see the heaviest along the coast of California, and again, could see feet of snow, but that's good news for the skiers. They want that out west.
They will take it. It's that time of year.
Yep. Oh, my gosh. I'm tired after listening to these forecasts these past few days. Oh. Yes, busy.
But you know what? Last week was quiet. I sort of feel like the holiday week was quiet.
Yeah.
This is sort of what we're paying for.
Exactly. Yes, we're grateful for that. All right, thanks, Michelle. Now we're just a week away from that crucial Senate runoff race in Georgia that will determine the extent of Democrats' majority in the Senate. Many voters have already cast their ballots with record-breaking early voting, actually. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard has the latest from the campaign trail.
With 1 week until Georgia's critical Senate runoff, there's already a massive turnout of early voters. More than 300,000 on Monday alone, a record.
Let's get this thing done.
Democratic incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock trying to hold on to his U.S. Senate seat and fend off Republican challenger Herschel Walker.
I am heartened by the robust turnout that we are seeing, but I don't want us to get too comfortable. These elections tend to be very close. Every vote counts.
Walker speaking on Newsmax Monday, saying he expects to win big.
Being in a runoff is something I think I was built for. I think Raphael went out a little bit surprised after spending that amount of money that he spent.
In the general election, Walker got public support from former President Trump. This time, he's getting help from recently re-elected Republican Governor Brian Kemp. Kemp got 200,000 more votes than Walker earlier this month. Walker will need some of those votes this time around, something even Walker's supporters are skeptical of.
Mr. Warnock is a wonderful individual, and I fully expect that he will win.
And as somebody who's voting for Herschel Walker, why do you say that?
Realism.
Why is Georgia going to vote for Raphael Warnock?
Mainly Mr. Trump. It astounds me how much we have let the Republican Party be influenced by Mr. Trump. There are a lot of Republicans who wish Mr. Trump well, and may he truly stay away from us.
Now, Trump has no plans to campaign with Walker this last week. Democrats will already maintain control of the U.S. Senate next year, but a Warnock win would give them cushion.
I voted for Raphael Warnock because I seen the change that he been making, helping people with the medicine, stuff like that, elder people and stuff, because it costs so much for them to get their insulin stuff, and those people really need it. So it was important to come out and vote.
That's exactly what Warnock needs. On Monday, Dave Matthews performed in a campaign concert in Atlanta, and on Thursday, Warnock hosts former President Obama for the second time.
Our thanks to Von Hilliard for that report. Now, according to new data from Ad Impact, Democrats have outspent Republicans 2-to-1 in TV, radio, and digital ad spending, with more than $36 million since Election Day.
Today, the University of Idaho will hold a campus-wide vigil to honor the memory of the 4 students who were murdered there. This as police continue to search for a suspect. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Moscow, Idaho, with the latest. Morgan, good morning.
Yeah, Joe, good morning. And there is rising concern and in some cases outright fear over the lack of information that this ongoing investigation has produced. So far, no murder suspect named, no murder weapon recovered. And now, as the memorial for those 4 slain students grows, there are students all across this state planning to pay tribute as this investigation deepens. Outside the home that's now a crime scene, police towing away 5 snow-covered vehicles that haven't been driven in weeks. Police say the cars are being moved to a secure location to continue processing evidence. While on campus, students say the unsolved murders are weighing heavy on their minds.
I have an evening class that I go walk to in the dark and come home from in the dark, and I have my roommates take me to that now.
In the early morning hours of November 13th, police say Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonzalez were stabbed to death in their shared home. A mother who lives across the street says she was home but didn't hear anything suspicious.
I was actually breastfeeding, but it was quiet, and I was exhausted, so I could have very easily missed something.
This evening, the victims' lives are being remembered with a candlelight vigil on campus. Colleges and universities across the state are also coming together at the same time to support the victims and their loved ones, including the College of Eastern Idaho.
It's just so hard to see the struggle that they're going through and the pain that they have.
The shocking crime even rattling students at other schools.
The main thing that I'm hearing from students is they're remembering to lock their doors. They're remembering to watch over their friends when they're traveling to and from campus.
Police have not made an arrest nor found the murder weapon. A frustrating dearth of information for the devastated families.
They're kind of just telling me that they can't tell me much, which is frustrating.
Investigators say they've conducted 150 interviews and processed more than 100 pieces of evidence, received more than 1,000 tips, including rumors Kaylee might have had a stalker.
This is a criminal investigation, and so we can't throw all of our cards on the table and tell everybody everything that we have.
A community in fear coming together to grieve the loss of 4 young lives. Now, investigators have stressed that as this investigation goes on, they will not be releasing tips or any details as they learn them, but they have shared some of the people they have ruled out of being involved in this crime so far, mentioning that there were 2 roommates inside the home when this crime took place, that they are not considered suspects, nor is the male individual that 2 of the students called in the early morning hours of November 13th. As they search for suspects, they say, please be patient. But as you can imagine, Joe, with so many unanswered questions, this community only becoming more on edge as this goes on. Joe.
All right, Morgan Chesky in Idaho. Morgan, thank you.
And now let's head to Washington and get the latest on that threat of a possible rail strike. The House is expected to act quickly to try to end it after President Biden called on Congress to intervene. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has more on what could happen now.
Rare bipartisan agreement that the lame duck Congress must intervene to head off a potentially crippling rail strike on December 9th. From the president,
it's not an easy call, but I think we have to do it. The economy is at risk.
To the Republican Senate Minority Leader.
I think some may be inclined to vote against it, and others are arguing that the economic price doing that is too great.
The showdown comes after 8 unions agreed to a White House brokered deal with freight rail operators, but 4 unions voted no. If one goes on strike, they all do. Congress has the authority to impose a deal, but Democrats risk alienating a core constituency.
I don't like going against the ability of unions to strike, but weighing the equities, we must avoid a strike.
The chief concern, a rail strike could cost the economy anywhere from $500 million a week to $2 billion a day, depending on who is doing the analysis. Stalling the supply chain filled with everything from food to fertilizers, clothing to appliances, car parts to Christmas gifts.
When you look around your house, the majority of items that are in your home came on rail.
Some commuter railroads and Amtrak could also be affected. The White House negotiated deal offers the unions a 24% pay hike, though many workers say it still fails to provide sufficient time off or paid sick leave.
It doesn't matter how much money you make if you can't spend time at home or you can't be homesick.
But the unions may soon have a contract that many actually voted against, with the House expected to act first thing in the morning to end a strike before it even starts. There is an irony here, and that is that 30 years ago, the country was facing a similar potential rail strike. And at the time, Senator Biden voted against Congress intervening. Now, as president, he is pushing Congress to intervene, arguing that the economy, the supply chain, is very much on the line. Back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you.
To the World Cup now, where Team USA is moving on to the knockout round after beating Iran. The score, 1-0.
Yeah, the win sees USA advance alongside group winners England, who beat Wales in the other match by 3-0. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from Doha. Megan, great to have you again. So a big win here for Team USA. How'd they do it, and how significant is this moment for U.S. soccer?
Yeah, guys, this is a huge moment. All of the U.S. and especially these players have been waiting nearly a decade for this. We've not seen the men's team take the field in a World Cup tournament for 8 years. And so what we saw yesterday was really an amazing game. Stressful for sure. I mean, in the first half, we saw star player Christian Pulisic score that first goal and then colliding with the Iranian goalie. He then had to be taken off the field. He went to the hospital to get some scans. But then what made it stressful is that we saw Team USA holding off the Iranians throughout the entire second half. But all it would take is the Iranians to score 1 goal to tie the game, and then this would be a different direction. We would see the Iranians advancing to the next round. But that's not what happened. Of course, we know Team USA is going to be taking on the Netherlands on Saturday, guys.
Let's be clear. American fans are there in person where you are. I know you've been speaking with them. I've got to imagine they're in a pretty good mood.
Oh, gosh, guys, they are so excited. We were there as they were walking out of the stadium yesterday. It was just an electric environment. This is what they came all the way out here for, thousands of miles away, to see Team USA pull off the win. I wanted to hear what they had to say. It's amazing. We've waited 8 years for this, to be back in a World Cup. How did it feel for you?
Great. Fantastic. Great results. We're moving on.
Guys, how far is Team USA going?
Oh,
I think we're going to beat Holland, and we'll see what happens in the quarters.
Freedom always wins.
So, listen, what did it feel like when they scored that goal?
I felt amazing. I haven't felt that feeling in quite a long time. It was fantastic. I'm glad Pulisic is okay, and I'm excited to beat the Netherlands in a round of 16. Here we go, USA, baby, undefeated.
Exactly. All eyes on Saturday's game when Team USA squares off against the Netherlands, guys.
Here we go, USA, baby.
I mean, Captain America's there.
Yeah,
I mean, his shield is getting smaller. That must be the travel size shield. But, yeah.
All right. Yes, that allowed. This one that's allowed in the stadium.
Yeah, right.
Megan, thanks so much.
Coming up on Morning News Now, it's a royal return to the U.S. for Prince William and Duchess Kate.
We'll have the latest on where the couple's headed during their trip to the U.S. when we come back.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Folks in Boston might be practicing their curtsies because they're getting some special royal visitors today. Prince William and Kate will be there announcing the winners of some environmental awards. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons has more from Boston.
8 years since they took New York by storm, William and Kate returning to the U.S. today for their first overseas trip as Prince and Princess of Wales. Walking in the footsteps of his mother, the late Diana, Princess of Wales, whose trips to America were a sensation, famously dancing with John Travolta.
I think they're very excited.
Their visit all the more symbolic, just months after the death of Queen Elizabeth, the British ambassador tells us this morning.
You know, we saw these amazing outpourings of affection and warmth and respect from Americans all over the country when the Queen died. And if you like, here are the Queen's grandson and his wife come to renew and carry on the friendship and admiration for America that the Queen instilled and embodied.
The focal point on Friday, William's Earthshot Awards, a star-studded event celebrating work to tackle climate change, while Catherine will focus on her passion, early child development. Their first trip to the US as a newly married couple in 2011 was to California, now home to Harry and Meghan, Duke and Duchess of Sussex. There are no plans for the two couples to meet as they did in the wake of the Queen's death, but the very fact that the brothers won't see each other will inevitably raise fresh doubts about their strained relationship.
The royal couple will not want to turn this into a kind of beauty contest between them and Harry and Meghan. They will want to focus on their causes. I think, though, too, they will have a little bit of fun. You might expect them to see them at a basketball game at some point in the next 3 days.
All right,
Oh.
that'd be fun.
There you go.
All right. No
Cool.
ghosts there. All right.
Yeah,
Keir
exactly.
Simmons.
All right.
Thank
Keir
you so much.
Simmons, we
Appreciate
love
it.
this British guy. Thanks, Keir. Now to more international news. China's former president, who guided the country's rise on the global stage, has passed away at the age of 96.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joined us from Rome with that and other international headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, according to China's official news agency, the former president Jiang Zemin died aged 93 in Shanghai today due to leukemia and multiple organ failure. Now he ruled over China for 13 years through a time of enormous changes. He led the country out of isolation after the Tiananmen Square pro-democracy protest in 1989. He oversaw China's rise to economic power and the return of Hong Kong from British rule in 1997. But while his government helped modernize China, it also stamped out dissidents and jailed human rights and pro-democracy activists. Now let's go to Ukraine, where as temperatures are plummeting and many are still without electricity after Russia repeatedly bombed the country's energy infrastructure, the U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken announced $53 million in assistance to help restore Ukraine's power grid. NATO's Secretary General recently accused Vladimir Putin of weaponizing winter by leaving millions of Ukrainians in the dark at a time when temperatures are expected to go below freezing. And let's move to El Salvador, where following concerns that the country could default on its own debt, on Tuesday the government announced a second buyback of its sovereign debt bonds. El Salvador last year became the first country to make Bitcoin a legal tender, but since then the value of the cryptocurrency has plummeted. Joe, Savannah?
All right, awesome, Claudia. Thank you so much. Now, flu season is just starting up, but cases are already exploding across the country.
We're going to tell you why it's spreading so early and how you can stay safe this winter when we come back.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff, and let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. One of social media's top models is opening up about her health battles. Hailey Bieber is sharing to her millions of followers that she's currently dealing with an ovarian cyst. It's shining a spotlight on a health issue that impacts at least 10% of women. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson brings us that story.
Cover girl, entrepreneur, red carpet staple. 26-year-old Hailey Baldwin Bieber and her superstar husband Justin generate intense interest. This morning, she is sharing some health news with her 49.3 million followers on Instagram. Bieber posting she has a large ovarian cyst that she says is the size of an apple. She writes, I don't have endometriosis or PCOS, polycystic ovary syndrome, but I have gotten an ovarian cyst a few times, and it's never fun. Bieber says the cyst makes her achy and feel nauseous and bloated and crampy and emotional. And to those who might speculate it's something else, she writes, not a baby. Bieber's news doctors say will help others.
I think it's great to talk about it because I think many patients don't talk about it. So many people don't even know that ovarian cysts can happen every month.
Ovarian cysts are common in women of reproductive age and most of the time go away without treatment. Health officials say it's time to see the doctor when there is sudden severe abdominal or pelvic pain, pain with fever or vomiting, or signs of shock such as cold, clammy skin, rapid breathing, lightheadedness, or weakness.
She's okay. She's good. She's strong.
Justin Bieber speaking out about his wife after she had a mini stroke earlier this year. The TIA, as it's called, was caused by a small hole in her heart that required surgery.
It went very smoothly. I'm recovering really well, really fast. I feel great.
Then in June, Justin was diagnosed with Ramsay-Hunt syndrome, which can cause facial paralysis.
As you can see, this eye is not blinking. I can't smile on this side of my face.
The pop star ultimately postponed his Justice World Tour, saying he needed to make his health a priority.
Our thanks to Ann Thompson for that report. Hailey Bieber did not share what, if any, treatment she will undergo. Other health news now. CDC figures show that more than 6 million Americans have already caught the flu since the start of the season, with nearly 3,000 deaths.
Yeah, according to the agency, the flu arrived early this year and it is expected to be worse than in years past. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sal joins us on set now with more. Dr. Sal, always great to have you with us. So why is this flu season worse?
Good morning, guys. Yeah, so the short answer is we don't know. But the long answer and the fun answer is there's a little, theories about what might be going on. And, it's something called population immunity. Because of COVID, because we were masking and social distancing and staying away from grandma, doing all those things, our level of immunity against the flu may have dropped, and that may be one reason that it's hitting us harder. Now, it is hitting us about 4 to 6 weeks earlier, and the reason we're concerned about that is a lot of people wait to get their flu shots, and if you wait and the flu season hits earlier, you can see why that can be a little problematic.
Yeah.
We know hospitals have been overwhelmed with cases of COVID, of flu, of RSV, what we've called the triple-demic. I mean, where do things stand with that right now?
So there's good news and bad news. The good news is Dr. Ashish Jha, the White House COVID-19 response coordinator, thinks that RSV may have peaked a little bit, that we may be going to see RSV cases decline. The bad news is we are starting to see some upticks in COVID cases, and we worry about another winter surge. And it doesn't look like the flu's going anywhere anytime soon either. Now, there is something, a little fun term, if you want to impress somebody at a holiday party, called viral interference. And all that means is that, one virus may take center stage while the others kind of take a back seat. And that's one thing we're going to be watching for. Do all three of them hit hard, or does one kind of dominate at a time?
Yeah, a little doctor humor there. Impress somebody with viral interference. I love it. All right, what can we do to try to protect ourselves? How can we stay safe?
I'm going to sound like a broken record. It's the vaccine, especially for the flu and for COVID-19. You really want to make sure that if you are somebody who's high risk, you are getting vaccinated. But other things we always talk about, wash your hands, stay home if you're sick. And, you know, it's okay to bring that mask back. I know nobody really wears them anymore. But if you are somebody who's concerned about getting sick, bring back that mask, especially the ones like the N95, you know, on your commute to work or whatever it is.
Still see a decent amount of people wearing them on the New York subway.
On the subway,
including
definitely.
us. So,
yeah. All right. Dr. Sal, thank you so much. Great to have you here.
Coming up on Morning News Now, all those food recipes you see on TikTok might not be so good for you.
We'll explain how the social media app is creating a negative diet culture for young adults. That's next.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? But our top story tonight. You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Now to the latest on that controversial dinner former President Trump had last week with rapper Ye and white nationalist Nick Fuentes.
New reporting from NBC News is shedding a light on the inside story of what happened during that meeting at Trump's Mar-a-Lago club. For more on this, let's bring in NBC News senior national political reporter Mark Caputo. Mark, good morning to you. So, first of all, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell was asked about the meeting. Here's what he said, and then we'll talk about it on the other side.
First, let me just say that there is no room in the Republican Party for anti-Semitism or white supremacy. And anyone meeting with people advocating that point of view, in my judgment, are highly unlikely to ever be elected President of the United States.
All right, so Mark, let's start in the beginning. Explain to us why Ye was at Mar-a-Lago to begin with, how the encounter take place, and how does Nick Fuentes then come into the picture?
A long story. Basically, as Ye was getting canceled for his virulently anti-Semitic remarks, he and Donald Trump were in greater contact. They had been friends. And at a certain point, they agreed to have a dinner. It wound up being the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. Now, Ye, sort of unbeknownst to Trump, who apparently wasn't paying attention, according to sources that we've spoken to, was planning to run for president, and Trump didn't know it. And according to people who are associated with Ye, they had decided to come there and sort of confront Trump and say, hey, you've kind of lost your way in the Republican Party. You're not standing up for the January 6ers who are, incarcerated and who stand trial. You need to get them more money. You're not the same insurgent candidate you were in 2016. You're an establishment bore. And then Ye also dropped the bomb on Donald Trump saying, I'm going to run for president. Why don't you be my running mate? Which apparently angered Donald Trump. And the dinner eventually ended. Now, according to both sides, Trump didn't know who Nick Fuentes was when he met Ye and three others, including Fuentes, the white nationalist in this case. Nevertheless, the former president invited everyone to have dinner with him out on the patio. This was widely seen. It soon leaked, and now Donald Trump's campaign is in total damage control mode.
So, Mark, in your reporting, you talk about how Trump was, the quote here is, essentially tricked by the rapper and his guests. There were a couple other people who also ended up at the table, one whose role was sort of to give them a ride there and then ended up staying for dinner. Talk to us about the role that this particular political advisor to Ye says he played in having this particular group get to meet with Trump and then kind of hope that they sat down at the dinner table.
Well, Milo Yiannopoulos is the kind of the de facto campaign manager for the non-existing campaign. And he was the one who said he sort of helped put it together, bring Nick Fuentes along with Trump or send him along with Trump, and also have Karen Giorno, a former Trump advisor, pick Ye up from the airport, drive them there, and eventually kind of get them through the gates at Mar-a-Lago. You see, Nick Fuentes wasn't apparently on a list to be able to get in. It's a private members-only club. There's not only private security, there's also sort of Secret Service lying around or standing around, and they're doing their job. Nevertheless, security and access is controlled by the private club's private security. So Karen Giorno, the Trump advisor, was able to sort of talk her way in and bring along Nick Fuentes. Now, it probably helped that she had a rap superstar and a very well-known character in culture to sort of help her get through the gates with him. But that's sort of how they all wound up there together. And then, again, they had planned Milo Yiannopoulos, according to him, Nick Fuentes, according to him, and Ye to sort of spring this trap on Trump. Karen Giorno said she didn't know much about that. She was just sort of an accidental guest who wound up being a chauffeur that wound up at dinner.
You mentioned the Secret Service quickly here. I mean, they're distancing themselves from what happened last week. Why is that?
Well, it doesn't look very good if, a white nationalist. I mean, this guy, Nick Fuentes, has said pretty terrible things about Holocaust and race. There's a reason he's been deplatformed from a variety of social media channels. And they're saying, look, this is a private club. They're in charge of it. You can't blame us for this. The club is not commenting.
All right, Mark, thank you so much for your reporting. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now to financial news. AMC Networks is planning significant layoffs in the coming days.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us for that and other financial headlines. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah, Joe, good morning to you. Well, AMC Networks is planning significant layoffs. That's according to a memo sent to employees Tuesday. The memo came shortly after the company announced that CEO Christina Spade would be stepping down from her role less than 3 months after being promoted to the position. The layoffs are expected to impact about 20% of AMC Networks' U.S. staff. AMC has been home to many popular TV shows, including Mad Men, The Walking Dead, and Breaking Bad. But the layoffs and the CEO departure come as the company faces losses from cord cutting and a toughening ad market. Twitter is rolling back its COVID misinformation policy. A recent update posted to the social network's blog said that effective November 23rd, the company would no longer enforce the removal or tagging of misleading health information related to COVID-19. The rollback comes amid concerns of Twitter's ability to fight misinformation after new owner Elon Musk vastly downsized staff, including those involved in content moderation. And the battle over grocery giants Kroger and Albertsons' proposed merger is heating up. On Tuesday, lawmakers questioned leaders from both companies over concerns about whether the deal would decrease competition and potentially increase already high food prices for consumers. Kroger CEO Rodney McMullen defended the deal, arguing that even as a combined company, Kroger and Albertsons would still be small compared to Walmart, Costco, and Amazon. Kroger announced plans back in October to acquire Albertsons in a nearly $25 billion deal. McMullen told lawmakers the grocers plan to invest $500 million to lower prices as part of the merger, guys.
All right. Thank you so much, Silvana.
Got it.
That'll be some good news. Lower prices there.
There you go. This morning, we are taking a closer look at the impact TikTok is having on young people, specifically how teens and young adults look at food.
Yeah, researchers at the University of Vermont found that the most popular food content on TikTok, quote, perpetuates a toxic diet culture among teens and young adults, and that much of what's being shown has not been vetted by experts.
Joining us now to discuss this is Associate Professor for the University of Vermont, Lizzie Pope. Dr. Pope, good to have you with us. You were a senior researcher for this study. Walk us through what you found about how TikTok you think is influencing young people's views of food and their eating habits.
Yeah, thanks for having me. What we found was that of the 1,000 videos that we watched from TikTok, many of them glorified weight loss. They used food as a means to achieving health and wellness, not just for the joy that eating can bring. And they really did not portray expert voices in the field. By and large, the creators of the videos were young, female, white women. And so that to us seemed of note because TikTok is used by so many young people, and eating disorders we know have been on the rise during the pandemic and are a big concern in the TikTok user demographic.
So, Dr. Pope, we know it's not just TikTok that's been criticized for promoting negative body image. There was, of course, what happened last year with Instagram. They apologized for their weight loss content and some other things that sort of aimed at young women that they eventually apologized for in those leaked documents. What can these platforms do to try to fix this issue, and can teens and young adults create a more positive outlook on food and their body image?
Yeah, that's a great question. And TikTok has done some to try to combat the toxic effects of that culture on their app. They have warnings on certain hashtags. Like we looked at the "What I Eat in a Day" hashtag, and now that hashtag carries a warning that that links teens to resources from the National Eating Disorder Association. So the apps are doing some to combat this, but really I think it's about changing our general culture around food, exercise, weight, and dismantling diet culture at every level. And teens can be part of that change. When I teach college students, I see that they are ready to reject diet culture and to look at food, nutrition, and their bodies in a different way. And that's really exciting. I think that the change on these apps will come from the users being sick of seeing diet culture.
It's good to hear some of what you're talking about there. I mean, we know the University of Vermont's Nutrition Food Sciences Department is taking a new approach to trying to address the weight-conscious mindset. Walk us through what that's about.
Yeah, we at UVM, we are teaching nutrition and dietetics through a weight-inclusive approach, which basically means that we don't see weight as a health indicator in and of itself. We see health behaviors as being more important than someone's weight and whether they're going to be healthy, and that people can choose whether to pursue health or not. So when we're teaching nutrition from this mindset, we're thinking about health at every size and how bodies of every size can be healthy. We're thinking about combating anti-fat bias and the negative health impacts that form of discrimination has on people. And we're thinking about including all foods in a dietary pattern and not moralizing foods as good or bad. So at UVM, that's how we're starting to teach nutrition and dietetics, and hoping that that's going to make a big difference in future practitioners of dietetics.
Best to have you guys reaching out to the young people.
Absolutely.
All right, Professor Lizzie Pope, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Yeah, really important stuff.
Thank you for having me.
Coming up on Morning News Now, a family reunion decades in the making.
One woman who was kidnapped as a child was able to reunite with her biological family with the help of a DNA test. We're going to have that amazing story next.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. We love a space story and a scientific discovery here on Morning News Now. And this has got both. When researchers examined one of the biggest meteorites ever discovered, they found two substances that have never been seen on Earth before. 2.5 ounces of samples were sliced off the 16.5-ton, wow, meteorite that was found back in 2020. Researchers at the University of Alberta made the discovery. And one of the newly discovered minerals has been named L-aliyite after the place in Somalia where it was found. The other has been named Elkin's tantanite after one of the NASA investigators. Researchers are hoping with further testing they'll get a glimpse at how meteoroids are formed and what other uses there are for these new minerals on our planet.
Very cool.
Very
beautiful,
cool.
aren't they?
Yeah, it actually was kind of cool. Just the density look of it.
The widely used anti-anxiety drug Xanax has attracted controversy, and a new Netflix documentary is raising questions about its overuse and safety.
Yeah, here's Today co-host Chanel Jones with more.
There's this huge Xanax crisis.
Now we're seeing younger and younger age groups not only being prescribed benzodiazepines, but being kept on them.
In interviews with experts and patients of all ages and backgrounds, Take Your Pills Xanax takes a hard look at one of America's favorite anxiety drugs.
3 or 4 minutes later, it was like I was normal again.
And for me, you know, you can almost feel it kick in with a click, which was why it felt like such a magic elixir to me.
I think a huge desire for a lot of people, especially in our generation, needing a quick fix.
The Netflix documentary, executive produced by Christina Schwarzenegger and her mom, NBC special anchor Maria Schreiber, is a sequel to their 2018 film, Take Your Pills, which looked at abuse of the ADHD drug Adderall.
Everybody takes Adderall. Everyone.
Now, with anxiety rates soaring, this mother-daughter duo felt the time was right to focus a lens on the risks of Xanax, prescribed to nearly 17 million people in 2020 alone.
People are scared. They're scared about the climate. They're scared about our politics. They're scared about their jobs. And there is Xanax, and people can buy it on social media. They can get it from their doctor. And many of the doctors were saying, you know, people come in here and then they'll write me a terrible review if I don't give them something.
The film finds some doctors cave to the pressure and prescribe patients Xanax for years. But experts say it's only designed for short-term use. And the longer you take it, the higher the risk of getting hooked.
Knowing what I know now, I would never have taken that first prescription.
Christina says though she's never taken Xanax, this project was inspired by her own experience with anxiety.
I actually ran into a therapist recently, which was really fun. And I said, I don't know, I'm kind of having anxiety in my life right now. You know, I've never really struggled with that. And he's like, Christina, you had debilitating anxiety.
I have 4 kids. I hear a lot about Xanax, and the easy access that young people have today to these drugs is terrifying.
The documentary features cases like 16-year-old Sammy Chapman, son of the famous relationship therapist Dr. Laura Berman. Last year, Sammy died after taking Xanax he had bought online that was laced with fentanyl. His devastated parents spoke out on Today.
I went into his room and he was on the floor and gone.
The film also looks at how our society copes with anxiety and explores alternative treatments to drugs.
Look at anxiety as not something that necessarily has to be medicated, but that's something to work with that's a common part of life.
Our thanks to Chanel Jones for that report, and that new documentary, Take Your Pills, debuts on Netflix today. Finally this hour, Together Again, a home DNA test helped to crack one of the country's oldest unsolved kidnapping cases.
And it ended one family's decades-long search for their daughter just in time for the holidays. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro has their story.
Okay, you open for the door.
A reunion 51 years in the making. Alta Apatenko hugging her daughter Melissa for the first time in decades. The now 53-year-old was kidnapped in 1971 at her parents' home in the Dallas-Fort Worth area when she was just 21 months old. Her mother says she put an ad in the paper for a babysitter and hired a woman without ever meeting her. When she was at work, her roommate handed Melissa over to that woman who never returned with the baby.
Do you think you'll see Melissa again?
Well, I can't give up hope. I've got to keep hoping, I guess. I want to see her. I've got to see her again. I just can't give up hope.
Throughout the years, the Highsmiths never lost hope, following lead after lead, doing countless interviews and even a podcast.
I would love to see Melissa again. It wouldn't be the same, of course, all those years missed. But if I can ever talk to her again, that would be wonderful.
Happy 53rd birthday, sis! The family holding their annual vigil just this month to celebrate Melissa's 53rd birthday.
Today is about bringing people together to honor and celebrate her and hope that we can be reunited with her one day.
But what they didn't know, that reunion was right around the corner. A DNA test helping track down Melissa, who had been living just minutes away from them for most of her life, never even knowing she had been kidnapped.
We are so happy, you guys, to have our sister home. We thought this would never happen.
Her sister Victoria says their mother had done several DNA tests before and they all came back negative. But this time, a 23andMe test was a match to one of Melissa's children.
We found it through her children. My mother and father submitted it to Ancestry and 3andMe, and 3 weeks within them submitting it, we found my sister. It was like boom, boom, boom.
Melissa and her parents sitting down with CBS Dallas as she pieced together the first few years of her life.
It is overwhelming, but at the same time, it's just the most wonderful feeling in the world.
And in this video posted to social media, Melissa meeting her biological dad, showing her photos of her 4 siblings, including some born after her disappearance that she has never met.
It's just amazing meeting her. When I met her for the first time, it was like looking into myself. She looks like me. She looks like us. She looks like all of us. And she's overjoyed to be in our life.
Our family in the last 3 or 4 days have just been so excited and filled with joy and tears and laughter.
The family making up for lost years, celebrating the holidays together for the first time ever.
My family hasn't celebrated a Christmas all together with all of us in over 20 years. This will be the first Christmas that every single member of our family will be there. It's the best Christmas gift ever.
Quite the gift. Our thanks to Valerie Castro for that story. Right now, investigators say they do not know what happened to the woman who's accused of kidnapping Melissa. In a statement to NBC News, the Fort Worth Police Department said an arrest cannot be made because the criminal statute of limitations expired 20 years after Melissa's 18th birthday, but they added investigators are still looking into the case, including conducting their own DNA test. All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us.
day to you. We're so glad you could join us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Savannah Sellers in for Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, November 30th. Deadly tornadoes. The southeast slammed by a string of tornadoes overnight. 2 people dying in Alabama, while a dozen buildings were twisted beyond repair in Mississippi.
Economic risk. The House is likely to pass a bill that would avert a potentially catastrophic rail strike. But then that bill is set to hit major roadblocks in the Senate. The deadline is less than 2 weeks away.
Campus mourning. Students at the University of Idaho are preparing a candlelight vigil for their slain classmates. The case still unsolved as university police step up security.
Captain America, Team USA superstar Christian Pulisic scored a goal in the high-stakes game against Iran, propelling the U.S. to the next round of the World Cup.
So glad you could join us here on NBC News Daily. We start right now with that severe weather that's happening in the south and then moving quickly towards the northeast.
That's right. The most active part of the storm system moved through Alabama and Mississippi last night, producing at least 2 tornadoes and dropped heavy rain and large hail. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is here in the studio with us. Of course, he's tracking the latest on that system. But first, NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in Steens, Mississippi, along the Alabama border.
Hey there, Sam. First off, what do we know about the 2 people who were actually killed in that tornado outbreak?
Hey, Morgan and Savannah. So really, within the last hour or so, Montgomery County officials have been briefing us about what we know regarding rescue efforts and who they were. They did not disclose much, so as much as to say that at about 3:30 in the morning, fire crews were brought into a house where they were able to rescue a father. As for the 2 other victims, they did not specify, but the Washington Post right now is identifying them as a 39-year-old mother and an 8-year-old son. That the father right now is receiving treatment at the hospital. Obviously, this is heartbreaking. It is, in many ways, a window into what so many communities have to deal with after mass tragedies like this. And it's incredible that we're in a place right now where they saw 17 reported tornadoes in the state of Mississippi. And so far, here at least in this community, there have been no reports of serious injuries or fatalities, which is almost unfathomable as you just look around and see the extent of the damage, guys.
Yeah, Sam, that's exactly what I want to ask about northern Alabama, Mississippi, where you are, where the hardest hit from this line of storms last night. I mean, now that it's the afternoon, sun's up, what's it looking like? Just how bad is it?
So just walk with me for a second. This is a trailer over my shoulder right here, and obviously there's less protection for trailers than would be, for brick homes, less fortification. You can see the siding here has just been ripped out. Insulation is coming from outside of the home. And then as you move along the panorama, it just gets worse because you see giant trees that have been snapped in place. I mean, splinters, guys. Look at this. This is a tree stump where this is the remains of what was a huge pine tree. And they're just off in every which direction. And then over that, of course, you have giant piles where someone's livelihood was right here. In fact, this gentleman that lives in this house operates bikes and works on them. He has a tool shed and all these other things, fishing, and that's all buried into heaps of debris. I spoke with him about an hour ago about how close it was to being a fatal incident for him were we to have been here that night. Here's what he told me. So you're able to both help him and also potentially save your own life, because I'm looking to the right of you here. There's a pole that's penetrated the side of your house. To you, when you see that, does it feel like that could be the difference between life and death?
Oh yeah, very much so. It could have been very bad right there.
Savannah, Morgan, the backstory to this is that man left his house last night to help his dad. He's 92 years old. His father gets really nervous when there's storms. He wanted to go over there and settle his nerves. And luckily, he was there, because if you were in this house, it could have been a very different story.
Wow, a lot to unpack there. We're wishing them the best in the days ahead. NBC's Sam Brock there on the ground for us. Sam, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Stay safe. Now we want to bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, so this tornado outbreak came very fast, but the threat is not over yet. Where is it headed now?
We're launching Florida, North Florida specifically. And it's been hours now since we had a tornado even reported. We had 30 preliminary tornado reports. Now today's the day the National Weather Service will send out their surveyors, and they'll go and see, how strong were their tornadoes, was it straight line winds versus tornadoes, and we'll get a more accurate count in the days ahead. But all the little red icons on this map show you where they were reported: Louisiana, northern Mississippi, southern Mississippi, and then a couple drifted here into areas of Alabama. So this morning, we had a really strong line of storms that went through Mobile and has roared through the Panhandle. Now it's in between Perry and Jacksonville. The good news, for the first time in about 24 hours, the tornado watch has been canceled and dropped, and the Storm Prediction Center said they're not going to issue another one for North Florida. So that's good news. Still some gusty winds, still some lightning for your friends in Jacksonville, Ocala, Gainesville, the Cedar Key, and maybe drifting down towards Daytona Beach in a couple hours from now. So that is good. It looks like our severe weather threat has ended.
And when you mentioned that, Bill, I mean, after the storms sort of move out, will the winds then still be a lingering issue?
Yeah, we're heading up into the northeast now. So this is mostly just a soaking rain that's coming through. And this map doesn't really show you what the winds look like, but that's the issue. We're going to see significant travel delays through the afternoon and the evening. We have wind advisories and a couple areas with high wind warnings north of Syracuse and the coastal areas of Maine and down East Maine. 19 million people are included in this. Areas from Long Island are getting a strong southerly wind. And once that cold front goes through, you'll feel it. Temperatures will plunge and those winds will gust. So we get the rain, the cold front, and then the strong winds behind it. We could see wind gusts 50 miles per hour, the southern coastline of areas of New England, and then more 30 to 40, even 50 miles per hour in areas like Buffalo and western New York. So we're not done yet. Still isolated power outages through this evening in the Northeast.
All right. Bill Cairns, thank you so much.
Let's turn now to Washington, where a catastrophic rail strike looms just weeks before the holidays. House lawmakers are set to pass a bill that would avert a strike, but then it's in the Senate's hands. And that clock, it's ticking as railway workers vow to strike by December 9th. With us now, we have NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale, who's live for us in Washington. Ali, it's good to see you this Wednesday. First off, what exactly are the railway workers asking for? It feels like we've sort of been here before. Does it look like Congress can meet those demands?
Well, look, Morgan, they're certainly going to try, because one of the key concerns that's sticking in this legislation is how many paid sick days these workers will be allowed. In the initial legislation, as it's been negotiated, only one paid leave sick day is in there. But as they're passing this bill now, the way that they're trying to do it through the House is two-pronged, because they're trying to get 7 paid sick leave days put in for these railway workers. And so what we're about to see in the House in just the next few minutes is the first vote on the tentatively negotiated legislation that would allow them to avert a rail strike, and then a second separate vote on 7 days of paid sick leave. That's something that many Democrats pushed for, because, Morgan, one of the big concerns here from some lawmakers that were reluctant to intervene, even though they know that this would be catastrophic if a strike were to happen, the reluctance stemmed from being pro-union. They didn't want to be seen as undercutting union workers' ability to negotiate for themselves and get the best deal that they can. Nevertheless, some people feel that, A, this is something that they cannot have happen. They cannot have this strike, and that's why they have to do what they're doing today. But also the idea that now they've been able to, if the paid leave portion of this legislation were to pass, actually get them more days than had initially been negotiated for in the first place.
Speaking of which, I mean, Ali, since this bill is, as you mentioned, likely to pass the House, what are the odds looking like with the Senate at this point? And I know that Biden has sort of been warning that a rail strike would have disastrous effects just on the economy overall. So what has the president sort of done? What role has he played in this deal?
Look, the president is actually in agreement here with Republican and Democratic leadership. So it was set to be on a glide path through the House. When it gets to the Senate, it's a little bit stickier, simply because this is not an issue that has clean party lines in terms of where people are falling on this. You have, on the paid sick leave front, people like Senator Bernie Sanders, Senator Chris Murphy, Senator Elizabeth Warren, who want to see more paid sick leave days and will put forward an amendment to do that. But then you've also got some Republican senators like Ted Cruz and Josh Hawley on the ultra-conservative side of that Republican spectrum also saying that they would back an amendment on paid sick leave. Unclear if that's going to be brought up in the Senate and if it'll have the votes. But again, that's one of the sticking points and partly why this has been such a confusing and hard to predict process.
All right, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale live from D.C. Ali, thank you so much.
Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute. Car companies in China are halting production as protests against COVID restrictions continue. Volkswagen and Honda are suspending operations at some plants, and Toyota is adjusting production at those Chinese factories.
Luckily, to break it all down for us, we have CNBC reporter Bertha Coombs here. Bertha, first off, sort of how could these supply chain disruptions from these production halts affect us right here in the United States?
Well, we've already seen it, right, over the last few years. Over the course of the pandemic, lockdowns in China affected the price and availability of goods here in the U.S. because you just had these bottlenecks in terms of production. So there are new supply chain disruptions amid this new rise in COVID cases and the strict crackdowns, which are prompting those protests in China from the government in Beijing. Automakers in China, including Volkswagen and Honda, have said that they are halting productions in some plants. Toyota also slowing production. It's unclear how widespread the economic impact will be and how the car industry will be affected, but there's a lot of production that happens in China. Meantime, one of the big winners during the pandemic is now laying off workers amid slower business. DoorDash, which helped feed America during COVID, announced that it is laying off more than 1,200 workers in an effort to cut costs as it faces weaker consumer demand. DoorDash, like other tech companies, is reckoning with overhiring from that big boom they saw during the pandemic. Meantime, the online holiday shopping season setting yet another record. Shoppers spent over $35 billion from Thanksgiving to Cyber Monday as they took advantage of heavy discounting by retailers online. A lot of retailers like Target are slashing prices to help move excess inventory. And I don't know about you guys, it had already started before the pandemic for me, but most of my holiday shopping I do online.
Do you do your holiday shopping?
It's just
online?
easier.
Not really, no.
Yeah, I'm actually a terrible online shopper.
Yeah, me too.
I'm bad at it.
Because I'm bad at returning, and so then it shows up and you try
to the post office. It's like a whole, process.
100%.
Bertha, we need to learn from you.
I'm just lazy about going to the store, so I'd rather do that and hope that I don't have to return it.
I guess you got to pick your poison this time
exactly.
All right, CNBC's Bertha Coombs for us. Bertha, thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, Team USA survives and thrives at the World Cup, but Captain America could be on the sidelines for the next match. His message from the hospital bed ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. U.S. soccer fans, both the longtime and the bandwagon, are still celebrating yesterday's nail-biting 1-0 World Cup win over Iran. But Team USA could be without a key player when they take on the Netherlands in the single elimination round of 16 on Saturday. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from Doha, Qatar. Megan, good to see you. So it was a win or go home for Team USA yesterday, but they were able to get the job done. First, just what was the energy like in that stadium coming off that win?
Savannah, it was electric. It was literally pure happiness just streaming out of the stadium. People so excited because this is what they came here for. Flying thousands of miles here to Qatar from every corner of the United States to see Team USA pull off a win, and they did it. Take a listen.
It felt amazing. Yeah, the chants, the crowd, the game.
What was the best part?
When they scored.
It feels like victory, feels beautiful. It's called soccer now. It's coming home.
Yeah.
God, it's amazing to be an American tonight, let me tell you.
Victory, woo! It was such a tight game, but overall we won. Go America.
Victory tastes beautiful, they said. Listen, Team USA is going to hit the field tomorrow to practice. They have the day off. They're with their families today. They're taking a dip in the pool. They're just relaxing. Practice tomorrow, practice the day after. They hit the ground running on Saturday when they take on the Netherlands. Not favored to win here. The Netherlands ranked 16th, or Team USA ranked 16th. The Netherlands ranked 8th. But look, just a few minutes ago, we saw Tunisia upset France. Tunisia is ranked 30th. France is 4th in the world. And of course, they're the team, or one of the teams that's favored to win the entire tournament. Unfortunately, because of the point system, Tunisia won't be advancing. But it just goes to show you that anything is possible.
Yeah, I was just
Savannah?
going to say, I'm no mathematician, but it sounds like we've got better odds in that game. So let's see. We'll see. Let's talk, though, Megan, about Christian Pulisic, the top player and scorer of the only goal in yesterday's game. But he did get pretty banged up. How is he looking for Saturday?
You know, that's the big question, and the answer is no one really knows, not even Team USA. They're saying that he's taking it day by day. They're hoping that he will be 100% on Saturday. He's resting right now, but at this moment, no one knows for sure. So, of course, all eyes going to be on this game to see if he takes the field or not. Savannah?
All right, NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald from the World Cup for us. So exciting. Thanks, Megan. Go Team USA.
Well, on the heels of the team's big victory, USA midfielder Yunus Musa joined the Today Show this morning to talk about the team's win, his teammates' injury, and celebrating his 20th birthday. Take a look.
Very happy member of Team USA with us this morning, Yunus Musa. Yunus, good morning to you. Not a bad way to spend that 20th birthday, by the way, on yesterday. So happy belated birthday to you. Happy victory to you. How does it feel on the heels of that win?
No, thank you very much. Yeah, it was just the birthday I wanted, really. I don't really spend my birthday doing much, but this birthday was a really special one. I'm never going to forget it, you know. My 20th birthday, and then obviously not going home yet.
Oh, good. No, we got the Netherlands yet. But can I just ask a question about what do you think made the difference? This is one of those matches that a lot of people didn't have the U.S. pick to win, but we pulled it out. We're a very young team. What do you think made the difference, Yunus?
Yeah, I feel like we just kept on growing after every game. I've seen the team grow after each game. Obviously, we have a lot of people that have never played in the World Cup, so we're just taking the experience as we go along. Everyone says, like, obviously we're a young team, as we are, but I feel like, yeah, we've shown time and time again that we're capable of playing at this high level.
Let's talk about that injured teammate, Christian Pulisic, who scored the lone goal. We saw him from his hospital bed assuring us that he is going to be there. What are you hearing? Is he definitely in on Saturday?
Yeah, so unfortunately, like, it's part of the sport. People can get injured and stuff, and we're not happy to see him come off the field like that. You know, it was really hurt, but he's with the group right now, and he's feeling better. So hopefully he'll be all right for Saturday.
Well, speaking of Saturday, you can watch Saturday's match between the U.S. and the Netherlands at 10 a.m. on NBC's Peacock app or on Telemundo.
Now, Idaho police expand the investigation into the mysterious murders of 4 college students. Coming up, the new evidence being examined right now. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, so we all remember it. It's been 8 months since Will Smith stormed the Oscar stage and slapped Chris Rock. Well, now he's speaking candidly about that moment in his first major interview since the incident. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin has more.
It was the slap that stunned Hollywood. Seen and heard around the world at this year's Academy Awards.
At the end of the day, I lost it, you know.
Now, 8 months later, Will Smith is speaking out.
That was a horrific night.
His first televised sit-down interview since the incident with his good friend, Daily Show host Trevor Noah.
You seemed a little dazed afterwards. I'm not gonna lie.
No, I was gone, dude. You know, that was a rage that had been bottled for a really long time.
Smith references his own childhood trauma.
It was a lot of things. It was the little boy that watched his father beat up his mother.
And shares how he had to explain what happened to his 9-year-old nephew.
He had stayed up late to see his Uncle Will, you know, and we're sitting in my kitchen and he's on my lap and he's holding the Oscar and he's just like, "Why did you hit that man, Uncle Will?"
Now banned from all Academy Awards events for the next 10 years, Smith says he's concerned about how the continued fallout from that infamous slap could impact his new film, Emancipation.
I hope their work will not be tainted based on, you know, a horrific decision on my part.
Prior to the slap, there was buzz about a possible back-to-back Oscar for this latest performance.
I will come back to you!
And it's still possible he could be nominated for another Oscar. He could even win, but he just can't publicly accept the award. Tonight, no comment from Chris Rock, but Will Smith is making it clear that his main concern is that his past wrong doesn't damage other artists' chances at award season glory.
All right, that was NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin.
Now, dramatic body cam video shows Minnesota first responders bringing a man back from the brink of death after his heart stopped for 5 minutes. Danny Spiewak from our Minneapolis NBC affiliate KARE 11 shows us how the man is thanking the team who saved his life.
This is the season to be grateful.
Life is that fragile and can end in an instant.
Terry Steinmetz learned that lesson on the early morning of October 9th when he woke up with chest pains at his Chisago County home.
Said, hey, I think I'm having a heart attack or something.
His wife Lori called 911.
Sheriff's office, and we have it there.
Yep. After Chisago County Patrol Sergeant Reggie Martin arrived,
Have you been to any of the hospitals in the cities?
he worked with Lakes Region EMS paramedic Kayla Headland and EMT Royce Shung.
Yeah, we'll just take it nice and slow.
To walk Terry into the ambulance.
Shortly after that, lights went out. Yeah.
So his heart just stopped, so we're on the monitor.
The 3 first responders started CPR.
Can you I have to move his arm out of the way?
Thinking that they're just bringing him back. It's not final. Not yet. I don't know why, I just had faith.
Terry,
Why?
your heart stopped. We had to do CPR on you for the last 5 minutes.
As soon as somebody goes into cardiac arrest, good CPR really counts.
Oh, well, that was a rough night.
After weeks of recovery,
Really strange nights that I'm never going to forget, you know.
Terry and his wife got to say thank you to the first responders.
Everything lined up.
Together, they watched the body camera video.
It's really kind of strange to look and see yourself and knowing that you're not alive at that point. And then they bring you back to life.
Terry knows how close he came.
Terry, open your eyes.
These people went above and beyond.
I think so too.
You know,
It is that time of year.
I'm just happy to be here.
Wow.
Incredible.
Just happy to be here.
Yeah,
Can you imagine?
exactly. No, and wow, it's just amazing that he saved him. That was Danny Spiewak from our NBC affiliate KARE reporting.
Well, it's a royal return. The Prince and Princess of Wales are about to begin a 3-day trip to Boston. Still ahead, why it's being called their Super Bowl moment. You are watching NBC News Daily. And don't forget, you can also watch us for free 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on our streaming network, NBC News Now. And that's really wherever you stream. Think YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, all that and more. Your news continues right after this.
podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Thanks so much for joining us this Wednesday, and welcome back. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Savannah Sellers. We're happy you're here. Making news right now, a guilty plea on federal charges for the Texas woman involved in the death of Fort Hood soldier Vanessa Guillen. Cecily Aguilar admits to lying to investigators and helping hide the soldier's remains in 2020. Aguilar faces up to 30 years in prison if convicted.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams announces a new directive aimed at getting people who suffer from mental illness off the streets. Now, the plan instructs first responders to take people displaying severe mental illness symptoms to local hospitals, even involuntarily. Now, some mental health professionals are criticizing this new move, saying that the city should actually focus on long-term solutions.
And a Washington, D.C. jury convicts 2 members of the far-right Oath Keepers group. The group's founder, Stuart Rhodes, and member Kelly Meggs face up to 20 years in prison on conspiracy charges in connection with the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Rhodes' attorney plans to appeal the conviction.
The University of Idaho is preparing for a campus-wide vigil today to remember the 4 students who were brutally murdered.
Yeah, their deaths remain unsolved, forcing the university to make big changes to make students feel safe. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky brings us the latest from Idaho.
Here in Moscow, there is rising concern and in some cases an outright sense of fear over the lack of information and evidence that this investigation has shared so far. No murder suspect named, no murder weapon recovered. And now, as the memorial for those 4 slain students grows, students all across this state are paying tribute as this investigation deepens. Outside the home that's now a crime scene, police towing away 5 snow-covered vehicles that haven't been driven in weeks. Police say the cars are being moved to a secure location to continue processing evidence. While on campus, students say the unsolved murders are weighing heavy on their minds.
I have an evening class that I go walk to in the dark and come home from in the dark, and I have my roommates take me to that now.
In the early morning hours of November 13th, police say Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonzalez were stabbed to death in their shared home. A mother who lives across the street says she was home but didn't hear anything suspicious.
I was actually breastfeeding, but it was quiet, and I was exhausted, so I could have very easily missed something.
This evening, the victims' lives are being remembered with a candlelight vigil on campus. Colleges and universities across the state are also coming together at the same time to support the victims and their loved ones, including the College of Eastern Idaho.
It's just so hard to see the struggle that they're going through and the pain that they have.
The shocking crime even rattling students at other schools.
The main thing that I'm hearing from students is they're remembering to lock their doors. They're remembering to watch over their friends when they're traveling to and from campus.
Police have not made an arrest nor found the murder weapon, a frustrating dearth of information for the devastated families.
They're kind of just telling me that they can't tell me much, which is frustrating.
Investigators say they've conducted 150 interviews and processed more than 100 pieces of evidence, received more than 1,000 tips, including rumors Kaylee might have had a stalker.
This is a criminal investigation, and so we can't throw all of our cards on the table and tell everybody everything that we have.
A community in fear coming together to grieve the loss of 4 young lives. Right now, authorities remaining tight-lipped, but they are ruling out several individuals as potential suspects, naming 2 roommates that were inside the house at the time of the crime, saying that they are not considered to be suspects. Also naming a male individual, of which there were several phone calls exchanged with 2 of the victims in the early morning hours, saying that he is not considered a suspect either. But with so many questions remaining here in this investigation, the calls for answers only growing louder in this tight-knit community. Morgan Chesky, NBC News, Moscow, Idaho.
Now, a new era begins today in Congress. House Democrats elected their new leadership team, replacing Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Majority Leader Steny Hoyer. The two have been pillars of the party's power, but are stepping down to usher in the next generation. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa joins us now from Washington. Hey, Ali, good to see you. So what does the new House Democratic leadership look like, and what's it say about the future of the party?
Yeah, Savannah, well, this is a real watershed moment and a long time coming for House Democrats who haven't had a new leader in 2 decades. Less than an hour ago now, House Democrats electing New York Congressman Hakeem Jeffries to that top spot that was once filled by House Speaker Nancy Pelosi as Democratic leader, making him the first Black congressional leader of any party in U.S. history. And at 52 years old, he's also the youngest congressional leader. Representatives Catherine Clark and Pete Aguilar will round out those top 3 leadership positions. And this newer, younger generation of leaders was really called for years now by the Democratic Party. And it represents so many facets of the House Democratic Caucus. You have a Black leader, progressive chair, and a Latino chair, and a progressive whip. Democrats are undoubtedly excited for all this, but they know that the reality check here is that when a Republican majority is sworn in come January, they can only be so much of a roadblock for Republicans. Despite all of this, Hakeem Jeffries, in a statement just about 30 minutes ago about his election victory, saying he's optimistic, saying in part, quote, "We will look for common ground with Republicans whenever and wherever possible." Savannah.
Ali, I want to switch gears now and ask you about the Respect for Marriage Act, because we've had some news. It passed the Senate yesterday, now heads to the House. What can we expect there?
Yeah, this was an absolutely historic move yesterday when this passed, with all Democrats and 12 Republicans voting in favor of this, especially when you consider where support for this legislation stood just even a decade ago. So this now heads to the House, where it's expected to be voted on and pass on December 6th, especially because it did pass in the House before it was postponed till after the midterm elections to get more support. If and when it does, it'll head to President Biden's desk for signature. This expected new law will ensure marriage protections for couples regardless of their sex, race, ethnicity, and religion. And remember, this all started after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade during the summer, opening the door for other historic decisions to also be overturned. And that really sparked so much action between Democrats and Republicans here on Capitol Hill to get this done so quickly compared to the usual timeline we see here.
Busy week on Capitol Hill, and NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa is covering it all for us. Thank you so much.
Well, Savannah, meanwhile, the Jackson, Mississippi water crisis that left more than 100,000 low-income residents without clean water for weeks is now at the center of a Department of Justice complaint. NBC News correspondent Yamichelle Sindor has been following it since the beginning.
The Justice Department taking action on the water crisis in Jackson, Mississippi. In a statement, Attorney General Merrick Garland saying, in part, we will continue to prioritize cases in the communities most burdened by environmental harm. Jackson has been plagued by a series of drinking water crises and service outages in recent years, including the city's main water treatment plant failing after heavy rain. In a separate action, the department also announced it filed a proposed order that would appoint a third party to stabilize Jackson's water system. A court granted that order. That party would operate the system, take charge of billing customers, and make needed improvements. The DOJ says the city and the Mississippi State Health Department have both signed the order and agreed to its terms. The city has repeatedly said it intends to cooperate. Longtime Jackson resident Brooke Floyd says her family has been boiling water for years.
What do you want to see happen now that the DOJ is involved here?
I want our water to be fixed. I want my children to be able to turn on the faucet and brush their teeth.
Kristen Clark, the head of the DOJ Civil Rights Division, spoke in September about Jackson's water crisis.
We as a nation have a duty to stand up for our nation's most vulnerable. And it is not lost on us that we're talking about a community that is home to a disproportionate number of low-income Black people in Mississippi.
This is the latest in a recent line of DOJ investigations looking into environmental justice issues, like failing sewage systems in Alabama and illegal dumping in Texas. One Jackson resident telling us it's time for the city, state, and federal government to step up.
That was NBC News correspondent Yamiche Alcindor reporting.
Now it's time for some royal business. The Prince and Princess of Wales arrive in Boston today for their first overseas trip in 8 years.
That's right. William and Kate are in the U.S. for work, but their visit is even more symbolic, coming just months after the death of Queen Elizabeth II. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons is following it all for us live from Boston. Keir, first off, look, this visit is potentially being overshadowed by allegations of racism at Buckingham Palace, and this is all just breaking as we speak. Can you tell us what's going on and what's behind those allegations?
Yeah, you're right. You know, this does have the potential to overshadow the visit. The Prince and Princess of Wales are just about now arriving here in Boston. It also has the potential, honestly, to do further damage to the royal family's reputation. There's a lot to it. Let me try and put it simply. A woman who is being named by the British media as William's godmother, so very, very close to the royal family, was an aide to the Queen, is being accused of making comments at a charity event at Buckingham Palace yesterday towards a woman of colour, the boss of a charity, a black British woman, quite simply asking her where she was from, and when she said she was basically from London, drilling down, trying to insist, no, where are you from? Those comments, clearly comments that are being described as racist by the royals themselves. So the palace describing the remarks as unacceptable and deeply regrettable. And a spokesperson for Prince William saying racism has no place in our society. The comments were unacceptable, and it's right that the individual has stepped aside. She was going to be an aide to Queen Camilla, having been a lady in waiting to the Queen. That clearly is not going to happen any longer, but you'll have been guessing, frankly, this is terrible for this visit, really, because we already have those allegations from Harry and Meghan of racism within the royal family. Just next week, they will be in New York to receive an award for fighting against racism. So what the Prince and Princess of Wales, William and Catherine, have wanted to do is come here and put focus on causes like children's younger years and the environment. Instead, they may not talk about this, but it's going to be ever present, I suspect, through the next 3 days.
Wow, absolutely. A lot going on at not a great time as they're about to get here. Let's talk, though, about this visit. Right. We know the focal point of Prince William's Earthshot Awards on Friday is the reason that they're here. What exactly are those awards, and what will the royal couple do in Boston leading up to the ceremony? What else will you be following?
Yeah, look, I don't have long, and that's the shame about it, I suppose you could say, that they're going to be very unhappy with what's happened back in London. But what they are trying to do, they're going to switch on, they're going to switch a light so that the green buildings here in Boston are lit up in green. They're trying to put the emphasis on climate and the environment. They've got lots of messages they want to bring, and they are Prince and Princess of Wales travelling overseas for the first time. So there's all that too.
Wow. NBC Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons, a lot to follow there. Thank you so much.
And straight ahead, we're wrapping up the year in entertainment. We're talking the top YouTube videos, creators, all the things you may have missed. Stay with us. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Welcome back. Now, as 2022 winds down, we're getting our first glimpse at YouTube's list of top trending videos of the last year.
That's right. We're talking everything from the most watched music videos, top video creators, and even breakout content creators of the year. So, culture and trends manager at YouTube, Madeline Buxton, is here to break it all down for us. Madeline, what are the top 5 videos? If you had to just like bring it down to 5 for us, what would they be?
Good morning. Well, thank you so much for having me. So, when we look at this year's top trending videos, we really see 2 things. We see that communities are showing up for their favorite YouTube creators and turning them into mainstream celebrities. And then we see pop culture moments that are driven by more traditional celebrities. So let me walk you through our top 5, starting with number 1. It comes from a gaming creator named Technoblade. This was a very moving video. He passed away from cancer earlier this year. And in this video, his father read a message that he had written to his fans before his passing. So a really, really moving tribute. Then on a very different note, at number 2, we have the slap heard around the world. This was Will Smith slapping Chris Rock at the Oscars. I'm sure everybody saw that one.
Yeah.
At number 3, we have a video from another gaming creator named Dream, who had never shown his face to viewers before, and he finally did in this video.
That's a lot of anticipation.
Yeah, a lot of anticipation.
Okay. So that was normally what you saw, the back of his head?
Yep.
Wow.
Well, no,
that
just for this video. Yeah, normally you saw his gaming avatar on screen.
I'm still waiting for it. I'm like literally like looking at the screen,
Come
like,
on.
where is his face coming up? Because this feels like a big reveal.
He dragged it out for a couple minutes, but yeah.
Wow. Okay.
It's coming. It's coming.
All right. Well, maybe. Oh. All right.
A lot of memes about that moment.
Absolutely. Were there any breakout stars, or was anything here kind of a surprise or snuck up to that top 5 we weren't expecting?
In the top 5, rounding it out, we had the NFL Super Bowl halftime show, which usually makes our top 10. This year it really hit a note of nostalgia, a lot of old school hip hop, R&B acts. And then we also had a video from Mr. Beast, who has over 100 million subscribers. He's known for these really outlandish challenges. In this video, he built Willy Wonka's chocolate factory in real life.
Yeah. Wow. Speaking of which, can we actually also talk about the top music videos? My personal favorite, Mr. Bad Bunny. El Conejo
No
Malo.
way. You're going to ask about that?
Crazy.
No, you don't want to talk
I'm
about
not
that, do you?
predictable at all, but I do want to ask about Bad Bunny being there. And Encanto was up there.
Yes. So this year we did the top songs, and you named it, Encanto. We Don't Talk About Bruno was number 1. Not a huge surprise, but the viral success of that movie turned into so many lasting hits. 2 of them are on our list this year. And then Bad Bunny, of course, Puerto Rican superstar.
Global superstar,
whose latest album really rocketed him to the top of the charts.
Sin Ti.
Oh my God.
So good.
Right.
What would we do? A whole year without you. What would we do? Exactly.
So good. That was good. Okay, before we let you go, I want to ask, so you have these short form videos now that YouTube is doing, so, and a lot of people are saying it sort of feels like it's trying to kind of be what TikTok does. What is your takeaway on that, and also how is that doing, and do we see anything that really popped there?
Yeah, it's doing incredibly well, millions and millions of daily views, and I think the thing to keep in mind with short form, first of all, when you look at our top creators and our breakout creators lists, a lot of them are diving into short form content, but even more so, they're embracing multiple formats. So we see creators who are doing maybe comedy within short form, but then turning to long form to do vlogs and other types of content. So they're reaching audiences in all these different ways, and it's not just limited to any one single format like it might have been in the past.
Very cool. God, so much fun stuff. Of course, we got Bad Bunny in there.
We have Bad Bunny in there. The producers know. That's going to be a good Wednesday for Morgan.
Yeah, I love it. All right. YouTube culture and trends manager, Madeline Buxton, thank you so much for joining us. This is so much fun. Great conversation.
Thank you for having me.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
And you are watching NBC News Daily.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. From prisoner to president, Nelson Mandela will forever be remembered as a global beacon of peace and one of the world's greatest political leaders.
That's right. NBC News correspondent Harry Smith has a sneak peek of a new podcast featuring never-before-heard audio from Mandela himself.
He was a firebrand, a revolutionary, a man most dangerous to the South African government.
We want people to know that they can actually challenge injustice and go to jail and still come out.
He spent 27 years in prison, and when he was released, it was that man who Richard Stengel interviewed, recorded on dozens and dozens of hours of tapes.
I have some small questions about Robben Island.
Yes.
Then after that, we'll go to some larger general questions.
To come back decades later and listen to the tapes all over again, what was the most important thing you learned?
Well, it was an emotional experience to listen to the tapes. I had never listened to them before.
Because when Stengel ghost wrote Mandela's autobiography, Long Walk to Freedom, he used transcripts.
When I first started hearing it, after not hearing it, I teared up all the time.
The podcast, Mandela, The Lost Tapes, takes us inside the extraordinary process, how a prisoner becomes a president.
As a young man, I was very radical, using high-flown language, fighting everybody. But now, one has to lead.
And even lighter moments, like at breakfast.
This is the only time I take sugar, something sweet, like jam. You sure you don't want some jam?
It was, says Stengel, the most important experience of his life.
He was trying to save his country every day. He was trying to write a constitution. He was getting ready to run for president. Literally, the last thing he should have been doing was sitting down early in the morning and talking to me.
Above all else, Stengel wanted to know how prison had changed Mandela.
I came out mature, that I can say.
He hated that question because he felt like I was asking him to be introspective. And then one day he said, I came out mature. And that word, mature, which doesn't sound all that fancy to us now, meant so much to him.
The calm, the grace, the generosity of spirit.
What was that one true thing that you learned?
I realize now, in going back, not that he wasn't complex, but that there was a simpleness to him. His focus on freedom for his people. It was just undeviating.
He had mastered the practice of Ubuntu.
A person is a person, ngabanye abantu, because of other people.
You really peel apart a word we used to use for a while during the time you were talking to him.
The literal translation is very powerful. It's that human beings are human beings through other human beings. That's what makes us human. That's the most benign and hopeful outcome of all of this, of people listening to this, that I could ever hope for. He once said to me with a smile, many people love me from afar, but very few from up close.
The podcast puts you in the chair next to Stengel. You can see Mandela is there too, especially as their sessions come to an end.
At that point, I just let go and hugged him fiercely. I tried not to cry. I'm trying not to cry now. I thought of all of the men over the years who were in terrible positions, who embraced him to get strength from him, and I felt that strength. And I think he knew that's what I have to give.
Beautiful. That was NBC News correspondent Harry Smith reporting. Wow, incredible.
I am
amazing to hear that
for you.
perspective. Yeah,
love it. Trending now, Christmas in a can. Yeah, I'm not sure what to make of that. For a second year, Heinz is back at it with a Christmas dinner soup, Savannah. Yeah, prepare yourself. Well, the question is, what's in it? Oh, wow, Brussels sprouts. Balls of stuffing, wait for it, pigs in a blanket. And get this, girl, there's even a vegan version.
With vegan pigs in a blanket?
Well, yeah, I didn't get that far. I didn't get that far.
I don't know. What do you think? All right, and Manhattan will be a bit brighter starting tonight. The Rockefeller Center Christmas tree right here in our backyard will be officially lit up at 10 p.m. The 82-foot tall tree is decorated with more than 50,000 LED lights and topped with a Swarovski crystal star. You can watch coverage of the lighting here on NBC or on Peacock starting at 7 p.m.
Very cool. Can't wait.
Exciting. And I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Morgan Radford, and you are watching NBC News Daily.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Hey there, everyone. So glad you could be with us this Wednesday, and thank you for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Savannah Sellers, in for Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, November 30th, surveying the damage. 2 people are dead after dozens of tornadoes blasted through the southeast overnight. And those storms, well, they are not over just yet.
Bills, bills, bills on Capitol Hill. The House is set to avoid a disastrous rail strike, and the Senate voted to protect same-sex marriage. Now, both bills will exchange chambers.
Making it work. Divorce fundamentally changes a child's life, but learning how to successfully co-parent can create happier, healthier kids. We'll have an expert give us some top tips in just a moment.
Tree hike. Inflation is hitting every aspect of the holiday season, including how much you'll pay for your Christmas tree. But shoppers are saying that's not stopping them from taking part in the tradition.
So glad you could be with us today, and welcome to NBC News Daily. We start right now with that fast-moving severe weather that's really wreaking havoc all across the U.S.
That's right. From Florida to Maine, a storm system is bringing heavy rain, large hail, and tornadoes. The system tore through Mississippi and Alabama last night, killing at least 2 people and destroying at least a dozen buildings. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is here in the studio with us. Of course, he's tracking the latest on that system. But first, NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in Steens, Mississippi, along the Alabama border.
Hey there, Sam. First off, what do we know about the 2 people who were actually killed in that tornado outbreak?
Hey, Morgan and Savannah. So really within the last hour or so, Montgomery County officials have been briefing us about what we know regarding rescue efforts and who they were. They did not disclose much, so as much as to say that at about 3:30 in the morning, fire crews were brought into a house where they were able to rescue a father. As for the two other victims, they did not specify, but the Washington Post right now is identifying them as a 39-year-old mother and an 8-year-old son, that the father right now is receiving treatment at the hospital. Obviously, this is heartbreaking. It is in many ways a window into what so many communities have to deal with after mass tragedies like this, and it's incredible that we're in a place right now where they saw 17 reported tornadoes in the state of Mississippi, and so far here, at least in this community, there have been no reports of serious injuries or fatalities, which is almost unfathomable as you just look around and see the extent of the damage, guys.
Yeah, Sam, that's exactly what I want to ask about northern Alabama, Mississippi, where you are, were the hardest hit from this line of storms last night. I mean, now that it's the afternoon, sun's up, what's it looking like? Just how bad is it?
So just walk with me for a second. This is a trailer over my shoulder right here, and obviously there's less protection for trailers than would be, for brick homes, less fortification. You can see the siding here has just been ripped out. Insulation is coming from outside of the home. And then as you move along the panorama, it just gets worse because you see giant trees that have been snapped in place. I mean, splinters, guys. Look at this. This is a tree stump where this is the remains of what was a huge pine tree, and they're just off in every which direction. And then over that, of course, you have giant piles where someone's livelihood was right here. In fact, this gentleman that lives in this house operates bikes and works on them. He has a tool shed and all these other things, fishing, and that's all buried into heaps of debris. I spoke with him about an hour ago about how close it was to being a fatal incident for him were we to have been here that night. Here's what he told me. So you're able to both help him and also potentially save your own life, because I'm looking to the right of you here. There's a pole that's penetrated the side of your house. To you, when you see that, does it feel like that could be the difference between life and death?
Oh yeah, very much so. It could have been very bad right there.
Savannah, Morgan, the backstory to this is that man left his house last night to help his dad. He's 92 years old. His father gets really nervous when there's storms. He wanted to go over there and settle his nerves. And luckily he was there, because if you were in this house, it could have been a very different story.
Wow, a lot to unpack there. We're wishing them the best in the days ahead. NBC's Sam Brock there on the ground for us. Sam, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Stay safe. Now we want to bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns.
Bill, I know we're already seeing some of that rain here in New York. What should we sort of expect in those days ahead?
Yeah, the threat area is changing. We're no longer concerned with tornadoes, especially in the south. Tornado watch has been dropped. And by the way, here, all these little red icons show you where all the tornadoes were reported, 30 in all in the last 24 hours. And the fatalities, the ones that were in the middle of the night, like 2, 3 in the morning, was located right here in Alabama with that thunderstorm, those 4 tornadoes that were reported there. So the tornado watch has been canceled for Florida. That was last hour. We still have some strong gusty winds that are heading through the Jacksonville area and Gainesville. And these will try to sweep here towards Daytona Beach, northwards, Heppendorf, Flagler Beach, in the St. Augustine area. Further to the north is where we have just a big rainstorm heading through the northeast right now. And we're watching, maybe some isolated downpours, but there's no thunderstorm concerns, guys, in the northeast.
How concerned should we be, though, about the strong winds behind this storm?
That is the concern, especially if you're trying to travel in the air out of the northeast, and maybe even isolated power outages. At least the leaves are off the trees, so we're not going to see widespread power outages, isolated at best. But we have 19 million people here under wind advisories, even a couple high wind warnings for areas from Portland all the way through down East Maine, including beautiful Bar Harbor, then north of Syracuse towards the Watertown area. And as far as the current wind gusts go, it's coming right off the water into Long Island. JFK Airport has wind gusts of 39 miles per hour. I just looked at the airports. LaGuardia has 2-hour delays, Newark 1-hour delays, and we're also seeing significant delays at Reagan National as the winds are picking up. So the timing of this mess will all be through the northeast this evening. About 5 p.m., New York, Hartford, Boston, rain, gusty winds, and behind it, it'll be windy with the storm system too. Max winds in the 40-mile-per-hour range in New England, maybe up to 50 from Syracuse to Buffalo. And if you're watching here on NBC later on tonight for the tree lighting ceremony, you'll see that Christmas tree blowing around in these gusty winds.
Oh, lovely. All right. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns, thanks so much.
All right, let's turn now to Washington, where House lawmakers are set to pass a bill that would avert a catastrophic rail strike ahead of the busy holiday travel season. But if it passes the House, the legislation still faces a pretty difficult path forward in the Senate. And that clock, it's ticking. Railway workers are vowing to strike by December 9th. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa joins us now live from Capitol Hill. Ali, good to see you this Wednesday. First off, if you can just sort of walk us through the challenges that this bill may likely face in the Senate and what could actually happen if Congress does not broker a deal by this deadline.
Yeah, Morgan, obviously the stakes could not be higher and the timing could not be worse with Christmas just weeks away and Congress working feverishly to get this done. There's been a lot of movement just in the last 24 hours after President Biden's request for Congress to pass legislation to avert this potentially catastrophic rail strike. You have the House voting right now on two separate bills on two separate things. One is a deal brokered between President Biden and labor unions and rail companies for a roughly 25% pay increase. And that other one is a bill to increase the amount of paid sick leave from 1 day for union workers to 7 days. This is expected to pass in the House, but if and when it does, it will then go to the Senate, where its path to passage is looking a little bit more rocky. You have senators on both sides of the aisle saying that these two bills don't go far enough, especially in the aftermath of the COVID pandemic, when rail companies are making record profits. You have Bernie Sanders, Senator Elizabeth Warren, Senator Marco Rubio, senators on both sides of the aisle expressing their opposition to this. And if this doesn't pass, which President Biden is hoping this will all get done by December 9th, that expected day of that rail strike, like I said, these results could be catastrophic with, the holiday season, a shopping season ramping up, holiday travel ramping up. So a lot at stake here, Morgan.
Speaking of some breaking news, though, Ali, we understand the bill that is making headlines today just passed, that bill protecting same-sex and interracial marriage. Tell us, we understand it passed the Senate, now the House. What does it mean, and why did lawmakers feel like this bill was necessary in this moment?
Yeah, so this work, remember, started during the summer when Roe versus Wade was overturned by the Supreme Court, and it left the door open for so many other historic decisions to also be overturned. So lawmakers on both sides of the aisle started working feverishly to try and solidify the support to get this done. It passed in the House, then was delayed till after the midterm elections, and now you see it being brought up again in this historic vote late last night, where all Democrats and 12 Republicans voted to support this bill. This is historic considering where support for same-sex marriage stood just even a decade ago. So the House is expected to take this up and pass this on December 6th, then sending it to President Biden's desk for signature. This is obviously a historic move that really solidifies marriage equality and support for marriages that took place in states where it is legal, regardless of race, ethnicity, religion. So definitely a historic move on Capitol Hill that was all set in motion because of that historic decision by the Supreme Court back over the summer, Morgan.
All right, excellent reporting for us. Down to the minute, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa for us there in D.C. Ali, thank you.
And it's time now for our CNBC Money Minute. And get this, Delta is making the most exclusive parts of the airport harder even to get into. The airline says it plans to hike prices and add requirements to use its Sky Club lounges.
So to talk about those requirements, let's bring in CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu now. Dom, first off, what will travelers now have to do in order to access those more exclusive perks?
So Morgan, Savannah, starting early next year, membership packages for Delta's lounges will only be available to members of the airline's Sky Miles frequent flyer program who have status, one of those medallion tiers. Now, currently, anyone can purchase a membership. Delta's move comes after complaints from travelers about long lines and crowds at some of the Sky Clubs it runs, so we'll keep an eye on that development. Private hiring slowed sharply in November, according to a report from payroll processing firm ADP. Companies added just 127,000 positions for the month. It's down sharply from the nearly 240,000 back in October. November's total was the lowest since January of 2021. The job market, though, remains tight. with around 2 open positions for every available worker out there, and the unemployment rate at 3.7%. That's near the lowest level since 1969. And finally, if you're on the hunt for a new job, listen up here. Virtual interviews have made a lot of the process easier, but new research shows there's one mistake that could cost you that job. According to a report from Top Resume, the #1 virtual interview deal breaker is avoiding eye contact or staring into space during that virtual interview.
Wow.
So much like Savannah Morgan, a real-life interview, you've got to be engaged with your interviewer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
There you go. Somebody's like, what do you think your greatest quality is?
Dom? Joining us now, we have Dom Chu. Yeah. Dom, tell us about this Delta.
Yeah, wow. All right.
All right, we had too much fun with that.
Dom, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
All right, now some great news for Team USA fans after a big win in Doha. What to expect for the next World Cup matchup and an update on a key player's injury. That's all when we come back, and you are watching NBC News Daily.
Go.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Authorities in the Chinese city of Guangzhou lifted some COVID restrictions following violent clashes between protesters and police on Tuesday night. But most of the country still remains under tight lockdown measures. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer has the latest from Beijing.
Chinese authorities are clamping down, out in force in major cities where some streets are now walled up. Police even searching phones for images or messaging apps that might connect people to the demonstrations. Some universities now sending students home. The remarkable scenes of protest against China's stifling zero-COVID rules, inspiring acts of defiance to knock down barriers and end lockdowns that in some places have dragged on for months. In his own way, Cheng is protesting too. He's leaving China, fed up with losing freedom, income, and time to zero COVID.
I'm deeply attached
rescue the country, but I don't recognize myself in the country anymore.
The rarity of protests here capturing the world's attention, even as they appear to grow smaller and more dispersed. There's concern, too, that wide-scale unrest, along with snap lockdowns here, pose another setback for the global economy. Supply chains already affected by months of economic pain, with youth unemployment at a record 20%. China's harsh zero-tolerance approach to COVID has failed to prevent a big jump in cases, stoking a national anger that is the boldest challenge yet to the leadership of Xi Jinping. It isn't clear if the moment for protesters will last. The security apparatus here is massive. Surveillance networks are sprawling. And the government has little tolerance for discontent. Janice Mackey-Freyer, NBC News, Beijing.
U.S. soccer fans, both the longtime and the bandwagon, are still celebrating yesterday's nail-biting 1-0 World Cup win over Iran. But Team USA could be without a key player when they take on the Netherlands in the single elimination round of 16 on Saturday. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from Doha, Qatar. Megan, good to see you. So it was a win or go home for Team USA yesterday, but they were able to get the job done. First, just what was the energy like in that stadium coming off that win?
Savannah, it was electric. It was literally pure happiness just streaming out of the stadium. People so excited because this is what they came here for. Flying thousands of miles here to Qatar from every corner of the United States to see Team USA pull off a win, and they did it. Take a listen.
It felt amazing. Yeah, the chants, the crowd, the game.
What was the best part?
When they scored.
It feels like victory, feels beautiful. It's called soccer now. It's coming home.
Yeah.
God, it's amazing to be an American tonight, let me tell you.
Victory, woo! It was such a tight game, but overall we won. Go America.
Victory tastes beautiful, they said. Listen, Team USA is going to hit the field tomorrow to practice. They have the day off. They're with their families today. They're taking a dip in the pool. They're just relaxing. Practice tomorrow, practice the day after. They hit the ground running on Saturday when they take on the Netherlands. Not favored to win here. The Netherlands ranked 16th, or Team USA ranked 16th. The Netherlands ranked 8th. But look, just a few minutes ago, we saw Tunisia upset France. Tunisia is ranked 30th. France is 4th in the world. And of course, they're the team, or one of the teams that's favored to win the entire tournament. Unfortunately, because of the point system, Tunisia won't be advancing. But it just goes to show you that anything is possible.
Yeah, I was
Savannah?
just going to say, I'm no mathematician, but it sounds like we've got better odds in that game. So let's see. We'll see. Let's talk, though, Megan, about Christian Pulisic, the top player and scorer of the only goal in yesterday's game. But he did get pretty banged up. How is he looking for Saturday?
You know, that's the big question, and the answer is no one really knows, not even Team USA. They're saying that he's taking it day by day. They're hoping that he will be 100% on Saturday. He's resting right now, but at this moment, no one knows for sure. So, of course, all eyes going to be on this game to see if he takes the field or not. Savannah?
All right, NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald from the World Cup for us. So exciting. Thanks, Megan. Go Team USA.
Go Team USA. And still ahead, a new way for apartment renters to make a little bit of extra cash. The big change coming to Airbnb next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, so at least 10% of women suffer from an ovarian cyst, according to Cedars-Sinai.
That's a big number. And now model Hailey Bieber is shining a light on the health issue by sharing her personal story on social media to millions of followers. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson joins us now with more. Hey, Ann.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Savannah and Morgan. You know, a lot of young women follow Hailey Bieber on social media for fashion tips, but now she's taking aim at their health. And it's not the first time she has revealed some very personal health news. Cover girl, entrepreneur, red carpet staple. 26-year-old Hailey Baldwin Bieber and her superstar husband Justin generate intense interest. She is sharing some health news with her 49.3 million followers on Instagram. Bieber posting she has a large ovarian cyst that she says is the size of an apple. She writes, "I don't have endometriosis or PCOS, polycystic ovary syndrome, but I have gotten an ovarian cyst a few times, and it's never fun." Bieber says the cyst makes her achy and feel nauseous and bloated and crampy and emotional. And to those who might speculate it's something else, she writes, "Not a baby." Bieber's news doctors say will help others.
I think it's great to talk about it because I think many patients don't talk about it. So many people don't even know that ovarian cysts can happen every month.
Ovarian cysts are common in women of reproductive age and most of the time go away without treatment. Health officials say it's time to see the doctor when there is sudden severe abdominal or pelvic pain, pain with fever or vomiting, or signs of shock such as cold, clammy skin, rapid breathing, lightheadedness, or weakness.
She's okay. She's good. She's strong.
Justin Bieber speaking out about his wife after she had a mini stroke earlier this year. The TIA, as it's called, was caused by a small hole in her heart that required surgery.
It went very smoothly. I'm recovering really well, really fast. I feel great.
Then in June, Justin was diagnosed with Ramsay-Hunt syndrome, which can cause facial paralysis.
As you can see, this eye is not blinking. I can't smile on this side of my face.
The pop star ultimately postponed his Justice World Tour, saying he needed to make his health a priority.
Speaking of those priorities, Ann, I mean, what are the treatment options here? Did Hailey Bieber share anything about that going forward?
She has not shared exactly what she's going to do about this ovarian cyst, but for most women, doctors say they'll just watch it and go away. The danger comes if the cyst twists around the ovaries, and then it may be a case for surgery, but that's a rare instance. In most cases, it's just watching and waiting for the cyst to dissolve.
Wow. All right. NBC's Ann Thompson for us. Ann, thank you so much for bringing us that. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. And let's stay on some health news and turn to some promising data about an Alzheimer's. A clinical trial shows that a new drug can help slow cognitive decline.
Yeah, I've been really curious about this. It's the first drug of its kind to have such promising results, producing a positive outcome in 27% of patients in the early stages of the disease. But longer trials will be needed to really ensure the drug's safety.
Yeah, exciting and promising news there, though, for sure. Now, in Arkansas, two pilots are in the hospital after they suffered injuries during a plane crash on Tuesday. Authorities say several people, including the two pilots, were on board.
Now, that plane was forced to make an emergency landing near a very busy highway, and it's still unclear how the crash actually happened, and the incident is currently under investigation.
Well, up next, a new $5 million lawsuit over mac and cheese. Wow. Why one woman is accusing Velveeta of false advertising. You're watching NBC News Daily.
And don't forget, you can always watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, and it's wherever you stream. That looks like YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, you name it. Your news continues right after this.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. So happy to have you with us. I am Savannah Sellers.
I'm Morgan Radford. Here is what's making news right now. It's still unclear what sparked fires in 5 separate vehicles the Secret Service had just rented for President Biden's Thanksgiving trip. The fires happened after the SUVs were returned to the Nantucket airport on Monday. A Secret Service spokesperson tells NBC News neither the president nor his family rode in either of those vehicles.
Spotify's popular Wrapped campaign is taking over social media today. Bad Bunny leads the list of most streamed artists for the 3rd year in a row. Taylor Swift, Drake, The Weeknd, and BTS round out the top 5.
And Kim Kardashian and Ye's divorce is a done deal. The rapper agreeing to pay Kardashian $200,000 a month in child support payments. That's for their 4 children. The social media star filed for divorce last year, citing irreconcilable differences.
All right, now members of the militia group, the Oath Keepers, are now facing prison time. 2 of them, including founder Stuart Rhodes, are convicted of seditious conspiracy for their actions on January 6th.
Now, 3 were found not guilty, but all 5 were also convicted of obstruction of an official proceeding. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley joins us now. Ryan, first off, it's pretty rare for someone to be convicted of seditious conspiracy. So what exactly does it mean, and what sort of sentence does it carry?
Sure. Essentially, it's an agreement to use force to oppose the U.S. government. So pretty serious charges, and that's why it's been used so rarely. And the Justice Department has historically struggled to get successful prosecutions when they've brought them, which the last time around was more than a decade ago during the early Obama administration involving a militia in Michigan. And the DOJ struck out there because a judge tossed the charges before they went to a jury. So the last time we had a lead charge of seditious conspiracy was back in the 1990s when they secured convictions involving a terrorist attack back in the mid-90s. So I think that, this is definitely a big win for DOJ, morale-wise. But in terms of exposure, I think all of these defendants are going to be subjected to the same sort of criminal exposure because it carries essentially the same weight in terms of the sentencing table, and that's on that second charge of obstruction of justice, and all of them were found guilty on that count. So, they're going to be sentenced by a judge who heard all of the evidence in here, but also realizes that this is a mixed verdict coming back from the jurors on the charge of seditious conspiracy, which I think lends weight to the seriousness with which jurors took their duty here.
Yeah, no. Ryan, thank you. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley, thank you so much for joining us.
Well, Savannah, the University of Idaho is preparing for a campus-wide vigil today, remembering the 4 students whose brutal murders remain unsolved. The university says it's been ramping up security measures, and students will be able to finish the semester remotely. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Moscow, Idaho. Morgan, so much has happened in this story, and there's still so many unanswered questions that you can only imagine are unsettling for anyone, but especially for students so young. What is it like there today?
Well, Morgan, it certainly makes for an uneasy feeling. Students have said that you can't go anywhere without seeing some form of law enforcement. Police say they've fielded more than 1,000 tips and still no suspect named, no murder weapon recovered. And today, as a result of those 4 young lives lost, students all across the state of Idaho are gathering to pay tribute.
Outside the home that's now a crime scene, police towing away 5 snow-covered vehicles that haven't been driven in weeks. Police say the cars are being moved to a secure location to continue processing evidence. While on campus, students say the unsolved murders are weighing heavy on their minds.
I have an evening class that I go walk to in the dark and come home from in the dark, and I have my roommates take me to that now.
In the early morning hours of November 13th, police say Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonzalez were stabbed to death in their shared home. A mother who lives across the street says she was home but didn't hear anything suspicious.
I was actually breastfeeding, but it was quiet, and I was exhausted, so I could have very easily missed something.
This evening, the victims' lives are being remembered with a candlelight vigil on campus. Colleges and universities across the state are also coming together at the same time to support the victims and their loved ones, including the College of Eastern Idaho.
It's just so hard to see the struggle that they're going through and the pain that they have.
The shocking crime even rattling students at other schools.
The main thing that I'm hearing from students is they're remembering to lock their doors. They're remembering to watch over their friends when they're traveling to and from campus.
Police have not made an arrest nor found the murder weapon, a frustrating dearth of information for the devastated families.
They're kind of just telling me that they can't tell me much, which is frustrating.
Investigators say they've conducted 150 interviews and processed more than 100 pieces of evidence, received more than 1,000 tips, including rumors Kaylee might have had a stalker.
This is a criminal investigation, and so we can't throw all of our cards on the table and tell everybody everything that we have.
A community in fear coming together to grieve the loss of 4 young lives.
I mean, Morgan, still the biggest question remains. I mean, have investigators been able to really narrow down their search for a suspect?
Yeah, Morgan, they tell us they're certainly trying. They have been able to eliminate some individuals as being potential suspects. Among those, 2 of the roommates who survived that horrific crime that were inside the house on that fateful morning of November 13th. They also eliminated a male individual, of which there were phone calls exchanged with 2 of the female victims in the early morning hours. Authorities say that those calls don't believe are of any substance to this ongoing investigation. They say that they are continuing of course, to gather evidence, to gather more leads, and they're going to be very careful on what they share, as this is such an active investigation. Morgan?
All right, NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky following everything there on the ground. Thank you so much, Morgan. We appreciate it.
Now to a controversial lawsuit over instant mac and cheese that has some people scratching their heads.
Yeah, including me. A Florida woman is accusing Kraft of falsely advertising the cook time on Velveeta shells and cheese cups. NBC News correspondent Zincle Asamoah takes a closer look.
This microwavable pasta is at the center of a new lawsuit.
Amanda Ramirez from Florida is suing food giant Kraft Heinz, alleging the company misleads customers about just how long it takes to prepare Velveeta's shells and cheese cups. Velveeta shells and cheese packaging says ready in 3.5 minutes, but Ramirez says the claim is false, since microwaving for 3.5 minutes is one of several steps needed. The suit alleges the company is misleading customers, allowing the company to sell more of the product at a higher price. In a statement, representatives for the plaintiffs said in part, "I've gotten a lot of flack about this case, but deceptive advertising is deceptive advertising, and we want corporate America to be straightforward and truthful." In a statement, Kraft Heinz tells NBC they're aware of the, quote, frivolous lawsuit and will strongly defend against the allegations in the complaint.
At first glance, this lawsuit may look ridiculous, but when you look at it more closely, it may be that the defendant here made a misstatement of fact about how long it takes to prepare this product.
One of the attorneys on this suit is Spencer Sheehan, nicknamed the Vanilla Lawyer. He's filed over 400 class action lawsuits against food and beverage companies, over 100 just on vanilla flavoring.
This includes household favorites like strawberry Pop-Tarts, Betty Crocker fudge brownie mix, A&W root beer, and even Tostitos hint of lime.
The cases are either pending, dismissed, or settled out of court.
This is just a prime example of what we call lawsuit abuse.
Sherman Joyce is president of the American Tort Reform Association.
The evidence is very clear that in these types of consumer class actions, that the consumer gets little, if anything, but that the lawyers do quite well.
Other experts say the law looks out for consumers.
State statutes that punish deceptive trade practices are David and Goliath type statutes. They're designed to look out for the little guy who is harmed by these fraudulent or deceptive trade practices by gigantic companies.
As for Velveeta's mac and cheese, time will tell. Zincle Asamoah, NBC News.
Time will tell. It is an interesting one. Turning now to a new Airbnb feature. The company is launching a platform today that lets renters list their apartments just like homeowners can. With rent prices still up 10% from last year, it could be a great way for people to supplement their monthly payments. CNBC real estate correspondent Diana Olick joins us now with more. Diana, thanks so much for being with us on this one. It's really interesting. So I know you spoke exclusively with one of the founders of Airbnb. So tell us, what does this new platform look like? How's it work? And who's it available to?
Well, so Savannah, they're rolling it out in about 175 apartment buildings in 25 plus local markets. These are big markets like LA, San Francisco, Seattle, Dallas, Houston, Atlanta, Charlotte, even to name a few. Not in certain big cities like New York City and here in DC because they have local restrictions on Airbnb. But basically, it's a portal on the Airbnb website where renters can go in, find if their building is a part of this so-called Airbnb-friendly system, and they can find out through a calculator how much they can make on their apartment. They would have to give a cut to Airbnb, but they can then list it through Airbnb, and their apartment building will know. It'll be fully legal, because in some places, and a lot of places, apartment buildings don't let you do this. So now renters can host their apartments just like homeowners do.
What about fees?
There's a calculator that helps you to predict what the earning potential is. Again, if you're doing this on a part-time basis, and you can enter in different assumptions. And we really do think this is going to help during this time in particular where inflation is high and people are struggling with the cost of living.
And that's what Airbnb says is the point of this, is to help renters. It's also more income for the apartment buildings, the REITs that are involved. And of course, it's going to get Airbnb a little more income as well. Let's not forget that, Savannah.
Yeah, exactly. Also, what about any fees or restrictions for renters who do want to list their apartment? Is that part of this?
Absolutely. There are restrictions that the building has because, of course, maybe some other tenants don't want to see other apartments rented out all the time. So they're going to have caps on how many nights you can do this, probably between 80 and 120 nights per year. There's also, as I said, there's going to be a charge that could go to the apartment landlord, which could be up to 20% of the rent that the renter is subletting out for. So they're going to have to lose that cut. And again, there are the rules and restrictions that would go with any type of Airbnb because they want to make this as safe as possible.
Yeah, and speaking of safety, if anything were to go wrong, whose responsibility is that legally with all these players involved?
Well, on Airbnb in general, they do have insurance for homeowners who list their home on Airbnb up to $3 million. And so that would apply to renters as well, that homeowner, that insurance that's available. But when you think about it in an apartment, so if something goes wrong, like a pipe bursts or something, that's going to be on the landlord. It's if something happens in the apartment that then the renter might have the issue.
All right, CNBC's Diana Olick walking us through that. Thank you so much.
And much more here coming up. Inflation is causing price increases for lots of your holiday favorites. How you can save when buying your Christmas tree right when we come back. More NBC News Daily after this.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We are back now with a live look at the Rockefeller Center Christmas tree that's right here in our backyard. It will be lit in a ceremony tonight at 8 Eastern on NBC. So tomorrow that live look will look a little more festive. But if you are looking to get your own tree, get ready to spend big bucks this year thanks to inflation. Here's NBC's Jacob Soboroff.
With the holidays officially underway, many Americans will be getting into the spirit with the symbol of the season, a Christmas tree. Selecting a tree together, part of a family tradition for many.
There it is.
I kept checking checking. When can we go? When can we go? Yes, I'm excited.
At the Pine Valley Tree Farm in Maryland, the Underwood family has been planting and selling trees for over 7 decades.
This is the best time of the year for me because I get to see customers who have been coming here for 40, 50 years.
But like so many other things this year, inflation is impacting their pricing, and they have to pass it on to customers.
Fertilizer has doubled and tripled and quadrupled. Obviously, fuel costs have gone up tremendously, so that all affects your bottom line, as well as labor cost.
The Real Christmas Tree Board estimates prices are up between 5 and 15% this holiday season.
The retail price of a Christmas tree is going to vary widely by geographic location and, most importantly, how far you are from a major Christmas tree production area.
To get the best deal when selecting a tree, keep species in mind. Douglas firs and pine varieties are usually more affordable. Shop early in the season for the best selection. Compare prices and consider Cyber Week sales on an artificial tree to reuse year after year. Perhaps the number one tip to save: don't buy too much tree.
Save room for several inches for the Christmas tree stand, and you can buy the tree that's the right size.
For everyone who celebrates the season, it's the Christmas spirit that brings people together.
And see how excited they are to be picking out their Christmas tree and how excited they are when they find that perfect tree for themselves.
All right, that was Jacob Soboroff reporting there. Now, today's discussion on modern parenting is learning how to co-parent your children as a separated family.
That's right. Successfully co-parenting can make all the difference in how kids cope with divorce. So let's get straight into it with Dr. George James. He's a marriage and family therapist at Council for Relationships in Philadelphia. Dr. James, it's great to see you this Wednesday. First off, can you just sort of describe what exactly co-parenting is, and then sort of ideally how it's practiced?
Yeah, Morgan and Savannah are great to be here. You know, co-parenting is the ability to parent with the other parent. Now, that could be a biological parent, that could be an ex, that could be an agreement, or that could be someone that you decide that you want to parent with. How do you work together? And there are lots of things that are important, including being able to communicate at a very high level.
What does a toxic co-parenting environment look like, though? And then I think maybe most importantly, how does that impact a child's development when it is going poorly?
So, unfortunately, just like in any relationship, it can go in a very difficult way. And so a toxic environment is where co-parenting, where there's lots of arguments, there's maybe some hostility, where sometimes the parents might be focusing on their issues or their unresolved issues and not necessarily the child, where it can create an environment where the child doesn't feel like they can thrive or be themselves, or feel like they have to even protect their parent that is maybe in relationship with. So it can be really hard for young folks.
Yeah, and with just a few seconds left here, you know, I was really fascinated by Hollywood actress Kate Hudson. She recently did an interview about her unconventional experience co-parenting 3 different children with different fathers. So how important is it for public figures like her to sort of destigmatize sort of less traditional family dynamics?
You know, once again, co-parenting can go well when we do it in these ways. Like, so hearing Kate Hudson and her story, communicated, making it easy for the children, being able to work as a team. These are all things that are important. And when we see it in the public, we can then say maybe it's possible for us. So what they're doing is really great, but it takes a lot of work, effort, and consistency to make it happen.
All right. She said, we're killing it. I love that sentiment.
Yeah,
Marriage
absolutely.
and family therapist,
Really cool.
Dr. George James. Thanks so much, Dr. James. We appreciate it. And you are watching NBC News Daily.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A family reunited after 51 long years. Can you imagine? Today, a Texas family can finally stop their decades-long search for their missing daughter.
Yeah, amazing. This comes after a home DNA test helped crack one of the country's oldest unsolved kidnapping cases. CNBC correspondent Valerie Castro has this incredible reunion story.
Okay, you open for the door.
A reunion 51 years in the making. Alta Apatenko hugging her daughter Melissa for the first time in decades. The now 53-year-old was kidnapped in 1971 at her parents' home in the Dallas-Fort Worth area when she was just 21 months old. Her mother says she put an ad in the paper for a babysitter and hired a woman without ever meeting her. When she was at work, her roommate handed Melissa over to that woman who never returned with the baby.
Do you think you'll see Melissa again?
Well, I can't give up hope. I've got to keep hoping, I guess. I want to see her. I've got to see her again. I just can't give up hope.
Throughout the years, the Highsmiths never lost hope, following lead after lead, doing countless interviews and even a podcast.
I would love to see Melissa again. It wouldn't be the same, of course. All those years missed. But if I can ever talk to her again, that would be wonderful.
Happy 53rd birthday, sis! The family holding their annual vigil just this month to celebrate Melissa's 53rd birthday.
Today is about bringing people together to honor and celebrate her and hope that we can be reunited with her one day.
But what they didn't know, that reunion was right around the corner. A DNA test helping track down Melissa, who had been living just minutes away from them for most of her life, never even knowing she had been kidnapped.
We are so happy, you guys, to have our sister home. We thought this would never happen.
Her sister Victoria says their mother had done several DNA tests before and they all came back negative. But this time, a 23andMe test was a match to one of Melissa's children.
We found it through her children. My mother and father submitted it to Ancestry and 3andMe, and 3 weeks within them submitting it, we found my sister. It was like boom, boom, boom.
Melissa and her parents sitting down with CBS Dallas as she pieced together the first few years of her life.
It is overwhelming, but at the same time, it's just the most wonderful feeling in the world.
And in this video posted to social media, Melissa meeting her biological dad, showing her photos of her 4 siblings, including some born after her disappearance that she has never met.
It's just amazing meeting her. When I met her for the first time, it was like looking into myself. She looks like me. She looks like us. She looks like all of us. And she's overjoyed to be in our life.
Our family in the last 3 or 4 days have just been so excited and filled with joy and tears and laughter.
The family making up for lost years, celebrating the holidays together for the first time ever.
My family hasn't celebrated a Christmas all together with all of us in over 20 years. This will be the first Christmas that every single member of our family will be there. It's the best Christmas gift ever.
Oh, wow. That
Just
was
beautiful.
I mean,
51 years.
Brings tears to your eyes, and especially just in time for the holiday season. Right. All from a home DNA test.
Can you imagine?
Oh, my goodness,
Those things are changing lives.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
And our thanks to CNBC correspondent Valerie Castro for that report there.
And here is what's trending now. Megan Thee Stallion is making history, becoming the first black woman ever on the cover of Forbes' annual 30 Under 30 issue. Megan first appeared on the list back in 2019, but didn't get the coveted cover spot until
this year. Now, Forbes is estimating the artist earned, get this, $13 million from endorsements, ticket sales, and record royalties in 2022.
And how long can $100 last you in New York City? Comedian Frankie Oy has gone viral trying to figure out that answer. He first posted about his journey on November 4th and has since gained over 100,000 followers on TikTok. The videos show how he spends and is able to save money, with each video ending showing his remaining total. Very cool.
So I wonder how far he got.
Dollar bill.
What did he get?
We don't know.
$100 in New York City, we can attest, not far.
I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Savannah Sellers, and you can watch us wherever you stream here on NBC News Now. The news continues after this.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hi, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Wednesday, November 30th, 2022, breaking news, tornado destruction. 2 people are dead after an outbreak of nighttime twisters in the Deep South, the area's hardest hit and where that weather system is headed next.
Also breaking this hour, back on track, the House just passed a bill to keep America's rail workers on the job. Why it could still be derailed in the Senate.
And for real, decades-high inflation now hitting the holidays where it hurts. Christmas trees, how you can deck the halls without wrecking your wallet.
It is 11 a.m. in Seattle, 1 p.m. in Oklahoma City, and 2 o'clock here in New York City.
And we begin with breaking news, a terrifying night of severe weather across the South.
At least 2 people are dead after dozens of reported tornadoes. That trail of destruction left behind in nearly half a dozen states.
One of the hardest hit areas, Mississippi, where people were forced to take shelter, and at least a dozen buildings were damaged or destroyed, including several homes and a church.
Leading us off this hour, NBC News correspondent Sam Brock and NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Sam, I want to start with you there in Mississippi. You got there yesterday about this time when we were bracing for these storms. Talk to us about some of the damage. How bad is it?
Aaron, I think you characterized it perfectly as a trail of destruction. You look over my shoulder right now, the tornado that hit here in Steens, we're not talking about a 50 or 100 mile long track tornado. This was about like 15 or 20 homes that were impacted. But look at this debris field. You just see people's lifelong possessions strewn, sheds, gazebos turned over, foundations moved, walls ripped off. I'm bringing you over here because this house has a very interesting story to it. The owner is a 76-year-old man. His name is James Brown. Grew up here, spent his entire life here. He was inside of his bathroom when the tornado hit. Now look right now. This is the patio and living room area over here. That's gone. The roof is ripped off. The kitchen is gone. Everything's been pulled away except his room and the bathroom, that's it, are fine. He talked to me about what it sounded like when he was sitting in there as this thing was really rumbling right through. Take a listen.
It was terrifying. I mean, it was terrifying. The noise was unbelievable. It was just, like I say, it's like a train. You can believe it.
Kate and Aaron, I asked him if he thought he would survive. He said, no. I said, how did you survive? Long pause, and he said, I guess the good Lord was just looking out for me. A lot of people feeling like that today. Let me send it back to you guys.
Oh, wow, Sam, thank you for that. Do we have a read, Bill, on exactly how many tornadoes touched down?
So far, a preliminary report is 30 tornadoes, so that definitely qualifies it as a tornado outbreak. Typically, we say usually around 10 to 12 means it's an outbreak. And we'll get all the official reports of how strong each of these tornadoes was in the days ahead. Now, as far as what we're dealing with, all tornado watches have been canceled. We still have a line of weak storms that's moving through north central Florida. This does not look to cause many problems. I don't even see much lightning with this left anymore. But the northern portion of this storm is going to cause issues right through this afternoon and this evening. Just a soaking rain with a lot of strong winds with it throughout areas of the Northeast. We have wind advisories up for about 19 million people, even a few wind warnings, the coastal sections of Maine and also just north of Syracuse. And these winds coming off the water are going to cause a lot of problems. We've already got ground stops at JFK, LaGuardia, and Newark airports. So all of the New York City airports are not allowing planes to take off from other locations to head there. Imagine the ripple effects all across the system because of that. And look at the JFK gust right now, 45 miles per hour. Not too many power outages. Right now, about 50,000, mostly Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and areas of Ohio. So we timed this out at 5 o'clock. Rain just about ending in New York, heading to Boston. And these peak winds will continue as we go throughout the afternoon.
All right, Bill Cairns. And I see Christmas tree behind you there. That's
it's going to be windy.
A little dicey. Thank you so much. We are following breaking news from Capitol Hill. A bill to prevent a crippling railroad strike has just passed in the House. Lawmakers are acting quickly after President Biden asked Congress to get involved.
Now, this measure would impose a labor deal on rail workers that was initially agreed to back in September. 4 of the 12 unions later rejected the deal. The bill now heads to the Senate, where it could be derailed over paid sick leave. Joining us now, CNBC senior editor Lorianne LaRocca and NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. Lorianne, we'll start with you here. We're just a week and a half away from a potential strike. What's at stake here if this deal doesn't get done?
If the deal doesn't get done, there have been estimates out there that $2 billion a day of economic damage will occur. The reason why is that the rails are very popular because it's cheaper to move freight. And so you have 1/3 of your footwear and apparel that run on the rails. You have 30% of all the national retail federations. Those are the Kohl's of the world, the Macy's. They all use rail. And get this, UPS is one of their largest customers. And so the Christmas gifts that you and I are purchasing that might be going on rail might now have to be diverted to trucks. So the impact could be quite widespread.
And let me go over to Ali Vitale. Ali, Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders says that he wants to introduce an amendment to guarantee rail workers 7 days of paid sick leave. He's threatening to delay a full Senate vote unless he gets that amendment. So how much support does he have? Could this throw the whole thing off in the Senate?
It could, though Sanders is saying that he won't get into the hypotheticals on if he's going to stop the overall vote on this if he doesn't see a vote on paid sick leave. We just saw the House in the last few minutes pass both things that they were working on today, both the ratification of the rail strikers deal to avert the crisis, but then also the paid sick leave piece of it that would give those workers 7 days of paid sick leave. Just in the last few seconds, 12 Democratic senators, including Sanders, releasing a statement praising that action and saying that they hope that the Senate can do their part to do the exact same thing, but unclear that they'll actually do that vote and if it has the votes to pass.
All right, Ali Vitale for us on Capitol Hill. Lorianne LaRocco with us as well. Thank you both. A small Idaho community is still struggling to come to terms with a growing murder mystery. The University of Idaho planning a campus-wide vigil tonight to honor 4 students who were killed earlier this month. It's been more than 2 weeks now since the 4 friends were murdered in this home near campus. Investigators still have not named a suspect. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joining us now from near campus there in Idaho. So, Morgan, at this point, police have not said anything about a suspect here. Have they been able to rule out any people in particular?
Yeah, they have, Aaron, and they've been cleared to name who they have ruled out as a potential suspect right now, naming 2 of the surviving roommates who were inside that home when this horrific crime took place, saying that they are no longer considered suspects. They also had a male individual who received phone calls from 1 or 2 of the female victims early in the morning hours of November 13th. Authorities say that he is no longer considered a suspect. And while people appreciate the update from that, there are still so many questions here regarding who could be, and the lack of a murder weapon that has not been recovered that it has made for a really uneasy feeling here. Aaron?
Morgan, what sort of impact has the lack of a resolution and a lot of answers in this case had on the students who have to go to school there?
Right. Well, it's certainly on the minds of everyone. We have heard from students who say that you see law enforcement in almost every direction you look here on campus. I want you to hear what one student shared just about her mentality going forward now that everyone's back at school. Take a listen.
I have an evening class that I go walk to in the dark and come home from in the dark, and I have my roommates take me to that now.
And tonight, a vigil will be held here on campus to honor and pay tribute to those 4 young lives lost. We know that a simultaneous tribute will be happening at schools all across the state of Idaho. Meanwhile, investigators say they are still gathering evidence, taking several snow-covered cars away from in front of the home yesterday to a more secure location where they can be further processed. Aaron?
All right, Morgan Chesky live for us today. Morgan, thanks.
Former President Trump is firing back at Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell after McConnell criticized Trump for having dinner with a prominent white supremacist at Mar-a-Lago last week. McConnell said there is no room in the Republican Party for anti-Semitism or white supremacy.
Anyone meeting with people advocating that point of view, in my judgment, are highly unlikely to ever be elected president of the United States.
The former president responded, calling McConnell a loser. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Hake joins me now. Garrett, it's been over a week since this dinner happened, but it does seem like now members of Congress are back. They're in person, they're on Capitol Hill, and there are a growing number of Republicans criticizing the former president.
Yeah, I think having the holiday weekend in between kind of slowed down this news cycle. But with members back on the Hill, they're having to face questions from reporters. And I have been surprised at the number of Republicans calling out the former president for having this dinner and in the language they're choosing to do so. Although that soundbite for Mitch McConnell, while strong, is also noteworthy because even on a follow-up question, he didn't name Trump specifically. He's kind of putting out there the idea that this kind of anti-Semitism or white supremacy would be unacceptable, regardless of who might say it. Now, for his part, Trump is out with a statement, as you pointed out, attacking McConnell far more vociferously than he attacks Fuentes, about whom he says he never met the man, he had no idea what his views were, and that they weren't expressed in the dinner or they wouldn't have been accepted. So not a full-throated condemnation there exactly from Donald Trump. But again, I think what we're seeing here is the signs of the fraying command and control that he might have over at least the congressional wing of the Republican Party.
It's interesting. We have some new reporting, Garrett, on NBCNews.com citing Trump advisors with a real story about Mr. Trump essentially being tricked into having this dinner by Kanye West.
Yeah, as one advisor put it, the troll being trolled here, that essentially West might have come to Trump under false pretenses about why he was having this meeting, not describing the people who would be arriving with, and that some of West's political advisors essentially set this up in a way that would be designed to embarrass Donald Trump and create this news cycle around this dinner itself. If that was the plan, it has certainly worked. For 2 weeks into a presidential campaign, this is not the kind of headline you want to be talking about if you're Donald Trump.
Garrett Hake for us. Garrett, thank you.
All eyes are on Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell, and there's more trouble ahead for the CEO of FTX.
Frank Holland joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Frank.
Hey, good afternoon. Great to see both of you. Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell is speaking right now at the Brookings Institution on his outlook for inflation in the economy. So far, the market likes what it hears. Among the headlines, he believes there's still a way to go to restore price stability, but signaled smaller future rate hikes that could start when the Fed meets it next in December. Analysts expect any signal of a pivot on future hikes will send the markets higher. DoorDash is laying off 1,250 corporate workers as part of a continued cost-cutting effort. The delivery company joins a number of other tech companies imposing layoffs that have struggled to maintain momentum from their pandemic-fueled surge. And finally, the former CEO of failed cryptocurrency exchange FTX says he's down to his last $100,000 after sporting a net worth that peaked at an estimated $26 billion. In an interview with Axios, Sam Bankman-Fried, or SBF as he's known, claimed everything he had was tied up in the company. However, there are previous reports that SBF cashed out $300 million last year. Back over to you.
So he went from billions and billions to 100,000?
Right. Well, on paper, both ways. $26 billion on paper. We're not 100% clear what he has now. He potentially did cash out.
Frank Holland, thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up, the close call for police officers caught in a shootout inside a home in Oklahoma. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Some terrifying moments for officers in Oklahoma. Dramatic body camera footage shows police dodging bullets after a man opened fire while hiding under a mattress. Heather Holman from our NBC affiliate in Oklahoma City has the story.
McIntyre Law Chopper 4 high above the scene on November 15th. Officers on the ground in what ended up being an hours-long standoff. Here's how it started. Officers searching for Timothy Johnson.
She told her, you don't even... It's her trailer. Sammy! This is the police department. If you're in here, you need to make yourself known.
After a quick look around, officers head to the sleeping area.
Sammy!
Eventually lifting up a mattress that was covering a storage area to find Johnson hiding inside.
Good. Shots fired, shots fired.
Shots fired, shots fired.
A second view from a different officer's body camera shows the chaos.
Shots fired, shots fired.
Seconds later, officers make their way back inside the trailer and back into the line of fire.
Come out with your hands up.
Come out with your hands up.
Come out with your hands up.
Now take a look from the other officer's body cam. He's been inside with the suspect the entire time.
Come out with your hands up.
Come out with your hands up.
Come out with your hands up.
A view from the third officer's body cam showing the moments the gunfire starts. That officer called for help, saying he's been hit and they're trapped in the trailer.
I'm hit. We're stuck inside the trailer. I'm hit in the face.
The officers then called to the shooter. With no response, they were able to make a quick escape.
Timothy, can you come out with your hands up? Back out of the trailer. Back out of the trailer.
You all go first.
Go. Go. I got you. Go. Lock, you're injured. Go.
Once the officers were out, the TAC team was called in. They tried for hours to get Johnson to come out before going into the trailer and finding him dead.
My goodness. Unbelievable footage there. Heather Holman reporting there. Well, imagine fighting a shark and winning. That is exactly what happened to a 10-year-old girl in Florida. Her calm attitude is surprising her doctors and her family as she recovers in the hospital now. Here's Ashley Glass from our NBC affiliate in West Palm Beach.
Make no mistake.
I'm fine.
10-year-old Jasmine Carney is one brave, cool kid.
I fought a shark and won.
You heard that right. Just 48 hours ago, a shark coming right at Jasmine at Hobe Sound Beach.
What did you see? What did you hear? Something grabbed me, so I'm like, don't you touch me. It looked pretty big, and it was gray. It hurt, so I'm like, kick it, run away.
She's just cool. I was amazed. She came running up that beach, screaming, Nana, Nana, something bit me, something bit me. And I saw all the blood. I went and got a lifeguard.
Jasmine flying by chopper to Palm Beach Children's Hospital at St. Mary's.
Shark bite coming over.
Stunning her surgeon.
Well, she was very positive from the get-go.
Why? Shark, why?
A little girl so collected, even with a badly beat up foot.
There's a piece missing. It's about this big. Luckily for her, this was the only location that she was bitten.
We asked young Jasmine how she's managing to keep calm all this time.
This is kind of my favorite one.
Busting out her camera roll. To answer that, she'd like everyone to meet her 6-year-old brother, Jackson.
He's pretty curious, so I might as well stay calm because I know he wouldn't want me to be scared because he's the best little brother in the world.
Better add another attribute. That's one sweet sibling, brave and cool kid.
Hi.
Wow, what a kid. Still ahead, the new details now emerging about a triple murder in California. You're watching NBC News Daily.
big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Corporate America is going green. Companies across the country are racing to cut their emissions, and now a new report reveals that some of the biggest names in tech are doing it through solar energy. CNBC's Pippa Stevens joining us now with more on this. So, Pippa, tell us about this new report. Why is there this increased use of solar energy in corporate America now?
Well, Aaron, part of the huge growth we've seen in commercial solar is thanks to costs coming down. In the past decade, solar energy prices have fallen by 51%. And now with highly volatile hydrocarbon prices, companies are looking for some consistency with their power costs. And then, of course, switching to renewable energy can be one of the easiest ways for companies to cut their emissions. And we're seeing big pushes from tech companies specifically. SEIA found that Facebook parent Meta, Amazon, Apple, Walmart, and Microsoft are the top 5 corporate solar adopters. And that does kind of, make sense when you think about it, in that these companies' data centers, Aaron, require a whole lot of power.
So we can understand how this could be a good thing for the environment, right? But what does this mean for the suppliers of the solar energy products that are out there? Is there enough supply to meet the demand?
Yeah, well, I spoke to Sean Reynolds, who's the author of the report, and he basically said that corporate America is a significant driver for the solar market. But of course, while the sun's power is unlimited, harnessing it requires sophisticated solar systems. And the industry is still working through some supply chain issues that have impacted really every area of the economy. And as a result, their costs have gone up. But, looking forward, companies are ramping up production in the U.S. specifically after the Inflation Reduction Act. And so new supply is forecast to come online to try and match this surging demand.
All right, Pippa Stevens for us today from CNBC. Pippa, thank you.
Well, it just got easier for people to sublet their apartment for some extra cash. Airbnb is launching a new platform to allow renters in more than 25 major markets to list their apartments on its platform. CNBC senior real estate correspondent Diana Olick joins us now. Diana, this is interesting. You spoke with this co-founder of Airbnb. What did he tell you about why the company created this portal and how is it going to work?
Well, Kate, initially he said, look, it's for renters who are struggling, just like everybody else, to make their monthly payments. We know rents are sky high. They're coming back a little bit, but still up 10% year over year. So this gives renters the opportunity to make a little extra money on the side to offset those rent payments. But make no mistake, Airbnb is going to get a cut of this, just like they do when you rent out your home on Airbnb. And also the apartment landlords are going to get a cut as well. They can take a fee. And these are big names that you might have heard of, like Equity Residential and Greystar Apartment Management, some of the biggest managers in the country, the biggest landlords. So again, it's for renters on this portal. And that's how the co-founder described it to me. Here's how he talked about it.
There's a calculator that helps you to predict what the earning potential is. If you're doing this on a part-time basis, and you can enter in different assumptions. And we really do think this is going to help during this time in particular where inflation is high and people are struggling with the cost of living.
Now, one thing to note, though, this is just for primary renters. It can't be an investor coming in renting, 5 or 10 apartments and then putting it on Airbnb all the time. It must be the primary rental, and there will be a cap on how many nights they can actually rent out or sublet their apartment, Kate.
Okay. I was wondering because a lot of apartment or condo buildings, they don't want owners renting out their places, right, on Airbnb because that's new people walking in and out of the building all the time. Is there a risk that tenants or prospective tenants might avoid a building or a complex where lots of places are listed on Airbnb?
Absolutely. And that was the question I put to him, is because I don't know if I'd want that in the building I was in. And he said that that's why they put the cap on it. And there are also certain restrictions, and you have to do background checks on some of the renters. So there are a lot of safeguards in place. He believes, though, that in today's much more social society, that the desire by a primary renter to be able to sublet their apartment on Airbnb will outweigh those who say, I don't want to live in that building because I don't want Airbnbers coming in every other weekend. So we're going to find out going forward. But again, again, it does open up that opportunity. And the landlords, that is the big apartment companies, certainly see it as another form of revenue.
Yeah. All right. Diana Oleg, very interesting. Thank you.
Still ahead, the new lawsuit brought by the parents of victims in that Uvalde school tragedy. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
We're now hearing the 911 call made moments after a small plane crashed into a power line tower. Take a listen.
Great fear is that we can slide backwards and have absolutely nothing to protect us going down.
It happened Monday morning in Maryland. Rescuers were able to save 65-year-old pilot Patrick Merkel and his passenger Jan Williams. The crash knocked out power for tens of thousands of people. Both Merkel and Williams are hurt, but are said to be going to be okay.
Today marks 1 year since the shooting at Oxford High School in Michigan. That shooting took the lives of 4 students and injured several others. In honor of the victims, the school district will be closed today as candlelight vigil is planned for this evening. This comes 1 day after the trial of the shooter's parents was temporarily halted by the Michigan Supreme Court so it could further review evidence.
A lawsuit accusing former Saturday Night Live star Horatio Sands of sexual assault has now been dropped. The suit, filed last year, claimed that Sands groomed and assaulted a teenage girl 2 decades ago. That claim, however, was dismissed by both parties on November 23rd, according to the filing. Sands acknowledged he knew the teen, but he has denied the allegations.
Dramatic body cam video shows first responders in Minnesota bringing a man back from the brink of death after his heart stopped. Danny Spiewak from our Minneapolis affiliate shows us how the man is thanking the team that saved his life.
This is the season to be grateful.
Life is that fragile and can end in an instant.
Terry Steinmetz learned that lesson on the early morning of October 9th when he woke up with chest pains at his Chisago County home.
Said, hey, I think I'm having a heart attack or something.
His wife Lori called 911.
Sheriff's office. Are we up there?
Yep. After Chisago County Patrol Sergeant Reggie Martin arrived,
Have you been to any of the hospitals in the cities?
he worked with Lakes Region EMS paramedic Kayla Headland and EMT Royce Shung.
Yeah, we'll just take it nice and slow.
To walk Terry into the ambulance.
Shortly after that, lights went out. Yeah.
So his heart just stopped. So we're on the monitor.
The three first responders started CPR.
Can you as it moves arm
thinking that they're just bringing him back. It's not final. Not yet. I don't know why, I just had faith.
Terry.
Why?
Your heart stopped. We had to do CPR on you for the last 5 minutes.
As soon as somebody goes into cardiac arrest, good CPR really counts.
Oh, well, that was a rough night.
After weeks of recovery,
Really strange nights that I'm never going to forget, you know.
Terry and his wife got to say thank you to the first responders.
Everything lined up.
Together, they watched the body camera video.
It's really kind of strange to look and see yourself and knowing that you're not alive at that point, and then they bring you back to life.
Terry knows how close he came.
Terry, open your eyes.
These people went above and beyond.
I think so too.
You know,
It is that time of year.
I'm just happy to be here.
Does make you appreciate every moment. Victims and survivors of the Uvalde school shooting are headed to court. 2 new lawsuits have been filed, including one seeking $27 billion in damages. NBC's Stephen Romo joins us now with this. Stephen, let's start with the lawsuit that was filed just today. What do we know about that one?
Yeah, Kate, this was a $27 billion class action lawsuit that has been expected for some time. One of the attorneys says this lawsuit has been in the works since August. Parents, children, school personnel, and survivors filed the suit against the city, law enforcement, the school district, the gun manufacturer, and the gun seller. They're seeking damages for trauma and PTSD. Parents in this suit say they're fearful for their children. Those children who survived are reporting nightmares, severe anxiety, and some of them are even afraid to be left alone at all, Kate.
Stephen, this lawsuit came a few days after another one, right? A mother who lost her daughter in the shooting filed a federal lawsuit. It appears to target the same people. What accountability would that mother like?
Yeah, a lot of similar themes here. Sandra Torres, a 10-year-old daughter, Eliana, was one of the 19 children who were killed at the school. She says since the day of the shooting, there has been, quote, no accountability or transparency. This lawsuit accuses the city of Uvalde, the school district, and several police departments of failing to follow active shooter protocols. The Texas House of Representatives issued an analysis of the shooting, revealing police knew for 77 minutes that more than a dozen students were alive inside that locked classroom, but they waited to act before tactical gear arrived. We had the chance to sit down with Torres' lawyer. Here's what he had to say.
This lawsuit is brought by Ms. Torres for her child, and it's about justice for her child and accountability. And there's a lot of answers to questions that haven't been found, and a lawsuit is probably the best way to answer some of those questions. And that's why we're bringing this lawsuit.
The Uvalde officer who was leading the city's police department during the shooting stepped down earlier this month. The school district police chief was fired, but has insisted he didn't consider himself the person in charge that day. It is important to note that we did reach out to all parties involved here, and requests for comments were not immediately returned, Kate.
And Stephen, we know the lawsuits also name the gun manufacturer, right? Have we heard from them about these suits?
Yeah, lawyers claim marketing tactics by Daniel Defense were negligent with militaristic imaging, product placement in combat video games, and social media. NBC News did reach out to Daniel Defense, but have also not heard back. But over the summer, the CEO called the shooting, quote, pure evil, but said mass shootings in America are local problems to be solved locally. As for Sandra Torres, though, and the other parents who lost children that day, they say the loss is unimaginable and their children will never know what it's like to move on with their lives, get married, graduate, or go to their first proms. A lot of grief they're still dealing with now, Kate.
Absolutely. Stephen Romo, thank you.
House Democrats have officially elected a new generation of leadership. Lawmakers held a caucus meeting today. Congressman Hakeem Jeffries of New York was chosen as minority leader. Jeffries will be the first black lawmaker to lead a political party in the 233 years of the U.S. Congress. Representative Catherine Clark of Massachusetts will be his number 2, the minority whip, and California's Pete Aguilar has been named Democratic caucus chair.
Excited about the opportunities to advance the ball for everyday Americans as we move forward into our future.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa is on the Hill joining us now. Ali, with the balance of power switching to the Republicans in January, how do we expect this new Democratic leadership to navigate these new roles?
Yeah, Aaron, this is definitely going to be a bit of a balancing act for House Democrats over the next 2 years, because while, yes, this is a full turning of the page, Democrats are sort of leaving in a bookmark. You have Representatives Hakeem Jeffries, Catherine Clark, and Pete Aguilar rounding out these leadership positions that they ran unopposed for. But now you have several roadblocks with the Republican majority that's expected to take place in January, because these House Democrats know that there is a check on their power. They can only act as a sort of roadblock to Republicans in their efforts, in their legislative agenda. What is expected to help them over the next 2 years is having Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Leader Hoyer physically still in this building to ask for advice, to ask for strategy advice over the next 2 years as they start to embark over these next few years in the minority, something that they haven't had to do for several years now, Aaron.
You know, I want to ask you about the Senate side of things, too, Ali. The Respect for Marriage Act was passed last night in the Senate. What's next before that actually makes it to President Biden's desk?
Yeah, this was an absolutely historic move last night when all Democrats and 12 Republicans in the Senate voted to pass this, especially when you consider where support for same-sex marriage stood just about a decade ago. President Biden, who faced intense scrutiny for supporting same-sex marriage when he was a vice president, reacted to this passage in a statement late last night, saying in part, quote, "The United States is on the brink of reaffirming a fundamental truth. Love is love, and Americans should have the right to marry the person they love." So this now heads to the House, which is expected to vote and pass this on December 6th. It will then head to President Biden's desk for signature. And when it does, it will ensure marriage protections federally, regardless of a couple's sex, religion, ethnicity. And so those are among several other protections that are in place, Aaron.
Ali Rafa for us on the Hill today. Ali, thank you.
2 members of a far-right militia group involved in the January 6th riot have been convicted of seditious conspiracy. A Washington jury found Oath Keepers founder Stuart Rhodes and member Kelly Meggs guilty of that crime, which dates back to a Civil War-era statute. It's the most serious charge filed in any of the 900 cases connected to January 6th. The entire investigation has now become the biggest ever for the Justice Department. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins me now. Ken, we're expecting to hear from Attorney General Merrick Garland, I believe. How significant is this guilty verdict for the Justice Department?
Good afternoon, Kate. This is really being seen as a landmark victory for the DOJ. They didn't win a conviction on every count in this trial, but all 5 defendants are facing serious prison time, perhaps more than a decade. And to win on these seditious conspiracy charges was very important for prosecutors, because a jury has essentially found here that this wasn't just a protest that went amok. There was an organized conspiracy, a plot to overthrow or impede the U.S. government that helped contribute to the January 6th riot. That's what the jury found, and it sort of vindicates the Justice Department approach here, which is to go after everybody and charge everybody who can possibly be charged who breached the Capitol that day, Kate.
Yeah, and just for context, Ken, seditious conspiracy, we said, the most serious charge that anyone seems to be facing so far. But how does it compare to what other defendants have been found guilty of, other charges?
Yeah, so this is the first conviction on seditious conspiracy charges won by the Justice Department since 1995. So it was a big gamble when they charged this case. Most other Capitol riot defendants, or many, have been convicted of obstructing an official proceeding, which is also a very serious felony and carries a prison sentence of up to 10 years in prison. All the defendants in this case were also convicted of that charge. But the seditious conspiracy charge really brings it to another level, and it shows that the jury found that there was an organized attempt to a violent plot to impede the U.S. government. That's really significant.
Ken Delanian with us. Ken, thank you.
Trimming the cost of your Christmas tree, how you can bring holiday cheer without breaking the bank. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Well, ahead of tonight's Rockefeller Center Christmas tree lighting, which, by the way, is already getting going here, millions of Americans will be decorating their own Christmas trees. But like everything else, it's going to cost you more this year. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff has some tips on how to trim the cost of trimming your tree.
With the holidays officially underway, many Americans will be getting into the spirit with the symbol of the season, a Christmas tree. Selecting a tree together, part of a family tradition for many.
There it is.
I kept checking, when can we go? When can we go? Yes, I'm excited.
At the Pine Valley Tree Farm in Maryland, the Underwood family has been planting and selling trees for over 7 decades.
This is the best time of the year for me because I get to see customers who have been coming here for 40, 50 years.
But like so many other things this year, inflation is impacting their pricing, and they have to pass it on to customers.
Fertilizer has doubled and tripled and quadrupled. Obviously, fuel costs have gone up tremendously, so that all affects your bottom line, as well as labor costs.
The Real Christmas Tree Board estimates prices are up between 5% and 15% this holiday season.
The retail price of a Christmas tree is going to vary widely by geographic location and, most importantly, how far you are from a major Christmas tree production area.
To get the best deal when selecting a tree, keep species in mind. Douglas firs and pine varieties are usually more affordable. Shop early in the season for the best selection. Compare prices and consider Cyber Week sales on an artificial tree to reuse year after year. Perhaps the #1 tip to save: don't buy too much tree.
Save room for several inches for the Christmas tree stand, and you can buy the tree that's the right size.
For everyone who celebrates the season, it's the Christmas spirit that brings people together.
And see how excited they are to be picking out their Christmas tree, and how excited they are when they find that perfect tree for themselves.
If you want to get crafty, there are some other options I have learned. You can use a metal tree, you can use a fabric tree, you can use a wood tree, you can even go rent a tree, but the going rate for like 5 to 6 feet is around $150, so you got to take that into consideration. Back to you guys. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Jacob.
Have you gotten your tree?
Okay, no, but we do that. Our family goes out and hunts for a tree, cuts it down. It does cost more money, but it's the whole experience.
Right, that's what I understand.
What do you do?
I did buy a tree this year for the first time.
Already?
It'll arrive tomorrow in a box.
Oh, our executive producer's saying his is already up and decorated.
But he has a whole other problem. His whole setup is
so organized.
Yeah, it's a lot. He's got trains and things in his house.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah, it's a whole
Andre,
thing.
invite us over.
Listen,
okay.
I'm putting it out there.
We'll move on. He's saying move on.
Yeah, we have all seen them, those incredible deals that pop up in sponsored ads while you're scrolling through social media. They seem almost too good to be true, and there's a good chance they are. Lisa Parker from our Chicago station has more on how you can walk away from scams this holiday season.
Let's walk! Start today!
And walking is right where we start. The age-old exercise, suddenly all the rage. In Buffalo Grove,
I wear out shoes at least 2 to 3 times a year because I walk a lot.
David Padell was way ahead of this curve. A walker from way back, often with his grandkids. He recently saw an ad for the brand of shoes he's heard so much about, Hoka.
What caught my eye was this ad for Hoka at a ridiculous price.
An ad on Facebook for a pair of Hokas less than half the usual price. Perhaps ignoring that voice in the back of his head.
Was there a part of your brain that thought, oh, maybe too good?
Yeah, but sometimes I've lucked out.
He bit, paid, waited.
I got sucked into it.
And waited.
And I finally figured I lost, made a mistake.
$50 down the drain to a company that never sent a thing, not even fakes. Hoka has companies swatting down imposter ads, bombarding social media feeds. A recent Better Business Bureau report found online shopping scams could cost consumers an estimated $380 million this year alone. A motherlode of deception, nonprofit consumers' checkbook calls rampant.
A lot of complaints about stuff that doesn't arrive, but also, shipments where, it's what was advertised is not at all what was delivered.
A few benchmarks worth repeating as we head into the holiday season. That company behind the ad, does it have a physical address, contact info, or a return policy? Frequent misspellings or grammar that would make your English teacher faint. We checked a few of those boxes on the so-called Hoka site where David ordered. The day after we contacted the legit Hoka, that other site came down. If you decide an offer passes the sniff test, consumer advocates say you should pay with your credit card, never via Zelle or other peer-to-peer platforms. That way you can at least challenge the charge. With the holidays already potentially stressful enough, do you really want this headache too?
I think these days it's warranted to not buy things off social media ads altogether.
Don't let it happen to you, and order from secured sites.
And you are watching NBC News Daily.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Police in California just gave an update on their catfishing investigation where a former Virginia state trooper killed the family of a teen he was preying on. Now that girl's aunt is speaking out, giving a warning to other parents. NBC News correspondent Zincle Esemwa has been following this story and joins us now. So, Zincle, it's only been a few days since the murders there. This family wanted to share a message at this news conference today, though. What did they say?
Yeah, Aaron, that's right. And it was a day of really emotional tributes and warnings from this family and their family friends. Specifically, we heard from Michelle Blandon. Her parents and sister were murdered, so she's the aunt of that 15-year-old. And she emotionally recounted the family's last moments together over Thanksgiving, adding that no one could have ever imagined this happening the day after. Take a listen.
When you hear the term catfishing, you think of a long-running dating show or series about a national sports figure, both glamorizing and sensationalizing online relationships. Please, parents, guardians, when you are talking to your children about the dangers of their online actions, please use us as a reference. Tell our story to help your parenting.
And in addition to the grief, Brandon also praised the neighbors who she characterized as heroes for notifying law enforcement of an unfamiliar car in the neighborhood. They say that saved the 15-year-old, Aaron.
So then, Zincle, the investigation here, where does that stand at this point?
So right now, most things with this investigation remain up in the air. The 15-year-old is with Child Protective Services and receiving trauma counseling. So law enforcement say they're trying not to overwhelm her with interviews at the moment, which is understandable. Though this is being investigated as a triple homicide, and really police are trying to figure out how this state trooper managed to get through the ranks.
All right, Zincle Esemwa for us today. Zincle, thank you.
Thank you.
Nearly 249 years after the Boston Tea Party, Bostonians might have been practicing their curtsies today, actually, for the arrival of some very special royal visitors.
The Prince and Princess of Wales have landed in the U.S. for the first time in 8 years. They are here to present Prince William's Earthshot Prize, which awards projects that tackle climate change. Eli Rosenberg from our NBC station in Boston is joining us live now. So Eli, this prize is going to be awarded on Friday. What's on the agenda until then?
The royal aide asks, what nationality are you? She says,
well, a lot of excitement building here now that the Prince and Princess of Wales have officially landed here in Boston. You know, it's not every day. Really, every decade, the royals come to Boston, so people really turned out here outside City Hall in less than ideal weather to see Prince and Princess of Wales this afternoon. Everything getting started here in the next hour and 15 minutes or so. It is a busy couple of days here in Boston. Of course, all of this culminates on Friday with the Earthshot Awards, but between now and then they'll be visiting several nonprofits in the area. I talked to one yesterday who said a couple months ago they got a phone call, and then all of a sudden they found out about 2 weeks ago that indeed William and Kate will be stopping by. They focus on working with at-risk youth. I talked with the British consulate here in New England yesterday. He said there's also a lot of surprises planned between now and then to really give William and Kate a sense of what it's like here in Boston. As I mentioned, less than ideal conditions here. It is rainy. We are expecting winds topping 50 miles an hour. That has not stopped, though. Hundreds of people here outside of City Hall gathered, hoping for a sight of William and Kate.
Yeah, I have to ask you, Eli, it's also the couple's first trip to the U.S. since the death of Queen Elizabeth, so the new era, right? They're now the Prince and Princess of Wales. Is this kind of a chance to introduce the world to this new royal family?
Yes, exactly. In fact, we were talking to some people here lined up hours before they were set to even land, and they said, of course, they knew about the royals from Queen Elizabeth. They were really excited to see this new page, see William and Kate in this official role here in Boston and what they are like up close and personal. And that is why they're standing out in the rain. Just even a small shot at seeing them. But this is definitely a new chapter, and people we talked to say they're very excited to see what that new chapter brings.
Eli Rosenberg for us in Boston today, where the action is. People are waiting to see the Royals. Eli, thank you. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We are also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Wednesday, November 30th, 2022, deadly storm. Tornadoes reportedly ripped through the South, killing at least 2 people. The damage left behind and where that storm system is headed next.
Catfish killing. New details about a former police officer who drove across the country to murder a teen girl's family. What family members are saying now.
Back on track, lawmakers act quickly, pulling the emergency brake to prevent a catastrophic rail strike. Why the deal is still at risk of being derailed.
And Ready, Aim, Reboot. RoboCop is becoming more real than you might think.
Dead or alive, you are coming with me.
How one major city is making it legal for police robots to kill. We begin today with breaking news out of Alabama. 2 people are dead after storms ripped through the South overnight. 30 twisters were reported across the region. As you can see, homes in Lowndes County, Mississippi were torn to shreds by powerful winds.
Now, this outbreak happened in the dead of night, making the severe weather all the more dangerous. Nighttime twisters are 2.5 times more likely to be deadly than tornadoes that happen during the day. Leading us off this hour, NBC News correspondent Sam Brock in hard-hit Steens, Mississippi, and meteorologist Bill Cairns as well. Sam, to you first, how is the recovery effort going so far?
Unfortunately, Aaron, we've seen the rhythm of this kind of thing so often that I can tell you it starts with the chainsaws really actually going on right now over my shoulder. They're cutting down that tree. There have been large tree trunks all over this debris field. That's one thing. You'll also hear the power crews right now trying to get electricity back for those residents who are capable of receiving it. Those trucks are going around right now and working on transmission lines. And then these big heaps of piles of people's belongings. Folks will come and start sifting through to see what's left. What's incredible about this spot right here is the fact that everything is pretty much still stacked where it was. It's almost as if someone lifted the top of this outhouse, threw it away, but left the rest of the belongings here. Other places, though, that's not the case. And residents, loved ones right now are going getting their clothes, their furniture, whatever they can salvage of a destruction zone.
Sam, what do we know about the two deaths that happened in Alabama?
Unfortunately, this is a family, Aaron, that we've learned from authorities there in Montgomery County, Alabama. You're talking about a 39-year-old mother, her 8-year-old son. They've died, and then their 51-year-old husband and father being treated in the hospital. They were in a mobile home, and one thing that we've cruelly learned so much about these tornadoes is the fact that if you're in a mobile home, you are so much more vulnerable to the elements. That proved to be the case once again, as tragically 2 people have died.
Sam, thank you. And Bill, let me go to you. Where is the storm now, and do we expect any more big problems?
We haven't had any tornado warnings in hours. Tornado watches have been dropped, so severe weather threat has ended. Where Sam was standing, by the way, where we were watching these storms, well, the one that was the deadly one down here south of Thomasville, that was in Alabama. Where Sam is located is up here to the northern areas of Mississippi. And so, again, about 32 preliminary reports of tornadoes from this event. This is officially a late November outbreak. This is what's left of those storms, just a little bit of rain left in Florida. We've had more problems actually in the Northeast this afternoon. With all the heavy rain going through in this cold front, winds are gusting and the airports are a mess. We got ground stops at LaGuardia, Newark, also JFK. And so we're going to see a lot of problems with travel ripple effects because of these gusty winds and the effects on the airlines. We have about 14 million people in these wind advisories. Current wind gusts about 38 in JFK right now, and it'll stay windy through the evening. The rain will be with us till about 5 o'clock in New York. It'll end in Boston by about 10 o'clock, but it will stay windy right through the night. And if you're watching here on NBC tonight, that Rockefeller Center Christmas tree lighting, it's going to be gusting.
All right, Bill Cairns and Sam Brock, who was with us before, thanks so much.
We are also following some breaking news from Capitol Hill today. The House has just passed a bill to avoid a rail strike that would cripple the economy.
The measure now heads to the Senate. The bill would force rail workers to accept a labor deal that was tentatively agreed to back in September. That was before being rejected by 4 out of a dozen unions. It would give workers a 24% raise retroactive to 2020 and 1 more paid day off, but it does not include guaranteed paid sick leave, and that has become the big sticking point.
NBC News' Eli Rosenberg has been covering the negotiations for months now. He joins us from San Francisco with more on this. So, Eli, how are the unions in particular reacting to this vote today on Capitol Hill?
Aaron, they are not happy, to say the least. What Biden did here is he took away the last remaining bit of leverage that rail workers had, the ability to strike, and essentially sided with the rail companies in this dispute. Workers were asking for between 4 and 7 days of paid sick time, and the companies didn't budge, and it doesn't necessarily look like they'll have to. Many in these unions really felt like Biden's announcement was kind of a slap in the face, a crossing from a president who had said repeatedly that his goal was to be the most pro-labor White House in history. So I talked to the leader of one of these unions. He said, and this is a quote, that Biden caved. He said that a true union man doesn't cave to threats and pressure. You know, it's important to point out that he didn't just blame Democrats, but said ultimately that politicians from both parties protected Wall Street over the workers here.
And Eli, I have to ask, because the Senate still has to take this up now, and there's some, things going on in the Senate that might impede it. So we're 9 days away from a potential shutdown. If Congress doesn't pass all this through the Senate, what are companies preparing to do to get ready for a strike, especially with the holiday shipping season?
Yeah, companies are starting to scramble to come up with plans in the event of a strike. So far, we're hearing about tech companies rerouting things like computer chips to travel by trucks instead of on the rails. Other companies, like those that ship critical supplies like chlorine and ammonia, may be working right now to rush shipments out in advance of the strike deadline at the end of next week. And this kind of mad dash will only grow as that deadline nears, if this hasn't been resolved. So, what we're seeing right now is we're hearing a lot of positivity, but like you said, anything could happen in Congress, and companies are just getting pieces in place to forestall the worst case scenario.
Eli Rosenberg, thanks.
A small Idaho community is still struggling to come to terms with a growing murder mystery. The University of Idaho planning a campus-wide vigil tonight to honor 4 students who were killed earlier this month. It's been more than 2 weeks now since the 4 friends were murdered in this home near campus. Investigators still have not named a suspect. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joining us now from near campus there in Idaho. So, Morgan, at this point, police have not said anything about a suspect here. Have they been able to rule out any people in particular?
Yeah, they have, Aaron, and they've been cleared to name who they have ruled out as a potential suspect right now, naming 2 of the surviving roommates who were inside that home when this horrific crime took place, saying that they are no longer considered suspects. They also had a male individual who received phone calls from 1 or 2 of the female victims early in the morning hours of November 13th. Authorities say that he is no longer considered a suspect. And while people appreciate the update from that, there are still so many questions here regarding who could be, and the lack of a murder weapon that has not been recovered that it has made for a really uneasy feeling here. Aaron?
Morgan, what sort of impact has the lack of a resolution and a lot of answers in this case had on the students who have to go to school there?
Right. Well, it's certainly on the minds of everyone. We have heard from students who say that you see law enforcement in almost every direction you look here on campus. I want you to hear what one student shared just about her mentality going forward now that everyone's back at school. Take a listen.
I have an evening class that I go walk to in the dark and come home from in the dark, and I have my roommates take me to that now.
And tonight, a vigil will be held here on campus to honor and pay tribute to those 4 young lives lost. We know that a simultaneous tribute will be happening at schools all across the state of Idaho. Meanwhile, investigators say they are still gathering evidence, taking several snow-covered cars away from in front of the home yesterday to a more secure location where they can be further processed. Aaron?
All right, Morgan Chesky live for us today. Morgan, thanks. And all eyes are on the Federal Reserve Chair, Jerome Powell, and one state is helping to relieve some pain at the pump.
Christina Partsenevelos joins us now with CNBC's Money Minute. Hi, Christina.
Hi. So let's start with Federal Reserve Chair Jay Powell, who just wrapped up a speech. Markets did react positively as Powell said he was encouraged by last month's inflation report and that rate hikes could be slowing as soon as next month. Still, Powell said the path ahead for inflation is uncertain and he doesn't want to let up too soon. The Fed has raised its benchmark lending rate by 0.75% or 0.75 at each of its past 4 meetings. The gas tax holiday will continue for at least another month in Connecticut as the state's General Assembly voted to extend the program through the end of the year. Lawmakers said they are trying to keep prices down at the pump and provide relief to families as inflation remains high. The tax holiday is saving drivers 25 cents per gallon. Only in Connecticut, though. And CNN is beginning widespread layoffs today. In a note to staffers, the media giant CEO Chris Litch said some paid contributors will be let go today and that a wider group of impacted employees will be notified tomorrow. The cuts could affect hundreds across the company as CNN looks to reduce costs and pivot coverage. Guys, back with you.
So you got our attention with that one. That's a lot of our friends. Christina, thank you.
Thanks.
Well, coming up, how some LGBTQ nightclubs are ensuring they remain safe spaces after last week's deadly mass shooting. You're watching NBC News Daily.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
The CDC is out with a new study about gun deaths in America. That study shows that 2021 marked the highest number of U.S. gun deaths in nearly 40 years. The research shows more than 47,000 people died last year due to a firearm. That's a 20% jump from 2019 to 2021. The rate of gun-related homicides and suicides both rose to levels not seen since the 1990s.
LGBTQ nightclubs are stepping up security measures after that deadly shooting in Colorado Springs. One California club has even gone so far as to add metal detectors that everyone who comes in has to pass through. Omari Fleming from our San Diego station has more.
Management here at the Rail and Hillcrest now using metal detector wands on a nightly basis on anybody walking through those doors to help make sure nobody's bringing in any weapons. It is just one of the safety precautions they're putting in place after that deadly club shooting in Colorado Springs.
And we're going to start here.
General Manager Wesley Bullen shows us what party people can expect now when they walk through the doors at the Rail, an LGBTQ+ nightclub in Hillcrest.
Same back here.
Adding the metal detector wands, not an easy decision, Bullen says, but necessary after the deadly club shooting in Colorado Springs.
We're a welcoming community. We're a welcoming bar. Our main priority is keep our patrons, my staff safe, our patrons safe, and to just let everybody have a good time and celebrate.
There's a couple of spots like Inside Out and also Uptown are places where I generally go.
Leonardo Pacciani Mori loves going out on Hillcrest, but after deadly club shootings, including one at Pulse in Orlando, he worries about the community becoming a target.
I think everybody would like this not to be a necessity, but if it's for our safety, then I think that's okay.
Do you feel like it's a necessity now?
Unfortunately, yes.
They check for IDs to see if we're old enough. Let's check if we have something that'll put us in danger. You don't want those people in there.
Using metal detector wands at some clubs in San Diego isn't new. In fact, the Rail says they've used them before during big events like Pride and City Fest. Bullen says the Rail has trained security guards, but for security reasons, he would only say this about what happens if they wand someone who does have a weapon.
We will not let them come in, and we will have them return their weapon to their car, to their vehicle, or they just do not come in.
I love my firearms. I absolutely love them. But I mean, I'm here in the city. So
Montana transplant Justin Jor says metal detector wands are a good idea, but legislators should also consider taking action.
I'm willing to give up some of my rights for other people to be safe.
So that means giving up your guns, you're saying, to a degree?
Giving up some guns.
A sacrifice some say won't guarantee safety. Omari Fleming, NBC 7.
Well, now to a revealing new Netflix documentary that looks at the controversy around the drug Xanax.
It is one of the most prescribed pills for panic and anxiety disorders. Here's NBC's Chanel Jones.
There's this huge Xanax crisis.
Now we're seeing younger and younger age groups not only being prescribed benzodiazepines, but being kept on them.
In interviews with experts and patients of all ages and backgrounds, Take Your Pills Xanax takes a hard look at one of America's favorite anxiety drugs.
3 or 4 minutes later, it was like I was normal again.
And for me, you can almost feel it kick in with a click, which was why it felt like such a magic elixir to me.
I think a huge desire for a lot of people, especially in our generation, needing a quick fix.
The Netflix documentary, executive produced by Christina Schwarzenegger and her mom, NBC special anchor Maria Schreiber, is a sequel to their 2018 film, Take Your Pills, which looked at abuse of the ADHD drug Adderall.
Everybody takes Adderall. Everyone.
Now, with anxiety rates soaring, this mother-daughter duo felt the time was right to focus a lens on the risks of Xanax, prescribed to nearly 17 million people in 2020 alone.
People are scared. They're scared about the climate. They're scared about our politics. They're scared about their jobs. And there is Xanax, and people can buy it on social media. They can get it from their doctor. And many of the doctors were saying, you know, people come in here and then they'll write me a terrible review if I don't give them something.
The film finds some doctors cave to the pressure and prescribe patients Xanax for years. But experts say it's only designed for short-term use. And the longer you take it, the higher the risk of getting hooked.
Knowing what I know now, I would never have taken that first prescription.
Christina says though she's never taken Xanax, this project was inspired by her own experience with anxiety.
I actually ran into a therapist recently, which was really fun. And I said, I don't know, I'm kind of having anxiety in my life right now. You know, I've never really struggled with that. And he's like, Christina, you had debilitating anxiety.
I have 4 kids. I hear a lot about Xanax, and the easy access that young people have today to these drugs is terrifying.
The documentary features cases like 16-year-old Sammy Chapman, son of the famous relationship therapist Dr. Laura Berman. Last year, Sammy died after taking Xanax he had bought online that was laced with fentanyl. His devastated parents spoke out on Today.
I went into his room and he was on the floor and gone.
The film also looks at how our society copes with anxiety and explores alternative treatments to drugs.
Look at anxiety as not something that necessarily has to be medicated, but that's something to work with that's a common part of life.
It looks like an interesting documentary. I just want to reiterate, don't ever buy something that you think might be Xanax online, because so many people, like the Chapman's son, they've died taking a pill that they thought was Xanax, and it's not. It's filled with fentanyl. So, public service announcement. Just
That's the, you know, these prescribed drugs, there's a reason that they're prescribed and you have to deal with the doctor and manage all that. Yeah.
That's right. Well, coming up, what police are revealing today about the man accused of catfishing a teen before he then killed her family. You're watching NBC News Daily.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
DoorDash now laying off more than 1,200 corporate employees. It's the latest round of job slashings in the tech sector, which has eliminated tens of thousands of jobs this year. NBC News reporter David Ingram covers technology for us. He joins us now from San Francisco. David, help us understand why the tech sector in particular has been so hard hit this year, and which companies are really bearing the brunt of the layoffs.
Well, there are two reasons why tech is at the center of these layoffs. One reason is that in the past 5 years, they have grown at such a crazy pace. Companies including Amazon and Peloton hired thousands of people in response to the pandemic. Now they're considering that maybe they hired too quickly. The second reason is inflation. Rising prices are cutting into spending across the economy, and that is hurting the revenue side of these companies.
And so, David, we're talking about tens of thousands of workers here, right? What happens to these people if the entire sector is shrinking? Where do they go?
Well, Aaron, the good news for these tech workers is that overall employment is still very low. So many of them have options. Some will go to work in other sectors. Some will go to new tech startups. There's a history of startups flourishing at times like this. I've also spoken to tech workers who are taking time off and waiting for the next big thing. And that's always around the corner here in San Francisco.
All right, David Ingram for us in our San Francisco bureau today. David, thank you.
Labor shortages across the United States are affecting crucial sectors like healthcare and technology. And one major factor in that is the country's lottery-based immigration system. Many skilled workers are struggling to get U.S. visas. And as CNBC senior economic reporter Steve Leisman tells us, some are taking their labor elsewhere.
Nowhere are the problems of America's broken and antiquated legal immigration system felt more acutely than the nation's health care system. Foreign doctors and nurses play a critical role in staffing hospitals and doctors' offices. The estimated shortfall in legal immigration of 1.6 million workers, together with an aging population, means the nation is fast approaching a healthcare worker crisis with life or death consequences.
It takes longer to see a physician, especially in those smaller rural communities. They may have to drive a few hours to see a physician, and those are the areas that we have the most trouble recruiting physicians to. And that's really where the internationally trained physicians have helped out over the years.
For Americans throughout the country, a shortage of health care has meant a 24% increase in wait times. But in rural and poor communities, where up to a third of healthcare workers can be foreign-born, the shortage results in hospital closures and patients driving hours for care or not getting it at all.
We absolutely know it's costing lives. Every delay in the ability of a person to see a specialist, to get an exam done, costs human lives and can be measured in that way. And so I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that the failure of the federal government and the state governments to get healthcare immigration right is a matter of life and death for millions of Americans.
To enter the U.S., foreign healthcare workers must go into the same low-odds lottery as all specialized workers, a lottery that gives access to just 85,000 workers against 484,000 applications. What's more, hundreds of thousands of foreign healthcare workers already in the U.S. can't work in their trained field because of licensing and training restrictions. Beyond healthcare, the immigrant worker shortage shows up strongly in science, technology, engineering, and math. U.S. companies have no choice but to seek foreign workers for these so-called STEM jobs. According to the U.S. semiconductor industry, 72% of U.S. graduate students in computer sciences and information are foreign nationals.
There's this gap that even if every single American that was unemployed had the skills that an employer was looking for, or the interests in the jobs that they have open, or even just were located in the right area, that even if those matched perfectly, there would still be this gap of 4 to 5 million jobs that are unable to be filled by the American unemployed population.
As a result, some of the world's best and brightest are going elsewhere. The number of Indian students attending Canadian colleges and universities increased 182% between 2016 and 2019. It declined during the same period in graduate-level programs in science and engineering at U.S. universities, further reducing the pool of potential workers.
CNBC's Steve Leisman reporting there. Coming up, how one of the nation's largest police departments is planning to use robots to kill. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Pretty cool stuff here. New aerial video showing the eruption of Hawaii's Mauna Loa volcano. That volcano erupted on Sunday, and that was after a series of large earthquakes. This video, captured by a helicopter, shows the volcano spewing fountains of lava up to 160 feet into the air.
Wow. Indiana's Attorney General is asking the state's medical board to discipline the Indianapolis doctor who spoke publicly about providing an abortion procedure for a 10-year-old girl. The complaint alleges that Dr. Caitlin Bernard violated patient privacy laws by telling a local newspaper about the girl's treatment. Her account sparked national outrage weeks after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade.
And former President Bill Clinton has tested positive for COVID-19. Clinton tweeted that he has mild symptoms, but he is home doing just fine. He also said that he's grateful to be vaccinated and boosted, and he ended the tweet by encouraging everyone to do the same, especially as we move into and through the winter months.
Police in California gave an update earlier on their catfishing investigation. This is where a former Virginia state trooper allegedly killed the family of a teen he was preying on. Now that girl's aunt is speaking out, giving a warning to other parents. NBC News correspondent Zincle Esamwa is with us following the latest. Zincle, to be clear, the 15-year-old girl is alive, but what's the latest on the investigation?
Yeah, Kate, that's right. She is thankfully alive. But right now, most things with this investigation remain up in the air. She's actually in Child Protective Services receiving trauma counseling. So law enforcement say they're trying not to overwhelm her with interviews at the moment. But this is being investigated as a triple homicide. Take a listen.
Most importantly, this is yet another horrific reminder of the predators existing online who prey on our children. If you've already had this conversation with your kids on how to be safe online and on social media, please have it again. If not, start it now to better protect them.
And so the big focus here is the digital investigation, learning more about just how these two got in touch. It sounds like it was a dating app, and law enforcement are investigating the fire that was found at the house and waiting for autopsy results to release the official cause of death for the three. Kate.
All right, and the sister of the mother killed delivered an emotional speech, Zinkley, I know, at the press conference earlier. What does she want parents to know out there?
Yeah, it was incredibly emotional. She's also the aunt of that 15-year-old, and she's really warning parents from around the country. Her name's Michelle Blandon, and she recounted the family's last moments together over Thanksgiving. Hear a bit of what she had to say.
Nobody could imagine this crime happening to my family, to our family. Especially it just being one day after Thanksgiving. Parents, please, please know your child's online activity. Ask questions about what they are doing and whom they are talking to. Anybody can say they're someone else. And you could be in this situation, which I do not want for the world.
Just heartbreaking words there, and her message is simply to stay vigilant. Kate.
Yeah, it's a really powerful message for parents. Zinkley Asamoah, thank you.
Well, potentially deadly robots have been given the green light to join the San Francisco police force. City supervisors approved the new policy last night on an 8-3 vote. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin is following that story for us. So, Dana, the San Francisco Police Department has used robots for years, I understand, not like these new ones that we're seeing now. Help us understand how they work and why they were considered.
So they were being considered as another tool to help keep officers safe and other people. Now, these robots already belong to the department, but they've only operated using onboard cameras that help police officers to see what's going on during an active scene, or they can also use those arms to try to defuse a bomb. But now the San Francisco Police Department can use robots as a deadly use of force option. Now, the most notable incident where a police department used a robot to neutralize a threat was in 2016 in Dallas. Police equipped a remote-controlled robot with a bomb to kill a sniper in an elevated parking structure. Now, he had killed 5 police officers and injured several others, and officers might not have been able to stop that killer safely without that robot. Aaron?
So, Dana, at this point, what are advocates, critics, what are they saying about this policy?
So the idea of allowing police officers to use robots to kill people is not sitting well with some people. Here's part of that passionate conversation that people on both sides had last night.
Of course, I don't want any officer to lose their life, but I think that this is the scenarios that we're using are hypotheticals to bring up fear.
These are not autonomous robots. No one's tapping in. These are trained police officers that would utilize a robot.
And only 3 supervisors can actually authorize the use of these deadly robots. Now, another Bay Area city, Oakland, thought about using this same technology, but ultimately decided against it. Aaron?
All right, Dana Griffin for us today. Dana, thank you.
Voters in Georgia heading back to the polls in record numbers ahead of next week's Senate runoff election. Georgia election officials say they expect the total number of early votes cast in the runoff to top 1 million by the end of the day.
If I don't use my freedom, if I don't vote, then I don't have a say in anything that goes on around me, in my opinion. If you don't take the opportunity to do what is your constitutional right, you can't, I mean, in my opinion, you can't have an opinion or be upset about what's going on.
NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is with us in Dalton, Georgia. Vaughn, you've been talking to voters across Georgia. I wonder whether people are still turning out, or is enthusiasm waning?
Right. For everybody that loves the democracy, well, here in Georgia, you got a 10th inning to go out and play ball a little bit more. And that is what Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker are relying on their very voters to do. I want to let you listen to 2 other voters who we caught up with earlier today. Take a listen.
I voted for Herschel. I'm a Republican. I own my own business. That's how I voted. I would love to see it 50-50 because I love gridlock, in all honesty.
I voted for Raphael Warnock. Yes, I did, because that's what I was led to do, and I believe he's the choice for me, and he's a choice for a whole lot of others.
Now, this upcoming Tuesday is essentially going to be a rematch between these two. Neither of them hit 50% of the vote share, which was required in order to win the election, which is why there's this runoff taking place. And you're seeing record number of early voters turn out yesterday, and that record beat Monday's turnout in Georgia history for early voting days here. And that is why this is go time for these candidates to try to drive out these voters, because in the general election that took place just 3 weeks ago, Kate, it was just 38,000 votes that separated the two, which means turnout is going to be everything.
And Vaughn, remind viewers for us, this is not going to, control of the Senate doesn't hinge on this anymore, but it does matter, right? And how are the candidates spending the final hours?
Right. This is essentially going to give them an extra Senate seat of cushion here. This is for a full 6-year term. So whoever wins this is going to serve the state of Georgia for 6 years. And that is why you see the likes of former President Obama coming to Atlanta tomorrow to campaign alongside Raphael Warnock, which just speaks to the importance for Democrats to be able to build that little bit of cushion in the U.S. Senate, especially when there's so much talk around the likes of Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema. The Democrats would like every Senate vote that they can get. Meanwhile, Herschel Walker, we just left a campaign event here in Dalton, Georgia, about 100 miles north of Atlanta just earlier this afternoon, where he was trying to galvanize more of these rural Georgia voters to come out on his behalf. He's going to be making his way to Rome, Georgia tonight, which is the hometown of Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's going to be an all-out battle here in these final days. Kate?
And if he wins, then you've got that really, really tight Senate, right? Gridlock, as that man said.
Yep.
Vaughn Hilliard, thank you so much.
House Democrats looking to the future today, electing their new leadership team. Congressman Hakeem Jeffries of New York was chosen as the new House Democratic leader. He will be the first black lawmaker to lead a political party in the 233 years of the U.S. Congress. Representatives Catherine Clark of Massachusetts and California's Pete Aguilar will fill the number 2 and number 3 positions. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa is on the Hill for us now. So, Ali, House Democrats become the majority come January of next year. What did the future leadership team say about working with their Republican colleagues going forward?
Yeah, Aaron, well, this was definitely a watershed moment for House Democrats who haven't had a change in leadership in 2 decades. But this is sort of going to be a balancing act for them over the next 2 years, because you've got Representatives Hakeem Jeffries, Catherine Clark, Pete Aguilar filling these 3 leadership positions, rounding out this generational shift that many Democrats have been calling for years now. So there's definitely a sense of excitement among House Democrats, but they're also being realistic and realizing that they have checks on their power when Republicans are sworn in on January 3rd and become the majority in the House. Despite all of these limitations, Hakeem Jeffries is expressing some optimism for the future. Take a listen here.
We seek to find common ground whenever and wherever possible, and we hope that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, as they temporarily inherit the majority in the next Congress, are willing to proceed with that same spirit.
What's definitely going to be helping House Democrats over the next 2 years is having House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Leader Steny Hoyer physically still here in the building, as both are going to continue being members of Congress, just not being members of the leadership team. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi being unanimously voted to a sort of Speaker Emeritus role last night. So both of them will be here offering advice and strategy to this new team of Democratic leadership over the next 2 years. And that'll definitely be sort of helpful over the next 2 years as they face off against a Republican majority in the House, Aaron.
And Ali, while I have you, I do want to ask you about some movements in the Senate, too. The Respect for Marriage Act was passed in the Senate last night. What's next before it gets to the president's desk?
Yeah, this was a historic move in the Senate last night, with all Democrats and 12 Republicans voting in favor of this legislation. President Biden, who faced intense scrutiny when he was vice president and said he was in favor of passing same-sex marriage legislation, actually released a statement late last night when this passed, saying in part, quote, "The United States is on the brink of reaffirming a fundamental truth. Love is love, and Americans should have the right to marry the person that they love. love. So this now heads to the House, which is expected to vote and pass this into legislation on December 6th. Then it'll head to President Biden's desk, who has already said he is anxiously awaiting this legislation so he could sign it into law, Aaron.
Ali Rafa in Washington for us today. Ali, thank you.
Coming up, what a promising experimental drug could mean for millions of Americans diagnosed with Alzheimer's. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Well, in today's Daily Health, a new drug is showing potential in the treatment of Alzheimer's disease.
Yeah, a new study in the New England Journal of Medicine finds the experimental treatment shows signs of slowing cognitive decline in patients with dementia. However, the findings are also raising some safety concerns. And joining us now to go through all this is NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal. Good to have you here. So break this down. What did the studies show? What's the promise, and what does it mean for maybe treating Alzheimer's?
Yeah, so this drug, it's called lecanemab. It's a monoclonal antibody that actually targets the plaques that we think cause Alzheimer's in part. The study was about 1,800 people. They gave some people the drug and they gave some people an infusion. And what you saw over the course of a year and a half was a 27% reduction in cognitive decline, meaning that those people who got the drug did on average 27%. They aged or had lower performances on average a rate of 27% less. Now, why is this important? Is because, we've developed drugs that target these plaques in the past. The issue becomes when you target these plaques, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to see an improvement in memory. So here you have reduction in plaque and an improvement in memory, and that's why people are very excited.
And so we mentioned that there are some safety concerns with this experimental drug. Walk us through that.
Yeah, so this drug it's an IV infusion. It's one that you go to an infusion center and you get every 2 weeks. And this is something patients with autoimmune disease or even patients with cancer are familiar with, that they may have getting these done. Yeah. And the real concerns are memory problems with headaches or vision changes. But the big ones here are brain bleeds and brain swelling. These are two things that have been linked to Alzheimer's treatments in the past, and it's something that we're unfortunately seeing with this one as well.
It's not just a pill. You got to sit there and get it infused. So how soon could this be available for people? I mean, there's a lot of people out there hoping for something for their family members.
Yeah, so the FDA is expected to give a decision by January 6th, so in the next coming weeks, about whether or not to approve this for what they call accelerated approval, meaning, there's an unmet need here for Alzheimer's disease and there's an urgent need, so that it's called an accelerated pathway. To get full approval, it'll honestly just depend on how that hearing goes and how things progress.
Could be months and months away.
They're hopeful for some time next year. It just really depends how that January meeting goes.
Yeah, something to watch closely for sure. Worth it. Dr. Akshay Syal, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, a health issue that affects at least 10% of women is getting a lot more attention because of one of social media's top models. Hailey Bieber has revealed to her millions of followers that she's currently suffering from an ovarian cyst. Here's NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson.
Cover girl, entrepreneur, red carpet staple. 26-year-old Hailey Baldwin Bieber and her superstar husband Justin generate intense interest. She is sharing some health news with her 49.3 million followers on Instagram. Bieber posting she has a large ovarian cyst that she says is the size of an apple. She writes, "I don't have endometriosis or PCOS, polycystic ovary syndrome, but I have gotten an ovarian cyst a few times, and it's never fun." Bieber says the cyst makes her achy and feel nauseous and bloated and crampy and emotional. And to those who might speculate it's something else, she writes, "Not a baby." Bieber's news doctors say will help others.
I think it's great to talk about it because I think many patients don't talk about it. So many people don't even know that ovarian cysts can happen every month.
Ovarian cysts are common in women of reproductive age and most of the time go away without treatment. Health officials say it's time to see the doctor when there is sudden severe abdominal or pelvic pain, pain with fever or vomiting, or signs of shock such as cold, clammy skin, rapid breathing, lightheadedness, or weakness.
She's okay. She's good. She's strong.
Justin Bieber speaking out about his wife after she had a mini stroke earlier this year. The TIA, as it's called, was caused by a small hole in her heart that required surgery.
It went very smoothly. I'm recovering really well, really fast. I feel great.
Then in June, Justin was diagnosed with Ramsay-Hunt syndrome, which can cause facial paralysis.
As you can see, this eye is not blinking. I can't smile on this side of my face.
The pop star ultimately postponed his Justice World Tour, saying he needed to make his health a priority.
Hailey Bieber did not share what, if any, treatment she will undergo. Dr. Shazarian says while rare, in some cases surgery is necessary. But most times these cysts are just watched and they go away. Now back to you.
And thank you. You know, anytime a celebrity speaks out about something that people don't usually talk about, I think that's a good thing, right? It's raising awareness.
Raises the awareness and helps the rest of us sort of become comfortable with having conversations about these difficult things.
Yeah, exactly. It's okay to talk about. Well, there is much more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
World Cup history is set to be made on Thursday. For the first time, an all-female referee team will take charge of a men's World Cup game. That's when Costa Rica takes on Germany.
Stephanie Frappard from France will be the main referee in the match. Frappard is also the first woman to officiate a men's World Cup qualifier and the first woman to referee a men's Champions League match. I think that's all good. Yeah. Americans are celebrating Team USA's World Cup win across the country now and around the world.
Yeah, take a look here. These are some of the World Cup watch parties. Fans were elated as the Americans beat Iran on Tuesday to advance to the knockout stage of the World Cup.
Yeah, all eyes are on Saturday now. I'm planning my whole day around this, Aaron. Team USA set to take on the Netherlands, where my brother lives, by the way, in a make-or-break game that will determine the future of their tournament.
NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald is in Qatar for us.
Team USA is excited. They are fired up and they are ready to go after last night's win against Iran. Today, though, they have the day off. They're just relaxing. They're hanging out with their families. They're jumping in the pool. Tomorrow, it's back to work. They have 2 more practices before they take on the Netherlands on Saturday. The fans, however, they're still celebrating. How did it feel? Yes, it's amazing. We've waited 8 years for this.
We're just so happy that we won.
Great results. We're moving on.
The best part was the goal. Now, Team USA is not favored to win in the game against the Netherlands, but look, what we have seen throughout this entire tournament is that it's unexpected. You don't know what's going to happen. Earlier today, we saw Tunisia upsetting France. France is ranked 4th, one of the teams favored to win the entire tournament. Tunisia is ranked 30th. And, you know, we've heard from Team USA captain Tyler Adams, who said, you just have to believe. So we'll see what happens on Saturday. All eyes on that big game against the Netherlands. Back to you.
Yeah. I mentioned my brother because I don't know who he's going to root for because he lives over there in the Netherlands.
Tough.
Okay, here are some other stories trending right now.
Christine McVie, Fleetwood Mac's longtime singer and songwriter, has died. She wrote some of the group's biggest hits, including Don't Stop, Everywhere, and Little Lies. In a statement on social media, Fleetwood Mac's calling her one of a kind, special, and talented beyond measure. Her family says she died this morning after a short illness. She was 79 years old.
Kim Kardashian and the rapper formerly known as Kanye West have reached a divorce settlement after almost 2 years of negotiations. Kardashian and Kanye West, now known as Ye, have 4 children together. According to court documents, West has agreed to pay Kardashian $200,000 a month in child support.
Former NBA star Dwayne Wade blasting his ex-wife over allegations that she made about their transgender daughter's transition. Wade's ex suggesting the former basketball player may be pressuring their child to move forward with the transition so he might be able to capitalize on it financially. Wade called the claims, quote, libelous at their core. He's been publicly supportive of his daughter Zaya's transition. She says coming out as transgender has been a freeing experience, though she's still dealing with transphobia.
Tiger Woods is casting doubt on his ability to play golf. The superstar pulled out of a tournament on Monday because of plantar fasciitis. He says it's related to the injuries he suffered in a car crash back in February of 2021. Woods says his goal is to play a few more major championships in his career, but he admitted that he doesn't have, quote, much left in his leg to compete.
Let us end on a high note here.
Please.
Transition a bit here. Bad Bunny, you see him right there. The Puerto Rican singer is Spotify's most streamed artist globally in 2022. It's a spot he has held for 3 years in a row, actually. He racked up more than 18 billion streams on the music platform just this year. Bad Bunny's album, Un Verano Sin Ti, also takes the top spot as Spotify's most streamed album worldwide in 2022.
Have you looked up what your most streamed song was yet?
No.
You got to do that. I haven't done it either. We got to do that.
From the year I was born, right?
No, this year, what you listened to the most.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, everybody does that, right? Okay. The album that made music history is turning 40 years old today. Check it out. After 38 years, Michael Jackson's Thriller is back on the Billboard Top 10. The iconic album features 7 singles that we all know and love, including Billie Jean, Beat It, Pretty Young Thing, Thriller. After its initial release in 1983, Thriller topped the Billboard 200 chart for 37 weeks. But man, it's back.
Yeah, good stuff. It was great music. You know, in just a few hours, it's going to be a lot brighter around here. This is a look outside our front door at 30 Rockefeller Plaza here in New York City. Our tree, it's about to make a big festive debut.
The giant Norway spruce will be lit up for the holidays live on NBC. You can watch it tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern time on your local NBC station, or you can stream it on Peacock.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
If it's Wednesday, global unrest tests the White House. Secretary of State Antony Blinken sits down with NBC News amid powerful anti-government protests and crackdowns by authoritarian regimes in China and Iran. Plus, House Democrats make history electing a new, younger generation of leaders in Congress. While at the White House, President Biden's plans have shifted to when, not if, he'll announce his reelection. And Georgia is on my mind. Voters are voting right now. But we're going to look at why next week's Senate runoff is so important for Democrats as the party looks to 2024. Happy Wednesday and welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd and we're going to begin with protests against authoritarian regimes in China and Iran and the mounting pressure on the White House to be a defender of democratic values in both nations. In China, the Communist Party is facing the largest and most widespread protests since 1989. Those protests, sparked by the country's strict zero COVID policy, have been intensifying. In the city of Guangzhou, protesters clashed with riot police overnight. Video shows some of the officers taking handcuffed protesters to an unknown location. Police have also been seen searching phones for pictures or messages or apps that might lead them to demonstrators. In a statement late yesterday, China's Communist Party vowed to crack down on the infiltration and sabotage activities of hostile forces, meaning they're trying to blame this on outsiders. Meanwhile, the authoritarian regime in Iran is facing one of its biggest challenges since 1979. Anti-government protests there have been going on for months in Iran following the death of a 22-year-old woman in police custody. At yesterday's World Cup game in Qatar, demonstrators held up pictures of the woman, Mahsa Amini. The tournament is drawing renewed international attention to the ongoing human rights protests in Iran, and some members of Iran's national soccer team have expressed solidarity with the protesters. The team, of course, had its World Cup run ended yesterday by the United States in that loss. In an interview with Andrea Mitchell, Secretary of State Antony Blinken said the U.S. must speak out clearly in support of Iranians' right to protest its government.
For the most part, we're trying to do whatever we can do to make clear that we support what Iranians are asking for, demanding in the streets, which is to be heard, to be able to make their views known peacefully, and not to have this terrible repression that we're seeing.
Now, here was Blinken's response on the situation in China.
Any country where you see people trying to speak out, trying to speak up, to protest peacefully, to make known their frustrations, whatever the issue is, in any country where we see that happening and then we see the government take massive repressive action to stop it, that's not a sign of strength, it's a sign of weakness.
As we look at the ongoing protests in both Iran and China, one big question is whether these demonstrations and how the international community responds will lead to real change in either country. But the situations in China and Iran are not the same for a variety of reasons. And the United States' more active response to Iran suggests the White House may see those demonstrations as perhaps a bit more pivotal in that country's future than, of course, what's happening in China. Joined now by our senior White House correspondent, Kelly O'Donnell. Richard Haas is the president of the Council on Foreign Relations, and Jason Rezaian is a global opinions writer and former Tehran correspondent at the Washington Post and knows firsthand what that regime is capable of. Kelly, I want to start with you and to hear this White House. Look, you've seen multiple White Houses of both parties walk careful lines when countries, whether it's China, whether it's Iran, whether it's Syria, and presidents get nervous about saying too much. They want to be on the side of the protesters, but they also have to do business with these countries. What do you sense that tension here with China and Iran this time, and compare it to your previous reporting experiences?
Well, if you remember not so long ago, the Arab Spring, where freedom broke out in the streets, and then it really didn't materialize long term in some countries where there was this sort of a groundswell of a call for greater freedom, greater democracy. When we're talking about China, we're talking about Iran, certainly President Biden has just had his first one-on-one with Xi Jinping in office. They've had other kinds of communication, video chat and phone calls, and they've known each other over the years. And it's our understanding that part of their discussion dealt with things like the COVID policy. Unclear how much they got into the issue of this tension that is now happening, where Xi Jinping is between trying to keep COVID at a manageable level, knowing the economic implications if the illness becomes more widespread, remembering they don't have the kind of vaccine success that the U.S. has had, where we've been able to reopen more easily. And so trying to send that message that support for the people to express themselves, to be able to kind of more freely engage in the world is something that is an American value. That's also true with Iran. But China is a much more difficult, much more complex, more opaque society in many respects. Then you look at Iran, where we are hoping for more change. The complicated relationship with China has direct communication. We don't have that with Iran. We don't have the visibility into Iran. And so there is more hope in some ways that what is happening on the street could bring about more governmental change. We don't anticipate that with China. And so it is that careful line of trying to support the values, trying to support through sanctions, through internet access, through other things that the U.S. is able to do to try to reach the people of these countries, but to not try to upset the balance of power while they're trying to engage on other matters that get very complicated.
Kelly, the idealist might sit there and say, though, boy, Joe Biden had a lot to say about the future of this democracy. But look at Saudi Arabia, look at Iran, look at China, right? Like, there is this dichotomy here. And again, our next guest is going to be able to explain that this is not, it's easier to say you should be saying some things. It's a whole different story when you have to do business with these countries.
The president likes to say he always addresses issues of human rights and the desire for people in these countries to express themselves, in many cases to be governed by those they choose. That gets complicated when there are long-standing structural things that get in the way of that. At the same time, the U.S. does not want to have direct conflict with the leaders of these countries while they are aligning themselves with the free aspirations of the people who are speaking out against their government. So the U.S. is trying to say, in our country, we have an ability to address our government. We have the ability to speak out, however imperfect our system might be at times. But it is more complicated than simply advocating for those values when you also have to deal with the particular issues that come up with these very difficult countries.
Kelly O'Donnell starting us off at the White House. Kelly, as always, thank you. Let me go to Richard Haas. Richard, your long and distinguished career includes being on the front lines in a White House, in the National Security Office, dealing with China in 1989, working for President George H.W. Bush. So we keep hearing people write, this is the biggest challenge to the Chinese government since 1989. Well, you saw that firsthand. Is it? Do you accept that? And compare and contrast.
I think it is the biggest challenge, Chuck, for 3 decades. I don't disagree with that assessment. But as Kelly pointed out, what makes it difficult is we don't have a lot of levers with China. And also we do have other concerns. For example, we don't want China to be shipping military equipment to Russia. We appreciate the fact that China leaned on Russia not to use nuclear weapons. Also, the situation in China is not yet what I would describe as pre-revolutionary. This is not a government or a system or a society on the brink. Xi Jinping has boxed himself in. He's got terrible dilemmas, largely of his own making. But we'll have to see how it plays out. I think we can and should advocate for the right of free and peaceful dissent, but I think we've got to accept in some ways our limits and what we can actually affect. I think in Iran, we've actually got more options. First of all, we have no offsetting concerns. Right. Iran is doing what it's doing on terrorism. It's doing what it's doing in Syria and Iraq. It's doing what it's doing on the nuclear program, and we've given up the idea of the 2015 agreement. So I don't see any downside for the United States pushing pretty hard for change in Iran. The only downside might be going back to something like Hungary in 1956. We have to understand if we call for people to rise up, we're not there to help them. We're not there to intervene. So I think we have to be also realistic and restrained in what we're advocating for. But I like the idea of verbal support. I like the idea of communication support to help people communicate with one another over the internet. And so forth. Again, even in Iran, I wouldn't say, Chuck, this is as yet a pre-revolutionary situation. These are movements more than organizations. They're networks. The Arab Spring parallel is pretty accurate. And we have to be, again, understanding yet of some of the limits, particularly for a regime that has security forces that are willing to kill protesters.
All right, take me inside China, though. And I'm curious as to, it feels like with every challenge to these authoritarian regimes, those that want to challenge the regime start to learn new ways to get around, the top-down mindset, right? And so the Hong Kong protests certainly made some of these folks smarter and wiser. But I was also sort of shaken by a comment in the Times this morning by a younger protester from Hong Kong who said, hey, who was trying to warn them, he was pretty active in 2019, hey, you have no idea how miserable the state can make your life. What should we expect to see? And is this a chink of weakness, though, going forward, and that we'll start to see another link and another chink in the armor and things like that?
Look, what we're going to see is the surveillance state that is contemporary China in full throttle. We're going to see leaders detained. We're going to see communications monitored and intercepted. I think they're going to hold off as long as they can for doing what they're already doing in Iran, which is bringing out the security forces. I think China wants to avoid going down that path if it can avoid it. So you'll see detentions, lockups, and so forth. I think that's the most realistic. One interesting thing is going to be the celebration, if you will, or the marking of the death of Jiang Zemin.
I was going to ask you that. Yeah.
and who was there at the time of just after Tiananmen. And the question is whether some people in the streets see him as a rallying cry on the idea that he represented a more global, more open China. He, for example, brought China into the World Trade Organization. That is a very different kind of China than Xi Jinping's much more closed, much more isolated China. So I think this still has lots of ways to play out.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't underestimate both the capacity and the will of the Chinese state to come down hard, even, Chuck, at the cost of further weakening their own economy.
I'm just curious, you ever done your own what-if scenario on Tiananmen back during your time there? Meaning, is there any way, knowing now what we know about China, would you have advised President Bush to handle it differently?
Not fundamentally. I don't think there was much we could have done to change the basic dynamics. I think some of the diplomatic things afterwards were probably too soon. We looked ready to normalize. But no, I think what you all said at the beginning is right. We have to accept the reality of limited influence and a wide range of interests. So I'd love to see a more broad-based change. But ultimately, these dynamics for the Chinese to play out. And I think this leadership in China faces some real challenges, not because of what we are saying or doing, but because of their own flawed policies.
No, welcome to constituent services. It's sometimes as basic as that. Richard Haas, always a pleasure to get your perspective on this. Richard, thank you. Let me move to Jason Rezaian and focus a lot more on Iran and what they're doing and whether this is a moment where maybe the West can be more aggressive. What say you, Jason?
I think so, Chuck. I mean, you talked earlier about both China and Iran, their governments blaming what's going on inside their countries on external forces. Something that we should recognize is that whether it's China, Iran, Venezuela, Cuba, North Korea, anything that happens inside of these countries, they're always going to blame it on external forces. It's never going to be something that they take any responsibility for. So for that reason alone, I think the Biden administration is in a really good position to come out really vociferously in support of protesters in Iran. This moment is different than what we've seen in the past. There have been protests in Iran since day one of the Islamic Republic, but never to the extent that they have been over the last nearly 3 months. And across the country, at a time when disparate groups that are subjugated under Iranian law, women, ethnic minorities, religious minorities, all rising up at the same time saying, hey, we want some equality, we want freedom. We essentially want an end to religious dictatorship.
So what is the best way we can lean into this? Is it verbally is one thing. What can we do behind the scenes?
Look, one of the things that Richard mentioned about China, I mean, Iran is the same way. We have to keep people online. We have to do more to protect their communications and their ability to get online and communicate with the outside world, send images of what's going on inside Iran. But we also have to take a kind of long-term plan, something that we haven't done for 43 years with Iran, and help cultivate civil society in diaspora. There are over 1 million Americans of Iranian origin living in this country. Many of them have experience and have connections with their homeland. But there's also a lot of people in exile right now in third countries who we could invite to the United States, as we did with Soviet dissidents during the Cold War, and learn something about that society and start to build a better fundamental picture of the weaknesses that the Islamic Republic has and how we might kind of push at those pressure points. At the moment, I don't think that there's anything that the regime in Tehran can do to placate the very legitimate demands of Iranian citizens. So I think we're going to be at this for a long time.
I was just going to say that this feels like they're not weak enough to fall, but they're not strong enough to put this down. Is that
they can't put it down? Yeah. And the economy in Iran is in tatters. Their ability to sell their oil is vastly limited, and they're facing all sorts of other challenges, including major environmental challenges. Iran is a country that's going to run out of water before too long. It's country, 85 million people. The international community might have some answers that can help protect that country from calamity, but they're not going to be able to offer those resources to Iran with such a hard-nosed authoritarian dictatorship at the helm.
I got to ask you about the what you think is going to happen to these Iranian soccer players. I mean, you couldn't help but fear them losing was a bad thing for them personally, and what could happen to them.
To me, I argued that I was hoping that they would stay on that stage for as long as possible. You saw that image of Ramin Rezaian, no relation of mine, but a wonderful soccer player who kicked the second goal in the game against Wales, being embraced by an American player. Yeah. I think they understand that there's a tough reception waiting for them at home. They have been threatened. Their families have been threatened. And I think these young men were put under such incredible pressure, not only by the Iranian regime, but under the spotlight of that event. And I hope that we continue talking about them and calling for the Islamic Republic to keep their hands off them.
Do you expect a few of them to try to basically escape? I mean, I could tell you my experience watching the Cuban national baseball team for most of my life, being a Floridian, it seemed like every time there was a chance to play outside of Cuba, a few players left.
I will say that we have not seen that yet, but I expect that that's coming in the coming days and weeks.
Yeah. Jason Rezaian, a Washington Post columnist who unfortunately we all knows firsthand the capability of that Iranian regime. Jason, really appreciate your perspective. Good to see you.
Thanks, Chuck.
All right. Coming up, a changing of the guard in the House for the Democrats as they elect a new generation of leaders. But believe it or not, the elections aren't over. And one candidate just got a surprise challenger. In leadership, that is. Plus, the latest on Congress's efforts to avert a potentially crippling rail strike just as the holidays are approaching. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The big variable, the storm surge.
Why was it important for you to be here?
What kind of training regimen?
How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts. Welcome back. House Democrats made history today. They elected a new leadership team who will take over in the new Congress, changing the faces of the leadership for the first time in 20 years on that side of the aisle. New York Representative Hakeem Jeffries will serve as the Democratic leader, taking over for Nancy Pelosi, who announced earlier this month that she was stepping down. The 52-year-old Jeffries also makes history as the first black lawmaker to lead a congressional caucus in either chamber. Congresswoman Catherine Clark will serve as the number 2 minority whip in this case, and Congressman Pete Aguilar will be the number 3. The caucus chair is the official title, rounding out the top leadership. And it was a busy day in the House, which also voted to avert a looming rail strike that could cripple the economy just ahead of the holiday season. That legislation now moves to the Senate, where some senators have yet to commit to backing it. It's a bit of a back and forth there. Ali Vitale joins me now from Capitol Hill. And boy, Ali, this is when you earn your salary as a Capitol Hill correspondent. There's a lot of minutia, the lame duck. It's hard to sell it on television, I know it, but it's really important stuff. So let's start with the rail strike. Not one, but 2 bills passed out of the House. And it sounds like the Senate gets to choose its own adventure here on averting the rail strike. What's going to happen, Ali?
Chuck, the great part is I never have to sell the minutia with you
No.
because you're just as big a nerd as I am.
Yeah.
So yes, the House did this in 2 parts here. The first was just simply confirming the deal that was brokered back in September. That passed in bipartisan fashion as we expected it to. But so did the second piece of this bill on getting paid sick leave for these rail workers, up from the 1 day that was negotiated to 7 days that many progressive Democrats here say is a much better deal, of course, for these union workers. But look, there's been a lot of reluctance here in the halls of Congress about being put in this position in the first place. A little bit of animosity in terms of looking at the White House and wondering how they ended up in this position, making it look as if Democrats and pro-union Democrats and a pro-union White House are kind of hobbling the negotiating abilities of major unions for essential workers to avert this rail strike. So that's been bubbling sort of under the surface here, even as they move through the process. Then, of course, this moves to the Senate, where it becomes an even thornier situation. There's agreement from leadership on both the Republican and Democratic sides that they have to avert this strike. But when it comes to paid sick days, it's unclear whether someone like Bernie Sanders is going to hold up the process if they don't get a vote on the paid sick leave piece of it.
Right.
It does seem like Sanders is confident that they're going to get a vote, but whether or not they have the 10 Republicans that they need is an open question. And quite frankly, if I had to answer that question now, it doesn't seem like they have those votes.
It just sounds like they wanted to give, you tell me if this is correct, it sounds like they wanted to give pro-union Democrats a chance to say they tried.
Yeah.
Is that what we're seeing here?
Yeah, that's the view of it that I have too.
Okay, let's move to the leadership, because today was Coronation Day until it wasn't. When I say Coronation Day, the top 3 we know. There was a top 4, Jim Clyburn, who's been in the top 3. He's basically running for the number 4 slot. I believe this would be vice caucus chair, right?
Assistant leader.
Assistant leader. Joe DeGoose was running for this post, and he stepped aside because Clyburn said he wanted to run it. But Clyburn is not going to be coronated. Explain what happened.
Yeah, it wouldn't be leadership elections if there weren't a little bit of drama. And certainly for the number 1, 2, and 3 slots, this was a slate of candidates who were endorsed by Pelosi, endorsed by Hoyer, endorsed by Clyburn. So all of the 3 outgoing members endorsed the 3 people who were coming in to replace them. But then today, a pretty surprising challenge from David Cicilline to Jim Clyburn. And what it does is it speaks to the, bubbling feeling here that Clyburn is the only one of the old guard 3 who's sticking around in a leadership post. There are some people who feel like, okay, it's good for this new group of leaders to have that wisdom and that institutional knowledge, despite the fact that both Pelosi and Hoyer are still going to be right around the corner staying in Congress, so they exist here still too. But then on the other side of it, Cicilline is trying to make the argument that there needs to be LGBTQ representation within the ranks of Democratic leadership. For Clyburn's part, though, he's making more of a geographic case, not just the institutional leadership piece, but he represents the South. Yep. And in Cicilline's case, he would be yet another person from the coast if he were to be in. But I've had a lot of people say to me today, what the heck is going on here? This isn't something that people really saw coming.
Yeah, but I think you put your finger on it. It's like, hey, I thought we agreed on the passing of the baton. What's up? You know?
Yeah.
But I'll be curious. Secret ballot or not?
Me too. Yeah, secret ballot, and it's happening later this week.
All right, secret ballot. That makes it always a little bit more fascinating. Anna Vitale in Capitol Hill, thank you. Up next, we got some live reporting from Georgia where voters are turning out in record numbers to cast ballots in that Senate runoff race that just isn't going to decide control of the chamber, but actually will have major consequences for Democrats, perhaps, in 2024. We'll explain. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. If I'm at the board, it means elections aren't done, right? Anyway, next week's Georgia Senate runoff isn't for control of the Senate. The Democrats have already guaranteed that they will retain control next year. Worst case scenario, 50-50 Senate, and the tiebreaker with Kamala Harris. But the last race of the 2022 midterms does matter a lot when it comes to whether Democrats can keep control of the chamber in 2024. I'm going to walk you through the Democrats' daunting map in a moment. But first, let's check in with Georgia. That's where the incumbent Democrat, Raphael Warnock, and Herschel Walker are doing everything they can to turn out their coalition after their tight race earlier this month. Remember, just 37,000 votes separated them. Since Election Day earlier this month, more than $56 million have been spent on television, radio, and digital ads for this race. An astonishing amount of money. Spots in support of Warnock are more than double the amount of ads that are supporting Walker. It is just astonishing how much money Democrats are pouring into this because every seat matters, as I will explain to you in that 2024 map. But joining me now on the ground in Georgia is my colleague, Vaughn Hilliard. And Vaughn, I mean, I'm deluged with the different spots that Warnock puts out. Every hour there's a new spot, the new Obama spot, a get out the vote here, an attack ad there. I mean, they are throwing everything at this. What are you hearing from their side and the Walker side?
Right. I was actually just this afternoon talking with a top Republican official here in the state, and he said it's frustrating when you turn on the TV here and it's back-to-back anti-Herschel Walker ads that are impugning his character and his ability to serve in the U.S. Senate for 6 years. And that is what Georgians have watched over the course of now the better part of this last year, frankly. And when you are looking at, we're talking about 200,000 voters here in the state of Georgia that willingly voted for Republican Brian Kemp for governor, governor, but then chose not to vote for Herschel Walker for U.S. Senate, somehow, some way, Herschel Walker is going to have to make up a share of those voters, either convince those who voted for the Libertarian to vote for him and show up for the runoff for him, or convince folks who voted for Democrat Warnock to switch here in the runoff and vote for him. There was a 38,000 vote difference just 3 weeks ago in the general election. Now it's going to be about for Herschel Walker somehow making up for this, despite the amount of ad spending you have seen play out on the airwaves here.
You know, Vaughn, I feel like the problem Walker has is the case for Walker in November was Republican control of the Senate. What is the case Walker is making now?
You know, this is ultimately who represents Georgia and represents conservatism. That is the argument that he is trying to make. On the flip side, it's Warnock who is trying to make the case that this isn't about Republicanism or being a Democrat, that this is about the type of character you want in a U.S. senator for 6 years. But we were just at an event here in deep red Dalton, Georgia, northern Georgia, just this afternoon with Herschel Walker. He's actually going to be making his way tonight to Rome, Georgia, which is the hometown of Marjorie Taylor Greene, and he continues to hit home the very, conservative issues, like from campaigning with the likes of the swimmer who competed against a trans woman in swimming competition, continuing to make those points there, believing that those conservative positions can somehow bring out a base which is enough for him to win. And that's why it's a big deal to have Brian Kemp at least trying to lend some credence to his candidacy.
Vaughn, your travel schedule tells you the strategy. Dalton, Rome, this is a base turnout. This is a base turnout strategy for both candidates, that's for sure. Vaughn Hilliard on the ground in Georgia. I'll give you one little eating advice. Any of the fried chicken at any non-chain gas station is going to be the best fried chicken you've ever had in the South. Just trust me on that. Vaughn Hilliard on the ground in Georgia. Vaughn, thank you. All right, as I said, this Georgia Senate runoff isn't going to decide control of the Senate this year. But if you look ahead, Democrats are going to want to hold every single seat they can heading into the next round of Senate elections. Because here's why. This 2020 format is daunting. There are 21 Democratic seats in blue here, 21 states, plus these 2 in green are vote with the Democrats. This is Bernie Sanders and Angus King here. Just 10 Republican seats. And let me tell you a little bit about some of these Democratic seats. The 3 most challenging seats Democrats are going to have to hold are in Montana, John Tester, Ohio, Sherrod Brown, and West Virginia. Now, let me do the math for you. Let's assume Warnock wins at 51-49. Republicans just need 2 of these 3. All right, I haven't gotten to the other states. 2 of these 3. A state that Donald Trump got over 55% in. State that Donald Trump, I believe, was his largest margin of victory yet was in the state of West Virginia, never mind how well he's done in Ohio. But it's not just those 3 states that Democrats have to worry about. Look at the battleground state map. Right? Pennsylvania's going to have a Senate race. Michigan's going to have a Senate race. Wisconsin's going to have a Senate race. Nevada's going to sound like Howard Dean going on to screaming in Des Moines. Arizona's going to have a Senate race. So you have the battleground states that Democrats are going to have to defend. That's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 9. You throw in sort of the next round of outliers. Menendez has another investigation that's coming. Tim Kaine in Virginia, it's a you never know. New Mexico is not exactly deep blue these days. Maria Cantwell, Patty Murray certainly had a mini scare. And the most important recruiting job Democrats may have is convincing Angus King to seek another term because, Maine is swing-ish, especially if it's an open seat. And, oh, by the way, look at what can Democrats do to put Republican seats in play. Okay. Based on 2018, Florida and Texas. But did you see Florida and Texas in 2022? There's an open seat here in Indiana with Mike Braun. They're going to have to target that. You got Josh Hawley, who knocked off Claire McCaskill in 18. I don't think Missouri's a winnable state, but there'll be somebody who thinks they can raise a lot of money against Josh Hawley, do go the Jamie Harrison, Amy McGrath route in Missouri. That's about it. So when you look at this territory, this is a lot for Democrats to defend, and these are the incumbents. The most important thing that they're going to have to do first is convincing a bunch of these folks to run again. John Tester, best candidate they can find. They got to convince him to run again. They got to hope Joe Manchin wants to run again. They got to hope Angus King wants to run again. So get to know this Senate map. It is a doozy, and it is one that is going to be extraordinarily difficult. But I'll go back to the simplest way they get the Senate is West Virginia, Montana, and Ohio. And look at here. Obama got 36% in West Virginia the last time. He's got 31% most recently. In Montana, 42% in Obama in 2012. Biden got 41. Obama got 51 in Ohio in 2012. He got 45. The point is this. Manchin ran 25 points ahead of Obama. Can he run 25 points ahead of Biden again? Tester ran 7 points ahead of Obama. If he runs 7 points ahead on 41% instead of 42, that number goes down. Will the Libertarian number go up there? It makes Tester's job harder. And of course, Brown did not run ahead of Obama. So what the number is what the number is. And we saw that with Tim Ryan. Tim Ryan got the Biden number, and he did not win that Senate race. If you want, we went even deeper on the 24 Senate map. It's on the latest episode of the Chuck Todd Cast. I went through every state. Go get it wherever you get your podcast. We also talked about what's going on inside the world of Kevin McCarthy and the House Republican machinations. After the break, new reporting on President Biden's political future after the Democrats' better-than-expected midterm performance. Stay with us. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Welcome back. Sometimes we're just going to share pictures because they're that good looking. This is a live shot of the Capitol right now. The sun has been setting. Look at that lighting, the fall leaves. We're about to light the Christmas trees all over Washington. Anyway, it's a pretty shot. And it makes it seem so calm and serene here in Washington. And of course, we're anything but calm and serene. President Biden is taking a midterm victory lap of sorts in battleground states ahead of his likely 2024 re-election bid. NBC News has been reporting that Biden will make his first presidential visit, if you will call it that, to Arizona next week. That's where Democrat Katie Hobbs flipped the governorship earlier this month. It also comes after the president yesterday toured a plant in Michigan and spoke alongside newly re-elected Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer. Both states were bright spots for Democrats this year. Democrats are arguing that their midterm successes prove the popularity of the president's agenda, and they appear to be hoping that popularity will extend to 2024. So it's a way to get started here. Joining me now on set, Susan Page, Washington Bureau Chief for USA Today, Naveen Nayak, President and Executive Director for the Center for American Progress Action Fund, and Doug Heye, Republican strategist and former RNC Communications Director. You know, Susan, I do think that if Joe Biden did one thing with these midterms is he pocketed political capital inside the Democratic Party. I don't know if he's got governing capital, but he certainly has capital, because if the elections went a certain way, it might be open season on him. But right now it looks like there'd actually be a penalty if somebody raised their hand and said, you know, I'm running, I'm going to Iowa, and I'm Jared Polis, and I approve this message.
It was reassuring to Democrats because it showed they could win with Biden as the leader of the party. I think it makes it less likely he faces a challenge. We have no one on the horizon with any credibility who is indicating any willingness to take Biden on if he chooses to run again. And I think that the victory not only makes them more confident in him, it makes him more confident and more likely to make a bid.
Now, I mean, do you buy that? Do you think he bought himself some Democratic Party capital?
I actually think in two ways. One is it ended up being one of the most productive Congresses. And you heard a lot of frontline members saying we had something to run on. They were out there really proud about what they'd accomplished. And then I think he played a really effective role nationally in making this election a referendum on MAGA Republicans and putting them on the ballot in a way that, you know, frankly, President Obama wasn't able to do in 2014 or in 2010. And I think he comes out of this with a lot of momentum and every reason to want to run again.
So, Doug, is there a difference in how Republicans would be thinking about running for president if Biden were in a weaker state in the Democratic Party, or does Biden's standing not matter?
I don't think Biden's standing matter. It still is Donald Trump's standing. And, you know, regardless of what he's already announced, it's where is he going to be, where is numbers going to be with the base, how much legal jeopardy is he in, and all of those things as we start going really into the new year and coming out of that, as these people who are looking at whether they're former governors or cabinet officials really start making their decision-making process. It's not about Joe Biden at all. It's about Donald Trump.
And none of this would change. If Biden announced he wasn't running for re-election, it wouldn't have 7 more people jump in or 7 fewer people.
No, because instead of Biden going to Arizona, you might have Donald Trump going to Arizona and to Georgia, where all of a sudden he might be a little more palatable instead of maybe costing us a 3rd Senate seat in 2 years.
All right, so let's move to the Democrats. Naveen, do you think there's any after-action report that should be done on the Democratic side?
I mean, I think there's a little bit to do in that it clearly when you lose the House by 3,500 votes is what it looks like it's going to be if you take the 5 closest races. The challenge, obviously, is that everyone was expecting history to hold and that there would be a wave, and so you start...
So were there bad strategic decisions? What do you think it is?
I think it's really hard in hindsight. I actually think the fact that it's hard not to come out of this and actually point to the things we did right and what you should be doing more of, and I frankly think we could have put MAGA Republicans on the ballot even more aggressively in some of these places. So Ron Johnson, as an example, kind of escaped pretty unscathed, right? Even though he voted to overturn the election,
well, that's a place that
wants to end Social Security.
Well, I was just going to say, is that it? Because Evers won, does that mean that was a candidate problem for the Democrats?
I actually think they ran against, if you look at the race Evers ran, he really made Tim Michaels the extreme candidate. I don't think the Democrats succeeded in making Ron Johnson quite as scary as I think voters could have found him.
The reason I ask about an after-action report, Susan, is that the most remarkable thing, we did this on Sunday, we showed this turnout situation, this sort of uneven turnout. And take Michigan and Pennsylvania. Turnout was higher in both states than it was in 2018. Black turnout in Detroit and Philadelphia was its lowest in 20 years. So there clearly was an African-American problem that Democrats had. That, to me, should, I don't know if you do a victory lap, is my point. Like, what's a victory there? They have some issues here.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at what you need to shore up, you would say turnout among black voters. You might also be a little concerned about Republican inroads among Hispanic voters. There are some things to be concerned about. And also, I mean, the 5 votes so narrow. Ron Johnson won by, what, 1 point? Was that not a winnable race? I mean, there are some places like that you might take a look at and not pat yourself on the back quite so much.
There's a difference. When you've had a better than expected election, you have an after-action report. When you've had a worse than expected election, that's when it's called an autopsy. So they'll be doing this one way or another. What worked, what didn't? Most of it worked.
Republicans going to do an autopsy?
What is the? Well, they are, but Blake Masters is on the committee. Should he be?
No.
I mean, I didn't understand that one. There were certain people on it. Katie Britt made a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Here's somebody that seemed to navigate Trumpism without having to do it.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, tell me how she did it. Brian Kemp should be on that list. Why Blake Masters?
I don't understand it.
Okay.
I've talked to folks who are working on this. I'm going to contribute some thoughts
Right,
myself.
Henry Barber is running this.
Exactly.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
He's a guy who's always a strategy for
I
this
assume
kind
all of my recommendations will be discarded pretty quickly. But look, we have to learn lessons, and Republicans quite often don't want to learn lessons. We just want to kind of keep moving forward. But when you've underperformed, you have to make changes.
You know
we
who
just
won't
don't know
pay
if we
attention
want
to an autopsy? Donald Trump, right? So does it matter if you do an autopsy if the person who's the face of your party isn't paying attention?
You still have to do your due diligence. You know that the Kool-Aid man is going to run through the wall and mess everything up again is something that may happen, but you still have to do your due diligence.
I want to bring up, figure out, is he a dog that will bite with no teeth? Is he really an alligator and you better not get in the water? So Nikki Haley, tossed about, she was thinking about running, and they go to the Trump campaign for a statement, and this is what he gave the AP through his spokesperson. Unfortunate to see politicians who President Trump made relevant use 2024 as life support for their political career. Does anybody want to be first?
No.
Yeah, the first one in to challenge Trump for the primary.
I don't know that I think the challenge they have with each of them is they want his base. Every single one of them wants.
They don't want to alienate his supporters.
They certainly don't want to alienate his supporters, and so they, even the dance that's been happening over the last week since he had dinner is, trying to denounce Fuentes, right, but not saying anything about Trump. I mean, it is pretty astounding that this wasn't a bright line. Not one Republican, except for Pat Toomey, who I've seen, said, "I won't vote for the guy."
Mitch McConnell.
No. Mitch McConnell says, I don't think he can win.
But he declined to engage on whether he would vote for him again. And that's not exactly a no, I won't vote for him again, but it's pretty close.
No, I think that to me is the line that should have been drawn, is that they're not willing to say they won't vote for him. Because here's the thing. if Donald Trump wins the primary, Mitch McConnell's going to support him.
I think it's what, Naveen, Doug, I think this has been why there have been Republicans have been trying to figure out how to, because they all don't want to look like Mike Lee, right? Mike Lee looked ridiculous in these re-election ads that they were able to run against him because he sat there and said he's morally unfit, and then he had to come groveling back. I feel like you see all these Republicans going, well, I'm going to condemn everything, but I can't sit here and say I'll never support him because he might be the nominee.
Right. How many action films have we seen where there are two people on a cliff and one says to the other, okay, you go first? That's where Republicans are right now because they know that Trump will go after them and go after them hard, and he's effective at it.
8 of them should announce on the same day. Like they all should actually. This is the case where.
That's also a problem. Yeah. See, this is where we've backed ourselves into one, if not more, corners. If 8 announce on the first day, if it's Donald Trump versus 8, guess who wins? Donald Trump.
Yeah.
We have a lot of challenges here, and the calculus and the algebra is really difficult.
Let me ask you this. Matt Bai had a piece, and he sort of implied, Naveen, that, you can, until Biden announces that he's running, can you be a Democrat and test the waters and basically say, look, I'm not running against Joe Biden, but I want to be prepared?
I actually think there's no advantage to this right now. I actually think the stakes for Democrats are really clear about what the risk is if, you see infighting.
Weakening your incumbent is just a bad idea.
Or just making it easier for Donald Trump or Ron DeSantis to have a pathway to the presidency. I think people get the stakes. I think abortion really heightened that. The fact that a national ban on abortion is on the table. I think the unity you saw for Democrats just in electing a new speakership or leadership heightens how much they want to be together.
But it's that same election of new leadership, Susan, that makes you wonder, are there going to be itching for new leadership?
Well, there's some itching for new leadership nationally, but who? And would they be as strong as Joe Biden, especially against a race with Donald Trump? Joe Biden having already defeated Donald Trump? I mean, that's the trouble.
All I think about, I don't know if you saw this, but it's the horror movie trailer that SNL did a few weeks ago about Biden 2024. And it starts out with, oh, my God, I don't know if he can win. And by the end, they're like, well, no one else can. I guess we got to get behind Biden.
That was a calculation.
And it's sort of the whole, they go through if you haven't seen it, it's better, no offense, I think we do great analysis here, the four of us. It explains the whole Democratic dilemma better than anything I've seen.
You know what Democrats remember? Jimmy Carter, George H.W. Bush. They had challenges within their party for their bid for a second term, and it cost them.
It's pretty much a truism, it seems like, at least in the modern era. Naveen, Doug, Susan, thank you. Up next, Cherokee Nation Principal Chief Chuck Hoskin Jr. will join me right here on set on the growing political power of Native American tribes around the country. We'll be right back.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
and around the world,
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
and ways you can take care of your health
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
and your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge.
Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back. Hundreds of Native American leaders gathered at the White House today for a Tribal Nations Summit. Interior Secretary Deb Haaland, the first Native American to serve as a cabinet secretary on any level, spoke alongside Vice President Harris and President Biden. In his speech, President Biden reaffirmed his commitment to respect for Native tribes and announced increased investment in Native communities.
Respect means we'll defend tribal sovereignty and self-government and self-determination, and will support tribal economy and keep fighting for better tribal health care, child care, education, housing, public safety, and so much more. And respect means being there in person to show it.
I'm joined now by the Principal Chief of the Cherokee Nation, Chuck Hoskin Jr. Chief Hoskin, thank you for coming here.
It's good to be here, Chuck.
Let me start with what the larger picture here, which is it's talk multiple days late and $1 short, but it does feel as if the government, the U.S. government in general, is trying to do better with Native communities and tribal nations. Is that fair to say?
It is fair to say. I mean, we've got a long ways to go, but the president said it best in one word, and that's respect. And that's the baseline of what tribes deserve. If you look at the long history of the country, there's plenty of reasons to point to injustice, injury imposed on Native peoples, just some of the worst atrocities that any people have inflicted on another. But we are on a path of progress.
How would you explain the path of progress? From my standpoint, it looks like you had to do it the old-fashioned way. You had to achieve some political power. And sometimes that comes with money. Be pure and simple. And the more political power you have, the more respect suddenly people pay.
I mean, that's true, and that's, and some people would say, well, that's how Washington, D.C. works. So I think as tribes, and Cherokee Nation as an example, have gained prosperity financially, we've gained political strength, and we've leveraged that to really good things, which is better public policy. But even if you go back, let's say, to the 1970s, where there were some major reforms, tribes, including Cherokee Nation, were not in the position we are now, yet we had some champions. I mean, we had some champions in Washington, D.C.
But you got rolled more often than not.
True. But some of those reforms at least opened the door to self-determination. That self-determination has put us in a position to do what we always could do, which was chart our own destiny and gain some strength.
I want to talk about something that's, I know, a passion of you, which is sort of preserving the language. So what can the U.S. government do more to help with this?
Well, first of all, recognize, and the country should recognize, that the reason that native languages are endangered is because the United States purposefully made them endangered through federal Indian policy. We have to say it. We have to say it plain and acknowledge.
This is what happened basically from the 1850s to the 1970s, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so now you take Cherokee Nation, largest tribe in the United States, 441,000 citizens. Most Cherokees are like their chief. They don't speak Cherokee. We have 2,000 fluent speakers left, most over the age of 70. Time is not on our side. So what we need is more resources, because we have strategies to save our language. We got some of the best and brightest language preservation specialists who are Cherokee working on this every day. I think this is one of the most important missions any country in the world's ever taken on, the Cherokee Nation saving its language, but we need some more resources.
And should this go a step further? What more does the U.S. government owe tribal nations for eradicating these languages?
Well, it's easy to say they need to put more money into programs, but I also think that there can be better recognition in these federal agencies that this is a mission that the country ought to undertake. The country has responsibility for this. It ought to be part of the nation's interest to save native languages. And I think for most Americans, it's fairly obscure. It's not top of their mind, but leaders can make it top of mind.
You can find plenty of public schools that will teach you Mandarin. I said not plenty, but in some places.
Right.
Have you found one that's going to teach Cherokee?
You know, that is changing back home in Oklahoma, but we need it to change more. In fact, you could go back a few decades and schools didn't want to teach it. Now they actually want to.
Let's talk about seating a member of Congress. This is something that I thought was going to happen. Where does this stand? I mean, I've had the representative on the show, and she seemed cautiously optimistic. Well, what say you?
I still think it can happen, and I think it can happen before the year's in here in the lame duck session. I mean, we made substantial progress at the Rules Committee hearing just a few weeks ago, but we've been working on this.
You only need a vote of the
years.
House on this, right?
Just a vote of the House.
You don't need, this isn't something that's bicameral, right?
Right. Well, here's what I think. The Senate did this almost 200 years ago when they ratified the treaty that removed the Cherokee people. Now it's time for the House to finish its part of it.
Interesting. When you move to this generation of leaders, it does feel as if you go back 20 years that you and your other peers really have learned a lot of hard lessons on how to do this. And it feels like the leveraging of political power has never been more effective.
Yeah, I think that's true. I mean, we have friends on a bipartisan basis. I think about my father's generation. He served in tribal government. I think about my grandfather, who served in a generation where Cherokee Nation's government was so suppressed we couldn't operate. Here I am today leading the largest tribe in the country. I feel like we're in a position of relative strength. We just have to use that for good public policy.
And what comes next? I mean, is there, if you get this respect, you get this recognition, what comes next? Building the economy even more, bringing more people back to the nation?
Absolutely. There's still parts of the Cherokee Nation where the economy's not very good. There's still parts of the Cherokee Nation where we have elders living in conditions they shouldn't be living in. I'm talking about housing and basic infrastructure. I can take you to a town where there's no cell service. We're going to change that thanks to some federal law and our own resources. We have to make sure that Native Americans are not left behind in this country, and they still are, but we can change it.
Thanks for coming in. It's good to see you. This event today, I know, a big deal. Principal Chief Chuck Hoskin Jr., thanks for giving us your perspective.
Thanks, Chuck.
All right. Thank you all for being with us this hour. We'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
Coming on the air with the destruction from a tornado outbreak, with at least 2 people dead in Alabama, this storm moving into the Atlantic. We're live on the ground near the damage, and with the story from one woman who barely made it out alive. Plus, a rare press conference today from the Attorney General taking questions after a big 24 hours for the Justice Department. What Merrick Garland is telling us about January 6th and the Jackson water crisis coming up. And RoboCop in real life, why there's a lot of backlash to this new push in San Francisco to let police use killer robots. Yes, you heard that right. Plus, think Taylor Swift tickets were tough? We're only 603 days away from the Paris Olympics, and there's already a lottery this week to sign up for the chance to get tickets. The chance to get tickets. Boy, organizers think this is the right strategy after years of ticket drama at the games. And we're taking you behind the scenes of New York's biggest Christmas party, the tree lighting at Rockefeller Center. Craig Melvin will be joining us to tell us everything you wished you knew but were afraid to ask. And tonight's backstory, that's a little bit later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and right now, as we speak, we've got those heavy storms slamming the U.S., finally starting to drift off into the Atlantic after bringing super intense winds to the East Coast and triggering a tornado outbreak that has left at least 2 people dead. Here's what it looked like right as these storms were touching down in Alabama, in Louisiana, in Mississippi. About 30 tornadoes reported overnight, with millions of people facing warnings from Texas to Georgia, even as far north as Indiana. We now know who the 2 people were who died. An 8-year-old boy and a 39-year-old woman in Montgomery, Alabama, with the tornadoes just ripping up trees and farmland. Like, look at this. Some of these pictures out of Alabama here. Communities, cities, towns left to pick up the pieces. You're looking at Steens, Mississippi. Roofs, blown off sheds, houses with huge holes in them, trees right on top. That's what's left of where somebody used to live up until about 12 hours ago. Thousands of people still don't have power, with survivors describing what they remember most from this storm. It's the sound of it. Listen.
It was terrifying. You know, you hear about it on the news and you're like, oh yeah, no, it literally sounds like a freight train.
Blaine Alexander is in Montgomery County, Alabama for us. Blaine, you're on the ground, you're seeing the damage, you're talking to people, including one woman who just barely was able to get out of her home safe and sound. Tell us more.
And Hallie, we heard so many stories just like that one. Where I'm standing right now, this is Flatwood, Alabama. It's a very small, a close-knit community. A lot of people that I spoke to say they grew up here. They know everybody here. I talked to more than a dozen people here, and they tell me that without question, every single person almost was impacted by the storms last night. This kind of structure that you see behind me, or what used to be a structure, was the community center here in Flatwood. I talked to an official, and it tells me that this was a gathering place for birthday parties where people would come and hold dinners and events. Now it's completely leveled. But really, it kind of just shows the scope of the damage. Not too far from where I'm standing is the home where those 2 people were killed, a 39-year-old mother and her young 8-year-old son. Her husband was able to make it out. I spoke with a family member who says he was in the hospital having surgery. I talked to the person who lives across the street who says neighbors tried to come in and help. Really, this is the place, especially when you talk about the human toll that was hit the hardest. But when you talk about just how widespread this storm was, we're talking about some 33 or so tornado sightings stretching across at least 4 different states. Now, what's interesting about all of this, Hallie, is that experts say this is typically not how much where we see tornadoes. Typically, it's earlier in the year. Here's what one woman told me about her very narrow escape. Take a look.
Thank the Lord that I was able to get up and get out of that bed in time.
How much notice did you have?
Me, I didn't have none. Because I'm asleep. I didn't hear anything. And if my grandson had to call me and woke me up, I'd have been still in that bed sleeping.
And Hallie, I heard countless stories just like that one. When I talk to officials here, they say that this is going to be a long-lasting impact. It will take quite some time to rebuild here in Flatwood, Hallie.
I can hear those chainsaws even tonight, even behind you as we speak. Blaine Alexander, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Let's bring it back here to Washington, where in just the last hour, we heard from the Attorney General pointing to the work of his prosecutors after a huge conviction in the most high-profile January 6th case yet, with Merrick Garland getting a little cagey about whether he's happy with cooperation from Congress so far, and promising to keep working to hold accountable January 6th participants. Listen.
As the verdict of this case makes clear, the department will work tirelessly to hold accountable those responsible for crimes related to the attack on our democracy on January 6, 2021.
He's basically saying, hey, we're not letting up. He's also blasting the city of Jackson, Mississippi, promising to work with urgency to make sure people there have clean and safe drinking water. As Ken Delanian knows, he was in the room for that news conference, got a question to the AG. So let's start with that, Ken, because there are kind of a couple of big buckets here, right? We love buckets on this show. Bucket one is January 6th. You had a couple of headlines here. Garland saying he wants all the transcripts from the January 6th committee and dodging the question of whether he's satisfied with cooperation so far on this, even as you asked him about, he also said, hey, the special counsel, Jack Smith, is going about his work as it relates to those J6 investigations.
Well, I happen to know, Hallie, that the Justice Department is deeply frustrated with this rather bizarre stance by the January 6th committee to not turn over the transcripts of all the interviews they've done with people who, after all, are part of a Justice Department criminal investigation. It's perplexing to people over here. They don't understand it. The committee has not provided a good answer as to why they haven't done that. And so what you saw there from the Attorney General, it was his sort of diplomatic way of saying he wants the transcripts. And then in terms of the special counsel, it wasn't me, it was actually my colleague Josh from Politico asking him, has he met with the special counsel face to face? And I think we have some sound of his answer. It had to be a careful one because actually the special counsel is not in the country right now, but take a listen.
In the course of deciding on Mr. Smith as special counsel, I did meet with him. He has been meeting with the members of his team to get up to speed. He promised to the American people in his own statement that there would be no pause or hiccup in his work, and I understand that that is exactly what's going on now.
So presumably he met with Jack Smith before Mr. Smith had a bicycle accident in the Netherlands where he was working as a war crimes prosecutor in The Hague. That's where he remains right now, we're told, while he recovers, and he is being briefed on the investigation. Presumably these meetings are virtual meetings he's having with the people conducting the investigation. He doesn't appear to be in any rush to get over here because pretty much this investigation has a life of its own at this point, and his role is really to make some very important charging decisions down the line. It's not like he has to build a team from scratch here. He may hire a few people, but the investigations are cooking along.
What's so interesting here, Ken, we don't often see Merrick Garland doing these kinds of press conferences, right? So this was unusual in the scope of his sort of service leading the Department of Justice so far. But he clearly wanted to take, in the words of one expert I talked to, a victory lap as it related to what is happening, even just the last day. He talked about not just those high-profile cases, the conviction on seditious conspiracy that we've discussed, the Jackson water crisis, which we're going to discuss, but cases on guns, drugs, terror, child exploitation. Again, just in the last 24 hours for his agency. On Jackson, right, which is the ongoing water crisis that we've covered a lot here, our Yamiche Alcindor, who has been all over this story, got in a question about this push for environmental justice. She wanted to know a question that we've talked about, timeline. How long is it going to take for people in this city, right, a big city in Mississippi, the capital city in Mississippi, to get safe drinking water? Here's what the Attorney General had to say. It's not super specific. Watch.
We are approaching this with the greatest possible urgency, and we believe our partners in this are doing so as well. So we will bring this to conclusion as soon as we possibly can.
Yeah, I think he doesn't know the answer to what the timeline is really, but he said that essentially from a legal point of view, they did everything they could to speed it up. They have a consent decree signed by a judge. They are trying to force some action down in Jackson, Hallie.
Ken, thank you. Let's take you to Capitol Hill now, where President Biden tomorrow is planning to send 2 of his top deputies to make sure he's got all 50 Democratic senators ready to vote yes for this plan that would stop a nationwide rail strike. You have Labor Secretary Marty Walsh, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg planning this meeting as senators are getting 2 versions of a bill, both passed today by the House. You see the vote totals here. So one is this deal, right? It's like the deal that would avoid a rail strike. Fine. The other is an amendment that would give these rail workers sick days, 7 of them, which, according to the Labor Department, is 1 less than the national average of 8 sick days, which most workers have. Remember, or at least the average number that workers have. So 7 sick days for rail workers. That would be up from the current number, which is 0. Our team, one of our producers, talked with a union rail worker who described what these sick days might mean to him. Listen.
I just had to take the day off from work without pay because my kid was sick and I don't have paid sick leave. So that's 1 more day that I didn't get paid this year. We're just human beings, just like everybody else. We're working people. We deserve paid sick leave.
Listen, this thing has to get through the Senate, right? And as we know here in Washington, 60 votes in the Senate, kind of a tough hill to climb, considering there's 50 Democrats, 50 Republicans. But Senator Bernie Sanders, who's one of the lawmakers behind this push, says he's cautiously optimistic there will at least be a vote. Ali Vitale is joining us now. So, okay, optimism from a senator who isn't always considered among the most optimistic in the Democratic conference. Yeah. But given that only 3 House Republicans voted for this thing in the other chamber, how far is this sick day measure actually going to go on the Senate side?
Probably not very far, and in large part, it's because of the reasons
that Senator. Thing or no?
Yeah, well, it sinks the whole thing from the paid sick leave perspective, though it's unclear how they're going to ultimately do this in the Senate. Basically, in the last few minutes, we've confirmed that they've run a hotline on this in the Senate, which is effectively them putting the pieces together.
English. Don't ever say run a hotline, Ali Vitale, without explaining what that is. My God.
First of all, this is one of my favorite Senate terms, but second of all, that's basically them saying we're creating the rules on this as we go.
Yes,
they have to, in every instance. Yes, exactly. In every instance, all 100 senators can come together at any time and say, hey, we want to do this one by 51 votes, simple majority. Hey, we want to do this one by 60 votes, majority. They can kind of make up the rules as they go along. So that's what they're doing now. They're saying that they want to do each of these separate votes that already passed the House at a 60-vote threshold, which once again puts us back in the position of Democrats hunting for 10 Republicans who can get behind not just the deal to avert the crisis itself, but also the deal to get behind more paid sick leave days. And Senator John Thune put it well of the Republican objections to this. I'll play for you what he said because it encapsulates really well the conservative position here.
I don't know there's any interest on our side in amending a deal that's been negotiated for 3 years between the unions and their and the railroads, and then that has been blessed by the administration. So if we start getting in there and actually amending that thing, I think that sets a really bad precedent.
And I would say one thing here. Thune is saying that to say that Republicans don't want to get involved, and that's why they're going to vote no, by and large, on this provision. But what Democrats are saying is they're also pretty similarly concerned of getting involved here in these negotiations, especially because coming in at this point, making these deals and doing these votes to avert this crisis, they all agree you have to do it for the economy, but it also makes it so that union workers have less leverage in their negotiations if Congress is going to swoop in and say this is the deal you're getting regardless.
Let me talk about those union workers, specifically Devin Mance. Sully Sullivan, who does this show, one of our top producers here, was talking about how, with Devin Mance, about, well, what do you think about this, right? The fact that paid sick leave was not included in the initial deal that President Biden worked out. Like, would workers be okay, from his perspective, with something that didn't include that sick time? Here's what he said.
Our membership is very upset. Our membership does not think this goes far enough. The paid sick leave, the Presidential Emergency Board, none of these does our members actually think is a fix.
Bottom line, Allie, if you set aside the Washington speak and the hotlines and the Senate, like, it's the holiday season, it's shipping season. Is there going to be a rail strike or not, based on the analysis that you can do from the reporting you've done?
It feels like there's not, but the question is going to be how many paid sick leave days actually end up coming out of this.
How stressful is it going to be to get there? Yeah.
Exactly. And that's because, again, they separated this for a reason, Hallie. Vote 1 is to avert the strike and ratify the deal as it was negotiated with less paid sick days. The second part of it is more paid sick days, and that's the part where it's unclear if they're going to have the votes.
Ali Vitale, thank you very much. We want to get to some breaking news just into us also from Congress. The House Ways and Means Committee apparently now has former President Trump's tax returns, several years of them, after years of fighting to get them. The committee not immediately returning a request for comment, but this is a significant step coming not too long after the Supreme Court said no to the former president's push to block the release of his taxes to Democrats. Keep in mind, Republicans will take over the House next year, so this was kind of Dems' last chance to get their hands on these returns. The Treasury spokesperson confirming they've complied with the request from House oversight. Unlike other recent presidents, actually every president in modern history, former President Trump did not make his tax returns public when he ran. He said he'd been audited by the IRS. He's also said that people just don't care. Voters don't care. Suspended Florida prosecutor Andrew Warren is fighting for his job in court today, months after Governor Ron DeSantis suspended him for his views on abortion and trans rights. It's a federal trial, so there weren't any cameras in Tallahassee court today, but it comes after Warren, who's a Democrat, got suspended by DeSantis, who is a Republican, because Warren signed statements saying he wasn't going to criminally charge people looking to get abortions or people who wanted gender transition treatments. So after getting suspended, Warren sued. He also sat down with our Kerry Sanders the day of that suspension, telling him why it was so important to fight back.
He's overstepped his bounds by a huge amount. He cannot rule by fiat, and he can't supplant the will of the people in electing me just because he wants to go and make a press announcement.
Kerry Sanders is joining us now. So, Kerry, Warren was today trial begins. First witness, Warren. He basically said he feels like he was yanked out of his job just for exercising his free speech on abortion rights, on trans health care. Talk us through how it went today and what's next.
Well, here's the question. It is not so much whether he can say what he said, because he did. It is more a matter, and this is a constitutional question for the Florida Constitution, whether the governor can remove him for saying that he is not going to prosecute somebody for an abortion issue or transgender, because there was no specific case that was presented to show he may have said this, but then he followed through with this and did not prosecute. And so the governor says by simply signing on to this, he has neglected his duty. But because Andrew Warren and those who support him in this say, but there was no exact case to demonstrate that he was not doing his job and, quote, neglecting his duty, that the governor should not have removed him. And as you heard it, he told me in that interview, he even questions whether the governor constitutionally has the authority to remove him from office. Hallie?
More than 90 DAs around the country have signed a letter saying they also don't plan to prosecute people who are looking for or providing abortions. This feels like, and the reason why we're talking about it on a national streamcast, Carrie, right, a national newscast, is because this feels like a microcosm of what is playing out around the country. And it is also, as Florida has become, as you well know, a state where these issues are flashpoints now, as Governor DeSantis has made issues on abortion rights, LGBTQ+ rights, the center of this culture war push that has swept him into re-election, right, swept him into office yet again, and turned Florida more and more solidly red.
And not only that, we have to remember that Governor Ron DeSantis, the Republican who removed the Democrat Andrew Warren here, is likely to become a presidential candidate.
That's right.
As he has done this removal of the state attorney, he has received a fair amount of applause and support from his base in the state of Florida and, quite frankly, beyond the state of Florida. And yes, you mentioned that 90 prosecutors across the country have signed on to a letter that said criminalizing abortion does not make it stop. It's going to continue. As part of that letter, we're going to show it up on the screen here for you. You can see that among the things they said is that as elected prosecutors, ministers of justice, and leaders in our community, we cannot stand by and allow members of our community to live in fear of the ramifications of this deeply troubling decision. And what they're saying is, if this can happen in Florida, where else might it happen? And signing on to that letter were prosecutors from liberal states like California and very conservative states like Texas and Virginia, Minnesota. You've got people signing in from all over. So this is a collective belief among those who signed on that are prosecutors, that they don't want to see the authority of the governor or whatever authority is in their state to be able to just say, because you stated this, not because you did it, but because you stated it, you have now been removed from office. It's going to be up to a federal judge in this case. We expect this probably to continue on about 4 or 5 more days. Andrew Warren wanted to call Florida Governor Ron DeSantis as his first witness in openings. That was not allowed. If he calls him in a rebuttal towards the end, it'll still be up to the judge to determine whether the governor should indeed show up. A decision in the offing.
Carrie Sanders, glad to see you on this one. Thank you very much. Let's take a look at the markets today, which are closing in the green, okay? Pretty high up, the Dow, the NASDAQ, after some comments from the Fed chair, Jay Powell, today. Take a look here at the screen I'm about to show you. The Dow up more than 2%, the S&P more than 3%, the NASDAQ up nearly 4.5%. Why, right? Like, hey, why are the markets doing so well? Because investors are low-key psyched about what they heard from Powell, that even though interest rates will still probably go up next month, is not going to be as much of a hike, like maybe a half point instead of the 3/4 of a point that they've done the last 4 times. NBC business and data reporter Brian Chung is joining us now, stripping away the Fed jargon, which, this is a good sign as far as the markets go, because it is a signal that perhaps inflation is slowing and we are not careening into a recession as much as folks initially thought. Fair read?
Yeah, and inflation, by the way, has come down. It was 9.1%, then 8%, now 7.7%. But keep in mind, where the Fed wants to be is at 2%. So as they make interest rate hikes higher, right, that means that borrowing costs get more expensive. Hopefully that means businesses don't invest as much and people don't go out and spend as much. They're hoping that they can make that inflation number come down to 2% a little bit quicker. But here's the challenge, right? The Fed has made these interest rate hikes they've done that at the fastest pace we've seen in decades. Now, if you're trying to hit the brakes here, at some point you want to let up, and you hope not to have to abruptly do that once you ultimately get to 2%. So the idea here is the Fed needs to take their foot off the brake pedal just a little bit. They're still going to be slowing the economy, which means they'll still do interest rate hikes, but just not at the magnitude that we had seen in the last 4 consecutive ones. That's what the Fed chair was hinting today, and that's the reason why you had Wall Street getting a little bit giddy this afternoon.
Talk about, giddy's an interesting word. Talk about only because you wonder, is it a sugar high, right? What are we going to see tomorrow? We'll find out. Talk about the nexus to the housing market and housing prices, because we're seeing the price of a mortgage tick down a little bit. Explain that.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, the price of a mortgage has gone up very high over the course of 2022. It was at 7% as of about 2 weeks ago. It's come down a little bit since then. And it's important to remember the Fed doesn't directly control mortgage rates. They're set by the market. So maybe 2 weeks ago, the mortgage markets had already factored in where they felt the Fed would stop their interest rate hikes ultimately. Now, whether or not we'll see that come down even further remains to be seen. But look, I don't know how many more people are going to be interested in getting a mortgage at 6.5% rather than 7%. It's still very expensive either way, Hallie.
Brian Chung, thank you very much. Relatives of the 3 people killed in a triple homicide in California, allegedly by a police officer suspected of catfishing a teenage girl before killing her family members. They're speaking now during an emotional news conference today, these relatives of the victim, saying nobody could have ever imagined something like this happening to them. Michelle Blandon's mom, dad, and sister all died the day after Thanksgiving. She's remembering the holiday and the time that she spent with them before their lives were stolen, before they were murdered. Listen.
We had a family debate, and it got heated on if the brownies my mom made should be frosted with sprinkles or just left plain. Little did I know, on that day, that would be the last time that my husband and I would see my parents and my sister again.
Police say a 28-year-old newly sworn-in cop from Virginia drove across the country to this girl's home, killed her mother and grandparents, and set their house on fire before driving off with her. Zincle Esama is joining us now. It is gut-wrenching, Zincle, to hear and to see from this family, from that sister. Police are saying that this guy tried to groom this young girl. Where does the investigation go from here? What else are we hearing from police?
Yeah, Hallie, today was just a sobering day, and this whole story has been. And police say, law enforcement say, that grooming likely happened online, though they did not name the dating app that it may have occurred on. The man allegedly posed as a teenager, and that's how he got in touch with her. So in focus right now is the digital investigation, so police can learn more about just how these two were communicating. And law enforcement are still investigating the cause of death. For those 3 viewers will remember, the house actually caught on fire, so authorities are also investigating that fire as well, a lot of different elements. But one of the biggest question marks, Hallie, is how was a man allegedly capable of this able to be sworn into law enforcement? So take a listen to what they had to say.
When we see somebody, we ask the same questions you all ask. How did this person get past the background investigation? How did this person get past the polygraph investigation? You know, but from what we understand so far about him, there's really not a big rap sheet on this person or anything that would indicate that they could see that outcome.
Now, when it comes to the crime scene, police did say there was no evidence of use of a firearm used there, so we're waiting for an autopsy to release the official cause of death for the 3. Hallie.
What do we know about the girl at the center of this, the girl who was allegedly groomed, whose family is now dead, who's just going through an absolute hell of a nightmare at this point?
Yeah, a nightmare that none of us can really comprehend. And she's just 15. She's receiving trauma counseling, according to authorities. And of course, she's going to be a crucial part of this investigation. But they say they have only interviewed her minimally, as they don't want to overwhelm her right now. And authorities do say that there is no indication that she knew this murder was going to happen. So she's also probably just in shock, as many of us are. Back to you.
Zincle Esama, thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. Coming up here on the show, you've got Prince William and Princess Kate taking their first visit to the U.S. in 8 years. They just arrived not too long ago on a commercial plane. We're going to have more on their visit. Plus, what was your jam this year? I know you looked at your Spotify Wrapped, which is out today. We'll tell you the year's top streaming artists for everybody in the country coming up in the 5 Things.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training resume? How you doing, Lester?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
You're going to be seeing a lot more Tom Cruise in theaters this holiday season. We'll explain in a minute in the 5 things. But first, a fight in San Francisco today over the decision to give the city's police robots, killer robots, robots that could use deadly force to kill suspected criminals in emergencies. That is exactly what it sounds like. That's the whole story, right? And as you can imagine, there is some backlash to this. The Human Rights Watch saying today this could be a dangerous and dehumanizing move. The ACLU of Northern California tweeting out the robots are not going to make San Francisco safer, writing police kill black and brown people at epidemic rates and remote triggers are easier to pull, they say. This comes after overnight, the city's Board of Supervisors voted 8-3 to give police the option to use, again, robots that can kill, potentially deadly remote-controlled robots, when and I'm quoting here, when the risk of loss of life to members of the public outweighs any other force option available. And listen, things got testy, man, during this 2-hour-long discussion about it, every side accusing every other side of fear-mongering here. One supervisor who voted for this said the people against it were starting to look anti-police by painting the department as not trustworthy. Dana Griffin joins us now. And Dana, there are real concerns here about what this means for public safety, the implications sort of morally, ethically, along racial justice lines, because, you know, you look at the numbers of who is more likely to be killed by police.
And Hallie, that is an issue that one of the supervisors who voted against this raised last night. Supervisor Shaman Walton said in a statement, according to KNTV, this is not in line with making changes to address the disproportionate number of black people and people of color that are typically on the receiving end when police weapons are utilized. Now, other groups, like you mentioned, the ACLU of Northern California, do not think police departments should be using, quote, killer robots because police kill black people at more than twice the rate of white people, according to analysis by the Washington Post. Hallie?
Talk about the San Francisco police response, right? Because the PD says, hey, like, we use robots for other stuff. They've used robots for years for things. There's no plans, they say, to pre-arm robots. It's not like the robots are going to have guns. To be clear, when we say killer robots, it's not the Terminator walking in with like a weapon. You know, that's not what this is. These are like, you know, think about like the bomb robots, right? That kind of idea. There's some moves now to try to address some of these concerns. Walk us through kind of the other perspectives here.
So, Hallie, this plan passed after an amendment clarified that robots would be used as a lethal option only after alternative force and de-escalation tactics are used first, or officers determine that they cannot subdue the threat safely after evaluating other options. Now, only 3 supervisors can authorize the use of robots as a deadly force option, so that kind of limits the ability for them to just kind of use these haphazardly. So hopefully that'll, you know, ease some concerns that people may have. Hallie?
Thank you very much. Fascinating story. We'll see how it plays out there up in San Francisco. Appreciate it very much, Dana. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, researchers say an experimental Alzheimer's drug may be promising in trying to slow down the disease. This is really important here because the study found that the drug delayed things getting worse in patients by about 5 months. May not sound like a lot to you, but it might be huge if you have known somebody with Alzheimer's, people who have it, their loved ones. Now, there are some side effects, brain swelling and bleeding. The company that makes this drug said most of those side effects were mild or asymptomatic. Number two, some big changes for House Democrats today, with the party officially passing the leadership torch from Nancy Pelosi to Congressman Hakeem Jeffries. The New York Democrat now becoming the first black party leader ever, telling reporters he's going to fight for the people. You see Jeffries here flanked by his two new deputies, Catherine Clark, Pete Aguilar. The trio, on average now, well, I'll just tell you the number. This makes now this generation of leadership 31 years younger than the previous generation of leadership. Number three, Kim Kardashian's divorce from Ye has been finalized. The rapper, of course, who used to go by the name Kanye West, agreeing to pay her $200,000 a month in child support, according to court documents. They're going to share custody of their 4 kids. Ye's lawyer didn't immediately respond to a request for comment, and Kardashian's lawyer declined to comment on this one. Number four, Top Gun Maverick flying back into theaters for 2 weeks over the holiday season. It is the highest grossing movie of the year. You've probably already seen it. Well, now you get a chance to see it again on the big screen, in the surround sound, the whole 9 yards. This thing grossed like $1.5 billion when it was in theaters the first time. It's going to hit Paramount Plus late next month. You got to figure the studios are like, hey, if we can bring in a little more cash while people are off for the holidays, might as well. Number five, it's the most wonderful time of the year, the time when your Spotify is telling you what did you listen to the most over the past 365 days. Some global stats here. It's not just your stats. Bad Bunny, the most streamed artist in the world this year, 18 billion. You know who Bad Bunny beat? Taylor Swift, who's in second. And third, everybody's favorite, Drake. Favorite in quotes. There you go. Who was on your Wrapped? At me. I'm curious. To some royal news now. We're just in the last couple of minutes. Prince William and Princess Kate appeared for the first time in Boston, in the U.S. now for the first time in years. The first day of a 3-day visit with a ton planned before they announced the winner of Prince William's Earthshot Prize Awards Friday. These awards go to people who help the environment, basically. We're showing you some pictures fresh into us because this welcome event happened like as we've been on the air. Folks showing up to City Hall to get just a glimpse of the royal couple. As we said, it's the first time they've been in the U.S. in 8 years together, just months after the prince's grandmother, the Queen, died. And we're just now hearing from the White House, too, late today. President Biden is finalizing plans to meet with these two when he is in Boston on Friday. Keir Simmons is there right now. It's the president meeting the prince that everybody's looking forward to at the end of the week here. And there's a lot to this visit. Tell us what it's like on the ground, how people are feeling.
Hey, Hallie. Well, I can't hear you very well, honestly, but you just missed them. They were here, I think I heard you saying just a few minutes ago. William and Catherine standing right there. Now I can hear you. I can hear you laughing because literally standing right there, they were here.
What's it like? Were people like going banana? Was this like seeing the Beatles? Like how much do people? Because we always talk about Keir, and I know you'll know. You always say, you Americans, you're way more into the royals than people in the UK are. Like, did you get that vibe today?
I never say that. I never say that. I don't know who you're quoting there. I would never say that. Listen, there was a lot of excitement. There were a lot of people here. You know, it was the kind of buzz that you would expect, given the fact that they're here for the first time in 8 years. They're here as Prince and Princess of Wales. Now, you may have asked me, and I couldn't really hear you. You may have asked me about the big. The big controversy back home.
Well, I
that
didn't.
They've left
I didn't hear,
behind.
but let me ask you about it now, because I want to make sure folks know what's going on with it, right? Because you've got the royals in the U.S. While back home, you've got this Palisade stepping down because of an alleged racist comment she made. Obviously, this is extremely pertinent because, number one, perhaps a shadow on this visit, and number two, you know, we know that part of the reason why William's brother is not living in the UK anymore is because of the allegations of racism they've talked about that Meghan faced from members of the royal family.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we have to get to this aspect of it clearly because, frankly, this is potentially going to overshadow this whole 3 days. And as you described, what we've seen is an aide to the Queen Consort Camilla, who was a long-time aide to Queen Elizabeth, who is Prince William's godmother. at an event at Buckingham Palace yesterday, talking to a woman of color and just interrogating her, frankly. I mean, you know, when you read the transcript as described by this woman on Twitter, your jaw drops, just seeming to interrogate her about where she's from, not taking her answer that she's British, that she's from Britain, you know, kind of saying, well, where in Africa are you from? It just leaves you speechless, to be honest. Now, she has, as you say, she has stepped down. It has forced Prince William's spokesman to make this statement, which includes saying that racism is not tolerated anywhere in society. But as you say, it's just going to reignite this whole racism row, where Meghan and Harry said that someone in the royal family asked them what colour their child would be. And of course, then you saw Prince William asked whether the royal family were racist, answering that they were not. Is he going to get asked a question like that here again? I mean, that's going to be the concern. He's trying to put the focus on his Earthshot Prize, his environmental prize, here in Boston on Friday. The question is, will the focus be there, or will it be on what's happened back in London?
Well, that is the question, Keir, especially because, as you know, there are members of the American media who will be, I'm sure, trying to get that question to Prince William. You've got the president, you know, who will be there. The White House being a little bit cagey at this point about what those plans look like. I think, you know, they've got to get through a state visit from the president, from the leader of France first. But what is sort of next? What is the expectation for what the next 48 hours is going to look like?
Well, the trouble is, I think, to some of the expectations kind of turned upside down with this news from Buckingham Palace. Just imagine it kind of broke just as William and Catherine, Prince and Princess of Wales, were landing here. So I think, you know, in the end, what you're going to see is the royal couple trying to stay focused on what they want to do here. Catherine is going to be trying to put the focus on early years learning for young people. William, as I mentioned, he's got this star-studded event, the Earthshot Prize, modeled on President Kennedy's moonshot, here on Friday. There are going to be famous folks. The famous folks flock around the royals, particularly these royals. There, the president, we think, as you mentioned, will meet them. So maybe by Friday, the agenda would have shifted. But there is a big problem here for the royals, which is about how you make yourself look modern with these allegations of racism within the royal family.
Keir Simmons live for us in Boston. I don't get to say that often, Keir. We're glad to see you here on the U.S. side of the pond, as they say. I don't say it, but people say it. Thanks, Keir. Still to come, a global lottery for the 2024 Olympics in Paris starts tomorrow. Organizers are calling it Games Wide Open, but it's raising some questions. Are fans going to even get a fair chance to get to the events they want to see? We'll talk about it, the ticketing, a lot of talk on tickets, more coming up.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It feels like it's been hard to get tickets to everything nowadays, but organizers for the 2024 Summer Olympics in Paris say they've got a new plan that they hope are going to make things easier for people who want to go. Starting tomorrow, you can enter this, what organizers are calling global draw. It's basically a lottery system. If you're wondering what you're looking at, that's like the mascot for the Olympics. So in this global lottery, if you're picked, you're going to get the chance to buy some of the millions of tickets up for grabs at the Olympics during some specific sales windows starting in February. NBC's Raf Sanchez is joining us now. Raf, there has been so much talk of like ticketing. How do you get tickets to events, et cetera? Talk us through the rationale from organizers who think having one ticketing location, right, for everybody around the world where people can go to for the chance to get tickets is a good idea.
It sounds risky, right, Hallie? I can hear the skepticism in your voice. 8 billion people around the world going for one website. The rationale from the organizers is that this is about fairness. This means everybody from Argentina to Zimbabwe, same website, same rules, same prices. And that is a big difference from previous games where each country would have its own allocation. They would give that allocation to resellers, completely different sets of systems everywhere. Here, in theory, is how this is going to work. And the idea is to avoid the sort of mother of all Taylor Swift style ticket meltdowns. In theory, starting tomorrow, you can put your name into this lottery to be eligible to buy tickets. You have 2 months to enter this lottery. So all the way through December, all the way through January. So if this website melts down tomorrow, you still have another 8 weeks to put your name in. And then in February, the lucky people who win that lottery going to get the chance to buy the tickets. That's how it works in theory. We'll see what happens.
Well, it does help that, like, the window is not 8 hours long. You know what I mean? You have a pretty big window. It's not like the Olympics has been a stranger to ticket drama before, right, Raf?
Yeah, I don't even know where to start with this. The last Olympics, in theory, Japan 2020, COVID comes along, it's pushed back by a year, becomes Japan 2021, but only open to domestic Japanese fans. But you had lots of Americans and other people around the world who had spent thousands of dollars on tickets, really struggling to get refunds. Go back 10 years here in London, London 2012, not normally that sunny here in the UK, but it was hot that summer. People waiting 6 hours at some point to stand in line to just get their tickets. And when they got to the front of the line, parents sometimes found that they were sitting at one end of the stadium, their kids were sitting at the other, which is obviously not ideal if you've got a toddler who is now unsupervised during the long jump or something. And also just issues with resellers. You know, the resellers are out to make profits on these tickets. They jack up the prices in some cases. It becomes a case of, you know, only a certain type of person can afford to pay however much for these tickets. And in London, you ended up in a situation where you sometimes would have empty seats at the most sought-after sporting event in the world because the resellers just couldn't sell those tickets at prices. So the stadium went empty, the athletes not watched by spectators. So a real disappointment in that sense. The hope is that this is going to level the playing field.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Well, we're going to find out. Raf Sanchez, our chief ticket beat correspondent, I guess, for us for the next couple of days. Appreciate it. Thank you. Let's talk more about what's going down overseas, especially with the New Zealand Prime Minister, Jacinda Ardern, and her Finnish counterpart making some waves at a joint news conference today. Here's what happened. You've probably already seen it in your group chats, right? It may have been sent to you in your DMs already. This journalist, a guy, that's going to be relevant here, asked a question about why these two prime ministers, why these two leaders of two countries were meeting, perhaps because of their age and, quote, having a lot of common stuff there. I want you to watch.
Yeah, a lot of people will be wondering, are you two meeting just because, you know, you're similar in age and, you know, got a lot of, you know, common stuff there, you know, when you got into politics and stuff? Or can Kiwis actually expect to see more deals between our two countries down the line? Because
my first question is, I wonder whether or not anyone ever asked Barack Obama and John Key if they met because they were of similar age. Because two women meet, it's not simply because of their gender.
Yeah, we are meeting because we are prime ministers.
You know, this response was like 3 minutes long from the Prime Minister of New Zealand, and she went on to talk about the trade between New Zealand and Finland, a trade deal that they're trying to work out, commenting that they obviously have much more to talk about than simply their genders, which was the implication of the question. Got a lot of backlash online with some commentators wondering, one of them in particular saying, well, you might as well ask, like the journalists might as well have asked, were they going to talk about boys and whether their periods were all synced up here, right? These are two prime ministers here. They talked about issues like the global economy, the cost of living, the shared commitment to supporting Ukraine. Still watching for some more fallout on that one. Coming up, some breaking news. Disgraced crypto kingpin Sam Bankman-Fried. He's doing this interview, man. He's doing it now, like as we speak with the New York Times, when this guy is under so much legal scrutiny for the collapse of FTX, right? $16 billion to bankrupt, basically, in a matter of weeks. One of our team members is calling it astounding. We'll tell you what he had to say. Plus, look at these dramatic images. A police officer rescuing a woman from her sinking car, now being called a hero. We'll tell you about it in the local.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You were.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Since we have been on the air, some high drama in the financial world playing out because we just heard from the founder of crypto company FTX, Sam Bankman-Fried, who's under major legal scrutiny, talking about how his company went from being worth something like $32 billion last month to bankruptcy in a matter of days. So here's what SBF did. He had been arranged, I guess, to go on this New York Times deal book thing with Andrew Ross Sorkin, a sharp and knowledgeable interview. And SBF, still did it. He's doing it right now. It's live. It's happening. He's answering questions about this major, huge crypto collapse. He's talking virtually from the Bahamas. I'm telling you, this just literally just all happened in the last few minutes. He says he never meant to deceive anybody. He says there are a lot of things he wished he would have done differently.
I made a lot of mistakes or things I would give anything to be able to do over again. I didn't ever try to commit fraud on anyone. I was excited about the prospects of FTX a month ago. I'm deeply sorry about what happened.
Bankman-Fried is also saying he didn't knowingly commingle funds between FTX and Alameda Research, this other trading firm. Keep in mind that the current person who's now being put in charge of FTX to try to get people their money back is calling this essentially worse than Enron. Kate Rooney is joining us now. I'm so fascinated by this story, Kate. I can't stop watching the updates during commercial breaks because here is SBF, who's in some legit legal trouble. That's very safe to say. Getting out there and speaking. His lawyers, I'm thinking, have got to be watching this, right? Talk us through what we've seen, what we've heard. Give us some of the flavor of it.
That was one of the big questions, Hallie. Andrew asked him, Andrew Ross Sorkin, our colleague here at CNBC, is doing the interview as we speak and asked him, essentially, what are your lawyers saying? Why are you here and why are you doing this? And he said, yeah, they are not recommending that I'm out here speaking. He said he felt like he had the duty, wouldn't do anything if he were taking a back seat here and felt like he needed to be speaking out. One of the big themes, Hallie, he has been trying to deflect the idea that this was fraud, that he had in any way knowledge of this, that it was malicious or premeditated. He's really trying to blame sloppiness and the idea that he didn't know what was going on between two corporate entities, which he was the owner of, really the CEO of one of them and the majority owner of the other one. And he didn't have a board. He didn't have a CFO. Most people have said, and even the gentleman who's responsible for restructuring the company at this point, and is the new CEO, said it was all about Sam Bankman-Fried. He should have known this, but he is saying, that it is, he didn't know what was going on. One moment really did stand out. Andrew read a letter from an investor who said that he lost his life savings, $2 million. He asked Andrew to ask Sam, why he committed fraud. He said, as you played that soundbite before, he didn't mean to. He saw it as what he called a thriving business.
And I saw that Andrew, who, again, just super talented in this kind of thing, was like sort of comparing this, like, hey, if you said something like, if you stole money from a bank but then had the intention of giving it back and walking the money back in, like, that's what happened still happened here in the form of a question to SBF. We also heard from the Treasury Secretary, who said the collapse of FTX was like a Lehman moment for the industry. What happens to, like, crypto writ large now, Kate? I know you don't have a crystal ball, so let me reframe the question of, like, what are the reverberations from this?
Yeah, no, that is a good question. I love that analogy, too, the idea of walking out of a bank. But saying you're going to bring the money back, I think that was a powerful image for a lot of people. And Janet Yellen, Treasury Secretary, comparing it to Lehman. Experts I've been talking to on the bankruptcy side say, imagine Lehman. It's a lot messier. And then you add the murky side of cryptocurrency. It's going to be really hard to untangle here. Trust is one of the big implications. Sam Bankman-Fried was one of the most trusted names. FTX was a very trusted company. That has really eroded. He had a seat at the table in Washington. It's a big thing I'm hearing going forward. Some estimates say it's brought them back, that industry back, at least 2 years in terms of the progress they'd made on regulation.
Kate Rooney, it's really great to have you on. Thank you. I know there will be more tea to be sipping from this interview coming up later on tonight. Thanks. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Southeast Bureau, country singer Jake Flint unexpectedly died over the weekend, just hours after getting married in Oklahoma. His publicist is confirming to NBC News he was just 37. Flint's publicist told a local paper he died in his sleep. His new wife posted on Facebook saying, we should be going through wedding photos, but instead I have to pick out clothes to bury my husband in. His cause of death still not known. Also from our Southeast Bureau, a miraculous rescue in Cape Coral, Florida. Look at this. After a woman drove her car into a canal, new body cam video is now out showing an officer jumping into the canal. That's that splash there, smashing one of the car's windows. He pulls the woman out, brings her up onto the ground. She was taken to the hospital. We're still waiting on word for her condition. From our D.C. Bureau, happening not too long ago, the National Christmas Tree was lit. The ceremony happening right now near the White House. Yes, D.C. has two big famous Christmas trees, one at the Capitol, this one over at the White House. Look at that. It's pretty. 100th year of the ceremony with President Biden and the First Lady there. This year's tree is 27 feet tall, and fun fact, it's the first white fir to be the national Christmas tree. We love a fun fact here on this show, and we are